major Sunday that you will ever see. Xander Schauffele in at 9 under, 65. His second major championship about to become official.
How special is it to get your hands on this famous trophy, the Claret Jug?
I just can't wait to drink out of it.
What's going to be the tipple of choice?
My dad's here with me, so I'm gonna let him do the honor, whatever he wants.
Second major of the year for Xander Schauffele as he wins the Open in a really tough conditioned course and some competition surrounding him, but pulls away the back nine on the final day on Sunday. He was fantastic. And that's a clean sweep, by the way, for all the majors in the PGA this year. That's America taking them all home. Scotty Scheffler for the first one at the Masters. You had the PGA Championship won by Xander Schauffele. You had the U.S. Open won by Bryson DeChambeau. And then again, the Open won by Schauffele again. Yeah! The clean American sweep. But the big news...
Let's go!
Since we took off last week, looks like this is as close to official as official can be. I will be honest with you, I was watching the updates like on the dot, on the button. When I had the news of Russell Westbrook being traded to the Utah Jazz first come in, I was terrified. Now, in the 30 seconds it took them to say, traded to the Utah Jazz, with the next thing being going to be bought out, which opens an avenue for the Nuggets signing him, I was totally panicked. I was like, what are the Utah Jazz going to do with Russell Westbrook? And thank God that shortly after that, you had after this trade goes down, there's going to be a contract buyout, blah, blah, blah. But we have now essentially a pretty set lineup for the Denver Nuggets going into next year. And I got to say, I don't know if I could say it's as good or better, but I think it's close. And it very well could be. I just can't say that right now. Again, let's say this. If I were to tell you before the season or before the offseason started that they would trade KCP for Dario Saric and Russell Westbrook, would you take the deal? And I think it's an arguable sort of tit for tat that would have gone down. KCP is was obviously a huge piece to the Nuggets championship puzzle. Without him, without that trade happening 2 years ago, you do not win a championship. I'm convinced of it. If they don't trade Will Barton, Monte Morris, for getting him over and inserting him in the starting lineup, I don't think you have a championship that we're talking about right now. At the same time, there's a whole bunch of stuff that needs to be considered moving forward. You know, Calvin Booth said it straight up, that this was all about a long-term, making this team viable for championships in the next 5-6 years, than it is just trying to go back-to-back. And every subsequent move since then has been pretty clear and obvious. This was the plan all along. They will make initial short-term sacrifices to keep this together long-term. And when you start thinking about the money that they are going to be piling up on this roster, another max contract for Jamal Murray, Jokic will get another max in which he will make a boatload of cash. You're going to have to pay Aaron Gordon. You still have Michael Porter Jr.'s contract to pay out. And then you're trying to fill out a bench unit that's going to be worthy of playing time in the postseason. Somebody had to be sacrificed contract-wise to make that work. And that is KCP. But now you have a scenario, and a guy like Russell Westbrook, a veteran guard who brings an attitude that I think is much needed for this team. He can come off the bench, and he can be a bulldog for that backup unit. He can play starters minutes. He can mix in time with the starting rotation. And maybe you put him at point guard, and you move Jamal to the 2 guard. And then Christian plays a little bit with the bench. Like, it leaves you with a lot of versatility that wasn't an option for you last year. There's a lot to really like about where this team is built now. They got a viable backup big who's capable of getting you a few buckets. And yes, you will still be relying upon the likes of a Julian Strawther and a Peyton Watson to take another step. But as far as just, let's say, your first 4 guys off the bench next year, Westbrook, Strawther, Watson, Saric. Not a bad group. Throw in Chanchar. Maybe that can be your definitive backup 5 guys. Not to mention, if you've been continuing to watch what Trey Alexander has done in Summer League, maybe he can be somebody who can get some playing time too. Who knows? But I do believe that you go into next year now with legit odds of winning the Western Conference and putting another championship ring on your finger. Again, it's going to be really tough to judge because I have to see what the starting unit looks like without KCP. For my money, the best starting 5 in the NBA last year, when healthy. Not quite sure how the rest of this is going to fit in. But I'll just say from on paper, they took a little bit off the starting unit to get a little bit more depth on this team. Which, if you had to pinpoint one thing that killed you last year, it was that, wasn't it? I mean, not just in the fact of when the postseason started, you didn't have people you relied upon well enough to give them true minutes in the postseason off the bench last year. You know, a lot of these guys are playing 38, 39 minutes a night because you just didn't have the faith that when you put them on the floor, the backup guys, that they were going to do well. You know, Peyton Watson, who played quite a bit in the regular season last year, did not play when the postseason came. You just didn't trust it. Well, you'll trust Russell Westbrook. You will trust Dario Saric. But there's a lot about how you ended the season last year and the reasons why that I think they worked hard to rectify this postseason. And let's be honest, the initial sort of, I guess, lackluster start to free agency, which was partly by design because you didn't have the money to go out and just start throwing at people, but it took a long time for these moves to happen. And I think that just kind of was a multiplier on panic and this really unsettling, uneasy feeling that a lot of Nuggets fans had, where they just watched a whole bunch of teams around the NBA get better, and you're like, where's our moves? It just took a while for you to get Dario Saric and Russell Westbrook. But I think it's pretty clear that they had this plan all along. They weren't sitting there saying, I hope something works out. I think they had the Russell Westbrook stuff from the very beginning in mind and were waiting for the right opportunity to strike. Texture says, thrilled with Westbrook. Good teammate. Great experience. He's very hungry. He wants the ring. Come in, fully embrace the Nuggets and be a huge asset. He's significantly better than Reggie Jackson. Still got game. Can score when he needs to, but a solid assist machine. I agree with all this. There are obvious flaws in Russell Westbrook's game. Like, I don't want to make it sound like you got this. A lot of people are saying like a Bruce Brown type. He's not that. As far as an attitude and what he can bring to the table from that standpoint, he's got a little bit. But Bruce Brown was somebody that came off the bench, played good defense, could hit some shots. Russell Westbrook's jumper is bad. And it's been that way. It doesn't matter that he's 36, I think, now. It's been that way since he was 22. Like, I've said this before. I love what Russell Westbrook. I've always been a defender of his, even against the Westbrook people and everybody in LA who's been pissed at him because, they expected that guy to go out there and give him, 38% from three. I'm like, you're delusional. He's never been that guy. But for what he does do, he does it very, very well. But for my money, probably as far as volume shooter, the worst of my life, it feels like, for a guy who puts up that many shots. He's not a good shooter. Now, if he's running hot, he can knock down some shots. But his whole thing is, I'm going to use athleticism, I'm going to get to the rim, and I'm going to finish. Like, I think he is already just as far as a pure driver. Somebody who just goes 0 to 60, get to the rim, and finish. He's probably the best on the team right now, automatically by being on the roster. Surround him with a couple of guys who can shoot, a Strother, a Dario Saric. Then he can do that. He can kick to the outside, hit somebody standing in the corner, and they can knock down the shot. Like, that's the ideal situation that I think you talk about when he's now brought on the roster. There's also something else with Westbrook that I think he can bring, which is a steady, confident push off the bench. He's somebody that if Jamal Murray goes down with an injury and he misses 20 games, you feel comfortable saying, all right, we can just slot this guy in here. But they needed depth because the team was, one, dead tired by the time the postseason rolled around. Can't have that happen again. And especially your best guys, like the two guys that matter the most on this team, Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic. Having Dario Saric and Russell Westbrook is going to help in that department to make sure they stay fresh for when the postseason rolls around. But secondly, it's guys who can create a little bit. You didn't have that last year. You were always going to be relying upon a jump from a Peyton Watson and Julian Strother anyway. But that's the situation you're kind of rolling with here. There's also some tinkering you can do if the Julian Strother Summer League stuff is real. And let's say he did take that next step and he is somebody you can rely upon to put in the starting lineup. I would expect to see some experimenting throughout the year with, well, do you start Julian Strother and have Christian Brown come off the bench? Do you maybe give a few games where Russell Westbrook plays a lot of minutes with the starters? Do you do that? Like, it gives you viability and it gives you some interchangeable lineups that you just didn't have last year. And so it's not as much pressure being thrust upon the starting unit to do everything like it was last year. Texture says, you keep talking about Westbrook coming off the bench as if you've never heard of Michael Malone. Is the allegation here that you think he's going to start? That's not the point to why you got these guys. You didn't bring in Russell Westbrook and Dario Saric to be part of your starting lineup. They're going to act as starters off the bench, again, much like Bruce Brown. Bruce Brown played a lot of minutes with the starting unit. I'll say this. You know what I could easily see Russell Westbrook doing? Finishing games. Like, if you need a little bit of a defensive punch, and let's say Michael Porter Jr.'s shot isn't working that night, I think you could easily see Porter to the bench. You put Westbrook in that final sort of grouping to finish off a game. Put him at the 1, Jamal at the 2. Slot in everybody else from there. I think that could easily happen. So there's a lot of different sort of styles that you can play with now this roster that's available to you, and it could open up a lot more if guys like Peyton Watson and Julian Strother truly make a jump. So I think there's a lot to be excited about here. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. So with that, a lot of other things happening over the weekend. A lot. The Broncos, who have camp starting here in a couple of days, they're going to start that with 3 guys on the PUP list. I think one of them is truly going to matter this year. And I'm hoping he can get healthy sooner rather than later. Big Avs news that could be on the horizon here in the next couple of days with a long-term deal for Mikko, sort of out there in the ether. So a lot to discuss. Stick around. Let's give a shout out, by the way, to our Rapids. Took on RSL and won over the weekend in what was. Did you guys see the videos from DSG when that rain started pouring? Now, Nelly, I know that you were out there. You were playing for the C38 folks, right? Before the game?
At the C38 pregame tailgate. And then they did actually include tickets to the game for the band. So we were there in the C38.
Oh, sick.
In the standing room only section. And look, man, I've been in some electric sporting environments in my life. And I'll tell you, when the Rapids got that second goal in the first half to go up 2-1, battling back from down 1-0, oh my goodness gracious. People were popping off. They were throwing their drinks in the air like it was the Daytona 500, yeah. Popping off their beers. People were sitting on each other's shoulders, dancing around, getting all the cheers going. It was absolute insanity.
Been there and able to watch a game from that with a couple of times with those folks, and they are certainly rowdy. And I could only imagine a game like that, especially against a rival like RSL, especially getting the win, taking the cup home. Like, shout out to Chris Armas and all the boys over there doing some really good work at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. But that rain came down fast and furious. But he took a little bit of a break, came back on the pitch, finished things off, and continued to roll there in the Western Conference. So shout out to the Rapids.
And also, at least shout out Mother Nature for holding off the Lightning until halftime.
Yeah, yes, exactly right. Like, people off the pitch, you got the Lightning. Man, I was just down the street at a drinking establishment, and it was one of those, Nelly, you're watching it roll in, and you go, this is going to get bad in a hurry. So I was actually at a couple of different places. So for the few people that were down there at number 38 Saturday night, they had a wing eating contest with the CU offensive and defensive line. Had a chance to chat with a few of those guys. Super excited for the season. Great kids, by the way. Like, unbelievably cool kids on that CU offensive and defensive line. They can also house some wings, a whole bunch of them. I don't know if you knew that about big guys who play offensive and defensive line. They can eat a lot.
Yeah, they're saying, hey, Travis Hunter thinks we can't block. Let's eat 50,000 wings and bulk up, boys.
Well,
we'll show that guy.
Let me tell you something, dude. It was like we were out there. So it was, if you guys have never been to number 38, it's a great place. It's got that indoor-outdoor thing. It's a huge place. And I felt the wind come in. I go, ooh, that feels kind of good. It was kind of hot out that day. That breeze feels nice. I go, wait a minute. That's a big change in the temperature, though, from what I'm feeling right now. And you look out a little bit to the west, you go, that looks like it's going to get a little rowdy here in a minute. Oh, no! And that's what I thought. I go, well, the Rapids have got a big game. Hopefully this doesn't, do one of those. Because we were supposed to go to a game last year, and there was, 2 hours straight of just a lightning show. And they ended up not postponing the game, but it didn't start for 3 hours. And they go, I hope that doesn't happen for the RSL game, and it didn't. Got the win. Great. Here's the other thing. With training camp right around the corner, I'm very, very interested to see what this approach is to the year. And how, this is just me talking, how somebody like Sean Payton is going to handle a season where it's going to be very difficult in my mind for you to win some significant games.
It wasn't our hump.
Might not have been, but they have a tough situation here. They got a rookie QB. They have a lineup, a roster that lacks star caliber talent. You know who the guys are, who are the stars in this team. And outside of Patrick Surtain, and I would throw Quinn Miners in that bunch too. Outside of those two, how many people that you consider stars of the Broncos would be stars elsewhere? And the answer is not a lot. ESPN thought the same thing. They had, they just went through their really summary sort of rundown of top 10 lists and they were top 10 at each position, the Broncos just don't have a lot. Like, you look around teams in the league, and it's like, how many of them possess top 10 players at positions? And I'll just give you a run through. So these are top 10s, honorable mentions, or people receiving votes, okay? So there's more of an extended top 10. Let's call it top 15-ish. Let's see if you can find a common theme. The team that leads these top 10s, Philadelphia. They have 13 of those players. Philadelphia pretty good? Yeah, they're pretty good. At 12 players represented in the top 10 or honorable mentions. Miami and San Francisco, they pretty good? Yeah, they're pretty good. 11 players. Detroit, Houston, pretty good? Yep, they're pretty good. At 10 players, you have Buffalo. You have Dallas. You have Kansas City. You have the Jets and Chicago. So the Jets and Chicago, they're going to have to prove that, have a really good chance of being a good team. The other three, obviously great. And then at the very end, whole bunch of teams mixed in between with only 4 representatives. There is the Denver Broncos, there's the Carolina Panthers, there's the New York Giants. That is where you are residing this year. And so with camp around the corner, I think it's going to be a very, very difficult ask for anybody, Sean Payton, George Payton, the people in charge of this team, to get them to a level in which they really rise this season. You know, their over-under win total, according to multiple sports books in Vegas, is 5.5. And I think that number is probably pretty accurate. It feels like this is going to be a season in which it's going to be painful. But I will say this, listening to the radio over the weekend, what's his name? Harmon from Fox Sports Radio? Is it Scott Harmon?
Talking about Jason Smith with my best friend, Mike Harmon.
Mike Harmon. Sorry. Yes, Mike. He was talking about the Broncos, and he said he's a team that he thinks could surprise this year. He laid out his reasons why. The main one being this. Despite starting a rookie quarterback, he's not your typical rookie in the fact that he's an older guy with 5 years of starting experience in college. It is weird. It's an odd thing to come by. Doesn't happen very often, especially not for somebody picked at the top of the draft. Because a lot of times what you want is a younger QB who is capable of signing a second deal at still a pretty young age. And so those guys just naturally get pushed down a little bit farther. It's the same thing in the NBA draft. If you aren't, 19, 20 years old, you're probably going to take a little bit of a hit, just age-wise. But I will say this, on the Bo Nix front. Nix is capable of stepping in and playing good football, or at least to a higher level than most rookies to start. But what I think nullifies that is the lack of surrounding talent. So if you put him on a roster that has, if he walked in the same situation that Caleb Williams was walking into in Chicago, and I'm not saying Chicago's this great team that has all their bleep figured out. What I am saying is this. When you surround a rookie quarterback with Keenan Allen and DJ Moore and Cole Kmet and DeAndre Swift and Rome Odunze and all these really talented players at the skill position level, it certainly can make life easier. That's something he just doesn't have here. And you know what? Could he overcome? Yeah, it's possible, but I don't think it's something you should rely upon. Like, I'm going to be viewing the Bo Nix season through a very tepid lens. If he's not playing well, I'm not going to get overly concerned, at least initially. If we're 5 weeks into the season and there really hasn't been a huge pop game yet, from Bo Nix, I don't think it'd be fair on my part to totally freak out. Because you have to take stock in where the team's at. You know, it's like with the Rockies. Am I overly concerned with how their season has gone and them losing a whole bunch of games? No, it's pretty expected. But the good thing about where the Rocks are at is that in the losing this year, what you've watched from their starting lineup is Zeke Tovar is a guy that should be here for a long time, as is Brenton Doyle. You know, as is a whole bunch of other young guys in this roster that seem to be doing really good work. That should be the point of this season. But the curiosity that I have for Sean Payton is this. You know, last year there were expectations. There were things to judge. And I think it's going to be really difficult to try and judge a Sean Payton season this year, especially given this fact. Sean Payton's not one who's used to losing. And how does he handle a season like this? Because we saw it last year. Now, again, expectations were different. You had a $250 million quarterback last season, but that turned into some screaming matches on the sideline and getting in guys' face and driving around sushi restaurant parking lots after a win because he's just not happy. This feels like one of those years. But as long as there is a plan, that's all that matters. You know, myself and Kim Becker and Andy Lindahl were talking about this Friday on the Summer Scramble. The Broncos were called by Jarrett Bailey of USA Today as a directionless franchise. And I took offense to it. I was like, they actually have a direction they probably should have gone in years ago. Just because you think they're going to be bad doesn't mean that there isn't some bigger purpose to this. And the purpose is very simple. We have a young quarterback, and we're going to try and rebuild a roster. Well, the first step to doing that is making the commitment. You know, for somebody, if your New Year's resolution is to get in really good shape, typically the starting point is you aren't in good shape. Or else that wouldn't be a resolution. That would be your life, correct? And so if you actually make the decision, you're recognizing I'm not where I need to be. And the Broncos, I think for the first time in a long time, finally came out and admitted, hey, I'm not hot anymore. I got to change some things. I got to do things differently. And I think they finally recognize maybe this is the year to actually commit to trying building this in a way that most franchises have. You know, I can't keep wearing the Letterman's jacket. I'm a 28-year-old man. I can't keep throwing out there that I was, all state in high school. Like, things change, circumstances have changed, and now you need to make the subsequent decisions that are going to get you into eventually a better place.
Do you still have the Letterman jacket, Brett?
I actually never possessed one.
Really? Never? You never lettered?
No, I did letter. I mean, I played varsity baseball for 2 years. I could have gotten one. I just never saw myself wearing it. I never made the decision. So I don't have a varsity jacket or a Letterman's jacket that I can pull out of my closet.
Okay.
It actually, I think, so I'm 34. People my age. Maybe it was just the guys that I hung around with. None of us got them. And I don't know if that was a big change in, maybe that was a shift where people stopped getting the jackets, or were we just weird? If you're around my age, did you have a Letterman's jacket in high school?
Well, the thing that I didn't realize, because my high school was weird. We didn't have competitive sports on any level that made sense to get letters. But I talked to people who did letter and stuff, and I didn't realize that the jackets were sold separately. That
yes.
You got the letters, and then you had to buy the jacket separately,
and then
attach
brand
the
it
letters.
on. Yeah,
that's too much effort. If I'm so good at sports, Just give me the dang jacket completed.
Well, I had, when we were kids, I still remember this because all the parents were howling laughing. And it was funny. I was like 11, 12 years old. Or maybe a little bit older than that. But this kid, he had a brother that was 4 or 5 years older than him. And he had a Letterman's jacket. And the kid walked up to his mom. He goes, Mom, I'm also going to letter. Or I'm also going to get a Letterman's jacket. She goes, yeah? What are you going to letter in? And he said, baseball, bowling, and academics. And they said, well, just by you saying that, I don't think academics is probably going to be on the back of your Letterman's jacket. If you can't say the word.
That's what the last one was?
It was academics. It was academics.
I was going to say, a Keto Mix sounds like a snack you eat on a road trip.
It does.
Chex Mix and Chex Mix and
a
a Keto Mix.
I should make something like a Chex Mix type of style of chip and call it a Keto Mix. Textures. Right there with you, Brett. Lettered for 3 years in soccer, never got the jacket. I'm 37. A few years older than Brett. I got the letter, but never the jacket. I think the letter mostly because my parents thought I should. 31 years old. Got a letter in the pins for all sports, never bought the jacket, no one wore them. See, I think that jackets are a thing of the past. I don't see people wearing them anymore. They used to be everywhere.
My conspiracy theory is that the 80s and 90s Hollywood ruined Letterman jackets because now if you see somebody wearing one, you think that guy's the villain in a John Hughes film.
Exactly right.
You go, oh yeah, this guy's still wearing his Letterman jacket. I bet he used to flush the heads of nerds like me.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's like giving swirlies, stuffing kids in lockers. Maybe it did. Maybe that was the thing that changed it. I don't know.
Well, and what was your go-to for somebody who's still clinging on to the past and is failing to adapt?
It's the Letterman jacket.
A guy wearing a Letterman jacket. So you're part of the problem, Kane.
You know what? I like the world we live in where these jackets don't exist anymore. What if you flaunted everything that you did that was successful in life on a jacket? You'd feel like sort of a bag, wouldn't you? Like if I had a jacket that said #1 sports radio show in the market and I wore that around everywhere, you'd be like, what a D-bag this guy is.
Nah, let's start
going about your business.
Let's go full NASCAR. Everything that's sponsoring you, put it on your jacket. I want to see you walking around with a jacket that has Circa and Zero Res on it.
Hey, look, I have a Circa hat. I do have one of those. I wear the hats of my friends' businesses.
Nice Launchpad Brewing hat, by the way.
Yes,
looking
right
like
there.
Back
Boom.
to the Future.
I got that this weekend, actually. It was their anniversary party. It was a great time. I do that. Nothing for myself, though. Maybe I should. Should I put down on, you know what? Maybe I'll make a hat that said, I hit 450 my senior year in high school. Maybe I should do that.
Down for that.
I was all state my senior year. Maybe I should have one of those.
Do you remember the name of a pitcher that you took yard? Because you should put that on the back. Like on the front, I hit 450 senior year of high school. And then on the back, say, pitcher's name can go get bent.
That's what the shirt is. I'll make a shirt with just the list of pitchers I took yard. And I'll see one of them. Like, I'll go back for Christmas one year to my parents, and I'll be at a bar, and somebody goes, why is my name on your shirt? Probably because I took yard, buddy. That's why. You shouldn't have left that hanging curveball over the plate.
This text is from a different era, from the 968. I'm 39. I put my letter on a Spitfire hoodie. Bet that looked killer with your Jinko jeans.
I bet it did. 303-504-0925. Back after this. I'll have you guys know we're in the business of odds and odds making, and what are the chances you can you can put down a bet, make some cash on it. Did you know right now for the 2024 Democratic vice president nominee, because Joe Biden dropped out over the weekend, the vice presidential nominee at 250-1 odds, Nick Saban. How about that?
Yeah.
God, that's always funny to see those names on the list. I'm like, well, although I guess it has worked in the past. Like, Tommy Tuberville, he's what, the senator for, is it Alabama, somewhere in the Southeast? Somewhere. I guess it's not that crazy.
Yeah, I mean, if Jesse the Body Ventura can get into public office, so can you.
Dude, that guy, I'm not kidding. So there's a comic named Will Sasso. So if you used to watch Mad TV back in the day, he was all over Mad TV. The guy's hilarious. I wish Mad TV was still around, by the way. Will Sasso does a Jesse the Body Ventura impression that is an automatic laugh from me immediately. If you guys have not seen it, YouTube it. YouTube Will Sasso, Jesse Ventura, and just have yourself a good little 15 minutes.
I think the problem with putting Nick Saban on the ticket, though, is that they're going to be at the debates, and they're going to ask him something like, Coach, what are you going to do to lower the cost of living in this country?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Coach.
But you know what? That's a voice that commands respect.
I'm not going to, so quit asking.
It's amazing how some of the scariest people in this country are college football coaches. And Lord, you know what I'm really looking forward to? Because football's around the corner, and I am like, I'm an addict right now. Like, I'm itching. I'm like Tyrone Bigum's back here, okay? I'm even pining for the things that I typically make fun of and hate. For example, I want the halftime interview going into the locker room with the coaches who say nothing. Like, I want that back in my life. I want those Nick Saban, I'm not going to, so quit asking sort of things. I want that. I want the sad Fox Sports music when they go to commercial break after an injury. I want that. I want all that back in my life again. And we are getting really close to making that happen. Really close. Looks like he's going to be down. Oh, the cart's coming out. Rams up 27-13. Like, I missed the sad Fox music. I want it all.
You know what I want back is, do you remember in the original run of the XFL in early 2020 before it got shut down, they would interview players coming off the field after bad plays. So a quarterback would throw a pick, and then immediately the offense is coming off the field, and they'd go, Brett Kane here with the, I don't know, whatever team here. Brett, what did you see go wrong on that interception you just threw 15 seconds ago?
Oh, yeah, they're just grabbing the guy who made the mistake immediately on the sideline.
And then you'd have to go, I didn't really see the defense right. I mistimed it with my receiver. What do you want me to say?
I made a mistake. Yeah, that's what it's called.
I screwed up. Back to you guys at the desk. That was so brutal.
Just quickly, because I did want to talk about this. So it looks like Miko is on the cusp of signing a long-term contract. I know a lot of people were upset with how Miko's playoffs went, and you wouldn't be wrong. Like, for a guy who, to my knowledge, was not injured in the postseason, a guy like Val leaves the lineup. You need these guys to step up and play well. And Miko is a phenomenal player. Like, incredible. But he did not have a good playoff run. You would be stupid not to sign him to a deal like this. You've already gone all in. And this is what I want people to understand about where the Avs are at. The Avs and Nuggets are different from this standpoint. At least it feels to me. The Nuggets are thinking longer term, okay? The Avs, it feels like they're just trying to push their chips in the middle of the table. Here's the difference. By the time Landy's contract, this is even if Landy was healthy, by the time his contract was up, you knew you were probably eating a couple of bad years on a deal for the short term of trying to win another cup. Same thing with a guy like Val. Same thing with a whole bunch of people on this lineup. Like, you sign them to long-term deals where their play at the end of the contract is probably not going to match what they get paid, but you don't matter because you're trying to capitalize on the front end. I remember the Angels did this with Albert Pujols. When they signed him, I think it was a 10-year deal they signed him to. They knew by the end of that contract they were going to eat some really bad years. But they sacrificed that for the short term. And I think that's what the Avs are doing right now. Mikko, if this is true, if this is a 7 to 8 year deal, you're going to eat some bad years on the end of it, but that doesn't matter because what you get in the shorter term, the next 3, 4, 5 years, are the point of the contract. Mikko is an incredibly good and I think incredibly undervalued player. And he started to, towards the end of last year, get that, the same tired conversation that we always get from good players on teams around town that maybe have a rough couple of weeks. They love you until the last thing that they remember is the only thing they remember. And it's what I've tried to keep in context with guys like Michael Porter Jr. or Jamal Murray. It's you can't have the memory of a goldfish with these things. Did Jamal Murray, was he disappointing this postseason? Yes. Was Jamal Murray the main reason outside of Nikola Jokic that you have a championship to even talk about in Denver with the Nuggets? Yes. If Mikko was not on the Avs a couple of years ago, would they have a cup? No, they wouldn't. So you have to keep
Jamal Murray made a shot.
You have to keep all these things in mind. But I think you would be a fool not to sign that guy long term because he is, in some ways, a perfect playing partner with McKinnon. And the reason you're always a threat in the Western Conference is because that top line is such a bear to deal with, and he's a massive part of it. So we can get into that in more detail in a little bit. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line if you guys want in. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Moj Lombardi and Kane next.
Just about as stress-free a championship major Sunday that you will ever see. Xander Schauffele in at 9 under, 65. His second major championship about to become official.
How special is it to get your hands on this famous trophy, the Claret Jug?
I just can't wait to drink out of it.
What's going to be the tipple of choice?
My dad's here with me, so I'm gonna let him do the honor, whatever he wants.
Xander Schauffele, second major of the year. And I got to tell you, the Patriot in me came out. The idea of an American winning a major overseas really got to me. And when he started going off in the back nine, I was into it. I was like, go Xander. Get it. I wanted the full American sweep in the majors, which we got this year.
Are you serious?
Yes.
That was really a factor?
Yes. There's some. I saw a couple of those Brits over there around that Claret Jug, and I go, I want that here.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that, to be honest with you. Isn't it funny how most of those great golfers, the great ones, they're all so robotic. Their personalities, like, hey, what are you going to drink out of it? Oh, I'm going to go Schlitz. I'm going to go maybe throw a Schaefer in there, margarita. I'm going to let my dad drink from it first.
I don't know if you've seen there's a couple of YouTube channels that are like golf guys.
Hold on.
What's up?
Schaefer and Schlitz?
Yeah, I mean that's bad
bro,
choices.
They don't even make those beers anymore, bro.
I know. I'm just trying to be colorful. The point.
Bro's locked into 1990.
What is Schaefer's?
Schaefer's was a big beer in the 80s.
Yeah, it had a fish on it, a trout.
I've never even
the
heard
point
of it.
is,
SCHA
great
FER.
golfers, the great ones, are all boring people. They have to be. They can't be passionate. They can't be. So, like, I'll give you an example. Take a look at every winner this year, every major winner. What do they all have in common?
They're American.
Even DeChambeau?
Even DeChambeau. DeChambeau started winning when he became boring, when he was flamboyant and crazy and all roided up or whatever the hell he was doing.
I don't think
he wasn't that good.
I don't think he was very boring during the U.S. Open when he won.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. He wasn't. He was the least boring, but he sort of toned it down and he brought it in. He reeled it in, right? And that's the thing about golf. You can't have that kind of personality. You can't be out there. You just can't. You've got to be like within yourself all the time. Every day, just calm down. Every day, stay right there. Don't worry about it. I'm just going to hit this next shot. I'm not worried about the last shot or the next shot. I'm just gonna stay here. Stay right here. Right in this little moment. Right here.
That was an insane.
I'm just mad because I played in a tournament where when you played, we played on Saturday, and your score combined with the score that you picked from the British Open, and you take that combined score, and I thought Justin Thomas was going to go low, and he pooped all over himself.
I'm, by the way, looking at this 30 rack of Schaefer. Did every beer in the 80s have that exact same look and logo? Like,
pretty much,
I
yeah.
couldn't tell that apart from any other beer back then.
Let me see it.
Like,
From
from what I remember of Schlitz, like, this looks just like a Schlitz, too.
It looks a
or
lot like
hams
it
or
looks,
something.
Right. Looks a lot like a shit.
Come on, Schlitz. Throw an L in there.
Yeah, I'm trying
Good
to.
for
man.
Xander, though. 2 majors, and he couldn't miss yesterday. That back nine was phenomenal. He could not miss. He was just dialed.
So a couple things here. We finally have, I guess it's not official, Vic, but soon to be official that the Westbrook thing is happening. So I was following this in real time. I got the Woj alerts on my phone. So anytime he tweets, I see it immediately. And the first thing that I saw was Russell Westbrook's been traded to the Utah Jazz, and I was about to lose all of my marbles. All of them.
Vic, can you take me through this whole thing and why it's happened the way it's happened and how it went down the way it went down? I don't seem to be able to understand what's going on.
Well, I think the Clippers were holding out because they wanted something. They wanted something in return. The Utah Jazz wanted to get rid of something. Okay? So one team wants something. The Jazz wants to get rid of something. What the Jazz does not want is another veteran guard, a Westbrook on their roster. They don't want that. So they were willing to eat that salary because they have the room to do that. Their salary cap situation is far different than what the Nuggets and Clippers are involved in. So they needed that third team as a vehicle, and it worked out perfectly. Utah wanted no part of Russell Westbrook. They wanted the roster spot. They wanted the availability, which is what they got. The Clippers wanted something. They got Chris Dunn, which they got. And the Nuggets got the guy they wanted in Russell Westbrook. And now we see, here's how I consider this trade. It is truly a roll of the dice. It is either going to be really good and very effective or really bad. But it is a roll of the dice I am willing to take. I will take this roll of the dice. What is the worst thing that could happen? Worst thing that could happen is this guy misses 114 straight shots, gets all unruly in the locker room, tries to take the team apart at the seams, is angry all the time. If all that stuff happens, you cut him. Big deal. You cut him. It's not hard. He's not making that much. You cut him if it doesn't work out.
One of the concerns you have, I've never heard of Russell being a malcontent.
No, and I'm just raising
I got you.
Scenarios that are out there. That's all.
That let's be honest about it. That scenario you laid out is the far worst case scenario.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to work out. I think it's a great calculated risk, one that I've advocated from the get-go. They need that burst of energy. They need that dog. They need that guy to hold other players accountable. They need a guy that can go to the rim, get to the rim, who can finish at the rim. He can't shoot. We know this. He can't shoot. There are things he can't do. He's limited at his age of 36, but I like it. I do. I like it coming off the bench. And if they do it the right way, use him in the right way, I'll ask you right now, off the bat, who would you rather have as your backup point guard? With all due respect to my man, Reggie Jackson. Love the man. Who would you rather have as your backup point guard?
Westbrook.
Probably Russell Westbrook.
No question. No
Why?
question. Because, you know what? I'll put this in a very layman's term but easy way. Like, Westbrook's still a threat. Like, you have to be aware of him. He can burn you with some of the athletic stuff that he can do. Reggie was very much like, is my shot hitting or not? Is my floater hitting or not? But you didn't it didn't feel like you had to be aware of where Reggie Jackson was when he was on the floor.
And here's the thing about Russell Westbrook that I love more than anything. He goes 100 miles an hour every minute he's on the floor.
Yep.
You will never, ever look out there and say, Westbrook's loafing. That's not what he does. He goes 100 miles an hour, and the Nuggets need that. So the end result...
Part of that, too, Vic, to me, though, is because he's going to be a highly motivated player. He wants to win. He's never won. He needs to win before this is all said and done. Plus, on the defensive side of things, I'm looking forward to that as well. It's a pretty dang good defender, so let's get it on.
Like, Russell Westbrook's pretty clearly a Hall of Famer, isn't he, Vic?
Yeah, I mean, it's already done. He is the most decorated teammate Nikola Jokic has ever had. And I know he hasn't been to the All-Star game in a bit, right? But he's got All-Star appearances galore. And if you look at Nikola Jokic's teammates over the years, how many All-Stars has he played with? He's played with two, Paul Millsap and DeAndre Jordan. DeAndre Jordan is not in the rotation. So you got to wonder, does that really count? And Paul Millsap was at the tail end of his career, and he barely got in the rotation at times. So this is going to be the first All-Star, former All-Star, that's going to play critical minutes with and without Nikola Jokic.
Yeah. You know, I think there's a lot of scenarios, too, in which I almost see Westbrook, and maybe this is foolish on my part, and I don't mean this like they're the same player, but as far as how they can be used, I see him kind of like Bruce Brown in this sense. I could see him playing with the starting five. I could see him doing that. I could see Russell Westbrook, you know, let's say that Porter's shot is off on any given night, that he finishes games with that starting unit. Like, I could see all that.
I totally agree with you. And again, this does not happen, everybody, unless they get the sign-off from teammates, from guys like Nikola Jokic and Aaron Gordon and the like. It doesn't happen. I guarantee they talked it, they discussed it. This was something that was brought up weeks ago. And they're going to go into this with eyes wide open. Again, I asked the question, who would you rather have as your backup point guard, Russell Westbrook or Reggie Jackson? You guys both said Westbrook. So what is there to lose then? What is there to lose?
There is nothing to lose. So we're all in agreement on that. I mean, you're right. I just hope that I hope that it is the best it can possibly be. I do not see your worst case scenario even remotely being able to play out. He's not that guy. But if it did, let's get rid of him.
It's an easy fix.
He's not that guy, and he's highly motivated to be a member of this organization and to try to win.
Something else.
His biological clock is a ticking, and he ain't never won.
Something else about Russell Westbrook that I think you should keep in mind. So you said, Vic, he's highly decorated. He's the most decorated player that teammate that Jokic has ever had. Here's the other thing about him, though. He's done all of that and really never been overly concerned with being the guy on a team. And he's certainly not that now at 36. He recognizes that's why he went off the bench, the last couple of years. But think about his career. He's always played second fiddle. He had a couple of years in OKC after Durant left where he was the guy, but he was Durant's number 2. He was in Houston, James Harden, Chris Paul's number 2 or 3. He's always been somebody who has not been at the forefront of a franchise. And I think he gets weirdly and oddly lumped into the same categories as guys like James Harden and people like that, where they're like, oh, he's got an ego. And I'm like, not in the way that those guys have. I mean, he's got an ego because he's good, but he's never been somebody that, I used the term malcontent earlier. I've never heard him being a bad teammate or somebody that's like, no, this is my team. It's not his. He's never been that guy.
Right. Hey, Vic, real quick. So as soon as it's official, we'll go through the proper channels and really grind on that. Summer League for your Denver Nuggets at 2-3. Finish at 2-3. Trey Alexander had a really good game in his last game.
He's pretty good, man.
Trey Alexander's numbers at Summer League, 17 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists. He was the best point guard on the Nuggets roster in that.
He might be the best point guard in the damn Summer League, Vic. He was 8 of 10 the other day and 3 of 3 from long range in 29 minutes. You saw that, right? I mean, this guy, he didn't have a bad game really at all Summer League long. He didn't look bad or he didn't stumble. He was a plus 10. Nuggets finally get their second win, but did they find something? Vic, what's your now just between us and the listeners, okay? What's your inside dope and what's your inside jam on the kid? And are they overly pleased with how he performed?
Well, of course they are. He's better than expected, but if you're going to equate performances in Summer League to what you can do in the NBA.
But all we had to do was see some things, and we saw some things. Yeah. We saw his aggressiveness. Yeah. We saw his shooting ability.
He is simply what he's done. He's overtaken Pickett as the number 3 point guard. It's what he's done. Now there's some hard questions in the organization on what they're going to do with Jalen Pickett. I don't know what you do there outside of eat the contract. I don't know how you keep all of these guys on the roster. Maybe you do. Maybe you just do it as long as you can and do what they did last year. Last year they had a pair of point guards. One was a two-way in Gillespie, and the other one was a guaranteed contract in Pickett. And who did they play more often? It was Gillespie.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I don't know. They might just have to eat it. And whatever. Like, so you made a mistake. Admit it, move on, that sort of thing. But what's funny to me, that first initial wave of free agency, I mean, how long did it take before the Sarge signing happened, Vic? It was like a couple of weeks, right? And you were just sitting there. You were waiting for some sort of move. Everybody else around the NBA is getting better. And the thought process was, hey, Calvin Booth, get off your butt and go do something. When I think this was the plan all along. I bet you they had Saric and Westbrook pinpointed from the very beginning, and it was just about when the timing was right to make these moves happen. It wasn't it wasn't them doing nothing. It was them waiting for their proper opportunities, I guess.
If you think about it, their entire offseason has been very methodical.
Yes.
Everybody knew who the Nuggets were going to draft. They drafted him. Everybody knew that the Nuggets were going after Dario Saric. At least I told you as much. And they got him. Everybody knew they had interest in Russell Westbrook, and they got him. There were no secrets.
Nope.
No secrets unfolded in what the Nuggets did this offseason. Now, the one thing that sucks, and it does suck, there's no way around it, is the fact that your first-round pick got hurt in his first Summer League game. And that is going to leave a bit of a mark because I thought he could have been of ample support during the regular season.
Yep.
I really do. It's not the end of the world, but it hurts.
303-504-0925. Speaking of some offseason stuff, we got some rumors surrounding Mikko Rantanen that I want to get to in a little bit. Also, all 32 teams in the NFL will report to training camp this week. A couple of questions surrounding the Broncos. Some guys starting off on the PUP list, one that I think is really going to matter.
Also, We're back at Broncos camp this year, which is awesome. But if you don't want us around, and you don't want fans around or anything like that, there's something you should do.
Are you giving a message to the Broncos or what?
Listen up when we come back.
Go ahead, Moj. What's your story?
Last year, I'm glad that we're back at Broncos camp this year. I'm thankful for it. It's going to be fun. Last year, I got the impression that Sean Payton didn't want us there. I didn't want anybody there. I want to get out of business, right? And that's chilled out. That's cool, and it's going to be awesome. Vic, Brett, let's say you don't want anybody at your camp. There's one thing you can do. One thing.
What's that?
And get away with it. Well, the Raiders have decided they want to go to L.A. for training camp.
Okay.
However, they're in the L.A. area. Team is still very popular there, are they not?
They are.
Okay.
Very.
According to a league policy, the Raiders deciding to hold their camp near L.A. means they're infringing on the home territory of both the Rams and the Chargers. And apparently the restrictions now have come down. Not only are fans banned from Raider camp, but the team isn't even allowed to advertise the fact that they're going to be in L.A.
So why are they going to LA?
Also, no local media can show up. They get to have a few They get to have a few season ticket holders, a couple of VIPs during their 18-day stay, but that's it. And that is all. So it's going to be nothing but focus on football, apparently, for the Vegas Raiders because they decided to go there. Now, listen, you're not going to have training camp in Vegas in July and August because your heads will catch fire and you'll probably half the roster will be passed out.
Yeah, but you can go to Reno.
Yeah, you can go to Reno, sure. I mean, whatever the fact of the matter is, these clubs have a 75-mile radius that other clubs cannot infringe on. So if let's just hypothetically say you're Sean Payton and you wanted nobody at your training camp, just go hold it in Kansas City.
Yep.
Just go to KC and set up camp.
Hold on a second, though. Yeah. Regarding your rule, for years, the Dallas Cowboys held their training camp in Thousand Oaks, California.
Right.
How come that did not apply to them?
I don't know. I have no idea. The Chargers and Rams could have given the Raiders permission, but the two teams blocked that from happening, which I think is appropriate. Hey, you come infringe on our territory? Ain't happening. So if you want to be here, hey, go do your little campy camp, go have your 2-a-days or whatever it is you do, Raiders, but you ain't getting our peeps. Our people are not going to
When is the first day of Broncos camp? The official first day? When
26th,
we show up and we do
I believe. I don't know for us. For them, I think it's the 26th.
Which is Friday.
Friday.
Right? Yeah, Friday.
Hang on.
So they haven't released any schedules yet. Usually they have a barbecue, right, on a Wednesday or Thursday. Veterans report. Rookies already start working out. I haven't seen any of that stuff yet. Everything's still under the radar.
Yeah.
I know that camp is supposed to start on the 26th.
Friday.
But when do the veterans report? Reporting day then must be either the 24th or 25th this week.
That's correct.
Yes. Yeah, that first day.
Has to be.
Friday is the first day of camp, 10 a.m. Saturday, back together weekend. Next one, I mean, they got them all throughout the next few weeks, but they have that joint practice with the Packers. That's going to be on August 16th as they get into the middle of the preseason.
So have you guys received, I have not gotten any information regarding what the Broncos are going to do this week. Like, there's nothing on usually this stuff's already set in stone.
Yeah. Haven't seen anything yet.
Might be some final details to iron out. Who knows?
Couple of things with that, by the way. As fast approaching Friday, first day of camp, and I'm told you, I'm starting to get that itch, and I want to see what this team is going to look like. At least initially the preseason sort of roster, which guys we're going to see in game one. I just wonder how much of Sean Payton and the Broncos brass, what their approach is going to be heading into this year, given the fact that they just don't seem to be very talented. For the first time in a long time, You know, ESPN, they had those lists that you hate, Vic, because it's that time of year where they're doing top 10 at each position around the league and blah, blah, blah. As far as top 10 players that were named or honorable mentions underneath the articles for all these positions, the Broncos had 4 guys. Out of all the positions in the league, it was tied for the least with the Panthers and the Giants. Like, they just aren't that talented right now. And I made this sort of comparison, and I think it's a good thing to keep in mind. You know, Jared Bailey of USA Today called them a directionless franchise right now, which I totally disagree with. I think they are. They have a direction that they're going to. Now, whether it works or not, I don't know. But I said the Broncos, it feels like, finally put away the Letterman's jacket and realized, you know what, I'm a 30-year-old man. I'm not an all-state football player anymore from 12 years ago. I need to recognize what the situation is. And they're moving forward in that sort of direction. But can Sean Payton actually commit to this without his head falling off? Like, can he take the short-term L's to build something better long-term?
Okay, that's a great question, Brett. I'll answer that with a question. What's the alternative? He has no alternative. He has to try to make this work.
But we saw what happened last year.
If he wants to stay as the head coach of the Denver Broncos, I know what we saw last year, but he's got to realize that now this is turnaround time. It has to be turnaround time.
You know, you just told me, Moj, you and your daughter had a discussion yesterday in which she didn't like the discussion, but you were doing the dad thing.
Right.
You would probably not talk to her if she was 5 years old in the same way.
That is correct.
That's what I think Sean Payton has to get over. You know, last year what happened? When the Broncos played poorly, and I remember specifically during the Detroit game. You guys remember the incident that went down in the Detroit game on the sideline between him and Russell Wilson? I don't think he can have one of those with Bo Nix this year because the expectations have to be different than what they were heading into last season. They have to be. And, you know, they were just showing highlights from Bears camp. And I go, I wonder how much different we'd think about Bo Nix if it was this. Because, Vic, you said last week you were listening to national radio, Fox Sports, Mike Harmon. I think that was the guy, right? That was saying that the Broncos are an underrated team.
That's his surprise team.
I heard the same thing. They're having a similar discussion this weekend. I had the radio on. He was saying the same thing. And he said, well, Bo Nix is a veteran. He's more of a veteran rookie quarterback, if that makes sense. He's a guy who's a 5-year starter in college. And I go, all of that would make sense if he had what maybe Chicago is working with right now with Caleb Williams, where he's walking into a situation where he has Keenan Allen and DJ Moore and Rome Odunze and Cole Kmet and DeAndre Swift and like actual dudes that are surrounding him on offense. That's going to be the difficulty for me is, yes, he has that added bump of being a veteran rookie, a guy who's played a lot in college, but he doesn't have the help. And I think that's where it's going to get really difficult. And I hope that in camp, maybe a couple of guys can change their mind. Maybe Troy Franklin looks great. Maybe Marvin Mims looks like he's made a big jump. But I just don't know that now.
These narratives will develop. This is what's going to happen. Write this down. Record this, Nelly. Record this. We're talking about Broncos camp right now on the outside looking in, and we're trying to find storylines, and we're a little bored, and we're looking at this generically, and we're saying, what do they have? What are we going to do? As soon as camp starts, as soon as we get in there, as soon as we start broadcasting from the grassy area, we're going to turn into almost, I know what Mosier's going to do. Mosier's going to turn, I'm going to
take the D.
grab pom-poms off the sideline.
I'm taking the D is what I'm going to do. I got to take the D.
It's going to,
you
know how this works.
My butt.
When we get on the inside and we talk about the team every day, we get into the minutia, everything changes. Hey, these guys look okay. Hey, that guy looks great. Hey, these guys have a chance. This is how it works. Sure. Once you're there, you're inserted into the daily event of training camp, and you see them work out every day. You can't help but think that way.
Let's have a contest on Camp Darling as well. Everybody gets to pick a guy that you think is going to be the, quote, Camp Darling. And not River Craycraft or somebody like that. A guy. All right, Camp Darling.
You want me to pick one right now?
No. Not
I can make a guess right now.
Not till we get to camp.
Because it's already been happening.
No, not till we get to camp. Hold on.
It's going to be Lucas Kroll. Look, that's the guy that Sean Payton keeps talking about.
I understand that, but you blew it.
What do you mean I blew it?
Well,
I'm making a
Fine. Some
training camp
tight
prediction.
end's going to emerge, and he's going to be a total stud. That's great.
So wait, is what you're saying, Vic, is the same thing that I saw here at the the SEC media poll for who's going to win the SEC championship this year. So I think there's around 200. I haven't done the full math, but around 200 votes in this, okay? 165 of these voters chose Georgia. Makes sense.
Shocker.
27 chose Texas.
Okay.
12 chose Alabama.
Huh.
4 Ole Miss. 2 chose Vanderbilt. Is that the preseason hype that you're talking about?
Wait. 2 people chose Vanderbilt to win the SEC.
There's no way they did.
In playing football. Yeah. 2 of them.
Hold on a second. Let's stop the show.
Which is the same amount of people who chose LSU to win the SEC, by the way.
Everybody stop driving. Stop what you're doing. Stop producing. If you're out there delivering stuff, stop delivering. If you're mowing lawns, stop mowing. Stop constructing. Stop working. Stop laboring. Stop all industries. 2 people voted for Vanderbilt to win the SEC.
Yeah.
If that happens, I will broadcast naked for the rest of my career.
Well, then can I ask that you do the shows from home from here on out? I think we actually looked this up. Let me see it again.
They were plus 500,000 or something.
This is what I want to see.
Please. They were like
For conference
to win the SEC. They were like plus 500,000. Like you bet $100, you win $500,000
on Circus Sports. If these 2 guys truly believe this, they can jump on Circus Sports, their app right now. Put down a $100 bet on Vandy to win the SEC championship game and win $500,000. That's what they can get.
That tells you where it is. That's just stupid.
That's just so
They're
dumb.
not. You know, Vandy is the nerd in the league that's just there to prop up the GPA. That's what Vandy is.
Oh, really, Vic? You think so? Is that what you think? You're so confident in that? Well, then why don't you go on Circa and vote no on them to win the SEC championship game? And to win $100, you just have to throw down $532,000 in order to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Why don't you do that?
To win $100, I have to wager $500,000.
Yeah. If you're so confident, Vic, then go do it.
Here's what I say about Vandy winning the SEC.
Gosh, it's like a trumpet. Like, how is it that loud?
Nelly, you could put Vic in his nose blowing in your brass band.
You really could.
He could actually fill a role.
Hey, but
lead trumpet upside right there.
100%.
Speaking of, so Nelly was out at Dick's this weekend for the Rapids game. He was playing for the C38 folks beforehand. Can we give it up for our Rapids taking home the cup, please, against RSL?
Nelly, what was it like during that deluge? Man, that thing looked nasty when that weather came in.
Oh, brutal.
Oh yeah, it was getting nasty. Everybody was huddled under the concourses, and then every now and then those sheets of rain would go sideways, and everybody would cheer. Man, it was bonkers.
Rapids, God, they are good this year. I mean, it's a hell of a turnaround that Chris Armas has done. Because I think they're still They're still 4th, I think, in the Western Conference. Because they had some room to make up. Because some teams at the top, pretty damn good. But yeah, they're in 4th right now. They got 41 points on the season. Playing great, man.
It's good to see. Plus beating
How about
Salt
my boy
Lake
Cole Bassett knocking in that penalty kick.
Yep.
To give him the lead late. You know what's soccer players celebrate, and especially like late goals like that, the way they celebrate, it's just full theater. Like it's like a 10-minute celebration. They just keep going and going. And it's okay.
Pretty much. Hey, one more back to football real quick.
Yep.
Get ready for this, Vic, because you're talking about all the hype. You know, that we're going to find a Camp Darling I brought up. We're going to, get excited, and maybe they're not going to be that bad, and so on and so forth. As if Patrick Mahomes needed anything else in his entire life. You see what's going on between he and Xavier Worthy, their first-round pick?
Yeah, this is obvious. I mean, it was the most obvious thing in the world.
So here's what's happening. Vic, Xavier Worthy's a little guy, right? Well, he's 5'11". What is he, like 175? He's not
he's very fast.
Yeah. So here's the Chiefs' new play. Say hut.
Run.
7-step drop and throw it as far as you possibly can, and dude catches it and runs into the end zone.
What do you run, a 4.22 at the
ridiculous.
combine?
The kid is, he's really fast. And so all the hype now at the beginning of Kansas City Chiefs camp is, Oh, boy.
4-2-1.
The dude ran a 4.21. Katie Wingy had a longer pregnant pause on our program last week than it took him to run that damn 40. And I don't know.
Look,
are we Bronco people just going to sit here and watch Mahomes get all these weapons after
hold on,
replace the weapons, and he wins without the weapons, and he
before
wins.
you go too crazy, there's a whole bunch of fast guys that it doesn't translate on the field, okay?
Exactly.
You remember John Ross, who was drafted by the Bengals, I want to say, like 7 or 8 years ago? He ran like a 4.23. Nothing happened with him.
Wasn't he out of Washington?
I think so.
You have to have the quarterback to get the ball to these weapons.
But you remember that
And
Tyreek
that's what
Hill guy?
Kansas City has.
Remember that Tyreek Hill guy who just ran down the field really fast and Mahomes threw the ball high in the air to him? Remember that guy?
Yeah, Tyreek had some other qualities other than just being fast.
Understood.
But I get it.
Understood. Anyway, as Bronco people, I sit here, and again, Harbaugh now says Lamar Jackson took some shots at them and all this. All right. I don't want to sit here and watch everybody else still be good. Like, I don't want to see Mahomes is only 28 years old. I don't.
That's what's going to happen.
When he's
you better be
30,
resigned to that.
Well, is he going to be playing until he's until he's 37? And they're just going to keep running fast guys, and he's just going to throw the ball as far as he can.
Do you think he's just going to go away? Do you think he's just going to show up one day and say, "Hey, I feel bad for Mark Mosher, and let me just go ahead and call it"? What do you think he's going to do? He's going to be here for the next decade.
But he is on the Phil Rivers train. Did you know that? Like they're going to have another kid. Like he's making lots of kids.
If I were to take the spot of Joe Biden in the presidential election after he has dropped out, and I ran on a campaign that said, I will end Patrick Mahomes' career, could I win?
Hey,
could I win?
Did you see Shams broke that news? Shams is breaking everything now.
Man. How does Shams break that news, by the way? That's the first thing that I saw, and I go, well, it's Shams. I trust it, but why am I seeing it from him first?
I mean, if Shams broke some news about me, I would trust it.
Yeah.
Even if I didn't know.
Yeah, like Brett will have a sandwich for lunch today, and I go, I guess you're right.
I think I am having a sandwich.
Shams has it.
But if I did that, Moshe, hang on.
Yeah.
If I did that, I made my entire campaign about I will
You got
ban
my vote.
Patrick Mahomes from playing in the NFL. Do you think I could get at least a percentage of the country to vote for me?
Well, you'd win Colorado easy. No problem.
No, you wouldn't.
Why?
What's your stance on taxes? As I said before, Patrick Mahomes will not be a Chief.
You got my vote. I'm in.
You know why you wouldn't? You know why you wouldn't win Colorado? Because there are as many people that live here now that aren't Bronco fans as that there are Bronco fans. That's why.
Speaking of,
I don't believe that.
So
I believe it.
I don't believe.
Hold on
that.
a
I
second.
believe it. Just walk outside on any given Sunday.
You're just
go downtown on a Sunday. Go to North Denver on a freaking Sunday
Dude,
during a Bronco game, and tell me if there are Bronco fans here. Tell me where they're from.
By the way, Texter says,
sort of anecdotal.
Kane 2024 drone strike Mahomes. I did not say that. I did not say that I'm going to end Mahomes. I'm just saying I'm ending his NFL career. I would find a way to ban him from the league.
Barrett's going to have a story today where you're trying to drone strike him.
I said specifically I would not do that.
I heard you say you
would not.
Anyway,
look,
so
man,
this guy. Either way, I'm getting football nightmares of Xavier Worthy just blasting by the Broncos secondary, and here comes.
You spend a lot of time worrying about other. I mean, you know what? Just calm down. You worry too much about other teams and what they do.
You told me not to worry about my team, and I'm not worrying about my team because I know what they're in for this year.
Hold on, Moshe.
What?
Vic's right on this. You have a lot of concern for teams that aren't the Broncos when the Broncos aren't going to be good this year anyway. It's like, I think it's a bad thing to worry about, to waste your energy concerned with the Chargers or the Chiefs when the Broncos are going to win 5 games.
Okay.
This isn't the year to be worrying about that stuff.
But
if they had Peyton Manning right now, then yeah, there's legit reason to be concerned.
But for the most part, when the Broncos were trying to get back at it, you didn't really have a ton to contend with inside your own division. I mean, the Raiders have spiked and been good. Chargers have always chargered. The Chiefs were okay, playoff team, but not a playoff team. And now you've got a juggernaut in Kansas City that's not going away anytime soon, number one. Number two, I'm afraid that this L.A. team is going to do something magical with Harbaugh, and Herbert's going to become that guy and whatever else. And then I don't even care about the Raiders; they stink. But I just see hindrances in the Broncos' way to getting good inside the division, let alone inside the AFC.
I stand by what I said. I think Denver and Colorado is not what it used to be in terms of loyalty to teams. If you asked about loyalty to football teams, you'd be 50-50 in this town now.
There's no way. There's no way.
People are bringing their transplant teams with them to this town. I see it every day.
Yeah, but to say
I see it every day.
But to say it's half Bronco fans.
I see it every single day.
303-504-0925, broadcasting live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this. So when the news did break over the weekend, a president not running for a second term, pretty big deal. There's something else that happened in the middle of that, and it's become a common theme, so much so that it's become a joke within the baseball community. Shortly after the news of Biden withdrawing from the race was announced, Nick Castellanos hit a home run, and somebody's compiled a list of all of the home runs hit during significant events over the past few years of Nick Castellanos. The first one was obviously the Tom Brenneman apology, that he hit a home run in the middle of it.
That was remarkable, that one. That was a remarkable situation.
He homered during a eulogy for a World War II veteran.
Oh, God.
He homered with a 9/11 tribute video package on the air. He homered 10 minutes after Will Smith slapped Chris Rock. He homered when Dwayne Haskins' death was announced during a game. He homered during a Memorial Day tribute package on the air. He homered during a eulogy for a deceased PA announcer for the stadium. He homered Vin Scully's death announcement. He homered an hour after the death of Queen Elizabeth was announced. He homered during the Ocean Gate submarine explosion. He homered, I guess recently, shortly after the assassination attempt on Trump, and then with Biden withdrawing from the race, amongst other things. This guy is a magnet for whenever there's a bad moment happening for somebody, he is going to smack one 450 feet to left field.
And did you see someone actually dug up when he was in the minors? He went yard on the day that Osama bin Laden got.
Really?
Yes. In 2011.
He just focuses, dude. He focuses.
It's the most insane thing in the world.
He focuses. There's stuff going on around the world, and he says, okay, it's time for me to focus.
That's insane, right? It's no longer a coincidence. If something like this happens over and over again, this is just it's a steroid to him. Are you talking about something that's not baseball? Boom! How's that?
Bam! It was almost as awkward as when Kyle did the JFK piece and went straight to Mosier announcing a goal.
That is true.
A morbid retrospect on JFK. I mean, completely useless, by the way. No reason to do that during a hockey game, but you guys chose to. You guys decided to do a useless look back at the history of President Kennedy's death, assassination, and then straight to a goal.
And that was the day we lost our 35th president of the United States.
Score!
Yeah. By the way,
and from
congratulations
this building, Lee Harvey
to
Oswald
you and
was in the school book depository. Sad day for him. Score!
That's what it was. Congratulations, Moj, to you and the entire Avalanche crew. You guys came away with an Emmy for game production the other night.
Way to go, Moj.
Right
I will take part credit in this because I've told you to say things during your broadcast.
Okay, and I'll give you full credit.
I get at least a finger of the Emmy. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go home and I'll when I get it.
Break that off. Give it to me.
Well, it's metal, so I'll go home and cut it off.
Yep.
With a go ahead and cut off a little piece and just give it to you.
Thank you.
In Victorio, how did it go on Saturday? I know it was a big honor for you. Golden Circle. Did it go well?
Did you just call it the Golden Circle?
What is it? Silver Circle.
Yeah.
Sorry, Silver Circle.
It was fine. It was good. It was an honor. It was flattering. It was great.
What about the video?
Oh, the video that you voiced. Oh, thank you for doing that, by the way. What do you want? You want money?
How about a cookie?
What do you want from me?
Well, just
you voiced a video. You want some money?
And I did it for my boy.
Just so you guys know.
Hey, way to show up. Way to show up and support me then.
It's like $190.
Hey,
I know that was a little excessive.
Just so you guys know, I also emceed a chicken wing eating contest this weekend, so I want some respect.
Hey, Brett, way to show up and support your boy.
I don't care about your awards. You know that about me.
Yeah.
I showed up to the announcement because they said I could have some drinks. I did do that.
Hey,
yeah, but as soon as they charge you $185 a chair, you guys backed off, didn't you?
No kidding though. So this Saturday, I was at number 38, which is a really cool spot if you guys haven't been. It's a huge bar, indoor-outdoor thing, but they had a wing eating contest, and the penultimate competition.
Was it up on the stage or where was it?
It was on the stage out there.
Yeah.
The competition was between 3 of CU's offensive linemen and 3 of the defensive linemen, and watching those big dudes just hork down wings as fast as possible was a sight. It was a sight to see.
No, in all honesty, I was going to buy a table, invite all my boys, and say, "Come on, man! Thanks everybody. Everybody, come on down." Then I saw how much they cost. I was like, "Nah, I'm good. We'll just have a little beer party some other time."
If you said, "Brett, come down and support," I'd be like, "Vic, whatever you need, buddy." The second you said it's $185, I'm like, "Vic, not whatever you need. It's only specific needs."
No, but
but congratulations.
Yeah,
That's really cool.
It was a big honor for Vic, and it's kind of a rare thing. So I'm glad it went well. That's really, really cool, and I'm glad
there's nobody else
that
old
we
enough.
won. There's a lot of old people. I'll
no,
never
but you
win
have to
that,
be in television in Denver for 25 years minimum to get
Yeah.
this. And there's nobody that qualifies because there's nobody old enough at our station that would qualify for that.
Hang on. Just out of curiosity, if I was to be on this show for 25 years and it would be simulcasted on Altitude TV for 25 years, does this count as TV for me? Would I be eligible
this show
for this?
lasts 25 years, it'll be a miracle of God.
Well, no, you guys would be long gone by then. All I'm saying is, if that were to hypothetically happen.
Whoa. You guys will be long gone by then, he says.
Yeah, I will have probably 8
in 25 years, dude?
I'll definitely be gone. I'll definitely be gone.
In 25 years, there's going to be coffins on top of coffins on top of me.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, so you guys will be dead, but if I'm on TV for the next 25 years on this show is what I'm asking. Am I eligible for this? Does this count as television?
I think it does.
Well, I can't wait for my Silver Circle.
Okay, well, good.
By the way, I know it's an exhibition game. How did South Sudan almost beat the U.S.? Did you guys watch that game? Because I watched almost
point guard. I want their point guard.
He was a stud. God, he was
want
good.
him.
So one of their guys, the other one, the lefty, the big lefty, was like 6'10", that JT Thor guy. So he actually played for Nebraska a couple years ago. He was a pretty good player. But they couldn't miss, dude.
Dude, it just goes to show you at whatever level, when you're at that level, if you don't bring it, if you don't have the ethic that's necessary, the required work ethic, you can be beaten by anybody, including the South Sudan. By the way, where's the North Sudan in this? Is the South Sudan that much better than the North? Is there a North Sudan?
There is no North Sudan.
So why do you have to
So
go
then why do they
directional?
call it South Sudan?
I don't know. I don't know. They do have a kid who's going to Duke. The big center, the 7-footer. He's going to Duke, apparently.
Now, this is a great question. Why is... Oh, because there's just... Okay, so there's Sudan and then South Sudan. There's no North.
Well,
it's like Virginia and West Virginia. There's no East Virginia.
I'm more, the Dakotas. There's North Dakota and South Dakota. You share the Dakota name.
North Carolina, South Carolina.
Yes, you share the Carolina name.
The Koreas.
Yes.
You share the Korean name. Exactly right. Now, Sudan seems to be wanting that name. South Sudan says, I'm going to take a little bit of it and I'll call it South Sudan. Not cool.
I just thought of something that got me dying laughing. It was this, I don't know if they were Vines or what they were, but it was a quick video, 9-10 seconds. This guy's hammered at a bar. He's talking to his friends. And the song from John Denver, Country Roads, Take Me Home. What is it, just Country Roads?
Yeah.
Is that the song? So it's playing, and he goes, here's the situation. This song isn't about West Virginia. It's a song about living in Western Virginia. And I was like, I had no idea. So Country Roads, Take Me Home to a Place I Belong. West Virginia. That's not
Mountain
about
Mama.
the state of West Virginia. It's about Western
How do you know?
Virginia.
How
I
do
don't
you
know.
know?
I looked it up, though, and he was right. Somebody did research on this. It was about Western Virginia.
Well, then John Denver screwed up majorly. Clarify yourself, John. God rest your soul.
303-504-0925. A lot to get to this morning. Stick around.
Have you gotten to Silterhart Motors in Broomfield yet? Well, you should, because the financing right now on pre-owned certified 2.9%. It's ridiculous. Get that new ride and get to where you're going this summer in that new ride in style. And ask for the Mosier Special by name, $1,000 in free accessories or free 3-year maintenance or an extra $1,000 in trade allowance. You got to ask for it, and they're going to give it to you. Do yourself a favor. Get to Highway 36 in Wadsworth and Broomfield to check out the unbelievable selection. Or go online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. It's Silterhart. Everything you want out of a dealership. Hey, Vic. Got him. Got him, Vic. Got him.
Who?
What do you mean, who? You. The song was written by Bill Danoff, Taffy Nivert, and John Denver. It was Danoff talking about the lyric, "The radio reminds me of my home far away," in the bridge, right? It's quintessentially West Virginian.
No.
An allusion to when he listened to the program Saturday Night Jamboree broadcast from Wheeling, West Virginia. Not Western Virginia, but the state of West Virginia.
When he says almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River are all primarily in Virginia.
Are they also in West Virginia?
Barely. A sliver.
Then that's all you need to know.
Oh, yeah, the Rocky Mountains. You know what I'm talking about? Utah. Shut the...
Hey, man. Vic.
I'm not even paying attention, you
Good.
guys. I really don't care about this conversation. I do care that Todd Helton became another representative of the Colorado Rockies in the Hall of Fame. He will go down as the greatest Rocky of all time, and that is not a debate. I know Larry Walker may have been more talented at a certain point in his career, but the greatest Rocky of all time, who played his entire career with the Rockies, is Todd Helton.
Could not agree more.
Congrats, Todd.
Also, another former Rocky went in.
Yeah, Jim Leland as a manager.
Correct. So Jim Leland went in.
Here's a couple of comments, by the way. Todd Helton talking about some superstitions in his career.
Some people have told me that my superstitions early in my career were a bit excessive. Same food, same route to field, same routine. It made sense to no one but me. I remember getting a speeding ticket on the way to the field one day in Colorado Springs. I got 3 hits that day. So, I took the same route, went the same speed, and the next day, the same officer gave me another ticket. I didn't care. I got 3 hits that day as well. I asked the officer to meet me the 3rd day, and he indulged me.
He went on, talked about some more stuff, just real quick.
Vin Scully pointed out another superstitious moment during a game at Dodger Stadium. And I swear this was the only time it happened. I started that game with a full beard, but after every at-bat that I didn't get a hit, I went back to the locker room and shaved just a little bit. Well, after 4 at-bats, I was down to a mustache. But I got a hit in my last at-bat, so to me, it was all worth it.
Awesome
So
stuff.
funny.
Do you want to hear the craziest one Helton did? So this was 2007. This was the year that they went to the World Series. And we were at the ballpark all the time, especially the second half of the season. He was going through a bit of a hitless streak. I think he went 3 at-bats, which for him was a streak. And so he decided after that game, he talked a lot. He wasn't going to turn to the reporters because the last time he did an interview, he had his back to the reporters toward his locker. So we all had to move to the other side of the locker room to catch a side of his face. And he conducted, if everybody remembers this, that followed the Rockies that season, he conducted his next 3 or 4 interviews with him facing his locker. So you couldn't see his face. And that's just the way he was. And people are like, why is he doing this? Because he's superstitious. I mean, you couldn't change him. You could not change a thing about him. That's just the way he was. That's the way baseball players are more superstitious than any athlete out there. Do you agree?
Yes.
Goaltenders can be very superstitious. Patrick Waugh was incredibly superstitious.
But you know what's weird is that I think back and it was like, did I have superstitions? Not really. But I guess they were. I just called them routines.
Right.
Like to me, like what? Like, give me an example.
You do the same thing in the on-deck circle. When you step in the box, you have to step, like, the same way. You know what I mean? Like, Nomar Garciaparra, remember when he did this over and over again with his batting gloves, like, for 50 times?
Troy Tulowitzki did that.
Is that superstition, or is that routine, or is that both?
Well, I think it's probably both. You remember there was a guy named Mike Hargrove.
Like, I don't think Nomar Garciaparra was worried about his batting gloves falling off that much. It was just something he did.
Right. Mike Hargrove, they called him the human rain delay because he had to go through, every pitch was a routine. Every single pitch was a bizarre routine when he was at the plate. So, but it would seem to me, honestly, Vic, with Todd Helton, his ability to hit the baseball, he could probably have chosen anything as, okay, I got 3 hits that day because of this or whatever, because he was such an unbelievably good hitter of the baseball.
Yeah, he was a grinder, though. See, I think superstitions, you're talking about routines that take place within the lines of the game. You're at the arena, you're at the ballpark, whatever. I'm talking about stuff that takes place away from the field. Like, Helton would do stuff away from the field that he needed to do to hit that day.
Okay, how about this, Vic? I play with a guy who ate a peanut butter and jelly sandwich before every game. Is that superstitious? He had to do it before every game. Or is that just a pregame meal that he likes to have? That's what I don't know where the line is. Now, yeah, like Jason Giambi wearing a thong because he's in a slump and he wants to break out of it and he thinks it's lucky. That's superstitious.
Moj, was it Nalen who made himself vomit before every game?
God. I'd have to call him and ask him.
There are guys who do weird things just to prepare themselves for whatever they do, I would say forcing yourself to vomit before every game is a bit on the weird side.
Yeah, probably. And incredibly uncomfortable. I don't know how people do that, by the way. If I'm going to force myself to puke, it's because I've ingested poison. Okay, that's the only way. Who likes puking like that?
I don't enjoy it at all. You've seen me though. Vic has seen me live and in person.
Yeah,
that lamb chop got stuck. It got stuck in the wrong
in a parking lot full of CUCSU fans. There's Mosier under a tree vomiting.
And, well, I tried to wash it. I tried to rinse it down with beer.
It's because you couldn't handle Vic's hog, is what I was told a couple of years ago.
Right.
The motorcycle was too much.
I tried to rinse it down with a Coors Light, and all that did was just remember Cause after the championship.
Oh, that's the best one.
All it did was bubble itself back out because the lamb chop was blocking it, and then it made me Ralph. It was awful. It was terrible.
You want to know why, Moj? I've told you this so many times. You need to take your time while eating. You don't take time. You just go. You like anaconda everything that you eat. It's just like unhinge the jaw and swallow it. It's like give it just a couple of chews first.
All right.
By the way, I this isn't sad news, but kind of out of left field. Shaq Barrett just announced he's going to retire over the weekend. He said he wants to spend more time with his family. He recently signed a deal with the Dolphins, but I guess he was just like, you know what? I'm done. And obviously we know that the tragedy that took place within his family over a few months ago?
Yeah.
Terrible.
Awful. And maybe that changed perspective on things. But what a career that guy had. Kind of came out of nowhere, burst onto the scene and blew up.
He lost a child in a swimming pool accident.
Mm-hmm.
Just awful news. Shaq Barrett, salt of the earth, class guy. When he was here, man, such a good dude, and should have stayed in Denver. But they had too many damn defensive ends and outside linebackers at the time, and found a home in Tampa and thrived there and won a Super Bowl there. You should know Shaq from his Nebraska days. I think he's a two-time wrestling champion from the state of Nebraska.
He played at UNO, and then transferred to Colorado State, and obviously made a great career for himself. And as you said, Vic,
he was there when I got there.
Yeah,
when I was a freshman.
He's just a
sweet. Were you guys bros?
He's a sweetheart of a guy.
Did not know him. No.
He's a great guy, and the tragedy, it's just a horrible thing. But it makes you really reflect, and this is his decision. I think he can still absolutely play the game, but he needs this. So
how did you not know Shaq Barrett when you were at UNO? It's not like a school of 70,000. There's probably 4 athletes on campus. How did you not know each other?
That's right. I was one of the 4. It was me, Shaq Barrett, and Greg Zuerlein. If you know the kicker in the NFL, he was Greg the Leg.
Was he there at the same time?
Yeah. Yep. Greg
and you didn't know him either?
I did not. No.
They just didn't talk to you. They didn't consider you an athlete.
The football players and baseball players did not hang. No.
You were considered one of those guys that has a scholarship based on what they do.
No, because
based on their work.
No, their program got cut because they didn't make money. So that's not true at all. The hockey players could probably say that. Hockey players could. Hockey makes some money. Yeah, Vic, we had over 15,000 people on campus. Wasn't just 5 guys.
I would probably do that if I played like for a major football program and I was walking around campus and like a swimmer came up to me. With all due respect, I'd probably say, "Hey, you wouldn't be here without us. You wouldn't have your scholarship if we didn't play football." Because it's the truth.
Sure. Yeah.
It's the truth.
I've never argued it, Vic. Never. Now, I would probably say, the scholarship that I got paid for about a book, and that was it. Mm-hmm. So it's not like we're making equal money here between you and me. But
do you think you guys see the day? And I think I do. Why do colleges have to have sports?
Well, that's a pretty loaded question, Vic.
Have to is a weird way to put it.
They don't have to. Why do they?
Yeah, why do they, I guess? Because, in Europe, the rest of the world, they don't. They have, like, intramurals, but they don't have, like, organized leagues and stuff. This doesn't take place. We're the only country where this happens.
Because it makes a ton of money.
Understood. But not all of it makes a ton of money. Not all of it. You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Why all these ancillary sports?
Like what?
Like baseball, like swimming, like soccer, like lacrosse. And I love all these sports. Listen, don't get me wrong, everybody. Man, if I had a chance to do any of those things, but I'm just saying, why do we do it in this country? Why do we pay for this? Why are there scholarships? Why are we paying for round trip airfare from UCLA to Hofstra? Why? For what?
Because it's fun. Is that a good enough answer? It's fun.
Oh, really? So this country's all about. All right, see, that's where you're wrong.
What do you mean?
Because Flack says it lures kids to watch. What kids to watch? Watch what?
I don't understand your question. Are you saying that we don't do things in this country because they're just fun things to do? That there's things that we subsidize just like happens all the time? Like
yes. In high school,
you pay
in
for
high
youth
school
sports. It doesn't make
money. In high
money.
school, there's sports at every level. I'm just saying we're the only country. Every other country has club programs. If you want to be an athlete, you go join a club. Your schools aren't sanctioned for this stuff. Your schools, it has nothing to do with the school you attend. You go to school for an education. If you want to be an athlete, you go to a club. We're the only country where the school and the sport are hand in hand, and I've always wondered why.
Okay, how about this? How's this for an answer? Because it rewards kids for hard work? That if you do something well enough and you try hard enough and you put in all the work, then you can get rewarded with a scholarship and get an education for free? Is that a good enough answer?
Okay, no, that's a great answer. Some of them really don't care about a scholarship. I mean, an education, I should say.
Yeah.
Someone just get to the next level. The reason I bring it up is because it's so disparate. Like, there are people that got college for football that are, SEC schools. Hell, half the kids that want to go to CU. Do you think they go there? What's the purpose of going to college if you're a football player? What's the purpose?
Well, not everybody's going to make it to the National Football League, bro. I mean,
but what do they
do get an education?
That's not for you to decide.
So
that's for you to. You're not deciding that. I'm saying when they decide to go to a big school, when you're a 5-star football player,
because you want to play in the NFL.
What is the purpose of going to college?
You want to go to the National Football League.
Exactly. So why are we paying for educations if that's not their purpose? Or their point, or they just want to get to the NFL. They want to do what all of us want to do. We want to get to that level of money making. So why are we putting them in a situation where we're forcing them to be student athletes?
Okay, how about this, Vic? Let's say that your model happens. No more NCAA. 5-star recruits, they go to a developmental league. You wouldn't watch it. You watch college football because it represents your college, right? If they made a G League for the NFL, you weren't watching the G League. Nobody watches the G League now.
Well, why would you if it represents your city or your community, you would?
I don't think you would, Vic. I don't think you would. I don't think the interest would be there.
I lived in Grand Rapids. They did not care at all about that G League game. At all.
Listen, and do we think Michigan State is a pretty big program?
Yeah.
Okay. How many guys truly inside that locker room truly believe they're going to the National Football League? I mean,
I would say 50%.
Oh, hang on,
Moj. You're dreaming.
I thought I was going to be a professional baseball player, okay? And I went to a D2 school.
Any kid that gets a scholarship to go play football has aspirations of getting to the next level. What I'm saying is, of those kids, how many of them really go there to go to school? Want to be in school? I don't blame them. Some of them are like, why are we doing this? I just want to get to the NBA or the NFL. I just want to get there. I have to do this because you're forcing me to do this.
How about this? What percentage of people that go to Vic's brother's studio to put out a rap album think they're going to be Drake? My guess is like 95% of them.
They probably all think they are, yeah.
Now, it doesn't mean it's going to happen, but they think that.
They probably all think they are.
I told you my freshman year at UNO. They can't do what we do. My freshman year at UNO, had a nice little trip in Florida. 3 bombs in 3 games. Ray Scout came up to me. He goes, "What's your name? What year are you?" I was like, "I'm a freshman. Sorry, buddy. You got to wait a couple of years before you get this."
Yeah. So I see this all the time at airports. These teams that travel. So you got a UNO baseball team. How many players travel to that game in Florida? How many?
I forget the number. Like 25, 26.
All right. So you got 25 plus coaches. You got a traveling party of 35, 40 people. All right. You jump on a plane. In Omaha, you go to Florida. How much you think that costs? And who's paying for that? Who's paying for the bill? Who's paying for the flight? Who's paying for the hotel? Who's paying for all those expenses? And why?
Because it's fun.
But see, it's fun for you. But why are we why are we paying for that? For what?
I don't understand this question. I don't get it. I don't know what you're trying to get at here. Like we subsidize things all the time for extracurriculars. Like again, I paid to play youth sports, or my parents did.
But what fund does that come out of at UNO?
The
Is that
athletics,
paid for by people
athletics boosters? Who knows?
So where do they get the money from?
By the way,
it paid by tuition?
To be fair, I feel like I did pay my way in. I paid money to play baseball in college. That's what the scholarship did not cover anything. I paid money to play.
Donors. Someone said donors. Donors aren't paying for baseball players to travel.
Well, they're putting it in the big fund. They put it in the big fund. It's a big sports fund. They throw it out to others.
Why do you have this bee in your bonnet?
That also is
a question. Bee. I've always wondered where it's not a bee. I don't care. It's amazing how much money is expended on all of these other sports. Thankfully, because football and basketball make money. These other sports would not exist if not for football and basketball making money.
The University of Minnesota diving team, right?
Would not exist if not for the University of Minnesota football team. Would not exist.
It might exist, but
no, it wouldn't.
It's certainly subsidized a lot.
I mean, yes, it would, Vic, because other colleges who aren't a big-time school have these programs. They do.
But how do they have them? Where do they get the money for them? That's what I'm asking.
Okay.
Where?
We're just going around and around in a circle, and you're driving me insane. I'm now insane.
Like, colleges make a lot of money. You're well aware because you're paying tuition for kids. They make a lot of money.
So is that where it comes from? So when I have to pay tuition, let's say I'm paying tuition, my kid's going to Kansas. I'm paying tuition for her. Am I paying for the swim team to travel to Des Moines? Or am I paying for her to get an education? Because if someone says to me, hey, in this tuition you're paying, you're also paying for the swim team, I say, no, it's not my job. My job is to pay for her to get an education.
When you pay, like... Can
I be excused, please?
Vic, when you pay for a candy bar, okay, let's say you go and get a Snickers bar. All the money that you pay for the Snickers bar doesn't go directly into just making the Snickers. It goes to, there's probably a charity cause that they have that they throw a few dollars at that. Like, this is how all business works. It doesn't go exactly to the thing.
You pay the
what are you talking about?
The workers.
I want an itemized receipt. I want an itemized receipt of where all the tuition payment goes. I want to know where it's going.
Just itemized. Such a funny concept. Like, nothing goes directly to the thing you pay for.
Let me tell you why you don't care. Your kid is not of age yet. When you pay for college, when you have to pay for college, and you say, "What the hell is going on?"
Here's the root cause.
My student loans, that's hurt. It hurt a lot. I just got done a few months ago.
Here's what he's pissed about. He's angry that the oldest daughter went to Loyola Marymount, and part of his tuition paid for some gal to finish 26th in the 100-meter dash or something. And
if that's the case, I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if the tuition I paid for somebody to travel from L.A. to Topeka to compete in water polo. If that's the case, I'm pissed.
I told you. I knew that was the reason. I knew it.
303-504-0925. Back after this. All right, so we talked about Russell Westbrook earlier, and the deal is pretty much done, but not official yet. Another situation similar to that, Moj Mikko Rantanen, all these reports coming out that he is close to getting, is it a 7 to 8 year extension with the Avs?
Yeah, something like that. We'll see.
It's funny. Mikko is similar to, I think, like Jamal. Incredibly important player to the team, one of the best players on the team. Without him, you would not have a championship to talk about in the last few years. But the way last year ended, and to my knowledge, Moj, he was not hurt during the postseason last year, but largely absent as far as impact throughout the postseason. And I don't know why that is.
Yeah, he was not as impactful as he has been in the past. Although he's still, we say not as impactful. I mean, to me, that sounds a bad thing.
But Moshe had numbers next to his name, but it didn't feel that way in the middle of games. Like, he would finish with like 2 or 3 points in a game, be like, I did not really notice him at all. And that's what I was getting at with Jamal is...
But I'll tell you what's interesting is he had the same amount of points, same amount of goals, same amount of assists in the postseason as Nathan MacKinnon. Yeah, nobody's going, MacKinnon didn't produce. You know what I mean? He had the same numbers.
It felt different, though.
Okay.
It felt different.
And I'll give you that, for sure. What are you getting at here? Is this a good thing, a bad thing? I mean, if he does sign... I would like him to be an Avalanche for life. Wouldn't you like that, too?
It's a great thing. And all I was going to say was he's similar to Jamal in this sense, is despite us knowing how important he is to the team, how important he is to the roster, and the impact that he has on your winning and losing, the last thing that you remember seems to be the first thing that people want to talk about, which is he wasn't great in the postseason, and now it's like, is he worth? Yes, he's worth this. Yeah. And the Avs have done that for everybody else on the roster. Like, what they've done and what I think is interesting, and I think it's a little bit aside of what the Nuggets approach has been. Calvin Booth has come out and said this, that he is trying to build something to extend the window, to a 6-year sort of championship run, as opposed to do everything we can to go back-to-back. What the Avs have done is this. I think they know, especially if this deal gets done, a big long-term extension for Mikko, because they've done this with Gabe already. Now, this was before the injury. But basically with the Gabe deal, didn't they say this, Moj? We know that we're probably going to take a little bit of a bite at the end of this contract, that he's probably not going to be the player that we're paying him to be at the end of the deal, but that's worth it for the short term.
Correct.
They're doing the same thing with Mikko.
Well, here's the difference between, let's say, Jamal Murray and Mikko Rantanen. I'm going to make this statement. You guys can freak out if you want to, or don't freak out. I would argue to you that right now, Mikko Rantanen, and the scoring will bear that out. If you want to talk about D and everything else, we can do that. He's at least a top 15, top 10 player in the National Hockey League.
Yep.
I mean, he's that good. He's that good of a right winger, right?
No doubt.
I mean, think of right wingers you would rather have than Mikko Rantanen.
There's not a lot out there.
Hey, there's not a whole lot out there that you would take over Mikko Rantanen, right? I mean, that's who he is as a guy, as a player, and he's only 27 years old. So I don't, if anybody, I will put it this way. It's the cost of doing business for a guy who's such a good player.
Yep.
He's had back-to-backs, over 100-point seasons. He's 27 years old. He's just hitting his prime. He's going to continue to produce and produce and produce. If he does sign that next contract, he'll likely end his career as a Colorado Avalanche, and one day 96 will be hanging in the rafters over in Ball Arena.
Let me ask this question to Vic.
So I don't. This is not a bad. Hopefully, you're not intimating this is a bad thing.
Well, I want to ask Vic something, because the Avs and Nuggets are in a similar situation as far as they don't have a lot of money they can spend, and so they're using that money to keep the core of the team together. But Vic, you said, when it comes to the Nuggets, and I know it's different because the CBAs are different, but are you comfortable with the idea of the Avs? They're pushing their chips to the middle of the table, and they're betting on McKinnon, Makar, Mikko, all these different guys. This is going to be the dudes that are going to carry us, championships or not, in the next X amount of years, because they won't have a lot of money to play with outside of that.
Well, here's my response to questions like that. When people ask about the Nuggets and spending money on certain players in the Avs, What's your alternative?
Exactly.
What are you going to do? You going to just trade everybody and start anew? I mean, you spend all this time, all these resources, all this development to put the core of your team together, right? You got these guys from the get-go. You nurture them. You cultivate them. You feed them. You watch them grow. You watch them mature. And then you get to a point where you're like, screw it. Of course you're going to go with these guys. Of course that's what the Avs are doing. Of course that's what the Nuggets are doing. You're going to ride them as long and as far as you possibly can. And then you start over.
How old
It's not the time to panic.
How old is Nathan MacKinnon?
27?
He'll be 29 on September 1st. How old is Cale McCarr?
He and Joker are basically
same guy,
of the same age, same level, they're on the same path.
Dueling MVPs. How old is Cale McCarr?
He's 6.
He's 25.
25?
14?
Looks 14.
He doesn't turn 26 until October. Okay? But that's 26 is prime, but although Cale McCarr is already a Norris Trophy winner, he's been in his prime since he got in the league, right?
Right.
Mikko Rantanen is 27 years old, bro. I mean, yes, you build around these guys. Yes, this is your core. Yes, these are the guys who are going to get you to another Stanley Cup championship.
It's always been funny to me, and I see this happen in football a lot. So let's say you have a top-end first-round draft pick, okay? Top 5. And you draft an edge rusher. And the edge rusher turns out to be like really good player, Von Miller type. You know, there's one guy this just happened to, Brian Burns over in Carolina. And I just watched, by the way, Vic, the in-season or off-season Hard Knocks, one of the episodes where the Giants got Brian Burns. And I've always been weirded out by this. You invest that high-end draft capital. The guy actually hits. He's the guy that you expected him to be with that top-end draft pick. And then his rookie contract's up, and you're like, I don't know if I want to pay it. I'm like, then what was the point of getting that guy in the first place?
Well, that happened in Denver, and it happened to a guy we just mentioned, a guy by the name of Shaq Barrett.
Now, he had the explosive year after he left Denver.
But he had all the potential, and everybody saw it. Everybody saw the potential. They made the choice not to bring him back. Let him hit free agency. That was a choice.
But what's weird about, and I'm going to use Brian Burns as a specific example, is this. You draft the guy high. You expect him to be a star. He is a star. He gets you numbers. He's a big piece of your team. It comes payday, and you don't want to pay him. And so you let him go. In the next draft, you do what? We got to find another Brian Burns. It's like, well, then why did you let the guy go in the first place? Like, this is the stuff with Mikos and Jamals and guys like that. You invest in them. They actually become the player you hope they become. And then it's like, well, do you want to pay the guy? Of course you should. Like, that was the whole point in getting him, is you wanted him to be a core piece of your team. But there's some people that I've seen surrounding the Mikko stuff that go, yeah, I just think it's too much money. And I go, well, what do you want to do now? Let him go and find another Mikko?
Yeah,
good luck.
It's the cost of doing business for a top 10 player in the league. When Mikko Rantanen's career was done, I want to put some things in perspective. Vic, who's the greatest Finnish hockey player of all time? Teemu Selanne, correct? Would you agree with that?
He wasn't that great when he came to play for the Avs because he was hurt.
Yeah, if there wasn't a lockout, he would have retired because his knee was trash. Anyway, got his knee fixed, had a whole full year to rehab because they lost the season, and he came back and played great. Jari Kurri is number 2 in terms of all-time Finnish scores, right? But when I look at Mikko Rantanen, who right now sits 9th overall in the history of Finnish hockey players in the NHL, already top 10 scoring-wise, he's going to be, depending on what Barkov does. Now, how long is Alexander Barkov going to play? I don't know. He's got more points than Mikko. He's been in the league a year longer than Mikko.
Yeah.
Or maybe 2. He's 1 year older. But nonetheless, he's going to be a top 5 Finnish player of all time when his career is over.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? He's going to get to 1,000 points in the National Hockey League, for God's sake, but probably a lot more. I mean, I don't know what people don't want. I don't know what people don't see or need, or what do they want out of him?
I'm telling you, this is it.
And by the way, not a lot of guys in this world who are as damn a good a player as Mikko Rantanen is are cool just being sort of a third fiddle on a team, which is absolutely what he is.
The bigger thing, and I guess this is the overarching point that I'm making because it applies both to him and Jamal Murray, is that people have the memories of goldfish, okay? And so the last thing that they saw is the thing that sticks out most. I mean, Vic, when you were talking about this offseason, like, if the Nuggets want to be bold and trade one of their players, I saw people like, well, maybe we should trade Jamal. And I'm just like, Do we not remember how important that guy was to bringing a championship here? That without him, this wouldn't have happened? But because the last thing that you saw was a disappointing playoff run, and you're like, well, the guy might be expendable now. I'm like, no, I don't think so. I don't think so at all.
I think what you're thinking about is paying for something in arrears, something he did, years back or whatever. That's not the point. The point is, what is your alternative? I will say that again. You may not like a max player on your team. You may not like it. What is your alternative? Now, if you can paint a bona fide alternative to me, if you can give me an alternative, like I gave you guys when I said everybody wants to trade MPJ. Okay, what's your alternative? If someone said to me, MPJ straight up for Lauri Markkanen, now there's an alternative. There you go. Ain't happening. Ain't happening. What is your alternative? For the investment you made in the player, in the max.
It's also not just that, right? It's, okay, let's say you find an alternative. Okay, Vic, so you said MPJ for Lauri Markkanen. Well, Lauri Markkanen's going to be eating up more money than Michael Porter Jr. would next year. And
he wouldn't. No,
he's going to sign a max contract.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be at that level. How do you know it's going to be at that level?
Because Lauri Markkanen's an all-star. And all-stars... What do you mean?
He's a one-time All-Star. He wasn't an All-Star this year. You have to meet it that year when you sign your contract.
Max contracts are also higher now, even for non-All-Stars, than they were when Michael Porter Jr. signed the contract. Gotcha. He'll make more money next year. And you have to give him that deal, so you're kind of in the same financial situation. But what I'm saying is, like, let's say you let Miko walk and somebody has a good alternative. Oh, this guy's just as good as Miko. Well, I bet you he's going to make just as much money as Miko then.
Yeah, find me a guy. Okay. Here's the story. If you're gonna not pay a guy, or you're gonna trade him because you don't want to pay him, or whatever the case may be, let him go free, fine. But you better find a 22-year-old kid who can do what he does.
Yeah,
or pretty damn close to it. I mean, it's what he does is incredibly valuable. I mean, over 100 points in the National Hockey League is hard to do. I hate to be the bearer of bad news for hockey fans out there. It's not an easy accomplishment. And I don't care what, if you think he didn't look good in this game or that game or that game. You're right. Okay, I can get on board with that. But overall, the guy is going to be a huge contributor for the next Stanley Cup championship you win. End of story. Or the next 3 you win.
Huge piece.
That's the way I look at it anyway.
Texas says the alternative I hear is people suggesting Rantanen for Mitch Marner. He said, which is asinine because they make the same money and Marner's a lesser player. Like you said it, Moshe. He's a top 15, top 10-ish player.
Well, he's a top 10
in the league.
Put it this way. He is a top 10 scorer in the league. Does that make him a top 10 player? He's number 8 in the league this past year. Does that make him a top 10 player? Maybe not, because maybe you want to see more. How's his back checking? How's his own zone work? All this kind of thing.
Let's say this, Moshe. If they were to say, all right, everybody who's part of a team now, nobody has any team, we're going to restart the NHL and do a fantasy draft, and that's how we're going to redo these teams. Is he a first-round draft pick?
Of course.
Then what the hell would you have any sort of hesitation about giving that guy a long-term deal?
I don't know. And I may sound like I'm shouting, and I apologize if I do.
Who's hesitant here?
Yeah, who are these people?
Are you just barking at the moon? Is this just like a made-up topic?
No, it's the same. Again, it's a very similar thing to Jamal, okay? When people
who are these people? Put them in front of me. Identify people that would be hesitant to give
Jesse's back.
Money to Miko.
Jesse is back from vacation. Alfonso, are you one of those
Trujillo.
people?
It's definitely him.
Get right in front of the camera right now.
You know what? You've seen the same thing that I've seen, Vic, though, about people talking about guys like Jamal Murray, like, oh, he was so... I'm seeing it on Twitch right now. Look through the Twitch feed of Jamal's never been that consistent. He's expendable, like that kind of stuff. And I disagree. Totally and wholly disagree. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line if you guys want in back after this.
Up in here. Hey, I got a question for you guys.
Go ahead.
Who in the heck is Thurston Lawrence?
I thought the same thing. I was watching that all Sunday.
How does a dude have a Sunday lead, Saturday lead, Sunday lead, and I don't know who the dude is? How do I not know the dude? Who is that dude?
There's always 2 or 3 guys like that when the Open comes around, and some of those European players that largely play on the European circuit, they make name for themselves. And Thurston Howell III made a name for himself.
It was not Thurston Howell III. It was Thurston Lawrence was his name.
No, it's Thurston Howell III in my world, and that's what it will be.
You got a name like Thurston. That's a golfing name.
First of all, was it Tristan?
It's Thurston.
Thurston.
With an I, not a U. It's an I. Thurston with an I. Maybe it's Thurston. Oh, my sister's name is Kristen, right?
It's a normal name.
But then why do some people go Kirsten? What's with the K-I-R instead of the K-R-I? This is Thurston. No, this is Thriston. Sorry, it's Thriston Lawrence. Thriston, not Thurston. Thriston.
Yeah, we're doing too much.
It's Thriston. Like, what kind of name is that?
How did this guy almost win and we can't say his name?
I don't know. That's what I'm
Guys, it's pronounced Tristan, is what somebody says. You know what? Then get rid of the H.
What
are you doing the H
Vic,
for me?
It's Tristan, but there's an H in there, dude.
All right, can I ask a more broad-based question, a more general question? Because every year this happens, and every year I have the same response. The British Open, otherwise known as the Open, sort of like Ohio State, they prop themselves up as being the Open, whatever. They carry themselves with so much arrogance, and it's like the place, the tournament. I enjoy watching it. It's early mornings. But let me ask you, when you're seeing the climate conditions, the wind, the rain, the gloom, the doom, the clouds, the people in the gallery huddled there, cold as can be, winter jackets, sweaters, what part of you says, oh yeah, I want some of that? Let's go on a golf trip to Great Britain. I've been asked many times, hey, you want to go play golf in Scotland? Like golf trips with buddies? I want no part of that. Golf's supposed to be fun. What part of that is fun? Can you explain how that's fun to me?
I can't. I have a different question on top of this. You guys can finish, but I have something else that really bothered me over the weekend. And I'm always reminded, much like you, Vic, when the Open comes around. By the way, that's why I was going full America.
Hold on, by the way.
And Patriot.
It used to be British Open, okay? Somewhere along the way in my lifetime, if you called the British Open,
No, here's...
That's insulting, right?
Yeah, you know what? This is my response, because this is what bothers me. You don't get to call that area of the world, it's the UK, it's Great Britain, it's England. No. You choose one. I'm going to call you all by your country, okay? You don't get the region, like 5 different names for a region.
You're not understanding, bro. They're okay. The whole area is the British Isles, right? Everything. All the British Isles. Then you've got Northern Ireland, which is part of the UK with England, Wales, and Scotland. And then you got the Republic of Ireland, which is the other part of Ireland, which is their own deal. Okay? And Scotland's its own deal. England's its own deal. Wales is its own deal. But then they all get together to form the United Kingdom.
No.
And Great Britain.
No, you don't get that.
Right.
Sorry, you don't get that from me. You're England, you're Ireland, you're Northern Ireland, you're Scotland. That's what you are.
But as you're watching that, Mojan, you've been to that part of the country. I've been to London. I love visiting. Why would you want to play golf in those conditions? What part of? Oh man, but it's real. You gotta deal with the elements. No, you don't. No, I don't want. If it were like that today on a normal, if it were raining sideways and someone said, "Let's go play golf," what would you say in Denver? It's raining sideways.
Get bent.
I'm out.
I'm out, right?
I'm out.
You want no part of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
What is enjoyable about that? Why does it have to be like, well, this is part of golf? No, it's not. No, it's not part of golf.
And by the way,
when it rains, it sucks. You stop playing.
Who invented golf, Vic?
I don't know. The Scots. Old Tom Morris. They kept doing replays of him.
Yeah, I understand that. The thing is, though, the old course, St. Andrews, is the original golf course. So who in the middle, even if summer, in Scotland, dude, the wind blows, it rains, it's freezing, and somebody goes, I can't even do a Scottish accent.
Give it a shot.
You're going to hit the ball into the little hole.
Did you say a word in there?
Hey, McClellan, I've got an idea. Take a little bowl and put it in a gopher hole over there. And like the Robin Williams thing.
Uh-huh.
But I mean, like, who decides, let's go outside right now in this weather and knock this little ball around? I don't know. Doesn't make any sense.
So Rob writes in, it's really not in your blood then, Vic. You probably never sat around and waited for a frost warning to end so you can play. It's called real golf, buddy. That's not called real golf. That's called lunacy.
Yeah.
That's called... That's like I laugh. You when you guys walk, do you guys see golf courses here when it's freezing?
Yeah.
And people are playing? What are you doing? That's not even golf. What are you doing?
I mean, technically it is golf, but it's not any conditions that I would choose to play in. I wouldn't choose. If it were me.
I mean, it is raining sideways Saturday at the Open, at the British Open. It is sideways. Drives that normally go 340 are going 220. The guys don't even know what to do with themselves. People in the gallery are just sitting there stone-faced.
And wet.
It's so cold.
And wet.
And people are talking about the glory of this course. It sucked.
Nobody looked like they were having fun in that gallery. No one. I know this is like 8 different discussions happening at once. But Will on the text line says the UK countries all have their own Olympic teams. That would be like every state here having its own Olympic team and still claiming to be the same country. It's dumb. Thank you. That's my point. You don't get to say we're all together in this, but we're also separate. And no. You're either all one thing or you're not. Okay? That's the rules.
Well, the whole Ireland thing is weird.
Yeah,
it's not weird. It's unfortunate.
No.
It's just, like there's two
Drives me
Irelands.
nuts.
There's Northern Ireland, and there's the Republic of Ireland. There's two different ones.
Yeah, but then you got like Wales and all these weird Wales and it just come on, figure it out.
You choose one, you get one, and then somebody's gonna say like, oh well, the U.S. says it's North America. Yeah, it's a continent. It's different. You go by continents. Anyway, Texas says at least there's tee times when it's cold. That is true. God, it's impossible to find tee times. What's happened to our country, by the way? What's happened over the past few years?
You're so right. I
COVID.
mean, public
COVID.
You have to plan 3 days ahead if you want a tee time somewhere.
A week ahead. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Public golf in our state has been tremendous over the last 20 years. We have some of the best public courses in the country. But the lack, or I think what happened is COVID obviously increased the interest in golf. Golf exploded in COVID because it's really the only thing you do. I think I played every single day during the COVID year. I think I played 375 consecutive days of golf during COVID. It was that crazy. So what happened is the courses did not expand with the interest. And now public courses are overwhelmed. Private courses, prices are through the roof. It's crazy, especially here in Colorado. It is.
It just drove me nuts. I was sitting at the house just a couple weeks ago. Nice out today. Let me see if I can play somewhere. Nowhere. No, unless you want to get on like a par 3 course somewhere. Nowhere you can go.
Yeah,
you know what's crazy
can't
about
walk on.
that?
You can't join a group. There's nothing.
You know what's crazy about that? 12 years ago, 15 years ago, there were courses that were foreclosing, courses that were going bankrupt. You could buy a golf course for less than what you could join the country club. I'm not joking. There was a course for sale in Monument, Colorado. For sale. And now look at it. It's crazy.
Stupid. 303-504-0925. I did want to mention one thing real quick. I didn't watch this, but I saw some highlights. We always talk about the NBA All-Star Game and how non-competitive it is. Did you guys see at least the highlights, if nothing else, of the WNBA All-Star Game? Because they played that like an actual basketball game.
Yeah.
And I was kind of weirded out by it. I was like, this is an All-Star game? Because this is like physical.
They played hard.
Yeah.
They played hard. And the WNBA All-Stars defeated Team USA. The WNBA All-Stars featured Caitlin Clark. So I watched parts of the WNBA All-Star Weekend, and it puzzled me. It angered me. Why wasn't Caitlin Clark in the three-point contest? That's sort of her claim to fame. What are we doing here? What are we doing?
I'll never.
Hey, basketball. I want to have a conversation with you. Women's basketball. Come here real quick. Come here. You got a player that just took the world by storm. And she's known for really one thing. She's the Steph Curry of her game. She hits threes, deep threes. You're having a three-point contest, okay, where you're taking your best players and they're all shooting threes. It's a contest. And it's your Saturday night marquee event. And that player is not involved in that contest. Can somebody, for the love of God, explain that to me?
I don't understand.
She turned it down.
I don't understand.
She turned it down.
Well, LeBron has turned down the dunk contest for years.
I don't understand any of this, by the way.
Somebody explain that to me. It's the same question I have in the NBA. Why all the best dunkers, all the marquee players don't do it? Why?
Well, I don't know the specifics of that, but I still get that sense, as most people do, surrounding it. She's a lightning rod for a sport that loses money, and now they're making at least a little bit of cash. I don't know if they're cash positive right now or not, but it's certainly in a better financial situation than they were like 2 years ago. And I have no idea why they're so hesitant to fully embrace that. Like, I'm talking about the players in that league. It's the most bizarre thing. Like, this woman got you guys on private jets this year.
Did you see how Kelsey Plum was guarding Caitlin Clark? As if the world depended on it? She's guarding her full court. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. I don't understand what's going on there.
Yeah.
I need someone to explain this to me.
Like, I even saw a video there, like, you can take one person from one of the rookies from the All-Star team can be your teammate. And a lot of them wouldn't take her. And I'm just like, what is happening in your guys' heads right now? What's going on here? Like, you're acting against your self-interest by not embracing this woman who is insanely popular.
By the way, there's some tremendous talent in that league. As I'm watching the shooting contest, the three-point contest, and I'm asking the same thing of the men, because I've been to many NBA All-Star events, right? And they're all pretty boring. I've been to 9 out of the last 10. They're all boring. And I said, what would make this less boring? And it's pretty easy. It would be guys like Anthony Edwards, Ja Morant, LeBron James, the marquee names, the elite names. It would be guys like that participating in these events.
They should.
Ja Morant in the dunk contest. Why not? Why not? What are we doing?
303-504-0925. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers. Go to WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com.
Holland.
What do you mean, what is it? It's a country right next to Belgium.
No, that's the Netherlands.
Holland is the Netherlands.
Then who are the Dutch?
Great questions that need answers.
Figure it out, Europe.
Should we get my boy Ralph on sometime to describe it?
Nothing sounds worse.
Pack.
No. Ralph's famous line, 2 famous lines. Whose is the flip-flops these are?
And?
That's one of them.
Uh-huh.
Whose is the flip-flops these are? And then, where's my backsack? Has anyone seen my backsack?
I'm going to start calling him back sacks.
Where's my backsack? Ralph Peters, great guy, good buddy from Holland. Why they have 3 names? Why? It's a backsack. Where's my backsack? And I go, you mean your backpack? That's what I said, backsack. No, dude.
Moj.
Dude.
I'm going to Italy next week, as you all know, and I checked my passport after your passport issue.
Yeah.
And I was terrified to look at it. I was like opening, like slowly going, okay, thank God. 2028, baby. Got some time.
Yeah. You're in good shape, buddy.
So thank you.
You're in really good shape.
I think 4 years is enough. That's enough.
I don't know. The rules they apply now. I didn't know there was a 3-month rule.
Let me ask you guys this.
Let's go!
There's a podcast called the Dunked on Basketball NBA podcast with Nate Duncan and Danny LaRue. So both of them were critical of the Nuggets offseason. They both disagreed with letting KCP walk. They disagreed with the using second-round picks to trade Reggie Jackson. They disagreed with using the full taxpayer MLE on Dario Saric. They gave them, and I quote, a straight F grade for the Nuggets offseason. And obviously the Westbrook impending signing is not going to change their mind. My question is, what would you give them, given their situation?
Well, these guys, who are these people?
Nate Duncan and Danny LaRue of the Dunked On Basketball podcast.
All right, listen, to each his own when it comes to grades, and I guess we'll see it bear out. But you obviously don't know the rules of the CBA to these guys. They did. What was the alternative? So they said they didn't like letting KCP walk. Okay. Sign KCP. 3 years, $22 million. Got him.
Mm-hmm.
Got him. Then you don't get Saric. You don't get anybody else. You're done.
Could I? Okay.
You're done.
Just to play devil's advocate, they are allowed to, in that second apron, they can sign guys for minimum contracts, correct?
Yes.
So they feasibly could have kept KCP and gotten Westbrook, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So that's one option.
They could have done that, but they don't get the opportunity to go get Saric a backup big. So you're exactly right. You have the exact same roster with KCP. So here's what you're asking. KCP or Saric?
Pretty much. Yeah.
That's what it comes down to.
Mm-hmm.
Now, KCP is a much more you're not gonna get me to argue which is the better player. It's obviously KCP. But it's KCP at 3 years, $22 million.
And it's you would still be lacking a giant need, which is somebody needs to come in and play basketball minutes for Jokic. So he's not tired.
And let's not forget this. It would tie up what you can do during the regular season in the trade venues. You can't go get a buyout contract for the market rate. You can't do it because now you're deep into the second apron and it prohibits you from doing that. So again, everybody loves placing grades. What's your alternative?
Well,
Let me hear the alternative.
I think that is the alternative, is that they keep KCP and they try and look for guys like Westbrook for a minimum deal. That's the alternative, which, again, you're still lacking a backup big that's going to matter.
Am I supposed to know who Nate Duncan and Danny LaRue are?
I don't know, but like David Ross says, first, let's don't play the apron game. Multiple teams have gone to that level. And what are those teams doing? Do you see them doing? Do you know what Boston has done? Boston is deep in the second apron. The only thing they've done is re-sign their own players. They're content with their roster. They're happy with it. They think they can win again. Did you think that the Nuggets roster would win again? Yes or no?
Yeah, I did.
So you were content in re-signing KCP and rewinding that exact same roster?
I would have been.
But I'm telling you, I think they would have gone to the NBA final. If they don't blow a 20-point lead, they beat Dallas, and they're in the
so
finals.
That's where you and I
Boston.
disagree. See, all those people that say, I was not content in bringing back the same roster. I think they needed to tweak it. I think they needed to be deeper on the back end and not quite as top-heavy. That's me. And I have no problem with
Vic,
what the
by
Nuggets
the way,
did. None.
you may very well be right on that, and I'm not even saying that this is the wrong route to take, but if you just ask me, would you have been good just running it back and making some minor tweaks? I'd have been like, yeah.
Yeah. And let me tell you something else that people don't understand. If you had signed KCP to that 3-year deal, you're done on Aaron Gordon after next year. It's over. He's gone. You're done.
Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want that.
Why is that?
Well, you're in the second apron. You compound how much you're going to sign him to another contract, and it's a compounded contract because you're in that second apron.
Well,
you have to make those decisions, not just for this year, but for the year after.
Yeah, but it's, from what I understand, you can sign your own guys to deals. You can do that. What it limits you on is outside of your roster. So, like, they still, depending on how much money ownership wanted to spend, they could sign these guys back. Now, it's their money, not mine, so whatever. But feasibly, you could still sign Aaron Gordon and KCP because they're yours.
I have no issue becoming less top-heavy. None. I love KCP. Love him. As a player, as a person. Love him. But you know what? I think they're better.
Okay. That was the second thing I was going to ask.
That's my opinion.
So now that Russell Westbrook is almost assuredly a done deal, is this team better, the same, or worse than what they were last year? Moj, what do you think?
I would say that they are, I'd say they're better. They're certainly deeper. And it's so unfortunate that the rookie got injured because I think he could have helped this club as well. But I think they're better. I think they're more equipped to handle a long haul.
I'm going to say this for now because this is all sight unseen. I think they're worse, slightly, but it's all going to.
Worse where?
I just think worse overall. I think KCP was a really important piece of that starting five, and I think that's obviously your starting five matters the most.
Okay,
especially in the postseason.
But you're also your second unit is now better.
Correct. But let me just I'll finish again. I think it's slightly worse than what they were last year. And here's why. I don't know if Christian Braun's going to be good enough to make up for what KCP brought to the starting five. They're better off the bench, for sure. Where this could all change, if you tell me that Christian Braun does take a jump, and you tell me that Julian Strawther does become a rotational guy who can knock down some shots from the outside, and you tell me that Peyton Watson takes another step forward, then all of this, then they're obviously going to be better.
It's all out the window when you think they're better.
They're going to be better. Okay. But that's a lot of ifs that I just said.
Correct. Mm-hmm. Correct.
That's a lot of ifs.
Yeah.
Well, it cracks me up because this team, they've been spending money for the last 5 years. Again, if you looked at the Nuggets and their payroll, they're in the top 5 payrolls over the last 5 years.
Yes.
Top 5.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Top 5. So for people who say, oh, they're not spending money, what are you looking at? What do you mean they're not spending money?
So
that's exactly what they've done is spend money.
They spend a ton of money.
So this guy on this podcast, I'm just going with the one guy right now, Nate Duncan, you call him, right?
Mm-hmm. It's a popular podcast, by the way.
He says he's an NBA cap guy, scout plus attorney creating deep NBA content. Hashtag NBA strategy stream on League Pass. Dunked on pod, blah, 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 blah. So this guy fancies himself as a cap guy, so on and so forth. I mean, does he not understand where the Nuggets were? Does he not
But no, I don't mind people placing grades. That's your prerogative. But what was the alternative?
Come on, dude. What
was the alternative? I love when people say.
I told you what it was, though. It was you keep KCP and you sign a guy like Westbrook for the minimum, and then, you don't get Saric, but that's you make that trade. You say I'd rather keep KCP than get Dario Saric. That's the argument.
But that's not just the only elements of that trade. It also handcuffs you on other deals.
Sure does.
Moving forward.
Yeah, so you would have to get incredibly fortunate with health.
See, you like this guy, you conveniently don't mention that. You conveniently just say, oh, you just keep the same roster. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have the ability to make the moves that you would normally make, that most teams could make. When you're in the second apron, it handcuffs you moving forward.
Here's the thing, though, Vic. And look, again, I'm not even necessarily disagreeing with you. But if you think this roster is championship level, and that's the starting point where you and me are not seeing eye to eye on this, is that I did feel like they were good enough if they ran it back, they could get another championship. I truly believe that with some minor tweaks here and there. Because most of what you're asking for this year, does Sarge help? Of course. Does Westbrook help? Yes. And you could have gotten Westbrook even with keeping KCP. But a lot of what we're talking about is the homegrown guys on the roster taking a step forward still. Like, even with Saric and Westbrook on this roster, you're still asking more of Strother and more of Watson.
I'm just telling you that ultimately this is it. The choice was AG and KCP, even though AG's deal is not up until next year. Who do you want to keep on a new 3-year deal? Which player's more important?
Aaron Gordon.
Yeah, AG, and there's no question
Younger
about it.
and better.
But you're posing this as if it's an impossibility to keep both, but it's not.
It would have been. I'm telling you right now, you're not keeping AG if you sign KCP to that 3-year deal. You're not doing it. You're not doing it. It's not happening.
You could, though.
You're not. You're not doing it. Just the tax, the throttle of the tax alone would inhibit you from making that move.
That's where I don't understand it, because the Suns are doing that. Like, I don't know what that means. The Suns are doing that right now. They have that situation. There's plenty of teams that do. Like, the Celtics are going to have that situation.
Sure. They are spending deep into the apron
Yes.
with the roster that they think is See, if you're confident that roster is going to win you a title, we're good. Great. I don't think the Nuggets were confident that the current roster was good.
That's obvious. That's where I just disagreed. I thought they were. I know that they know more about that team than I do, but from the outside,
I'm glad they weren't content in that. I am saying right now, thank God that the Nuggets at the end of the season didn't say what you said.
Yeah.
Oh, we're good enough. Let's just run it back. That's the last thing I wanted. You need a little change, a little spark. OKC's better. Minnesota's better. Dallas is better. Everybody's better. What do you think? You're just going to swim among the Sharks because you won a championship last year? You got to get better.
But I don't want to lose sight of the fact that it's a pretty damn good basketball team, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you ran it back again and you can't get it, it's a pretty good team.
And some of the other Twitch feed made a great
did
point.
not repeat, but it's a really good team.
You're
and
saying
the best player in the world.
You're comparing what the Suns are doing, like the Suns are the barometer?
Oh, they are not a barometer.
No,
Trust me.
I only mentioned them to say that you are capable of still signing AG after that. That's all I'm saying. Like, it's possible to do it.
It prohibits you from doing anything else.
You know, overall,
let me put it this way, Brett. It's possible, but it's not probable because what it does to you.
I'll give you a general. All right, this is more of a general statement, and I think this is going to be an easier way of having you see where my mind's at.
Yeah,
the team's really good. Just won a championship. I thought they were, a good 24 minutes away from going back to another finals.
They weren't good enough. Otherwise, they'd be there.
Okay, hang on. That's the way that I think. There's also this part of it. I think when you're at this level, it's a lot easier to get worse than to get better. I think a lot of teams have fallen in that trap before.
Sure.
I think about this the same way with NFL quarterbacks. Is that guy really worth $50 million a year? I go, well, you can do a lot worse than the guy that you have at quarterback right now if he's in that category, like your Dak Prescott's or whoever. I think it's a lot easier for teams who are as good as the Nuggets to get worse than to get better. Now, that doesn't mean that you don't make changes. That doesn't mean that you get too scared and you sit on your hands the whole time. It's just finding the right balance. That's all I'm saying.
Not only am I happy that they did something, I wanted them to do more. I wanted them to trade one of their max contracts.
Yeah. You said that all offseason.
I think you should have taken more money off the top of the roster and spread it out. That's what I think. Now, they couldn't do that. I'm sure they entertained it. I'm sure they looked into it. And this is the next closest thing. But remaining idle and not altering their roster is insanity to me because it wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
If it was good enough, they'd be in the NBA final. They weren't.
I'm going to play a game when we come back, by the way. It's one of our favorites. It only happens every couple of years, but it's time to unveil it next. Oh, a time-honored tradition on this show. Every 2 years. Right before the Olympics roll around, we let Mosier take a look at a list of sports in the Olympics and just give his general thoughts. And I don't know if you guys know this, opening ceremonies to the Paris Olympics are Friday. But technically, Olympic Games do start Wednesday with men's soccer in group play. So with that, Mark Mosier, take us through your list of sports that should or should not be in the Olympics.
This is further proof that our planet is coming to an end. We deserve to be hit by the biggest meteor in the history of mankind. The one that killed the dinosaurs should be a little pebble compared to the one that should be hitting us because of these stupid things. Vic, let's go alphabetical, shall we? Let's start the A's. Archery. I'm down with that. Nelly, it gets me fired up. Keep it rolling if you would, please. Archery's cool. Yeah, you get a little bow and arrow, a little ancient times there.
Did you ever own a bow and arrow in your life? Like
never
every
did.
kid's had a bow and arrow,
never owned one.
Oh, come on. You never got like just a little fake bow? Come on.
Nope, never did.
Oh, yeah, with the little rubber thing that sticks to like windows and stuff like that. Yeah, you had to have one of those, Moj.
Dude, I stuck my little brother in the back once with one. It was awesome.
Then we get to artistic gymnastics. Gone. I mean, what is artistic gymnastics? You got to play with something? You can't just tumble around and jump in the air? I got to play with a ball like a cat? Give a ball a friggin' string and let him bat it around the mat a little bit?
You're so right, man. Like, gymnastics covers it. Like, you don't need another layer of gymnastics. That's the event.
Here's the problem.
That's it.
We only have a few minutes. We're only in the second A still. I feel like we need to let Mosier cook.
You're so right.
Artistic swimming. Dump
Now,
it.
what the hell is that?
In fact, if it's me, you have to hold your breath underwater for 5 minutes. Whoever holds their breath the longest wins. Otherwise, gone. Badminton. I don't want it. Listen.
No. Don't bust on badminton. That's badass, dude. I watched some of that stuff. Those dudes. That's bad.
But it's always a guy
him
from
cook.
It's always a guy from China or Indonesia, man.
I
They
will
always
watch
smoke us.
badminton.
Okay.
No, I love it.
Baseball and softball. I don't think they should be there at all.
Hey!
I don't think
No,
they
I
should be there.
totally agree. No, I totally agree. Those are not Olympic sports. It's stupid to have
Basketball.
golf. All of them.
Here's where it gets bad. Basketball 3-on-3. We have two different basketball. Nobody even plays 3-on-3 basketball in the real world, let alone having the Olympic Games. It's the
big in
dumbest
Europe.
thing. I don't give a rat's rip. Those are Euros, bro. Beach volleyball, yes. Boxing, of course.
The way you said yes was very creepy.
Okay.
Chris Marlowe's going to be sitting under the Eiffel Tower in that beautiful sand.
Breaking.
Broken.
I can't tell you, and I'm going to say it foully. This really pisses me off. The fact that breakdancing is now an Olympic sport it's an abomination, is what it is. And then you've got all these.
You don't think the ancient Greeks were rolling around in some cardboard boxes back in the day?
Yeah, a Cepheus is going.
Hey, Prometheus, come check this out, bro.
Yeah, check out my moves.
Go on.
Canoe slalom and canoe sprint. There's two
No canoes or kayaks.
Get out
Get
of there.
those kayaks out of there.
Cricket. I'm not even going to comment on that. BMX freestyle. What is this? 1978? Friggin' BMX, man. We're doing that? Not
Hey,
only
check
that,
out my Huffy.
So it's freestyle, so they're on a ramp, I guess. Not only that, they have BMX racing. Like, I BMX raced when I was a kid. I was a kid. Cycling mountain bike, cycling road, cycling track. Everybody just get together and race on one thing, all right? Bring whatever bike you want to wherever you want it. Bring your bike and let's go.
Oh, one event. Biking. That's it.
You want a mountain bike? You want a 10-speed? Fine. You want one of those one-gear mothers? Fine with me.
Unicycling.
Yeah. Oh, unicyclists? We don't discriminate. Come on in. Diving, I'm down with. I don't like a sport where you're dependent on another animal. So all equestrian is out for me. You don't take horses to the Olympic Games, right? It's a human competition.
Unless the animal is aware that he or she won. Are we sure they're
right.
aware?
Like if the horse starts breakdancing, right? You know what I mean? Okay. Fencing, okay, stab people, fine. Flag football has got to be gone, and football has got to be gone.
Yes,
they do
that
not
is
belong.
so stupid.
I was watching flag football over the weekend. Did you watch any flag football this weekend?
No.
No.
The team,
Why would I watch that?
A Tennessee Titans team and a Patriots team.
Why?
And I thought these
Why
guys.
would you watch that?
These guys are the biggest bunch of.
The fact that Mosier said, fencing, cool. You stab people, that's cool.
Yeah, but that's an age-old tradition.
Yeah, I
People
know.
have been stabbing each other since they had
Listen, man.
time.
I'm back on Game of Thrones a little bit. I'm kind of rewatching it.
I kind of am too.
Yeah, so I'm all about the stabbing.
Well, the dragon thing is not good. I've been watching
haven't watched the dragon
thing. Let's
one.
go. Let's get it going, people.
Golf.
Let's get these dragons going.
Golf, no. Golf should never have been invited. Golf
Ever.
should never have been authorized.
The
ever.
fact that it's an
dumb.
Olympic sport is a who came up? Yeah, let's play golf at the Olympics. That's stupid.
All right. Handball. I'm on the fence big time because it's been around for a while, but it's handball, bro. And I don't even know, outside of Jake Plummer, does anybody know anybody that plays handball anymore?
I've never met anybody outside of Jake that plays handball ever in my life.
You've got hockey. Now it's field hockey, and if you're running around with a stick and hitting people with a stick, fine. Here's where it gets crazy. Judo and lacrosse. Taekwondo. We're going to have a match. You know what? Here's how you win. You get all the competitors in one giant area inside the mat.
And
you
Royal
say,
Rumble?
And say, ready,
Yes.
go. And the last one
Yes.
standing,
100%.
The third to last one standing wins the bronze. The one that gets their ass kicked second to last and baby dies on the mat gets the silver.
Yes.
And the last one standing, you're the gold medalist. Now, you judo people, you want to take on the taekwondos and karates, go for it. But all you martial arts,
You're
get
all
together
in
in
it.
one combined deal.
There are way too many martial arts categories. And same with wrestling, too. Too many wrestling categories. Just one. That's it.
And let's just do it in the parking lot outside the Louvre. All right? You don't need any special place for it. Okay. Lacrosse, I'm not into it. Whatever. I don't think it should be an Olympic game. Marathon swimming. Now, this is stupid. You swim until you drown. That's it. And whoever doesn't drown wins. Modern pentathlon, I'm in. Because you do a lot of different stuff. I like that. Rhythmic, we're in the R's now. Rhythmic gymnastics. This is where they also play with things. Artistic gymnastics and rhythm gymnastics, they play with stuff.
Nope.
Yeah, you got ropes and you've got ribbons and you've got balls and you've got whatever. Look at the little eyes. Look at the little eyes. Rowing is fine with me, old school. Rugby sevens. So here's the problem with rugby is that it's not regular rugby. It's the sevens. So it's the smaller teams in the smaller field.
It's like 3-on-3 basketball.
This doesn't make any sense. Sailing. Now, sailing's been around for quite a long time, but listen, I don't need Tristan the Third to tell me that I want to manage sailing.
No, you can't mess with sailing, dude. That's been like, that's let those sailors sail.
Let's get to a real sport, shooting. Keep it in. I'm down. In fact, if the fencers and the shooters want to go for the double gold against each other, that sounds good. Skateboarding, gone. Sport climbing, stupid. There's something you can do down at the friggin' YMCA. No. Squash. I swear to God, I don't know anybody that plays squash anymore.
Yeah, those courts are empty.
Have you tried squash? It's not easy. That ball doesn't bounce.
Wait,
You gotta,
what's the
bend
difference?
your-
What's the difference between squash and racquetball?
Well, a racquetball bounces.
Yeah,
a
it's just
squash
like a-
ball just
sort of
just
dies.
It's like playing with a hacky
Yeah,
sack.
it's stupid.
So how do you play?
You have a longer racket and you smack the snot out of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Surfing. That's all I need
on,
is
man.
Jeff Spicoli to win a gold medal. Oh, dude, I did
on,
battle with
man.
some humongous waves. All swimming.
Wait, isn't that the one they're having in
In Tahiti.
in Tahiti? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they're
Half
doing
a
it
globe
halfway around
away.
the world.
The Paris
Yes.
Olympics in Tahiti.
If you can't do the sport at the Olympic site, then don't do it.
You're out. Yes, you're out.
Yeah, the Olympics are in Paris, but we're doing this in the South Pacific. Makes a hell of a lot of sense, doesn't it? All swimming is totally good. Ping pong. Now,
Yeah, but hold on. They gotta. I'm all into swimming. But since I can't swim, I think it's great. But they gotta limit how many events. Let's just enough with. There's 18 different events in swimming. Just chill out a little bit.
I don't know, man.
on
I
all
like
the events.
I like to watch the swimming. I'm going to be honest about it. Table tennis, ping pong, same thing.
Yeah.
It's always a guy from China who just blows or Indonesia blows everybody's doors off, right? We don't have
see Marty O in it this year.
Yeah, probably. Forrest Gump ain't walking through that door.
That is true.
Tennis. No. Tennis is not an Olympic sport. Then we get into the new ones, like trampoline.
By the way, I'm trying to get rid of our trampoline. Honest to God, if anybody out there's listening,
you got a little kid and you want to send to the Olympics someday.
If you want my trampoline, come and get it. It is free. It is only 3 years old. It's near new. It's a large tramp. It's like 15 by 12 rectangular one. It's got everything.
This isn't Facebook Marketplace. Let Mosher cook.
Someone call me, DM me, come get my trampoline. It's all yours, free.
Triathlon.
No. I want you to stay on trampoline. You didn't even say anything. You just rolled your eyes.
It's because it's just dumb. It's redundant, is what it is. That's gymnastics. Is trampoline, because all they do is jump on a trampoline and do flips. That's all they do.
I have to move totally that trampoline every time I mow the lawn.
Shut up,
half
Vic.
the lawn is dead. Somebody come get this trampoline, please.
Next.
You never know. You could have a future Olympian from Highlands Ranch, Colorado. Triathlon, I'm down with. Volleyball, totally fine. Water polo, absolutely. You ever tried to play water polo?
No.
It's a pain in the butt.
I can't swim, dude. I'll play water polo in 3 foot.
He'll play dunk polo.
Yeah, dunk polo.
Ever try to play water polo? No, I can't swim.
Dude, you got to tread water for a long time. It's hard.
It ain't happening,
and then
bro.
swim.
It's hard enough.
Weightlifting, I love it. I love to see like the Bulgarian weightlifter gals.
That is cool, dude, when they like break like their stomachs and they break bones.
Pretty good. Wrestling, I'm told that's absolutely original. Has to be in
We're going to have Rulon Gardner on the show next week.
We are?
Yeah.
One of the greatest American Olympic athletes of all time.
Yep.
Finally, I know we're done here, but athletics covers a large swath. That's everything from the 100-meter dash to pole vault to decathlon to steeplechase and to be honest with you, the track and field events, I'm definitely down with.
Yeah, you're not into race walking, though.
Except we have a new thing called the Marathon Race Walk Relay Mixed.
No.
And you know what that is? Dudes and chicks doing a marathon, but they trade off. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. It's just asinine. And then you throw some other stuff in there too, like, I don't know, all the relays and all the thises and that's and the triple jumps and all that. I mean, they've all been around for a long time.
More importantly, I got a lot of people in the text line who want my trampoline. Just DM me. Seriously. Come get it today. First come, first serve. It's all yours. Swear to God.
But that's it. We have far too many sports. The USA, I swear to God, if I look and I see the USA rhythm gymnastics team, I'm going to cheer against them. You shouldn't even be there, okay? You shouldn't, you don't belong there. The breakdancing team, I mean, who are these people? Who are they, really?
I don't know. I don't know how you get to a place to where that's what your prep has led you to your entire life.
I live in the Wheat Ridge Golden area. Just get out here, grab this tramp, take it with you. I'm not going to help you disassemble it. That's not happening. But just get it out of my backyard, and it's all yours. Kids love you.
I love Mosher running through all these sports and demanding that some of these gone. What was the most offensive?
It's got to be the gymnastic stuff. It's got to be, I don't know. It's got
artistic.
Yeah. Artistic and it's just does it make any sense to you? Seriously.
Seth on the text line, race walking should be competed in 1990 era malls. Totally agree.
1000%.
Saw them all the time.
Artistic swimming. I don't they call it artistic swimming, but it really is synchronized swimming. Does that make sense? You know what that is?
Yep.
Which is
where all the girls get in the pool and they kick their legs up at the same time and do all those.
Man, that's a water show at SeaWorld, bro. It's not an Olympic sport. It's not even a sport.
I love it.
One time I had a mom whose daughter was a what do you call it? Synchronized swimmer. Absolutely destroy me.
What?
She can do this and this. I'm like, I know she can. That's great. That ain't a sport, lady. So I don't know. What do you want me to say?
Dude, I would really love water polo, like in 3 foot high water. If you didn't have to swim, that would be fun.
So you can touch the bottom, right? You want to be able to touch the bottom.
Again, I think that's just called polo. I think that's just polo. Yeah, I think it is.
No, it's not. There's no such thing as you're not on a field throwing a ball to each other trying to score. No, you're on horses. That's polo.
I'd like to be the person that says to the Olympic Committee, got a great idea. Now hear me out. Okay. My kid, I got this tramp on eBay like 5 years ago.
I got one for free, dude.
My kid's been grinding.
If you want my trampoline,
my kid is
12
out there.
12 feet by 10 feet.
My kid is out there grinding on this tramp every single day. I think it should probably be an Olympic sport. All right, hear me out. We can get trampolines for people. I guess it's got to be on a certain amount of continents for the sport to qualify, right?
You know what this actually sounds like, some of these events? It sounds like somebody was responsible, like, guys, we got to beef up these games. We need more sports. And the guy just forgot what the due date was. And so he's at a meeting, and he's like, so, Brett, what do you got for us for a new sport? And I go, artistic swimming. This is what I thought about that. What do you guys think? Pretty good idea, huh?
Dude, I mean, seriously, flag football in the Olympic Games? What are we even doing as a world, as a planet?
It's a complete crap.
Yes, it is.
According to our latest ratings, we have the widest audience. We have a big audience that listens to our radio show.
You say wideist, right? W-I-D? Okay.
Widest.
Yeah, just wanted to clarify what you
Probably
said.
widest, too. But anyway, we have a large audience that listens. A large swath of Colorado and the world listens to our radio show. And I can't even get rid of this damn trampoline. I need somebody to DM me.
Vic,
somebody get on that.
You've put it for sale for like 2 seconds.
It's free. It's not even for sale.
Here's the thing, though. When you say you have to come over and disassemble it, I'm like, well, that now is not free anymore. Like that's now it's not might not cost me dollars, but it cost me mental dollars.
Your kids,
well, you can put it on the back of a trailer or something.
Yeah, your kid's gonna want a tramp someday, though.
Yeah, your kid's
gonna want one. Who knows?
You want my tramp, dude?
Jamal Cale can be an Olympic athlete.
Exactly right. When you want my tramp, it ain't gonna be there. You remember that.
All right,
oh no, what a bummer.
Here's what I want as we get the break here. Baby Jamal Cale needs to be an Olympian in one of these sports.
Yep.
Archery, fine. Stabbing people.
Well, you want to take out softball. Softball would probably be her best shot. She's got it in her genes. Mom was a softball player.
Give her a sword. I mean, what's that? What did Arya call her little sword in Game of Thrones? What'd she call him?
Oh, I can't remember.
But that's
the little pokey thing.
Yeah, a little sword, right?
Yeah.
Start her on one of those. Okay.
Is that the one that travels?
The what?
With the sword travels? Like H.R. Puff and stuff?
Traveled? Oh, no, that was a different movie.
She called it Needle.
Needle, that's
there you
right.
Go. That or shooting, okay? Or tramp. So she can do the trampoline because it's in there. But otherwise, she's got to be shooting something with an arrow, stabbing somebody, or like shooting something out of the sky.
Hi, is this Mr. Kane? Yeah. Yeah, what's going on? Hi, this is the principal at your daughter's school. She's been stabbing people a lot lately, and I just was wondering if that's
Olympian.
Something is going on at home. Yeah, she's training.
Listen,
actually,
I'll also throw in a ping pong table that's tied up in our storage room. Ping pong table and trampoline. Package deal.
He also has a daughter. He also has a daughter he's trying to get out of the house, so maybe you could take that. Take that too. What else do you need to get out of your house, Vic?
I got a ping pong table, trampoline. I got a couple. I'm not joking either. Come get this crap.
303-504-0925. Get in touch with us, courtesy the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app that is powered by the Freaky Law Firm. They're in your corner. We got Fact Checker next. Just was hanging out this weekend with some of the fine folks at Circus Sports as they're making the trip around Colorado, stopping at some cool places. And I'll tell you what, if you haven't looked at the futures odds for football, you should. We just discussed this earlier. Vanderbilt, 2 people who are media members, SEC media members, pick them to win the SEC. If you were to do that, throw $100 down on Vandy to win, you'd win $500,000 on the Circus Sportsbook. So I download that right now. A whole bunch of great futures odds for the NFL as well. The Broncos right now plus 20,000 to win the AFC. You can find that and so much more if you download that Circus Sports app. The best, tightest money line splits you can find anywhere through any book. Download the Circus Sportsbook right now, or go to circusports.com. I don't like how Vic turned our text line into his own Facebook marketplace of just trying to get rid of some bull bleep from his house.
First come, first serve, man, on the tramp and the ping pong table. Some of you asking for photos. I ain't doing all that.
Coach,
just so you know, I ain't doing all that.
That's Coach. He's got kids. You need a trampoline or a ping pong table?
I have a ping pong table already.
Oh, hang on. That one's not working. Go to the other one.
I think I'm on.
Who we
talking? There you go. There you go. This is Sanford.
I do not need a trampoline. I've had one before. It's one of the worst investments on planet Earth.
Shut up.
They typically end up showing their wear and tear way too quickly.
Vic's trying to get rid of his for free right now.
Okay, yeah, I would take it.
And mine's a heavy duty industrial.
If he pays me $250, I'll take it.
Dude, probably why nobody invited you to this program. First of all,
I just wanted to come on and be be the representative here for Nelly, who absolutely was melting faces on Saturday at the Centennial 38 tailgate. He had a killer power stance.
I like his Les Paul too. This Les Paul looks good, man. It's a good looking Les Paul, buddy.
You want to hear some good music? Go see Stray the Course.
Yeah?
Yep. Give him the plug, my guy.
I saw a couple of the videos he showed me, Nelly, of you shredding out there. You look very much in your element when you're up there doing that.
Yeah, thank you. Mosier, game recognized game. You dig into power stance. Every good guitar player, you gotta brace yourself.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Gotta get ready for action.
I like how you throw the harmonies in behind the other guitar dude too. You both are singing.
They have the best. They have the best like big guy bassist.
Yeah.
That is a great screamer.
Oh yes,
because this is screamo pop punk. This dude is I would call him just a high AAA screamer. Yeah, he's almost a 4A type guy.
He's a scratch screamer.
Very good.
So Vic, you wanted to play something, by the way. Thank you, Mike. Thanks for stopping in and chatting with us. You wanted to play something. I don't know when this is from. What is this? This
is just
video
an old Jeopardy rerun, and it just proves to the world that we all have our things, our niche, and we do sports, and there are people out there that don't do what we do, that don't know anything about sports, and those people always amaze me, and it amazes me because we live in a world where we think everybody, like, you have something in common, and yet you stray outside the world of sports, and there are people who pay no attention to what we do, like none, zero.
Yeah.
And think we're the weirdies. Listen to this and tell me if you knew people like this existed. Americans among us.
Football 200.
Your choice. Do or don't name this play in which the quarterback runs the ball and can choose to pitch it to another back. It's an option play. Ryan?
Football 400.
I can tell you guys are big football fans.
Yeah.
Tom Landry perfected the shotgun formation with this team. Dallas Cowboys. Do you think we should go to commercial? Ryan?
Take it on to 600.
Okay, by signaling for one of these, a returner can reel in a kick without fear of getting tackled. Fair catch. 2 clues left, Ryan.
800.
These penalties are simultaneous violations by the offense and defense that cancel each other out. And they are called offsetting penalties. Let's look at the $1,000 clue just for the fun of it.
That's good. This one, yeah,
Jimmy?
That's fine.
As Minneapolis's U.S. Bank.
Yeah, that's fine. Don't need to listen to this part. It goes on, and it just, again, we're the dummies. All we know is sports. But oh my God.
I got one more.
I mean, not even a clue.
Moj, if you play this, Vic's head's going to fall off. I'm warning you, don't do it.
Please? Okay, good.
2012, the LA Kings' Jonathan Quick
come on,
lived up to his name playing this position to bag the Conn Smythe Trophy. Sarah.
His running back?
Jesus Christ!
I mean, Moj, the amount of times you've played that from Jake Schroeder on this show has to be like 20.
She says, what is running back? I mean,
at least you know what? I'll give her credit. At least she ventured a guess.
guessed.
These people just sat there. I'm like, guys, say something. Like, which team did Landry coach for? Say the Packers or something. Like, give a name.
They probably don't even know any NFL teams. That's the problem.
Oh, come on. They live. One of them has to live in a state that carries a professional football team.
Football, yeah. Brett, what category would be similar to you that they would ask you questions that you would remain mute? For me, it would be art.
Vic, I say this all the time. No, because I could throw out at least a Picasso, a Van Gogh. Like, I could venture a guess. Here's the one that would kill me.
Poetry.
If you start a question with this author, out. Like, not a single question will be answered correctly. This author, you guys can go ahead and take guesses on that one. I'm going to say
Most, do you have a category in which you would remain mute?
I know, I read or have read, so I know some authors. But poetry, like if you said this 19th century poet, I'd be like, out. I'm out, gone.
What's yours?
I said art.
Oh, yeah.
Anything in art. Anything in art. I mean, I got no art. I got Michelangelo, and that's it. Da Vinci did some things, I guess. That's it. I got nothing.
Let's be fair. Like, there's a bunch of categories.
Stuff, Hey, what are you doing?
There's a bunch that are like that. Astrology, almost no chance. Ursa Major.
Wait,
That's
astrology or astronomy?
Astrology.
Astrology's like the mythical stuff. Astronomy's like the study
which
of
one's
space.
the zodiac sign?
Astrology is zodiac. Yeah, that's the
well,
zodiac
that too,
science.
Then. That too, yeah.
Astronomy is the study of space.
So, I mean, just think about it, though.
You know what? If
For those people,
if it ends in ology, I'm pretty much out. I don't think I'm going to get many right.
Oh, no, mythology. I actually took mythology class in college.
I knew a few.
Mythology.
I knew a few about that. Yeah.
Yeah, Greek mythology.
Throwing arrows at you?
Yeah, those people sat there stunned, as if you're asking this 14th century author about the Dallas Cowboys.
I mean, you couldn't just guess that. Yeah, it's insane.
Well, I don't know.
Those are the people. Listen,
are you that much of a geek?
Yes. Yes.
Because
those are the people, Moshe. Those three individuals playing Jeopardy on Super Bowl Sunday were not watching the Super Bowl.
100%. I'm not the most learned individual in the history of mankind. I admit that. Neither are you, Brett. Neither are you, Vic. But I would argue that we can dip our toe into their world more than they can dip their toe into our world.
I think that's true, actually. I really do.
100%.
If you can't even throw out a guess for, an NFL team, then what are we doing?
Well, remember what I told you. And this goes for anybody, including those three. If I'm going to watch you throw. If you can't throw a ball, I don't trust you as a human.
Hold on a second. Vic, what if they dropped one of these on you? This character from the cartoon world, like, would you be out on that one too? Cartoons?
Well, I'm pretty learned in the Flintstone era and Jetsons.
Okay, so if I said, if the question was
Scooby-Doo.
This character's signature phrase was meet meet.
Yeah, that's Roadrunner. I got that.
Okay,
dude.
all
That's
right.
my
So
era.
that era you're good with.
Yeah, the era. Yeah, the less talking era.
This famous long-eared cartoon character used to say, "What's up, Doc?"
Bugs Bunny. Thank you.
Right on.
I would dominate.
Yeah,
this.
you get that. All right.
I would see, but I would force Trebek to try and make the noises too. Like, you have to actually try. This character, when it sneezes, sounds like this. Donald Duck. That was my Donald Duck impression.
That was friggin' lame.
That was pretty stupid.
No.
Do you know who loves that joke?
Your kid.
Baby Jamal Campbell.
Yeah, I know.
You know my favorite.
She's two.
My
She's 2 years
favorite
old.
cartoon. My favorite cartoon character of all time is that wannabe cat who's a skunk, who's French, who thinks he's all
Pepe Le Pew, yeah.
Yeah, that little bro goes hard. Bro goes hard, man.
He probably would have had a couple of Me Too allegations.
Oh, dude, 100%.
I mean, if we're being honest, there's a little too much of that going on.
At the very least, he's fired from his job for sexual harassment.
Yes.
At the worst, he's doing time for attempted rape.
You don't get to just walk up to women and start like, you don't get to do that.
And you're a skunk.
Yeah. It's a little unfair to the ladies. I mean, goodness. If you took your cues from cartoons, you're having a lot of bad conversations with
right.
HR. 303-504-0925. Got a fact checker, Nelly?
I guess the only fact checker is Vic. It looks like you actually got a buyer or
Yes.
a taker. It looks like you got
Yeah,
someone.
the transaction's done. Sorry, Tramp's no longer for sale. Buyer on the way. Thank you very much. This was the best radio show I've been a part of in a long time.
Seriously, if you have an eyesore of a trampoline in your backyard,
it's not an eyesore, dude. It's a nice one.
Oh, no, but the little one doesn't. Dude, when she became a teenager, she stopped jumping on it. Correct?
She was a gymnast all her life, so we needed that thing. So I kept buying new ones, nice ones.
He's trying to get her into the Olympics. That's what it was. Trying to get her into a tramp. Okay, so she doesn't do that anymore. So now it's been sitting there for a couple, 3 years, just sitting there.
Yeah, and every time I mow the lawn, I have to move it, and it's not easy to move. It's heavy.
You know what? While we're on this subject, I got a treadmill that's been in my garage that's collecting dust for like 2 straight years. I need somebody to grab
I got a
that.
treadmill
yeah,
too.
I need somebody come take my treadmill.
Come
I
get
need
it.
it out. I need it out. I need more space in my garage.
Mosier, do you have anything?
Yeah, I got these old branches that I cut off my tree last week. They're kind of sitting on the side of the house because I don't want to take them to the dump because I don't want to pay $120 to get rid of some tree
Dude,
branches.
I think we invented a new industry. Live radio flea marketing.
I think that's called an auction. Anyway.
These tree branches are free. You know what I'm doing though?
I'm
I'm
not
cutting
selling
little pieces
anything.
off
I'm not
week to
making
week and putting them in the trash can until they're all gone.
iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi, and Canes, where you can find the podcast. Have a great day. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Well, after 4 at-bats, I was down to a mustache. But I got a hit in my last at-bat, so to me, it was all worth it.
The words of Todd Helton, who was inducted formally into the Baseball Hall of Fame over the weekend. Welcome into Dempsey and Company. Christopher Dempsey, Mike Sanford. Raj is right here as well. KJ behind the glass. It's good to be here. It's good to be back. What's up, Coach?
Coach, it's been 3 weeks, my man, Demps, since we've been on these airwaves together. Man, think about how much has happened in the world in those 3 weeks. Sports world, political world, but nothing as important as seeing the debut of our own Steve Nelson at the Centennial 38 tailgate on Saturday night. It was just incredible. You would have been a proud papa.
Did you guys hook up?
Yeah, we went out there.
Yeah.
He didn't. I was expecting him to allow me to have the microphone for a little bit. Just going back to my pop punk, emo, screamo era.
Yeah.
I never had a chance. So I was a little disappointed, but tremendous show.
You might be a little mad at me.
Go ahead.
Because I was at that Rapids game.
What? You clearly weren't with the real people. You were probably up in a suite. Were you? Were you in a suite?
Me and my lady. Yeah.
Were you in a suite?
No.
Okay.
Section 116.
Okay. Very nice. Very nice.
Down at the field level.
I was in the south end zone, front row, right underneath the.
I think we were really close to each other. Actually.
Yeah, we were right next to each other. I was standing the whole game,
but
singing all the songs.
Raining, torrential downpour rain.
It was bad. That was a squall, sideways rain. Lightning was looming, for the majority of the end of the first half, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden it was pandemonium. I do not leave sporting events early, Demps. I don't leave sporting events early. But my wife does.
When did it?
My wife does. And you learn a lot about how much pull you have when you bring your 3 children.
Right.
Your friends are visiting from the state of Kentucky. You learn how much pull you have about staying for the second half of a game for the Rocky Mountain Cup.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say that I watched it in the confines of my own home in the second half because I do not wear the pants in my family.
You do not. If you thought you did, she was like, yeah, well, that's not a thing anymore.
Yeah, I told her it'd be about an hour, weather delay about an hour. And that was on the very conservative side of things. I think it ended up being about an hour and 40 minutes.
It was really, really long.
It was a long delay.
Yep. We left at like 10.
She doesn't really have patience for that.
It got long, and then they won. So congratulations to them. They won the Rocky Mountain Cup.
We have our own coach who was hype after getting the Rocky Mountain Cup. I don't know if you saw the images, the videos of him just going nuts, hoisting the cup for all the Centennial 38 supporters. It was an awesome night at Dick's Sporting Goods Park.
Yep. We'll speak with Rapids coach Chris Armas here at 10:45. Got a lot of stuff to ask him about, and it should be a fun interview with him. The team is just playing great. It's just all there is to it. He should be on the short list of Coach of the Year for in the MLS. I don't know who else would be on that list, to be honest with you. Maybe the Real Salt Lake coach, but they've gotten.
Yep.
I wouldn't take that guy over our
Cincinnati
guy
on the East.
Yeah.
Hey, back to that Todd Helton opening line there. It's a great story. I love what he talked about. Every time that he had an at bat that didn't result in a hit, just go shave a little bit more off that beard. Ended up with just a mustache. I went back and I thought about my own experience as the interim head coach at CU.
Yeah.
I got it all wrong.
You're right.
I kept the beard the whole time.
You kept the beard the whole time.
I wish I would have known this story about a year and a half ago. I'd be in better position. My earning power would be a little higher these days.
Todd Helton, 5-time All-Star, 3-time Golden Glove winner, 4-time Silver Slug Award winner, Hank Aaron Award, batting champion, both in 2000, year 2000. It's just very awesome. As we were watching the Rockies, obviously continue to struggle. I thought did they be sent to San Francisco 2 out of 3 over the weekend?
Took the series against my beloved San Francisco Giants.
That's right. That's the team that they can
I'll
beat.
tell you what, though. I'll tell you this. Colorado Rockies, after the All-Star break, they're on pace for a 66.6 winning percentage.
Yeah, that ends
2-1.
That ends tonight. They get the Red Sox tonight, right?
Who cares, man?
Okay. It's all right.
Boston.
All right.
They're the worst. Their fans stink. Can't stand them.
And they're coming off.
What's your question?
They're coming off getting beat pretty good by the Dodgers yesterday. So
yeah, Shohei Ohtani hit one from home plate in Chavez Ravine, and I think it reached Riverside, California. It was.
He's a crazy player.
And it's so weird when you watch him swing the bat. It almost looks like like watching my son, a 7-year-old son, like just not like anything that any of these hitting instructors would ever teach.
Yeah,
he's kind of free swinging.
And he hasn't even gotten back to the pitching part yet.
That's insane.
Like that's just to think about that, what he's doing at the plate, and next season he's going to add the pitching piece back into it, and it's just one of the great athletic feats that we've seen. Maybe beside Travis Hunter also on this. Todd Helton did have something to say to Rockies fans who are wondering about the direction of the team. This is what he had to say.
I do still work for the Rockies, and I go around to the minor leagues and work with them and talk with them. And, I give most of them my phone number to call me if they ever need anything or want to ask me any questions. What I'd say to the fans is be patient. We got good players coming. I only work with position players. I don't know about pitchers, but we got good position players coming, and they're exciting, and they're hungry, and they want to learn. I'm excited for the futures.
This is something that you have said since the beginning of the season, and obviously the record it's a bad record, but I think we all have seen some glimpses of some players that we can't wait to continue to see grow over the course of their careers, and Todd Helton really echoing those sentiments. It's hard to tell Rockies fans to be patient because I think we have. It's patience is running pretty thin with Rockies fans, but he is seeing some things, certainly position player wise, that leads him to believe that there could be a little bit of light at the end of this tunnel.
Yeah, and you look at Chris Bryant even, man. He's hot down there in AAA Albuquerque. 5 for 5 with a bomb the other night.
Can we just get rid of Chris Bryant?
So much reason for optimism. I mean,
we should trade him right now. He's
hot.
He's right.
He is raking AAA pitching right now.
His trade value will never be higher.
It can never get to this point again. No, but there are a lot of exciting pieces. I mean, even you look at Elias Diaz is somebody who I think is going to be dealt and should be dealt. He's in his latter years of his career, but still hitting at a very high level. You can get something. You can get something good. You got to build the bullpen. You got to build up your rotation, which is starting to come back into form a little bit with some pieces coming back. Freeland's back. He's looked good since his return.
Marquez,
Herman Marquez. You got pieces, but the bullpen has to be addressed. You got to use the Elias Diaz's, and you do have good players in AAA. I mean, you look at at the catcher position, Jake Stallings, who's really a fill-in. He's an older player himself. He's done he's a very admirable job. But down in the AAA ranks, you have a really good catcher. His name eludes me right now. It is Drew Romo, who's hitting incredibly well. He leads all PCL catchers in hitting, OPS, all the numbers. So there are some exciting pieces that are coming up in the system. Plus, you have a good young core. So I am optimistic about the Rockies becoming competitive in the next 3 years.
What do you think? What are the odds that they get pitching into a space next season? That's not that it's great. And look, I watched Bud Black. The Giants pitcher struck out 12 Rockies yesterday, and one of the things Bud Black was saying afterwards was, you guys don't think a curveball breaks at altitude, but that guy just showed you that it breaks at altitude and it could do it repeatedly. Okay, great. And actually, Ryan Feltner, congratulations to him for actually that he had a really nice outing, and that hasn't always been the case with him this season. But could they get the pitching to a space that then the young position players and hitting can make them fairly competitive next season?
You mentioned that pitcher that had the breaking ball going for the San Francisco Giants, Hayden Birdsong. Young, right? He is 22 years old, had 12 strikeouts. Did you see a picture of him, by the way?
No.
He looks like one of my daughter's 8th grade classmates.
He does. He's super young.
I do think that the pitching part is always a challenge, particularly because these agents, and you just follow all the tea leaves about players holding out, even in NFL training camps. You look at Why would certain players avoid certain trade situations? Agents don't want their pitchers coming to Colorado. That's a real deal.
Right.
So the only way, in my opinion, that you can effectively address this need, which is really the bullpen, is through the trade market. And you've got to be willing to deal your assets that are hot, at least, in this second latter part of the season, to be able to acquire those types of pieces.
Yeah.
And you can't just do it for long-term projects. You got to do it for players that are at least knocking on the door of being a very good major league reliever and have some substance to what they've done over at least a year or 2 years' time. It can't just all be projects.
It's amazing to me how it's been the one area that they have just never been able to solve with any kind of consistency throughout the entirety of their existence here. Like I don't even think that's hyperbole to say. Have they had good years where the pitching has come through for them? Yes. But by and large, the pitching doesn't come through for them, whether it's starting pitching this year or a bullpen or we can't find a closer or what type of pitchers work best here in Colorado. That has never gotten sorted out in a way that allows them to attack that problem with certainty that these types of guys can come in and have success here. And when you have the manager talking after a game saying, told you a curveball works here, it just underscores that to me that still there is conflict even probably within the organization as to what type of pitcher works here or can work here. And it's just, I don't know. It's very, it's kind of head shaking to think that a lot of smart people, we think, in the organization over decades have not been able to get that one area sorted out in a way that allows them to really attack the problem and then supplement that with really good players in the field to be able to put a competitive product on the field. All right, Rockies and Red Sox tonight. So that ought to be fun over at Coors Field. We are going to take a break and get into the NFL. Training camp's opening this week. John Harbaugh already admonishing the media. Jordan Love already not practicing. And the Broncos, just kind of floating along under the radar. We'll talk about positions that we are interested in when we come back. Well, we've been waiting weeks and weeks and weeks. We've been doing all the talking about the Denver Broncos as we welcome you back into the program. Chris and Coach and KJ with you here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. This is Broncos training camp week, Coach, and I'm excited. I really am. I know that there's a lot of doom and gloom about what the outcome of the season might be, but I'm excited because it feels like a new beginning to me, and that's going to start on Friday out at Dove Valley.
It's going to be fun to be out there. Just the smell of fresh cut grass, just the opportunity to see some of these new pieces, these new parts of the roster, and how it all comes together. I obviously we're going to talk a whole heck of a lot about the quarterback position.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm very interested to see just the overall growth of Bo Nix with this group of players, and Jarrett Stidham hosting the quarterback, receiver, tight end, gathering down in Texas, and Bo Nix was a part of that. I'm anxious to see what that looks like. And I think even more, I think there's some really intriguing positional battles that you and I are going to talk about here in just a second. But I'm excited.
Yeah, I am too. It does feel, I don't know. I'm a process guy. It feels different to me from that standpoint of you have a lot of new players that could be playing roles that could become kind of core-ish players for this football team going forward. I don't know that we thought that necessarily. I think we hoped in just recent years past that some of those guys might grow into that, but I think the sheer numbers of them, there's so many new players now, including the quarterback, it feels a little bit more like a real reset. And all right, let's see who can play and go forward with this football team. All right. Positions that we are interested in seeing, and this is going to be aside from the quarterback, as Coach has said, we'll get to the quarterbacks. We'll talk about them so much over the course of training camp. We'll talk about them this week too, but just not today. Not as much anyway. But I want to start with the offensive line because I think we have over the course of the summer been seeing all of these roster rankings, right, with the Broncos, and they're always last or next to last, or the roster's terrible or whatever they say, but that roster is always super low. Well, the one position group that is actually rated fairly well universally is the offensive line, and Pro Football Focus has them as the 15th best offensive line, so that's right smack in the middle of the NFL. You are returning 4 of your 5 starters is what you're doing. So you're at center. You're having competition there with Wattenberg and Forsythe.
Sam Mustipher even.
Yeah, you know what? Okay, let's just start there. Does he feel? He feels like depth. He feels like insurance policy.
I think, yeah, I'd agree with that. He has played. He's played in National Football League games. He's a guy that you could plug and play. He was undrafted out of Notre Dame and ended up, playing some significant minutes, in his early part of his career. But yeah, he is. I think that this is going to be Alex Forsythe's offensive line, and I think
I do too.
I think that he was very influential in vouching for Bo Nix. Bo Nix, the person. Bo Nix, the leader. Bo Nix, the guy that's going to be able to execute an offense exactly as you want it executed, which is what Sean Payton wanted and what he got. So I do think that synergy between quarterback and center is very important. And this is going to be Bo Nix's team at some point in the year, whether it's week 1 or week 7. This is a position group, and center is a position that I think is going to be well acquitted for a rookie quarterback to come into the National Football League. You look at this group, and I know we talked about the center position. I think it's Forsythe to lose. I really do. But you look at this group, you just signed Quinn Miners to a $20 million annual contract, tied for 3rd amongst guards. You pay Ben Powers, your other starting guard, $12.875 per. That's 16th amongst guards. And then your 2 tackles, Mike McGlinchey at $17.5 million. That's 16th among tackles, and $17 million for Garrett Bowles. That's 18th among tackles. And you could say, well, there's 32 teams. Well, everybody's got two of every one of those positions.
Yeah.
So really, you're looking at their starting guards are in the top 9 teams, if you will, in starting tackles as well.
They've invested heavily in the offensive line.
Yeah, and what I love about this offensive line, and they've taken they've taken their shots certainly with the fan base over the last couple of years. Everybody always says that, a lot of the sacks last year were all on the offensive line. I think that this offensive line is built to run the football, to get downhill, set up your play actions. And that is such an important foundational piece of building a franchise. You win games ultimately by having a better run game and a better ability to stop the run on the defensive side of the ball. That's how you win in the postseason. Now, is this team skill-wise anywhere near where it needs to be? No, to compete for the postseason. But I do love the fact that foundationally they've built this thing from the inside out as opposed to the outside in.
So it was also a remarkably healthy offensive line. They started the same 5 guys for the first 16 games of the season, 900 snaps of those guys. You are big into continuity, and we talk about this in relationship to the University of Colorado and their offensive line, which is being pieced together and trying to gel quickly. But this one now has had a year to be able to understand what is being asked of them. Quinn Miners, who you just mentioned, they gave the big contract to. He had interesting things to say in OTAs about that. I'm going to play you a couple of clips here. This is one on the offensive. I think actually this is on him in specific, and then I'll play another one on the offensive line as a whole.
It's been great to come back and have the same staff, same coaches, same familiar faces. It's been really awesome to have the same language, the same kind of plays, the same type of blocks I'm expected to do. Where I can spend, the off season before this, process starts, knowing what's expected of me, and what the system actually is. So it's been great.
How big is that for him?
It's huge. It's huge. And continuity in that position group, both with the scheme and with each other, is so important. Now, there is a new voice at the quarterback position, and I do believe that whether it's Jarrett Stidham, whether it's Bo Nix, I can't say I don't know what to make of Zach Wilson. I think he's the big wild card in training camp. It's going to be fun to watch. But I think this is going to be, for who starts against Seattle in week 1, I think it's going to be between Jarrett Stidham and Bo Nix. I think the offensive line is going to welcome either one of those two guys being the starting quarterback.
Yeah.
Because I think there were some challenges with Russell Wilson, spitting it out in the huddle.
Right.
Some of the stuff that he did at the line of scrimmage. There's some frustrations. You hear Tyler Columbus here coming up on PhD at noon to 3 over the last 12 months that I've listened to Tyler. You could tell from the offensive line perspective, he's a bit of a wild card because you want to block people. If you're an offensive lineman, you want to block people and know where your quarterback's going to be relative to the pass rusher.
Right.
With Russ, you just never knew where he was going to be.
And then he didn't know how long he was going to hold it.
He was going to hold on to it. He was going to run himself into some sacks. He was going to run up some offensive line backs. I mean, there's all things. There's a pinball machine in there at times. I just think that they know what they're going to get out of one of these two quarterbacks. Their ability to sustain blocks, know where the launch points on play action is going to be for the quarterback to throw the football. I think that's going to be welcome for this offensive line. Now, the question still remains, is there enough explosiveness to take the pressure off of what will be needed in the run game? And frankly, if you're not making explosive plays in the pass game, your offensive line ends up wearing a huge burden throughout the course of the year that you have to run the football to have any chance to be successful.
Having said that, is there my sense of this offensive line is it was a good run blocking offensive line. It was okay as a pass blocking unit, but it could use some improvement there. What did you see in that area?
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. This offensive line, the way that it's built, and I keep going back to this is an offensive line that's built to run the football. This is like, if you look at an offensive lineman in their stance, if they're in a 3-point stance, hand in the dirt, there's one of two things that you see, and defensive linemen key on this. If you see white knuckles, you're running the football, or you're running some type of hard play action pass to be able to get into that second area just behind the linebacker's outstretched hands. That's a white-knuckled offensive line, this Broncos offensive line. They want to come off the line of scrimmage, fire off into another man and move them against their will. Now, on the flip side, a defensive line could see an offensive line with really, really light stances. Their hands are not deep in the dirt. That is a team that's going to play backpedal offensive line play, where it is throw the football 40 to 50 times a game, finesse. That's not how this offensive line's built, which I like. I like the fact that this offensive line's built this way because what is Sean Payton's offensive system? In the pass game, let's get the ball out of your hands.
Right.
It's not sit there and take a 7-step drop, take 2 hitches, and then wait for your 22-yard dig to open up. This is a rhythm-based pass game that gets the ball out of the quarterback's hands. When you do call drop-back passes, it's mostly quick game or intermediate pass game. And then when you do want to push the ball vertically down the field, it comes off of any of your play-action passes. And if you're able to effectively run the football, then those same offensive formations that you're predominantly running the football out of, defenses are pinning their ears back to try to stop the run, and they become less aggressive in the pass rush because they have to be accountable to holding their gaps in the run game.
Right. This is Quinn Meinerz about what he has seen in the offensive line as a whole.
Yeah, 100%. Our practices, you can feel it and you can see it out there of everyone, really, getting off on the ball, getting off on the snap and moving around. This isn't necessarily about the physical nature of the game. It's more about, knowing your assignment, first 2 steps, initial contact, and then kind of shutting it down. But I think as a team, we're in a really good spot.
And again, that was it during OTAs there from Quinn Meinerz. On the text line, can they just wear gloves?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a figure of speech because they all do wear gloves. But you can tell, like, there's certain offensive linemen, like Mike McGlinchey was a guy that played at Notre Dame when I was the offensive coordinator. That is a white-knuckled offensive lineman. He is there because as a right tackle, he can be a dominant run blocker in gap schemes, the power play, counter play, duo, which is basically it's the power play without a pulling guard. That's what Mike McGlinchey's built for. He is not the guy that would have had a lot of fun playing in a college air raid offense where all you're doing is backpedaling and just holding on for dear life and pass protection 75% of the snaps.
Yeah. It seems to me, I want to just retouch on the center part of this because if everybody else knows what they're doing and Forsyth is, I guess he was here, so it's not like he wasn't here. But then he also has the relationship with the quarterback. How much more quickly does that make the quarterback, the quarterback and the offensive line seeing the same thing, understanding what's happening in front of them, being able to get that diagnosed? How quickly can that happen? Because Forsyth, A, has already worked with Bo Nix in college, and B, has been here for a year, even though he obviously wasn't playing.
I think it'll be a fairly quick transition. I think that Sean Payton already has that type of relationship as the play caller with Alex Forsyth, that there's trust, there's communication. I do believe that is going to be the leader in the clubhouse. Now, starting NFL games for the first time at that position, there's going to be a bit of a learning curve. It'd be, several games before I think he really feels confident and cutting it loose because you're directing so much traffic at the position.
Yeah.
You're making all the IDs in terms of who are we working our combinations to in the run game, and then where's our ID going to be in the pass game. But when you're the quarterback and you have a relationship with your center, which clearly Forsyth and Nix do have together, it makes it so much easier to be on the same page because a lot of times the center makes the initial point of who the ID is in the run game or pass game.
Mm-hmm.
And that means like we as 3 offensive linemen, say center, left guard, left tackle, we're blocking the 2 down linemen up to this second level player. And then anybody outside of that comes from the second level. That becomes the quarterback's hot read, and he has to have an answer for that. So the center and quarterback, typically the center is the one who makes that initial point, but then the quarterback can trump him. But a lot of times there's arguments that have happened during games, during NFL games, college games between the center and the quarterback. I've even had centers look back at me and like curse me out when I was playing. Like, he's not coming. No, he is. I studied the coverage in the secondary. He's coming.
Right.
That's some of the delay games happen because of that very argument. Like there's that arguments happening like 2 guys in a bar arguing over who's the best, point guard in the NBA. Like
right.
it's no different.
That's so funny.
So I think that you'll have Alex Forsyth he'll be up to speed. I just have my questions about if there's going to be enough explosive playmaking ability both at the running back position and at the receiver position, certainly the tight end position, to take the pressure off of this offensive line to make it look actually tangibly good.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what happened last year. As the year went on and the turnover started to not show up in the Broncos' favor at the level they were during the 5-game win streak.
That's right.
The rushing numbers and the averages started to come down because it really is hard to average 4 yards a carry in the National Football League. Those D-lines are so dang good.
They're so good. And they put more players in the box, too, if they feel like they're being overpowered. All right, let's get to the secondary. Conversely, I mentioned how many of the offensive linemen are back. Game 1 last year, your starting safeties were Kareem Jackson and Justin Simmons. So they're gone. It is it's a position group that is in as much flux as any on the team. You could have, let's see, Caden Stearns now is injured, or at least he's on the PUP list. So I guess there's a chance he could be ready when the season starts. I don't even know if I want to worry about Caden Stearns much anymore. But that's just me. You have Jaquan McMillan. He's going to come back as a nickel guy. Obviously, Patrick Surtain is going to be one of your corners. PJ Locke is going to be one of your safeties, and he played great last year in his time on the field. Beyond that, the questions start to come in, and I'll just start at safety with you. If Caden Stearns is not able to start the season, who are we expecting to see alongside PJ Locke in defensive backfield?
Well, I do think that addressing the safety position was met by George Payton in the offseason. I think that Brandon Jones coming over from Miami, he has NFL experience. He actually was a fairly coveted draft pick when he came out of the university.
And George Payton has said glowing things about him, that they've liked him, for many years now.
Yeah, and I think that he's going to be the starter. I think PJ Locke is your best option, even with a healthy Caden Stearns. Caden Stearns is he's been almost the enigma, the Greg Dulcich on the defensive side of the ball. That his availability has been not good, and as a result, not super fired up about that. I do like Jaquan McMillan. He came alive as the year went on.
Yeah, he was awesome.
The thing that I find very interesting about this secondary, if you look at it, is a majority of these guys that are going to be playing, potentially starting in game 1, they were all undrafted free agents. Obviously, PS2 is a first rounder.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Jaquan McMillan, starting nickelback, undrafted college free agent. PJ Locke, undrafted in 2019 college free agent. Levi Wallace, who was brought in to potentially start opposite PS2 at corner.
Mm-hmm.
Undrafted free agent 2018, was actually a college walk-on at Alabama.
Wow.
He ran a 4.63 at the combine. Now he has 12 career interceptions, has done a lot of good things in his NFL career. He's been a bit of a yeoman. He's been traveling quite a bit from team to team. Buffalo, Pittsburgh, now Denver. The guy that to me has the street cred of his college career and has the playmaking ability to play opposite PS2 and be an impactful player, and I'm going to pound the table for this guy, is Riley Moss. Riley Moss has to start this year because he has tremendous ball skills. He's a gamer. He sees things, having coached against him. I wanted to target I had Rashad Bateman at the University of Minnesota. I wanted to go after Riley Moss. Like, watching film all week, I'm like, this guy, all he did every year I coached against him was intercept passes.
Yeah.
And it's the craziest thing. Like, he has a knack for getting his hands on balls. He has a knack for understanding route concepts coming off as a corner. I think Riley Moss is going to be a breakout player in this 2024 Broncos
I'm with you. I want to see him play. We talk about this in reference to a lot of the offensive players we want to see on the field. But I think Riley Moss, Drew Sanders would have been a guy, but obviously with the Achilles, he's got to get through that. The corner that plays opposite Pat Surtain is going to get of
They're
high
gonna get
volume.
there.
Yeah,
They're gonna get there.
Exactly right. And if you have a guy like Riley Moss, who we think can really take advantage of a lot of those opportunities, knock a lot of those down, obviously pick some of those, a fair amount of those off. Now you're talking. Now you're talking. And I just think this goes. I hope for him that he is able to put performances on the field that put him in position to be able to be the starter opposite of Pat Surtain, because I'm with you 1,000%. I think he's got a really, really bright future, and we'll see. All right, we'll get back to this a little bit later on in the program. Let's take a quick break, come back with Rapids coach Chris Armas.
If you guys haven't noticed, I don't know in the back if you guys can see, but I don't have a leg on my left side. I was working the Denver Nuggets championship parade. People disregarded the barriers, and the fire truck at the end that held some of the Nuggets players was surrounded, and they called us in, the SWAT team, to go try to get people away from that truck and to try to get that truck to a safe spot. During that, the truck, an 80,000-pound fire truck, grabbed my foot as we were walking along the sides of it, and it ended up pulling me under the truck. And this happened slowly, and as it was going, I knew that I was losing my leg. 8 surgeries, 7 months in a wheelchair, ups, downs, but I never gave up, and I never had that thought of this isn't going to happen. 10.5 months later, I ran my first operation back in the unit, right? And I was back with my teammates. We were back doing our thing. So I would ask you guys to just, for tomorrow, you guys know what you're doing. You're professionals. You've been doing this for a long, long time. But leave it all on the field, right? Regardless of what happens tomorrow, if you guys can look at yourself in the mirror, if you can look at your teammates, and your coaches can honestly tell you that everything was left on the field, it's irrelevant as to what the actual outcome is, because you guys know you put everything into it, just like I put everything into my recovery. So thank you guys so much for letting me come up here and talk. I'm going to be there tomorrow cheering. I'm going to be your biggest supporter, and good luck with the game. Thank you guys.
So as we bring in Rapids coach Chris Armas, that was Officer Justin Dodge from the Denver Police Department. Now, you may have heard the story, or you may not have heard the story. There were some chaotic moments in the Nuggets parade last year. He was pulled under a fire truck and lost his leg. He spoke to the Rapids prior to their game in the Rocky Mountain Cup against Real Salt Lake yesterday. And as we bring in Coach, you guys won that game. You did leave it on the field, but just talk about what that moment meant to you and to the team.
Yeah, look, I love that you guys aired that just now. Justin Dodge, what a brave man! What an example for our community, for our players. You know, we had Justin and I as leaders, as of men. You know, we and I think they have even a woman on his unit, but you know, we have similar leadership styles, similar messaging. And I rode that momentum from that meeting. And the key thing going into the game was, and I had met with our supporters the night before in an event with all our supporters, and I showed up the night before the game, and they wanted to see heart. They wanted to see passion. And then the message from Justin Dodge, who we just heard from, was no matter what, that after the 90 minutes, that you can look yourself in the mirror, look your teammates and coaches, that you've given everything. And that was the key. And the boys did. It took 90 minutes. We got it done. And here we are.
Coach, congratulations on bringing back the Rocky Mountain Cup. First time back in Denver in 4 years, and first time outright since 2013. Being at that game, both Dempsey and I were there to support you. And what an amazing night there at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. But one thing I got to commend you on, Coach, is throughout the course of interviewing you every Monday for the last, feels like, couple months, any time a questions come up, whether it be at your introductory press conference, whether it be me as a soccer novice asking questions, it just seems like players that you're coaching, that you're entrusted with leading, just keep answering the bell. And one of those moments was the second goal of the game, scored by Sam Vines, a fearless run right through the middle of the box. I asked you about that 3 weeks ago. When is he going to get back on the front foot as a scoring threat? And sure enough, he answers in the biggest of moments. What can you say just about guys playing fearlessly, namely Sam Vines?
Yeah, listen, honestly, guys, today's a day off, but it's not really a day off. I mean, the players are always on my mind. And of course, yeah, is it the star striker, Rafa Navarro? I know he wants a goal. He's trying almost too hard these days. So sometimes it's a little text message, sometimes a little note. But I think of every guy, 25 on the roster. And I know exactly where they're at. I was a player once. I had my ups and downs. And Sam Vines, he publicly came out recently, a few days ago even, and said, look, I've not been at my best. I haven't been in the form that I was in a few years ago. And, I read that, and I know that. And I check in with him. Me and him talk. I share stories when I was a player. I had a mental coach. Here's some of the tools that I've used, Sam. I'm not saying you have to use it, but for me, this helped. It helped me stay in the moment. It helped me execute in the moment of truth. Take what you want, Sam. So when after the game, he goes, Coach, I looked at you after I scored. And, this is what I love about my job. What is a coach, guys, right? What is a coach? Yes, we got to get wins. Yeah, but we're leaders. We're mentors to these kids to take them where they can't get to on their own. For me, that's what it is.
41 points on the season for the Colorado Rapids, fourth in the Western Conference. And it just has to be very gratifying to see how much your team has grown over the course of the season. But now, look, you're in the midst of a playoff race. That's what it is. And where are the areas that you want to see continue to improve to make sure that you guys are playing your best when the playoffs do arrive?
Yeah, listen, I have to say this. My staff, we ask a lot of the players. Now, I think they all enjoy being at work. They love what's going on. But physically, tactically, mentally, emotionally, we ask for a lot. And I'm very well aware of that. But I'm trying to push the bar, raise the standards, how much they can take in, process, push through. And to see what they've done, they are incredible. Look, I'm a coach, and I kind of put it out there, but they grabbed it. They have scored 50 goals this year, guys. We might set a record in our team. We're the third highest in the league, and so we have to continue attacking. We have to continue sticking with it. And the area that I'd say is, defensively, we want to just keep tidying things up. We know we can score goals. But, in the toughest games, in the biggest games, it's going to be that we can be more disciplined, defend with more grit and bite, and some of it's tactical, some of it's individuals. So going into the playoffs, this will be key. The other night we gave up a goal right after the rain delay, and we're up against it. So if we're better, and it's fine margins, stepping out one more step to block a shot, maybe. These are the things that I'd like to tidy up, in this playoff stretch.
You have, before we get to Moise Bombito, the Chris Armas Show is presented by Intermountain Health. Visit intermountainhealthcare.org. Intermountain Health, helping people live the healthiest lives possible. Bombito's on the way. He's probably already in Columbus, actually. I think I saw a little clip of him at the airport. I want to play for you what the Canadian national team coach said about him, and then get your reaction on the other side.
It is unacceptable that a player like Moise Bombito is not discovered until he's 23 years old. I've coached some of the best center backs in the world, and this is what I told him. I've coached Upamecano, Konaté, Gvardiol, and his talent level is in that category.
Speak to that. Is his talent level in that category?
Jesse, we've coached together for many years, that coach who just made that comment, has worked with those guys, seen them as youngish players. He would, on a daily basis, he would know better than me. I've watched all those guys. I know that, Bayern Munich, Liverpool. I know, and City, like that. These guys, they're playing on the biggest stage. I would say that Moise has that physical capability, the top speed, the athleticism, and he has the mentality. He's a young – he's 24. He's not 18, 19 in the football world. We say young, but he's youngish in the world of football with a big mentality. So I'd say that he is.
Coach, transition back to the pure joy that you hoisted that Rocky Mountain Cup to the Centennial 38 section. The state of Colorado is a really unique sports state. It seems like you've been able to take on that joy and seeing that. What did that mean to you, just to be able to connect with the supporters in that moment and show them the cup that that you brought back to Denver?
Yeah, listen, some people know me better than others, right? Like in this sport. And listen, I have big fire in my heart, let me tell you. I have a big tank that I work really hard. And it's hard always to show what it means to you. My family knows. They see how I work on downtime and in the off seasons in preparing. But the cup was for our fans, and I didn't lose sight of that. They told me that in the press conference because when I met them first, the C38, our Centennial 38 supporters group, when I first met them at an event 6 months ago, and they said, "Listen, we almost don't care about anything else. We want that cup." I didn't forget that. So in that moment, it's not like I'm very deliberate kind of how I'm doing things, but I want to show them what's going on inside of my heart, my brain. And in that moment, it's just to show the fans how much they mean to me, and me means the Colorado Rapids.
Coach, you have a really interesting schedule coming up, with the combination of, Euros and Copa America, and then now the Olympic break, with the MLS having the MLS Cup coming up against Portland August 1st, and then against Leon from Mexico, Liga MX, coming up at home on Monday, August 5th. And then really you're not back into MLS regular season play for the table until August 31st. How important is this MLS Cup going to be, the Leagues Cup? And just how do you navigate the heater that you guys have been on going into this, I guess you'd call it this time of rest, of lack of competitive matches outside of Leagues Cup?
Yeah, it's an exciting time in general for football in our country and in the world, right? With what's going on with Messi, and you get to see Ronaldo on the stage recently, and both tournaments going on at the same time. Dramatic championship games of the Euros with Spain, and amazing. We see Moyes playing in the tournament with Copa America. Some drama with the U.S. team. It's just an exciting time. I love right now that we're sitting on a big win, right? We don't play our next league game for a bit, but now imagine the guys, how they feel after the victory. I saw them yesterday. We had a meet the team event with our season ticket holders. Everyone's on cloud nine. And you get to sit on that, and that's good for the soul. Now the Leagues Cup's interesting, guys, right? Because it's essentially two games. One in Portland, one home against Leon, which will feel like an away game in some ways because it's going to be a lot of Mexicans in the crowd, and it's probably going to be a good thing. In certain ways that we're home, but kind of in a tough environment. And all I'd say is this: it's another trophy on the line. We're going to take each game one at a time. And we've been playing with almost like a playoff feel and mentality. At the Galaxy, big game, home against Salt Lake, huge game. Every play matters, and we'll take that right into Portland. It's a good team. They've heated up lately. We'll be ready for them. We'll throw everything at them, and then take care of the second game. Three teams in the group, 2 move on. Hopefully we move on with either Portland or Leon, and it's game on, tournament on.
That game is August 1st, and in Portland. The second game, as you just referenced, is is August 5th back here at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. And it will be an interesting crowd. There's no doubt about that. Coach, we really appreciate you joining us. Congratulations on winning the Rocky Mountain Cup. That is not easy. We do not see that happen a ton around here. So we know it's significant. We can't wait to talk to you again next week.
Listen, I will say, Leslie, thanks again. And that Rocky Mountain Cup is for our fans. Please, fans, keep coming. We love you. We need you. Thanks again for having me, guys.
All right, there he goes, Chris Armas. The Chris Armas Show is sponsored by Intermountain Health. Visit intermountainhealthcare.org. Intermountain Health, helping people live the healthiest lives possible. Those crowds are really good, man.
They sure are. Yep. And I think we need to rename our Chris Armas Show to MLS Coach of the Year Show.
Because facts.
I think it is happening before our very eyes, and we're watching this team grow and take on the lifeblood of who Chris Armas is. And this is a team that just doesn't quit.
Yep.
And they go down 1-0. Come back and score 2.
Yep.
Then they lose the lead right out of the rain delay. Find the go ahead to win the Rocky Mountain Cup. And one thing that we didn't even touch on is the fact that if they draw in that match, the Rocky Mountain Cup actually stays in Salt Lake on goal differential. So
they had to win.
That Cole Bassett penalty kick, his first, I think, in his MLS career, certainly this season, ended up being the decision maker for the Rocky Mountain Cup.
Yeah, it's been an amazing season for the Rapids, and they'll keep it going. We'll be watching, no doubt. All right, let's take a quick break. Come back with a conversation about Russell Westbrook.
4 start. Clippers have hit 5 of 10 shots, and now the 5th turnover. Lob to Westbrook. And throws it down. Timeout, Portland.
So there's going to be some of that probably happening. I guess all the transactions haven't been official yet, but it appears that Russell Westbrook will be a Denver Nugget in the near future. Welcome back to the program. Chris, Coach, and KJ with you here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 until noon. PhD takes over for us at that time. I was gone all last week when the Russell Westbrook stuff really
started getting legs.
Yeah.
And then the weekend really seemed like it cemented. Was it Friday night? It was after the shows.
Yep.
I believe that it was the trade was official.
Yeah,
with,
and then you got to clear
the
waivers.
Utah Jazz, and then it's still kind of in a weird waiting zone still.
Yeah, it is. It's one of those things that you knew. So you're talking to the player on the backside of this in his representation. You know that there's mutual interest. You knew that the Clippers wanted to get off of Russell Westbrook, and they were able to do that with the Utah Jazz, and then Utah didn't want him, and so you knew there was going to be a buyout situation there. So you got to go through, the trade, and then you got to go through the buyout situation, and then you got to clear waivers, and then once you clear waivers, you can just sign with whoever you want. So it's just a little bit of a process here, but it appears that Westbrook will be a Denver Nugget. What do you think?
I'm excited. Damps, are you excited? I'm excited. I'm not going to let you rain on my parade yet. You know why? Because I have a 7 and 9-year-old son. Well, they're not the same person. The two of them. And they both want a Russell Westbrook Nuggets jersey.
Yeah.
The reason that Russell Westbrook as just a basketball player, I think is so appealing for the fan base is the fact that he is one of the most freakish athletes that's played this game in the last several decades. His ability to take the ball to the cup and be very aggressive still, even at 35 years old, he'll be 36 when the season tips off. I personally love this move from an optics perspective, yes.
Yeah.
But more importantly, I see this move by Calvin Booth as being a move that will give Jamal Murray the proper amount of time and rest in the majority of games. And I actually think it's just going to be a Jamal Murray's down minutes or Russell Westbrook's up minutes. However, Joker figures into that, we'll see. But I do think Nikola Jokic loves him some Russell Westbrook. I do think that there will be some moments of the year where it looks like a bad move, but I think that ultimately it's going to be a better move as a net positive because I think you're going to get a better version of Jamal Murray in the postseason because he didn't have to tax his body, which has already endured surgeries.
Yeah.
To the point that he did this past season.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is what they're getting. A 9-time All-Star, a 2-time scoring champ, 9 times All-NBA. A couple of times he was the All-Star MVP. He was the 2016-17 MVP when he averaged a triple-double for the entire season. He is obviously a talented player. He's going straight to the Hall of Fame when he retires. He has been really, really good. And look, from the standpoint of is it an upgrade over Reggie Jackson? Well, of course, I think you have to say yes to that, right? I mean, there's no two ways about that.
Reggie Jackson gave you nothing, in my opinion, with a physical presence as a slasher getting to the rim.
Yeah.
If his shots were falling, awesome.
All good.
Yeah. We love Reggie. He looks cool. He's got all the flair, the swag.
Yeah.
He's got a million different pieces of equipment on him. Awesome. But if it wasn't good, it wasn't good. And I do think that Russell Westbrook is an upgrade defensively, which was incredibly important for Michael Malone over Reggie Jackson because there is a physical presence. Is he a bit older? Yes. But can he turn it on in fits and starts as a bench player? 100%.
Yep. So exactly right. So the way you described Reggie Jackson would be the reverse in Russell Westbrook. Can still get to the rim with the best of them. Shot something like low 60s at the rim when you just start to really slice it out where his shots were coming from. Can still get there, can still finish around the rim. Those things are always true with him. Still, it's remarkable to me that he continues to play with the athletic force that he has always had from being a younger man. And that's usually when you get players that lead with athleticism as they age. Obviously, that's the first thing to go. You lose a step, you're not jumping as high, you're not jumping as quick. People are staying in front of you in the way that they weren't before. And that largely, like, he has been able to stay away from that. So I don't know what his workout regimen is, but I mean, I need to talk to him about that because it's crazy what he's able to do.
The difference between his workout regimen and yours is that he mixes in some leg day. He mixes in some core work.
What are legs and core?
He's concerned with his posterior chain, whereas you simply do the mirror workout.
Right.
Where
curls
triceps,
for the girls.
You do the tricep kickbacks. Very different regimen. He's built for not just show, but he's also
actually
built to go.
He's actually built to go.
Yeah, man.
Amazing. Here's where I do it. Okay. I think this is overall obviously a good thing for the Nuggets, who needed to. You knew what they had to do with their last roster spot. You understood what one of the issues off the bench was consistent scoring off the bench. I don't know if he's going to completely solve that, but he's going to give you more nights that you're going to have significant points off the bench than not. I think that will exist. He scored something like 11 points per game in 19 minutes per game. If you extrapolate that out over per 36, which is one of my favorite stats for bench players, just to kind of get a snapshot of what it might look like if they started. But if you extrapolate that out over 36 minutes, his averages would have been something like 18 points, 8 assists, 7 rebounds. So like normal Russell Westbrook stuff. I think what the Nuggets are going to have to do offensively is tweak how they operate, because when he's on the court, teams are just not going to honor the jump shot, and quite honestly, they shouldn't. He made 0 mid-range jump shots in the playoffs last year. The three-point shooting is kind of spotty, obviously. It always has been with him. So can you get into transition? Can you mentioned defensively what he is, and can he help impact you on that end? Steals, deflections, these kinds of things, get you out into the open court. And now you're running with, now it's Russell on one wing, maybe with the ball. Then you got Peyton Watson filling a lane somewhere. And you can be pretty devastating, in a transition sense. And then if it's Julian Strawther or Christian Brown, we don't know which one of those two is going to start at the 2 guard, but
what's your money on? Especially after Julian Strawther's just incredible.
I know. He was
Summer
so
League.
good. He was so good.
I mean, I didn't even think this was a discussion.
I didn't
2
either.
months ago.
Nope, I didn't either.
Here we are.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's a bad thing. It's a really good thing. It's honestly, Julian Strawther's performance in the Summer League was Calvin Booth's best offseason acquisition.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have a legit scorer, a legit three-point shooter that decided to take the ball to the rim.
Yeah.
In the Summer League.
Dude,
I mean, let's go.
Let's
go, Debs. I know there's a lot of doom and gloom around what happened this offseason. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I'm believing in some of these pieces that are young pieces that are exciting pieces. And I think you look no further than Julian Strawther, Christian Brown, Peyton Watson as those 3 young players that give you a lot.
Yeah.
They give Michael Malone a lot in terms of athleticism.
You know what? Look, here's the thing. Look, we have first world problems here. Like the Nuggets, when we evaluate the Nuggets, this is not just a playoff situation anymore. It used to be, can they get to the playoffs? Maybe they can make a couple of rounds. The question that we have to ask ourselves is, how do they play at an NBA finals level? How do they get there, get back to the finals, give themselves a chance to win another championship? If Peyton Watson, Christian Brown, and Julian Strawther play lights out basketball, I will show you a team that will walk right back to the NBA Finals.
And win it. If those 3 players have played lights out basketball
consistently all season long and then into the playoffs,
they will win it.
But that is asking. So with Christian Brown, we've seen him do that in the playoffs. He played a big role for him when they won the title, won a game for him in Miami, basically, not by himself, but like he was a
critical.
Yeah, exactly right. So Peyton Watson obviously fell out of the lineup largely by the time their playoff run was over this past season. I think his next step is to be playing in all of these games. But for him, it's going to be because offensively he's been consistent. Defensively, we know what we're getting. He's going to block all the shots. He's going to get the deflections. We know what Peyton Watson is as a defender.
He's quick,
he's a great one.
Explosive.
Exactly right.
Long.
Mm-hmm.
All the things.
He's got to give you, he's not going to start Can he give you 10 points every night, 10, 12 every night? Can he do that? I don't know. I think that's the thing that he will most certainly have to do. And Julian Strother. Now, the thing about Julian is that we didn't really see a whole lot of him last year because by the time he started playing, then he got hurt. He got it like 15 games, chunked out. Then by the time he got back, he was kind of out of the rotation. So
his rookie season to me was exciting,
mm-hmm.
but extremely choppy, which is probably to be expected when you're not going through the normal developmental protocol of a rookie playing G League, getting all the minutes that you need to get yourself prepared to be an NBA contributor
mm-hmm.
in the postseason. It's about what you probably want to see from a rookie.
Yeah.
And now you back it up with the summer league that he had. Let's go.
Yeah. Okay. So I still think there's an element of Julian Strother's development that he still has to go through an 82 game season.
Right.
You know
Peyton
what I'm
Watson
saying?
Just did it.
Yeah. And Peyton Watson did it. And so he's going to understand how that feels. And Watson played in 80 of the 82 games. So that's like he played a lot. So, by the time he got to the playoffs, it was probably look, I'm sure there was a wear down effect. There's also, how do I stay effective throughout the course of an entire season? He'll have a better handle of that mentally and physically of how to do that in this upcoming season. Whereas I'm very, very interested to see what Julian Strother does.
Debs, to go back to Russell Westbrook and why I'm very, very excited about this potential acquisition that's going to happen. Right?
Yeah.
If you look at the 23-24 season, throughout the entirety of the year, there is a void of a presence off the bench. Like having somebody that is either a veteran or somebody that comes in and everybody's like, that guy right there, I know who he is.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, is his 3-point shooting fantastic? Last year it wasn't. But what his 21 game stint the previous year at the tail end of 22-23 with the Clippers, he was shooting 36% from behind the arc. I love the fact that there's leadership, there's veteran presence, and most of all, there is actually a physical presence on the floor off the bench that was sorely lacking in the last campaign that ended up in a failed run in the postseason.
Yeah.
And I think you have that now.
He's the type of player that will raise the temperature, right? And will raise the energy level.
Like, who was that, Demps? Who was that last year? Peyton Watson, and when he came off the bench, certain times during the regular season, you felt him.
But he had to make the plays.
Yep.
Whereas Russell Westbrook doesn't even have to make the plays.
He's made plays.
He just steps on the court and something's about to happen or something could happen. He gets the scowl. He gets running up and down the court with all the force. And that's so. Yeah, I mean, look, from there's a lot of intangibles that he brings to the table that the Nuggets do need. That I think will serve them well. Look, I'm a very X's and O's guys, and so I'm always worried about what it means in the grand scheme of trying to continue to be one of the most effective offensive teams in the NBA, which is what the Nuggets really have been each of the last 5 seasons. They're always in the top 5 of field goal percentage. Their 3-point percentage is up a little bit up and down, but generally in the top half. And can you just not be easy to guard? And you're going to have to really tweak your lineups sometimes, especially if you don't have a lot of shooting in a. So when Westbrook is on the court, got to have shooting on the court with him. You can't have multiple non-shooters on the court, because if that happens, then I'll show you an offense that'll bog down sooner or later, because the other team will just pack the paint. But that's up to the coaches to get that sorted out, and we'll see. We'll see. But he does bring a lot of intangibles. We'll see. I don't know. I would expect that by the end of this week, that whole process should be over, and he'll be a Nugget by then. So we'll see.
And I think I just talked to you into buying your son a Russell Westbrook Nuggets jersey.
He might want one.
This last segment.
If he wants one, he gets one, man.
Yeah, let's go.
That's as simple as that. Let's go. All right, let's get a break. Come back with KJ's NFL Notes.
Dempsey and Company present KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football. Football's fun.
Fun, sir.
Fun, sir.
It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, it's that time of day where we get KJ's NFL Notes. KJ, what's story number 1?
Well, I am going to steal one from the Dempsey playbook here. According to Adam Schefter, 2-time Pro Bowler Shaquille Barrett has informed the Dolphins that he wants to spend more time with his family, and he is now retiring from the NFL. Barrett also was a 2-time Super Bowl champion who played 4 seasons with Denver and 5 with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Simple question. Is he the greatest football player to ever come out of CSU?
I'm going to say no to that, but he's one of them.
Who would you have as the best player of all time?
For CSU? Oh, gosh. I mean, I would put Bradley Van Pelt above him right off the top. Jeez.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but
my CSU history is it's not as good as my CU history.
Okay,
but
we got
definitely
like Joel Dreesen. What's the tight end now for the Cardinals?
Trey McBride.
Yes. So they become tight end U. I mean,
yeah, they had some really, really good players in the Sonny Lubick days, even a little bit before that. But I would say that
he's had the best NFL career, arguably, of any CSU grad. I mean, he was a dude.
He is a dude, and I covered him at CSU. You know,
Joey Porter.
Yeah, there you go, Joey Porter. So it's look, I just want to say this. I remember I was so impressed with him. He came from a school in Nebraska. He transferred to CSU, and I remember at the time I was writing for the Denver Post and covering Colorado State, and I was always very impressed with him. And the Joey Porter texts are coming through.
Yep. I beat him. I beat you, texters.
He beat you. I didn't know he was really, really good at Colorado State. I had no clue that he was going to be this good in the NFL. And I remember when the Broncos were like, okay, Joey Porter, we got it.
The Rammies are listening.
Yeah, they're listening. Yeah.
I like that the Rammies are all in.
They're all in.
I'll tell you, he's going to be the best CSU player to ever play, at least in the next 10 years.
Who?
It's going to be Torrey Horton.
He's really good.
Dude, just wait. Just wait till February, March, when you start going through the combine and all the different draft prep.
Yeah.
Just wait.
91 overall on college football, by the way.
He's better than 91.
Yeah,
CSU is kind of fun, low key to play with on NCAA football 25.
Yeah, I had to beat him down a couple times first, though.
They have every version of the mesh route. They have so many in their playbook, and I just love it because my 2 boys just try to blitz me back to the Stone Age, and I sit there. I'm like, okay, all right,
cool.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I'm going to drift a little bit this way and. Wide open. Torrey Horton coming off a double mesh concept, but let's go.
I would hate playing you.
Oh,
but I need to play. Like
I gotta get my fingers working with the controllers.
Yeah.
Like mentally I'm there.
Yeah.
But I just
there's
I need
logistics.
Reps. I
right?
need reps. I need training.
It's crazy. But no, Shaquille Barrett, congratulations to him, his family. I've known them for years now. Yeah, I just what a guy is what I have to say about that. All right, what's next?
According to James Palmer, Broncos rookie quarterback Bo Nix and his wife bought a $4 million home in the Village at Castle Pines.
I got that. Mike
nice
Sanford
little starter
salary.
house,
dude.
Nice little starter house there, young Bo.
It's funny you say that. So check this out. This house has 5 bedrooms, 7 bathrooms. Like, is it becoming a contract stipulation now that Broncos quarterbacks have to have more bathrooms than bedrooms?
I thought didn't Russ have like 13?
12, 13? Yeah, he
it's
did.
something crazy bathrooms. Like that.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson, yeah.
Well, okay, do they have kids?
Married, I don't believe kids yet.
Okay. So maybe a lot of kids are coming.
Ready to roll, man.
Man.
Tell you what, man. It's going to live up to that namesake, Bonix. You know? What? It's his name.
What?
Bonix is his name.
Right. Yep. Sure is. I love this for him because I love houses. House Hunters is one of my favorite shows.
Awesome. Just a nice little $4.1 million starter house.
That's fucking.
I'll tell you, those rookie contracts aren't.
Man,
they're not what you think they are.
No, they're not.
I don't know if they're necessarily 4.1. Big. He must have been saving that NIL money.
Well, okay, that's
there
a good
go.
point. Yeah,
there we go.
He probably does have a lot of NIL
Probably invested
money.
it. Probably hit it big on Tom Brady's cryptocurrency, Bitcoin.
Well,
yeah, right.
Yeah. I mean, if Armando Bacot made $2 million at North Carolina, you know he made a bunch of money at Oregon. Come on.
Yeah, he took a pay cut to be the Broncos starter.
Fact. My gosh. KJ, these are houses that neither me or you will ever live in.
Or me.
And this is very true. I joked in the group chat about
this is the Mike Sanford level of house.
I agree. I agree, Coach. This is right up your alley. Tell us more about what this all entails in regards to these neighborhoods
because,
and gated communities and things of that nature.
Yeah, I don't live in a gated community. I live in Weld County, and I'm proud of it. So I'm not in some rock or castle or monument. I'm in Weld freaking County, right? Now, I will say this. My bedroom to bathroom ratio is more proper. I'm not going to tell you how many bedrooms I have because you'll make fun of me. But it's more than there are bathrooms.
Okay. All right. It's a proper ratio.
Yep. KJ,
10
that's more
to
like
8.
That's more like a good Mississippi house.
Oh.
Yeah.
See, now we're talking. See, I know exactly what you're saying now.
It's on stilts.
Oh, man.
See, now
missing home?
See, I am missing home. See, now you got all of my little tinglies tingling.
I'm in the fields, man. You start. You can take KJ out the sip, but the sip ain't ever coming out of KJ.
Never.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. Offering every major appliance line and brand, mountainhighappliance.com. KJ, what's next?
So there was an interesting story that transpired over the weekend. There's been some interest, and it's growing like rapidly, that the Eagles are interested in bringing in Justin Simmons. But this comes after the talks with Eddie Jackson fell apart, and he ultimately went on to the Ravens last Wednesday, and he went in for the workout and signed the same day. And I think things got interesting because if you look at Justin Simmons, this isn't his first interaction with the Eagles. Mm-hmm. So the number one thing that comes to mind is they're arguing over money because Howie Roseman and co., they said they're not willing to pay top dollar at the moment for the current market of safeties. So let's just say they do get a deal worked out and they're able to get this thing smoothed over and Justin's able to find a decent amount of money that works for him. If that were the case, which former Bronco will get to a Super Bowl first? Bradley Chubb or Justin Simmons?
Justin Simmons. Chubb is still playing for the Dolphins, right?
He sure is.
Okay, then yeah, the Eagles are better than the Dolphins. Justin Simmons. Like I actually actively love that fit for him.
I totally disagree. I trust Mike McDaniel much more than I trust Nick Sirianni. I think this is going to be Nick Sirianni's last year. You heard it here first on Dempsey & Co. And you know what? You even said it. Howie Rosen and Co. They're going to make that decision.
I don't think so.
Who has a better radio program, Rosen and Co. or Dempsey & Co.?
I've never heard Rosen and Co.
Well, KJ just said it.
Oh,
he said Howie
I'm
Rosen
sorry.
and
I was just quoting the report. I do apologize. I don't mean to stir up any drama.
Yeah, man, the Eagles are better than the Dolphins. It's just all there is to it. This is Saquon Barkley. I mean, you're watching the Giants. They cried over. Didn't the owner in the Hard Knocks that you're watching say to the GM, to make like Saquon is our most beloved player, make sure you keep him or whatever, and then he didn't do it.
I bet we won't be able to rest well if he's not in my organization.
Right.
I think the Dolphins are a complete sleeper. They were in their best regular season form last year.
They just lost Shaquille Barrett.
Okay. We'll be fine. They had so many injuries down the stretch last year. Before the slew of defensive injuries that they had, they were they were a team that I was ready to anoint as at least AFC champion contenders. And I mean, if Tyreek Hill keeps having babies, I mean, he stays on track.
He's got to stay in the league.
He's got to get better. I mean, he's got to improve his number from last calendar year to this calendar year to get what he wants, which is another Super Bowl title.
Yeah, the Eagles were in the Super Bowl just a couple seasons ago. That was Nick Sirianni was the coach then.
See ya. That guy.
Yeah, that guy. He'll get back there. I mean, this is the NFC, so I mean, also the Dolphins have the minefield in the AFC is way tougher than what's happening in the NFC.
Yeah.
So I mean, that alone would, I don't know. I just believe that Justin Simmons with the Eagles, A, is a great fit. B,
the key for the Dolphins winning one is they have to win big in the regular season for home field advantage.
So they're not playing in the cold.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it when they went to Kansas City.
They played okay, though, right?
They played all right, but just they have so many weapons offensively, so much speed, and you're not able to unleash all of that when you're playing in negative 18 degrees. It just doesn't translate.
Yeah, it was bad, too. It was super cold that day, right?
Yeah, that was the Patrick Mahomes helmet cracking game.
Right.
Helmet just shattered. Like it was frozen and just shattered like an ice sculpture up at Keystone Mountain Resort.
Let's get one more, KJ.
According to Matt Schneidman of The Athletic, Jordan Love will not practice until he has a new deal, according to Brian Gutekunst. Love's camp informs the Packers of that decision Saturday, but Gutekunst comes out and says a deal could be done in the coming days, but you never know. Quote, I feel we're close, end quote. Two-part question here. What is the point of missing valuable reps with your teammates if you know a deal is close? And secondly, could this come back to hurt the Packers if the Bears get off to a great start and they don't?
I'd say this. So I coached Jordan Love in college, 2019. Jordan Love himself as a person is the furthest from being somebody who would make it about missing practice time or he's not a me guy. This is his agent. This is what happens. And this is normal business across the National Football League. It's been going on even since Drew Brees at the San Diego Superchargers held out for, it was like 3 weeks because his agent wouldn't let him sign a contract that was a bogus deal. Mm-hmm. This is the price of playing poker. I do believe that the Packers fan base, which owns the team, right? They have an ownership group. It's publicly traded. There will be so much pressure to make sure that Jordan Love doesn't miss a ton of practice time. I think this deal gets done in the next 3-4 days. And training camp's a long process.
Yeah.
He will be up and rolling. He has grown with that group of young receivers. They will be just fine, and Jordan Love will have his contract in the next 3 or 4 days.
He is currently playing in the last year of his contract, paying him $10 million. We know what the going rate for quarterbacks is. He's going to find himself, gosh, where do you think he'll be?
I don't know,
25
but I just
30?
hope he takes care of his old coach. Taught him everything he knows.
Who's the head coach at Utah State?
Gary Anderson. But
Gary Anderson?
Yeah, he's a
Gary
defensive guy. Yeah, just got to take care of his offensive coordinator, quarterback coach. You know?
Yeah.
And by taking care of me, just keep getting me some good Packers tickets. We were up in the suite last year with his mom and his now fiance. He proposed in the off season. So
yeah,
it's been a great off season. I think it's going to get real good here.
Yeah, it's about to.
It's going to get real good in about 3 or 4 days.
Jordan Love. That was that news took me by surprise. But I was asking Coach about it earlier, and he was just like, "What are you doing? Are you watching? Are you paying attention?" Like I think I'm paying attention, but that one took me by surprise.
You guys, like if Jordan Love just came in, joined us, he'll be practicing at Dove Valley.
Oh, that's right.
The
Packers
is it Broncos Park at Spirit?
Common Spirit.
Powered
by Common
in
Spirit.
Dove Valley. So he'll be there. The Packers are coming for a joint practice against the Packers, and it will be awesome if we're covering one of those practices. I'll have Jordan come over and say what's up. You guys will love this dude. He is a football guy, and he's just a dude. He's a great guy to be around.
Good. Looking forward to it. We'll be at Broncos training camp, so we're looking forward to that as well. All right, let's take our final break. LeBron James gets a big honor. We'll talk about that. Colorado also, their basketball team. Well, their alumni basketball team playing in a tournament for $1 million. We'll discuss that next.
And it's special in the fact that, to get an opportunity to, represent your country, in another fashion, to be able to understand how prestigious, this moment is, and for someone to have to be the flag bearer and to wave the flag for not only for us as a men's national team, but for all the Olympians. I hold that with the utmost honor, and it's definitely something that my family and my community and my friends is something that will live on forever, and super appreciative and super humble about it.
The words of LeBron James, who learned today he will be the flag bearer. So you have a male and a female flag bearer for when they walk in during opening ceremonies for the Olympics, which starts this weekend. He is the first men's basketball player to be given that honor. He was nominated by Steph Curry, and then he was voted on by every other male athlete that's going to the Olympics. So that's how that went down. And I think that's really cool. I just do.
I actually tend to disagree with you there, Debs, because I think that LeBron James has already taken over as the general manager, director.
You're gonna spew all the hate right now.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm not gonna be an American for a second. I'm gonna be a Coloradan, a new one, but one that's fully been indoctrinated into the ways of hating Los Angeles, a town that I grew up near.
Mm-hmm.
He's already been given the entire keys to the castle in the city of Los Angeles, one of the largest metropolitan areas in the United States. It wasn't enough for him. It wasn't enough. Now he's got to have the entire United States of America.
Right.
And I was with Nate Kreckman on Kreckman and Lindahl filling in for Andy on the K&L show from Mountain West Media Days. And we ran into an old friend of mine, Petros Papadakis, of the Petros and Money show down in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
And he described LeBron James and what he's done to Los Angeles. I want you to listen to this and realize that this is what he's doing to the United States of America.
Petros Papadakis, one more question quickly. What are the Lakers trying to get out of this upcoming season?
Hey, look, you ever see, remember American Beauty, that movie?
Sure.
Where the wife starts cheating on with the king of real estate, and, they're in the hotel room, and he's going, "You like getting nailed by the king?" That's us. That is all of us in Los Angeles.
Annette Bening.
We are Annette Bening. We are just getting nailed by the king constantly. We are just the LeBron. The Lakers' leadership.
Oh my gosh.
Since Dr. Buss passed is so weak that.
There you have it, Debs. There you have it.
That was very funny, actually. Look, they won a title. So what do you want from him? He brought the Lakers a title.
It was a 2020 title.
No, it's still a title.
Those don't count. The Dodgers still haven't won a real title since 1988. The COVID year wasn't a real year of winning titles. You can't
get your damn act together.
Says here he's a 4-time NBA champ.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, he is a phenomenal in-season tournament guy.
He's also a good postseason guy. He's also going to be a great flag bearer.
All right, I'm going to put on my American hat, and I'm going to say, I'm going to get nailed by the king. We're good. We're good.
We didn't turn into Lakers fans.
I love LeBron the Cavalier. I like LeBron the Cavalier.
Okay.
Giving back to his roots, fighting for the land. I like that LeBron James.
Yeah. He was all right.
And I was all right with Miami LeBron. All right with it. I can't stomach LA LeBron. I can't do it.
Well, look, he got his son drafted, and it's
all
wild.
The things, man.
It's wild.
It's all wild. The antics. It's all the stuff on the side. I just can't do it anymore.
Well, I mean, has he earned it?
What I hope is that he adapts in this Olympic tournament
to what?
To the style of which the international game is played, where it's not get hip tapped and you faint and fall on the floor looking for a foul. Play basketball, and then I will be in on United States of America, LeBron James.
You don't like this team, do you?
Get nailed by the king.
You don't like this team. You do not.
I don't, man.
Why?
I don't know. I just think it's a bit of an old team. It's a kind of a has-been team. They'll win it. Cool. Awesome. Great job.
It is a great job.
Yeah, I just.
Why don't you really like it? You are not giving me the right answer right now. Why don't you really like them?
Well, because LeBron James is he's the president now of at least the Olympic Committee. You got Ant Edwards that told everybody before any of the tune-up games started that the entire basketball needs to run through him because he's the greatest player on this team.
Don't you think he was not like? Don't we think that's a little tongue-in-cheek? I know
he said it. I mean,
it was a little tongue-in-cheek.
I mean, when I get in a fight with my wife, I don't say, "Do you realize that was tongue-in-cheek, honey?" That doesn't go over too well. He said it. I don't know, man. I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna watch Olympic soccer.
There's a lot of I've been hearing that a lot on the airwaves around here about this basketball team, and I don't actually understand it because I don't care what they say, just to be honest. I only care what they do. And they are a joy to watch. They really are a joy to watch when they are not taking a team lightly like the South Sudan. But
you got to watch out for the Sudanese, man. A lot of height, a lot of length.
Yeah, well, it's a fact. And
average wingspan 7'11" almost.
Yeah, that team's got a lot of tall players. See, I think we were just talking about France and how many NBA caliber players are coming out of France now. I just think that Africa is going to be that country here soon, and we'll see. Well, Africa's a continent, but like that area of the world is going to have a lot more players in this league sooner than later.
Aaron Gordon should have been on the Olympic team.
Aaron Gordon,
AG.
No.
They don't have any grinders, like guys that are just going to grind.
Yeah, Derek White, Drew Holiday.
Yeah, but they're not going to playing in the paint.
No, Anthony Davis is playing in the paint, and apparently nobody in the world can stop him because he's doing whatever he wants.
I like AD actually.
I think this team plays the right way. I know that a lot of people that I talk to are just. There's a lot of, it's one-on-one basketball. Then you're not watching them play. Because if you're watching them play, then you will know that they are not playing that way. And if they don't play that way, they won't get beat. That's it. And this iteration, to me, is the best iteration of U.S. basketball since the Dream Team. Since all the way back when they started putting pros into the U.S. put their pros into the Olympics. And it's also, to me, the most... Like these players all are very aware of sharing the basketball, like what team basketball looks like.
Yeah, you've sold me. I'm just gonna take it hook, line, and sinker. I'm a LeBron James fan now, Demps, because you've been working on me for the last segment. So so to that I say, LeBron James, I'm in.
Let's ride, LeBron James. Let's ride,
LeBron James. You ever seen the YouTube kid?
No. What did he say?
It's a soundbite, man.
It's a soundbite?
He just goes, LeBron James. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, I'm going to get you on board because I still haven't done that. I can just see it in your eyes. I haven't gotten you on board, but I will. The Olympics, the basketball tournament starts on Sunday. So I'll get you there.
Okay.
I'll get you there.
LeBron James. That's my guy.
That one.
One more time for the people in the back.
That one.
LeBron James.
I hear my son say this all the time.
LeBron James.
LeBron James.
LeBron James.
Good luck to the alumni University of Colorado basketball team, which Andre Robertson plays on. It's crazy. They play in the TBT tournament. They play tonight, 7 p.m. If you win this tournament, you win $1 million. That is it. And it's very famous for the elim ending, all the things. Good luck to them. Evan Batty is also playing on that team.
That's awesome.
He's put some
Coach Batty.
Coach Batty.
Let's go.
Yeah. A lot of good players. Colorado has a lot of good players over time. You put them all on a team, they might win. They might win $1 million. We'll see. All right, Coach. Hey, it's good to be back.
It's good to be back.
That's gonna do it. We will see you again tomorrow for Coach. I'm Chris, KJ. We love and appreciate you.
All I can say is thank you to everyone whose support helped me get here, and thank you for this tremendous honor.
We love you, Todd Helton. You are one of the greatest sports icons in this city's history, and congratulations. We will see you tomorrow. PhD is next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC. We are once again sans a DMAC and sans a Mr. Polombizio. So it's me and Scotty holding it down. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in. And I first of all, somebody needs to talk to Dempsey about how loud these headphones are. Oh my goodness, I almost died.
Some of these hosts, I swear, cannot hear anything at all.
Oh my, I don't know. Is it a TV thing? I turned it down probably 50% when I sat in here.
Hey, nothing against KJ either, but I put my headphones on and I just had everything scream in my ears.
You guys are going to be deaf in 10 years. I don't understand what happened. So
unbelievable.
We're here for 3 hours of breakdown on the presidential race and Joe Biden dropping out. No, I'm kidding. Please don't send in text messages. I do not want to talk about
I was like, really?
I do not want to talk about. No, so the biggest news of the weekend, in my opinion, was Todd Helton getting inducted into the Hall of Fame, and nobody heard about it. I feel like it was the most underreported, underwhelming, and I feel like this every year for baseball. Why are we doing a baseball Hall of Fame induction, one, in the middle of the season, so no current players, no actual celebrities can be there because they're all playing baseball? And two, how do we not have more pomp and circumstance around maybe the greatest player in Rockies history going into the Hall of Fame, Scotty? Scotty, I can hear you. I know you're there. No, we still don't have him? Oh,
I guess not. I'm going to see what we got going on here, but right. Mike's on. Nobody's home, I don't think.
Well, we did fire off a little bit early today for some reason. We were with you right at noon, so but while we work to get him back, I don't understand. I think and I don't know if it's a MLB thing because a lot of these Hall of Fames are not associated with the actual league. So I'm not sure. I got to check for Cooperstown and see if it is affiliated with Major League Baseball or if it's just a situation where this is a Hall of Fame that, is separate. Like the Basketball Hall of Fame is just the Pro Basketball Hall of Fame. I think it's just the Basketball Hall of Fame. I think college counts too. For baseball, why are we doing it in the middle of the baseball season? And I understand it's summertime, but coming in on the text line, 6478 says, I went to the game against the Giants on Saturday. I didn't even know that he was inducted.
Is that one of is that one of the worst commercialized Hall of Fames? I mean, it's I remember when Larry Walker got introduced because that was a huge deal. He was in his SpongeBob racing shirt, which was really, really cool. But I feel like this wasn't made that big of a deal to the general populace.
I mean, it's a big deal when it gets announced, right? That's when it blows up Twitter and everybody's talking about it and all that stuff. But where has the pomp and... I mean, hello, Colorado Rockies. Even if Major League Baseball isn't going to make a big deal about it. Hello, Colorado Rockies. This is the greatest player in your team's history.
Ever.
There he is. Hey, Scotty.
Yeah, ever.
And I feel like this weekend went by and he got inducted into the Hall of Fame and it was barely even mentioned. What do you think, Scotty?
You should have been blowing it up. And, there was a time, maybe it was right before COVID, that the best, and you know this, Rob, the best social media account of all the teams in Colorado were the Colorado Rockies, and it wasn't even by far. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't even close.
Yeah.
I mean, they were now, I don't know if that guy left.
He did.
Got fired.
He did.
Got moved.
I follow him personally because once I found out it was him, I followed him personally on Twitter, and he did. He left. So.
And they have done nothing to replace whoever that person was or people that he had working with him because they went from really, I think, not even close. I mean, I don't know how many times I said it. Not even close as far as the interest. I mean, it'd be in the dead of winter, and this guy's posting funny stuff. 200. Remember that one snowstorm? I mean, he was out there at Coors Field. There's 2 feet of snow all over the place. He goes, just take 180 days till spring training. It was perfect. We needed that in February. Just little silly stuff like that. And since then, they've quiet. I mean, there's nothing intriguing to watch. There's nothing intriguing to follow. And you're absolutely right. This is, even if you don't, and then again, I say, do they have ill will to to him? You know, do they think that Todd Helton did him wrong by leaving and going to Tennessee? I mean, I don't know.
He still works with the team. He even mentioned it in his speech that he goes and works with their young hitters and stuff like that. I don't think they've got a sour relationship. And yes, it's coming in on the text line. They're planning a day for him later in the year. I mean, I know they're planning a day. I think it's August 17th. One of the 17ths, they're playing a game, and it's going to be like Todd Helton Day. Why can't they both be days? You know, it's the greatest player in your franchise's history. Granted, not a great history, but.
And I know the Rockies screwed up by going with MLB and all that stuff, and so there's no shows in the Rockley Weekly and all that cool stuff that you once used to be able to watch. You don't get to anymore. But man, they should have had blowing up all over their social media. They should have had a 30-minute sit down with him, even if they had to go to Canton to do it or Cooperstown to do it. I don't know. I think they missed the ball. First of all. Let's count, Rob, real fast. Do it for me. I know you're quicker than me. Count how many Rockies are in the Hall of Fame that were original Rockies.
One.
Okay, that'd be not one.
One. After
Saturday,
or Sunday.
It would even seem like, remember when Larry Walker got in a few years ago, and he ended his career in St. Louis, and Larry was great when he was with the Rockies. Man, they had him on interviews here. They put him out on radio shows all over Colorado. They made him available. They blew it up. And then Todd Helton gets it, who's like an original, one of your draft picks actually get there. And silence.
Yeah.
I'm telling you what, God bless him. God bless him. And I mean that sincerely. They need help. They need some major help over there.
And here's the thing. So this is a stark difference between the Broncos and the Rockies. Or the
Nuggets.
Because they're on product. Well, but the Nuggets have been successful on the court. They're on the field, on the baseball diamond and on the field product has been similar. Not great, right?
Yeah.
But
especially the last 9 years for the Broncos.
Right. But everything over these past few years since the new ownership group has been in place for the Broncos, everything has been grade A off the field. Everything. I'm talking they replaced the entire sod on a field for one home game. They all the alumni tell me that they do an amazing job connecting with alumni. Everything I hear coming out, they're making the practice facilities better. Everything I hear coming out of there is that the organization is run well top to bottom, and eventually that'll come through on the field. And for the Rockies, it feels like the exact opposite, Scotty.
Well, and I'll say this, and I think the Broncos could do better with their social media stuff as well. And I know Sean Payton came in and he put a kibosh and kind of locked everything down last year. It seems like someone got to him and said, "Dog, what are you doing?" And it seems it's going to be loosening up just a little bit. But, yeah, they have not played well, but you're still seeing this new ownership group come in and say, okay, listen. And I say this in a very heartfelt way, but it's a little bit like out with the old, in with the new. Well, how do we do that? Well, let's make sure we show them that we're going to put our money where our mouth is. This isn't just a short-term thing. We're in this for the long haul. We're young owners for the most part. We have young families that could come in the back and aren't going to have to take each other to court. We'll have this thing figured out. So, I don't know. I just think that the Rockies – I just think, they're a little bit like their offense at times. They swing and miss at a whole lot of stuff. In fact, I'm not even sure they swing. I think they got the bat on their shoulder with Todd Helton thing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a bat on the we're going to do this, September 3rd. There's a weekend series. September 3rd. Today's June 21st.
And
and you're doing something August 17th or June or September. What?
And it's the day that he's like, I understand you want him in the park for the day that you, celebrate him. And so that makes sense that you have a day later in the year that is Todd Helton Day. Totally fine. But, that was the day. You had a home game on the day that he is in the Hall of Fame doing the Hall of Fame speech. And part of this is on MLB, too, because I think they happened at the same time. And to me, it's like, can we make it so one's before the other? Can we move the schedule of the game and play a later afternoon game instead of a noon game or whatever?
Or you know what you do, and you know how they does it. The Major League Baseball put this out on the internet so you could capture the sound. Why do you not tell Major League Baseball, listen, they're doing this at the same time because Major League Baseball is stupid also. We're going to record it. We need a little bit longer break between the third and fourth inning. We've asked the Padres. They said it's all cool, or whoever they were playing. They've said it cool. And we're going to play at least a 30-second clip of Todd Helton just accepting his speech, and you do it in between innings. Ladies and gentlemen, a special announcement just happened moments ago. Watch the video, John. The Rockies' very first homegrown Hall of Famer, Todd Helton, and you have him talking, boom, saying good about the fans or whatever, and that place would have gone nuts.
Well, and so like Neil is texting in, there were 5 posts yesterday about Helton in the Hall of Fame on Instagram. That seems to me to be fair. Most people just don't care. It is what it is. You have to make them care.
That's a good point.
But Scotty, this is your product. This is the ultimate award for being part of your product. You need to make them care. Like
Neil's in charge of Instagram for the Rockies. By the way, you know that. Neil, hey Neil, I'm with you, dog. I'm with you. Any help I can give you, I'm there. Neil, I think Neil's with their Instagram account.
All right, first time.
Well, it's congratulations anyway. He's one of my favorite players. He was always great to me. I love Todd Helton. So it was really cool. Yeah, it was really cool. I would have had a watch party, in Colorado. I'd have had a watch party at one of the pubs around the thing or something like that.
How about you just open the rooftop pregame like you always do and just play the Hall of Fame speech live on the scoreboard while you're hanging out at the rooftop? Like, I mean, I feel like it's real simple, right? Like, if I'm running events for the Rockies, I put a whole bunch of weight behind that. But, whatever. Hey, listen, happy for Todd. It's nice to have a Rocky in there. We'll have another gold ring around one of those retired numbers in the outfield, so that'll be cool. First time eligible Hall of Famers next year, Scotty, Felix Hernandez, Dustin Pedroia, CC Sabathia, Ichiro Suzuki, and Ian Kinsler. I think 4 of those guys are going in.
I think Sabathia and Ichiro. I mean, is there any question, really? Especially Ichiro, is there a question?
I think King Felix too, and same thing with Dustin Pedroia. Like, I feel like Hernandez, Pedroia, Sabathia, and Suzuki all get in at some point. I know people are weird about first ballot Hall of Famers for the for baseball.
Yeah, but can I say something? And baseball's been the king of that forever. The NFL is the king of all. Not he's a Hall of Famer, but not a first ballot. Listen, either a Hall of Famer or you're not. Either you're good enough to be in or you ain't. And if we don't think you're good enough, and then maybe some voters 4 or 5 years down the road think, well, you know what, he really is. Okay, well then, but not voting for a guy. And this happens in football, baseball, probably basketball team. Basketball is a shotgun blast of Hall of Famers. I think they get Hall of Famers in there, but the pattern is so wide, they don't miss the edges. Football and baseball, I think, miss edges a lot getting guys in the Hall of Fames.
I think all 4 of the Hall of Fames aren't technically associated with the pro leagues, right?
It shouldn't be.
I think they're all it's just the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Separate entities.
Yeah. Which is interesting for Ichiro because half of his career is played in Japan. Well, maybe not half, a little bit less than that. But, when you look at all his hits and everything like that, what he accomplished was incredible in the majors, don't get me wrong. But he also had a great career over in Japan, and, that might be the difference between first ballot Hall of Famer or second ballot Hall of Famer.
Here's why, and you're probably too young, but I remember when Ichiro came over, and I remember the talk and the scuttlebutt. Oh, this guy, he was a big stud. He could really rake the ball in Japan. Let's see if he can come over here and do it. And then what did he go, 12 years in a row or 10 years in a row, hitting over 200 hits? And he can just rake.
Yeah, he was
he can just rake. Forget about it. He can just rake. I think he's a first ballot. But again, like I said, I think Major League Baseball and the NFL in particular, I don't know about hockey, and Grizz might know more about the hockey one, but to me, the NFL and the Major League Baseball are shooting their targets with bullets, and they hit right ones. The guys in there are usually Hall of Fame guys, but they sure miss a whole lot of guys on the periphery, whereas the NBA, they get the right guys too, but then they get a whole bunch of people on the outside, and I'm like, really? You average 20 points a year, so you're a Hall of Famer. Really?
We'll get you in there, Scotty. Why not? I mean, come on.
No. I don't. No. But you know what I'm saying? You can guys like I'll last thing I'll die on this. Trace McGrady's a wonderful player, did great things, scored a whole lot of points. Never won a first-round series in the playoffs. How impactful of a great player was he really? And that's who's supposed to be in the Hall of Fame, ain't it?
Yeah.
The impactful guys, right?
Yeah. I mean, in basketball, there's so much focus on the individual that when you're a star like that who doesn't flop, I guess I would say, right? Like came in with so much pomp and circumstance and doesn't flop. It, I don't know. It feels like he was just kind of destined to be there, but it's an interesting
Rob,
point.
He never won a first-round series. Yeah. He played 15 years.
Yep.
Doesn't impactful players win a series once?
At least one first round. Yeah, I hear you. All right, coming up next, speaking of basketball, we have had some breaking news here in the last hour that'll affect the Nuggets and their quest for another NBA title next season. We'll talk about that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Okay, here's the deal, car buyers. Great news for you. If you're looking for the lowest price and lowest payment, the lowest finance rate, and the biggest discount, here we go. It's Mike Maroney Ford, Chevrolet, and GMC, where Maroney means more. More of everything. More peace of mind with a money-back guarantee. More convenience. Free delivery. Anywhere in Colorado. How great is that? And certainly more value. Okay, check it out. A 23 Ford F-150. 1.9% APR 72-month financing. Great, right? How about this? A 24 Chevy Silverado 4x4. $399 a month. Or up to $12,500 off a 24 GMC Sierra. It's fantastic. You can visit them today at Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. Proud partner of CU Athletics. For all the details, go online to MikeMaroneyColorado.com. Mike Maroney, Colorado.com.
Hey guys, if your workouts aren't going as far as they once did, don't feel bad. That's not unique. Maybe you've gained a few pounds. Don't feel bad. That is not unique. Tyler Plumpus here, my friends over at Revitalized Health, and they can help you out with basically anything you need. Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They're flat out going to help you look better, feel better, and sleep better. And I know multiple people firsthand that are changing their lives with Revitalize Health's medical weight loss options. So check them out. They've got 3 locations. Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over, and you can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC. We are without a Columbus and without a DMAC. Me, Rob Trujillo, filling in alongside the big fella, Scott Hastings, down at the lake. How's the lake, brother?
Can we show that? Can we? I remember my dad's house. Can we call this the King of Entertainment? The Kings of Entertainment?
You and me?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Why not?
Yeah. Kings of Entertainment.
The Kings of Entertainment. I like it. I'm good with it.
Yeah.
Does Grizz factor into that at all, or is it still the Kings of Entertainment when DT
he's
comes
a lot
back?
more. He's a lot more funny and entertaining when Dan doesn't have his thumb on him.
Oh wow!
See, he's relaxed. He's loose.
A little backroom tension is what you're saying is going on.
Well,
here.
no. He listen. When Dan's around, he puts baby in the corner.
Oh, okay.
DT's like every helicopter parent you've ever had out there.
Yeah. And see, now that Grizz is free, there's a freedom that comes with Grizz being Son's Dan, and so now he's a different guy.
All right. I mean, so he is part of the Kings of Entertainment. Then is what you're saying.
That's us three. We'll be the Kings of Entertainment.
I love it. All right. So earlier today, Spencer Dinwiddie signs a deal with the Dallas Mavericks. Scotty, I wanted your take on this. The Mavs have done a lot of things to try and get better from a team that was in the NBA Finals last year. If you look at power rankings around the different sites, ESPN was the one I looked at yesterday. They have Dallas better than the Nuggets. I want your feeling of this Western Conference. Feels like most everybody has been getting better. And yes, I think Spencer Dinwiddie makes that team better. It makes them deeper, even though he might not start for him.
He came on that team late in the season last year, so he was with him. He never played really in the postseason, so he's been there. He's a good insurance, if Irving or Luka or somebody like that were to go down. But he was with them last year, so I mean, it is that's no big woo. That's funny to me. Dinwiddie's game went from a dude that was signing a $30 million a year contract a few years ago to really his game has kind of dropped, it seems like. But yeah, no, he's a good guy to have on the bench in case of emergencies, right?
If you've got to put him in that backcourt, he's an NBA caliber player, and that's what we were talking about with the Nuggets. Like that they just needed NBA caliber guys to come in and soak up minutes during the year that will leave them fresher as we get into the postseason. And you saw it with the Mavericks, too. I think in that Boston series, they were beat up, and every team is when you get that deep into the playoffs. So, yeah, NBA guys to soak up minutes during the regular season, I think it does matter. I think the depth does matter, Scotty.
Yeah, no, I think if you go back and look, and D-Mac and I were talking about this a few weeks ago, the year they won the NBA championship, they basically coasted in the last 20 games. And if you look at this year, they were grinding the last 25 games. I mean, I think they went 20-5 the last 25 games, and were absolutely grinding. And they looked worn out in the postseason this year, and they didn't look worn out. They didn't look worn out the year before, so that might be it. But also, you had more bodies. You had Jeff Green playing a full season and Bruce Brown playing a full season. Last year, Zeke Naji playing for a while. He got hurt. Conchar got hurt in the off season. If you remember, Christian Brown started off really super slow, and then caught on about midway through. Reggie Jackson, just the opposite, came on like a ball of fire early, but I think he wore out because I think just too many minutes he had to play because Jamal missed 20-plus games. So yeah, you need depth, man. When I won a championship in Detroit, regular season they played 10 guys regularly. I mean, you played 10 guys on a regular. And then once the postseason came, it was down to 8.
Cut it down, yeah.
And I think Denver cut down to 8 really quick last season. I think maybe 9. Peyton Watson got some time, but the same thing. Peyton Watson was good for a while, and then last third of the season, he kind of disappeared.
Can we talk about that grind, by the way? I kind of want to go back. You were talking about the end of the season and them grinding through those last 25 games, trying to get the 1 seed. I have wanted to ask you for a while, and however much you can tell me, you can tell me. So if you can't, that's fine. But that Spurs loss, I feel like that really, I mean, it killed me, right? So I can only imagine how it made them feel. It was so deflating. And yes, they beat the Lakers in 5 games, but they didn't look like themselves. Like, I think we all talked about how they didn't look like themselves, and they didn't look like themselves in the first 2 games of the Minnesota series. Then all of a sudden it kind of clicked in, and you thought, okay, they're back, this is them, and they end up losing the series anyway. Can you talk about that a little bit? I mean, what was the mood around the team like after grinding so hard towards the end of the season post All-Star break and having that loss versus the Spurs?
Yeah, and they didn't show up for the Spurs game. And if we're being real honest, the last game of the year on that same trip was Memphis. And had Memphis not already packed it in, they didn't play very good and just kind of eked out a win in Memphis in game 82. And that was just because Memphis wasn't any good. And if we're being real honest with you, Lakers are, and once you get into playoffs, matchups matter, in my opinion. So Andy and I kind of go back and forth on this a little bit. The Lakers are a good matchup the last couple of years as constituted against Denver. And to me, Denver just played enough. Remember, they were down in every single game at half to win that series.
Yeah.
In fact, maybe the one game they lost, they were actually up at half, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, and they were able to turn it on. And the Lakers, because they had no depth really either. And if LeBron was being LeBron and Davis being Davis, if they didn't have one or two other guys being outstanding. In fact, what's their little point guard, Russell? Didn't Russell blow up and go crazy in that one game they did win?
Yeah, I think you're right.
But disappeared in the other ones. Then they weren't a threat. And I thought Denver just coasted there, conserved as much energy as possible to get through them. But then you get that second round, and now you still got this mindset of I'm worn out, and I think they probably felt sorry for themselves. I'm a little tired, we're banged up, blah, 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 blah. And again, what I say, and why the San Antonio thing was such a tough game to accept is because now if you're going to play Minnesota, you would have got them in the Western Conference Finals as opposed to in the second round. And to me, and I can tell you why again, but to me, Minnesota is not a good matchup for Denver. And Dallas, and I really do. If they won Game 7, I really believe they would have beat Dallas. I'm not sure they could have got by Boston because I just think they were just on a mission this year. But I really feel, and Andy, this is right, Andy, like, oh, no, they were just dead tired. They were. But it's a matchup. And Dallas doesn't match up good against Denver. And I think Denver has more people they can throw at Dallas.
I think you're right there.
But Dallas has nobody to slow down Joker. And Joker had 3 7-footers and a 6'10" guy. One of them guys were leaning on him the entire series against Minnesota. Dallas doesn't have that. So I really think had they won Game 7, and they should have, let's be honest, they should have. They got up 20 and they shut it down again, which is kind of what their MO was the entire playoffs, if we're being real honest.
So did you feel like that last game of the season? And for those, I assume most people know, but for those who don't know, they had the 1 seed wrapped up. All they had to do was beat San Antonio the last game of the season. They let it slip through their fingers.
That was game 81. They had to beat, if they beat San Antonio and then Memphis in 82, that was games 81 and 82.
I thought they were flipped.
And they won game 82, which was Memphis, but they lost 81 against San Antonio. All they had to do was go on that 2-game road trip at the end of the year and win them, and they win.
Yeah. And so, what do you think? Do you think that did affect them going into the playoffs? Because to me, I feel like...
You know what that was? That was a symptom. I think, if we're being really honest, because I didn't think they brought all the juice in that game either. I thought they played as if they could coast in that game, and they got a nice lead in that game at one time too. But I felt like they played that game, they could coast, and we'll just take care of business when we can take care of business. The last week of the season, those 2 games, and then even the first round and into the Memphis thing, or the Minnesota thing, they were all similar games. They really were. They're going to beat San Antonio healthy, but guess what Wemby does? Wemby was 0 in the first half, and he caught fire, hit 6 threes in the third quarter. And now all of a sudden it changed the entire atmosphere of that game. But they coasted. That was like, dude, if you've ever, I drove down here to see my dad with the U-Haul right before 4th of July. And I'm almost to Salina, and my thing has got a yellow light on. And I'm looking at that little gas sign light up and stuff like that. And I got this one hill, and I'm thinking, phew, I think I can coast into Salina. Let's hope there's a gas station right off the road. And the thing I had miles to empty, and I was down to 20 miles on this big truck. And you don't know, right? It ain't my vehicle, so
Right.
I don't know if that's a 20 miles wink wink 50, or if that's a 20 miles wink wink 5. And dude, so I'm going down hills trying to coast that thing, right? I'm like trying to, what can I do to
Dropping
save
it
gas?
into neutral, yeah.
I'm doing everything I can to save gas, and that was the Denver Nuggets, in my opinion. This is all hindsight, but really, the last week of the season into the postseason, it felt like they were trying to go downhill to just coast whenever they could to save as much gas as they had.
Speaking of coasting, did you see Team USA versus South Sudan?
No, I saw the results.
You
We
almost
can talk about both USA teams.
Right.
How about all the girls that weren't invited to play on Team USA beating Team USA's team? Now hold on real fast. Is that an upset?
I think so, right? I mean, technically, you're trying to take the 5 best players. I feel like that's an upset.
Well, I mean, you got Team USA, and Caitlin Clark wasn't ready to play on Team USA, right?
Yeah.
And so they make an all-star game of and think about it, all the women on Team USA also would have been WNBA All-Stars, right? Most of them would have been WNBA All-Stars.
Yeah.
But no, we got you a Team USA, and so that team beats the USA team. And I'm thinking, heck, well, and let's be honest, they had 1 day of practice. Team USA's been practicing for a couple weeks.
It's
played together, most of them in the last Olympics.
And we talked about Caitlin Clark being on that women's team and how it would have been smart to put her on there, even if she's the last person on the bench, just so she can see what it's like to be part of the Olympic experience. But I think she would have earned her way onto the floor through practice, don't you, Scotty?
I think she's earned her way on for the Knicks' consideration, just what she's done the last few weeks and what she did in that game. You know how big it is, and it's women's basketball. We can like it or not like it. I read a story today. There was tickets for that game going for $9,000 a seat.
What? Really?
$9,000 a seat. Angel Reese wouldn't sign this one lady sang, and this lady screaming and crying, who'd paid $2,300 for her seat, and said, "I took my kid's school money to get a ticket for this." Well, like, wait, A, if that's true, you're stupid.
Yeah, right.
Right. B, signing autographs. But I mean, and then you got USA again. Listen, they made, and somebody, I read somebody the other day, is this the most talented USA team they've ever had since 2009 or heck, maybe even 1992? And I'm like, nah, because 92 played a bunch of dogs too, and guess what they didn't do? They didn't take no games off. And USA got a whole bunch of slouches on this team too now.
It's a tune-up game, so whatever. But I don't know, the South Sudan thing it drove me a little bit crazy. But hey, LeBron's going to carry that flag out there for the Americans.
Charles Barkley was punching dudes from South Sudan when they played him. In '92, he was punching dudes from South Sudan. He didn't care who they weren't any good. Right? These guys are holding on. And I'm going to tell you what, the MVP of this team, and it was the same thing for the World Cup they won, Drew Holiday. If Drew Holiday is not on this team USA may not win the gold.
Well, and
I'm not sure they're going to win it anyway.
But Anthony Edwards coming off the bench at least has been so far, because you want to pay homage to, Steph Curry or whoever else, whatever other 30-year-old is in that lineup, and he comes off the bench and then starts dominating. Like, I don't know, maybe you should put him in the starting lineup. He was great in international basketball 2 years ago.
Yep.
That World Cup that he was part of.
Drew Holiday is the best point guard to have for that team. He fits perfect because he'll get in people's chili defensively, and he doesn't need to score, but he'll get everybody in the right position, and he's a downhill player. So he's perfect no matter what he wants to do. Now your question is, do you want Curry coming off the bench shooting threes, or do you want him starting games shooting threes?
Yeah.
And listen, Steph Curry ain't going to guard nobody either.
Yeah,
Let's
but
be honest.
You probably want him coming off the bench shooting threes, don't you? I mean, I feel like that's...
Either or, I think you've got a chance to whoever's the hottest guy, and if Curry's hot and Edwards coming in hot, guess what? You better sit everybody else down and put those two together and let them play together too.
Yeah. Text coming in from 3376 says, a guy at the bar on Saturday asked me to turn on the WNBA All-Star game. I've never heard that before.
I'm telling you.
It says it all right there, doesn't it?
Angel, we talk about Caitlin Clark not being good enough to make Team USA. Angel Clark wasn't good enough to make Team USA either. And guess what? Team USA got beat by them girls that were the leftovers.
Yeah.
So it was the WNBA leftover All-Star team versus Team USA. And guess who won?
The leftovers.
Thank you.
Who's got a little bit of dog in them, right? All right, coming up next, camp is starting around the NFL, which means inevitably, of course, holdouts. Let's talk about if you'd pay the man next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, it's D-Mac for Old Chicago. Okay, you can't beat this. It's the unbelievable lunch combo for $9.99. It's Old Chicago with an incredible deal. $9.99 lunch combo. That cheesy two-topping individual pizza on a flaky handmade crust, that's yours. With a crisp garden salad, icy fountain drink, all under $10. I mean, outstanding. Delicious, generous. You're saving lunch, Old Chicago. Thank you. Appreciate you. It's the $9.99 unbelievable lunch. Weekdays till 3, dine in or call in. And while we're thinking about it, take your ticket on a beer journey around the globe from the comfort of your Old Chicago and get rewarded just for enjoying beer. You got to try that out, man. The World Beer Tour is on. All sorts of ways for you to save money and get great merch. It's Old Chicago. Find your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC, but we're without a Columbus and a DMAC, so instead you get the Kings of Entertainment, Scotty. Is that right?
Kings of Entertainment.
Kings of Entertainment. Rob Trujillo, Scott Hastings, and Grizz behind the glass. We appreciate all the hard work he does back there. Want to talk a little bit.
Grizz in his operator black hat.
And I think, oh no, you aren't the one that gives me a hard time about the flat brim, are you? Because Grizz has a solid curve on the hat brim today.
Yep.
And I get a lot of flat.
So you're a flat guy, but how old are you?
I go both ways. 35.
Yeah. So I've got buddies in that age, and they're a big flat thing, and I'm not a flat guy.
My hat came like this.
My head's too big for a flat guy. See, your head's too big, Rob.
I was going to say, my head is huge. What are you talking about?
I know. So you shouldn't be a flat guy. It makes you look your head even bigger.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think that's just my fat face.
Oh, well, okay.
I don't think it matters if the brim is curved or not. I think my face is still going to make my head look pretty fat. So, all right, so I want to talk about Jordan Love apparently holding out in Green Bay. An interesting predicament to me because when you look at his career, it's really just the 1 year, right? And when you talk about him and versus a Tua Tagovailoa, who also needs a new contract, and one is going to hold out, it sounds like. And it sounds like Tua is not going to hold out. So you'll have one holding out and one not. One has way more production in the league than the other. Scotty, would you pay either of them? Do you have pause because the one guy's only done it for 1 year? Do you have pause because the other guy is Tua Tagovailoa? Like, where's your head at?
I think people will be surprised. And we had Mike Sanford on with us the other day, or we did that mishmash thing, that
scramble,
whatever that thing's called on Friday, and was talking about him. And I didn't realize he actually coached Love and recruited the guy that was #1 pick this year, and he thought he looked like Love, but he is glowing about Jordan Love. In fact, talked to him. Remember, the Broncos actually beat Green Bay here. And Jordan said to him sometime after the game when they were talking, I wish they'd just let me loose. And he said, this guy can wing it. And they kind of did after that game, and he played so much better. He started 4 games in 22, or actually no games he started in 22. He got to play in 4, played in 1 game his rookie year. He started all 17 games last year. Let me just throw this out there and tell me what you think of the numbers. Okay? Because I don't think people realize. And by the way, Green Bay made the postseason, right?
And made some noise too. Not only did they beat the Cowboys, but they gave San Francisco all they could handle in that divisional round.
Jordan Love last year, and I know it's just 1 season, but he completed 64% of his passes. Pretty good. He had 4,159 yards. Pretty good. He had 32 touchdowns and 11 picks, 3-1. Pretty good. Okay. How do you not sign that guy? How do you not just wrap him up and move on and now just keep putting pieces beside him the whole time?
Well, because it affects your ability to put.
And I don't like Lawrence. I would have signed Love before I signed Lawrence.
Okay, but so now hold on. Because same thing as you, I do like Love. And I would, if it was up to me, I'm okay giving Love the money, though it's not my favorite thing, but I'm okay giving him the money. Conversely, though, last year, Tua Tagovailoa for the Dolphins had a 69.3 completion percentage, had 4,624 yards.
Really good.
Yeah, had 29 TDs and 14 interceptions. So, but I don't want to give him the money.
He's better. Yeah,
right?
I'm with you on that, and to me, it's more optics to me. The touchdown to interception ratio, not as good. I thought he really faltered late in the season, so I worry about his stamina and his athleticism.
Injury's always been a question with him.
Yeah, I would be less willing to give Tua an extension right now than I would Jordan Love. I think Jordan Love, to me, is a no-brainer. And I mean, whatever. I mean, right, they've got him for next year anyway, and then you've got 2 years of a tag you can put on him. So, I mean, you can do this. And and still get him for at least 3 more years. And if you want to make a change after that, or supplement something in between there, you've got time. But if you think Jordan Love's your guy, listen, if Jordan Love was here and had the year he had last year, just 1 year, but he had the year he had last year in Denver, would we not be screaming on local media to sign this cat and lock him down for the next 4, 5, 6 years?
We did it for Russell Wilson before he had that year. So, yes,
right?
Yeah, we absolutely would. But I know there's so many advantages to sitting the quarterback and letting him kind of marinate a little bit, and the Packers have done that so well. But this is the disadvantage of it. And I think a good example of this is Jalen Hurts last year. We all talk about, you have to sign him. You have to pay him the money. But when you do that, then all of a sudden this year he has not as good of a year. Doesn't mean he can't still be very good. He still had a pretty good year. But, you're talking about top 10 quarterbacks in the league, and he doesn't even make the list anymore. And I just, there's a hesitancy to give that deal after just 1 year, even though I like Jordan Love maybe better than I like Tua Tagovailoa.
You've heard it before, and we've said on this show a ton. Hope is never a strategy.
Yeah.
Right? So you can't do things hoping that it's going to turn out well, or at least be your cornerstone of why you're doing something. Can't be hope. But you know what else can't be your cornerstone if you're trying to do something? And this may even go back to the Russell Wilson thing that everybody now, all you people forgot you were clamoring, as you just said, Rob, to get that guy under contract. And then all of a sudden, the Broncos are stupid. Dude, you just called in last week and said they're stupid not to extend him. What are you doing? Your other cornerstone can't be fear. Right? And you've got to trust your people and say, listen, what Jordan did last year is not a fluke, just like maybe they did with Jalen Hurts.
It's a good point.
Listen, we know this guy is right, and so you can't do stuff on hope. Solidly only on hope, and you can't do things solidly on fear. Listen, there's always fears that you're going to spend $50 million on somebody and your coach doesn't like him. There's always going to be fear of signing somebody and all of a sudden the guy tears his, New York Jets tears his Achilles.
Right. So
you can't live in fear either, can you?
But if you're the Miami Dolphins looking at this, right? I'm thinking the team that's around him and the coach that I have. If I get Gardner Minshew in there, I think I can win 10 games, right? If I get that level of quarterback in there, I think I can win 10 games.
With that coaching staff?
Right.
And that talent around them?
Yep. With that, think about that receiving core. You know what I mean? Even if I get a lower level quarterback in there, I still think I can be in the playoff race. And Tua, they were in the driver's seat for the division all year last year and then choked it away against the Bills in the last game of the season. The last 3 games of the season, they lost all of them. But it's one of those situations where I say to myself, I'm not going to be able to keep this together around Tua if I pay Tua. And it's what the Cowboys are going through right now. Stephen Jones did a radio interview and said, hey, we're trying to play Houdini right now to keep the players that we drafted around Dak. CeeDee Lamb, Micah Parsons. We got to pay these guys. And so if you give that big dollar amount to Tua, are you destined to just be a wild card team for a little while here? You know what I mean? It's a bad situation to be in, and I feel like you can get somebody better.
But aren't every franchise kind of going through that that paid big money to their quarterbacks? Now it seems like when Kansas City gets Mahomes and paid him the big extension 2 years ago, right? And everybody's like, "Oh my God!" And then you realize, "Oh wow, that really wasn't really wasn't as stupid of a contract as they've gotten to."
Yeah.
And guess what? They still did, able to win one after he started making some money. I don't know. Listen, I don't look at Tua as a. Do you? Let's talk some names. Do you look at Josh Allen in Buffalo as a 15-year guy?
I do. Yes.
Yeah, I do too. Do you look at Mahomes as a 15-year guy?
Yes.
See, I do too. Do you look at Tua as a 15-year guy?
No.
See, I don't either.
Yeah.
I don't. How about Jordan Love?
He could be. Could be.
See, I feel his body's bigger, and I just feel like he could. How about Dak
He can
Prescott?
stand up to it for 10, 15 years, taking those hits. Yeah, I agree with you.
But how about Dak?
Dak is so tough for me. I probably wouldn't pay Dak. Because I hate.
Well, he's
being
also
caught
got.
in the
Well,
middle
he's
like
also
that.
got 7-8 years in, doesn't he? He's not a spring chicken anymore.
Yeah. Yes, that's true.
This will be his third contract. They're talking about extending him. Wouldn't it be his third one?
But I don't think they're talking about extending him. I think they're talking about paying Michael Parsons and CeeDee Lamb instead, which I don't think
That's
is
what
a
I'm
bad
saying.
move.
But eventually, but that's what I'm saying. So somebody in Dallas is going, man, do we think Dak's going to be here for 15 years?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know.
Dolphins fans coming in on the text line 4956 says, as a Dolphins fan, you have to sign him. I'm sorry, the quarterbacks aren't falling off trees somewhere of good caliber. Denver fans should know that.
I agree. And you know what? And that could be sound thinking. And I don't disagree with that. If you sign him to a contract, you sit there and go, okay, listen, if I'm Green Bay, I think it's a no-brainer in my opinion. Miami, I'd be hesitant, but I'd look around and say, listen, can we get another 6 years out of Tua? 5 years. Maybe it's not a 15-year career, but can I get another 4 or 5 years of Tua?
But to both those points, I'd say Brock Purdy. I'd say, Jimmy Garoppolo in San Francisco. Like, do you have a coach that's good enough, that the scheme is good enough that you can elevate other guys who maybe aren't as talented? So, yes, quarterbacks aren't falling off trees, but can you do well enough at the quarterback position? Because, here's what we're really saying. You got to win on a rookie contract. Hello, Broncos. You got to win on a quarterback's rookie contract. I mean, it's not breaking news.
Well, again, like we said, the only guy that broke that mold was
Mahomes.
Yeah. Tom Brady did it also, but let's be honest, Tom Brady always left a lot of meat on the bone when he was doing his contract, right? I mean, he could have played that last year. He won in Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay paid him $30 million, and he'd asked for 25 or 26 from New England. They didn't want to pay him that much money.
Yeah.
So I think he always left some meat on the bone and allowed his team to do stuff. But I don't know if the young quarterbacks now are you going to leave meat on the bone.
Sorry to cut you off there, Scotty. That was the Jalen Brunson contract, right? That was his whole point. He literally came out and said that, didn't he?
Yeah.
That he was going to take less money to build a championship caliber team around him.
But don't you think that's rarer in today's sports than ever before?
I think it'll be a whole lot less rare if it works for Jalen Brunson. Right? Like if the Knicks win a title, you don't think so?
No, because I think not everybody, but I think there's a whole lot of, hey, we got to win this thing. Hey, let's try to win this thing. Let's do this thing. Let's do this thing. And in reality, the agents go, dude, hey, listen, if they ain't going to pay you 35, I know I can get 35 across the street. Hey, let me ask this. Do you think agents give a flip about championships?
No, not at all.
No.
No, they want their what is it, 3%? 8%? What is it?
Yeah, they want their 3. I think, well, the NBA lowered it in mandatory. I think it's just 3.
Yeah, okay.
So
they want their
3%.
3%. But here's the thing.
3% of $50 million is a lot more than 3% of $35 million.
But think about it backwards. Well, so that's what I was going to say. So think about it backwards, though. If you're that agent, I don't think that Brunson went against his agent. I think the agent did the math and said, hey, this new TV contract is going to kick in a couple of years here, and the Supermax that you can get in 3 years is going to be a whole lot more money than the one that you can get right now. Yeah, so instead of signing a 5-year deal now, sign a 3-year deal and get to the next TV contract, and then we'll both cash in.
And you know what?
And we'll make a PR hit out of
it. And play for an NBA championship. The fans in New York will love you because you didn't take the money and run.
Right.
So you won the PR battle.
Yep.
And you've got a legit chance in the next 3 years if you stay healthy to win an NBA championship. Let's go. Let's see what happens. So now you win an NBA championship. Listen, NBA won a championship. I've never seen a guy take the money and go like Bruce Brown did, and no one in fan base cared. They're like, "Hey, thank you, brother.
Yeah, right.
Now go get you." Let's be honest. Even KCP. Hey, congratulations, man.
Go get your money. Go get paid.
Yeah, Jeff Green, $11 million as
right.
They've taken Jeff Green here for $3 million, but guess what? Houston paid him $11 million for 3 years.
That's crazy. All right.
Come on now.
All right, Broncos training camp starts later this week. I do want to talk a little bit specifically about the Broncos and what we can expect this season on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, it's D-Mac for Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, where Maroney means more during their Freedom Sale. More peace of mind with a money-back guarantee. More convenience with free delivery anywhere in Colorado, and more value with incredible deals on their most popular models, including Chevy Silverado, Trailblazer, Equinox, as well as GMC Acadia, Canyon, Terrain, and Yukon. How about this? You can take up to $12,500 off MSRP on a new 2024 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation. How about that? $12,500 off? It gets even better. You can save thousands in finance charges with their lowest finance rates. Get to Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC, proud partner of CU Athletics, 1415 Vista View Drive in Longmont. Details, Mike Maroney, ChevroletGMC.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey guys, if your workouts aren't going as far as they once did, don't feel bad. That's not unique. Maybe you've gained a few pounds. Don't feel bad. That is not unique. Tyler Plumpus here, my friends over at Revitalized Health, and they can help you out with basically anything you need. Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They're flat out going to help you look better, feel better, and sleep better. And I know multiple people firsthand that are changing their lives with Revitalize Health's medical weight loss options. So check them out. They've got 3 locations. Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over, and you can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in. Oh, excuse me. TP and DMAC out right now. So I'm filling in, and we got the Kings of Entertainment, or Kings and Queens, because Scotty's daughter's there too. So what's up, Ellie? How we doing?
Yeah. Everybody said hello, Will. She's doing let me see what you think. She's working on her writing. Kids today write ugly. So she's writing
handwriting,
trying to get her handwriting better.
Well, because when's the last time you had to write something by hand?
Scotty, ask her if she uses cursive, because I hear no one uses cursive anymore.
Do they even teach cursive?
They don't teach cursive anymore.
They don't teach. I had my whole class dedicated to cursive.
Oh, they did a little bit in 3rd grade.
All right.
Okay.
So will people ever have a signature anymore, or is it just printing your name?
I mean, I think even for me, it's just like mine's just a couple letters. Like it's like more initials than actually
Still, but
signing.
They're in cursive, correct?
Yeah, I mean, kind of.
If you don't even learn it,
oh my gosh.
How do you know?
Scotty, what's your signature like? I'm sure, having been an athlete, that your signature is not like actually written out cursive.
You can read Scott. You can read usually HAST, and then ING. IN runs together the G and then S.
I sat down with my mom in like middle school and was like, I do not want to write my entire name every time I sign something. She's like, well, if you're going to change it, you change it right now. And I switched it to an R, a T, and a 3. And that's it. And mine's just initials now. Make it easier on you.
So when you sign a check or buy something and get a loan, you just sign RT3?
Essentially, yes. Essentially, that is all it is. Well, I mean, I don't want to write out my entire name. It's this long Italian last name. I mean, come on. Who wants to do that? Nobody wants to. I'm surprised yours is
everybody in Italy.
No, even they probably don't sign their whole name.
Oh, I guarantee you.
Scotty, come on.
Be proud of your heritage, Rob.
I am proud of my heritage, but I don't need to write it down every time. Team USA Showcase about to kick off here. They're going to take on Germany over in London. So, God, what time is it there? Like 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, something like that?
Do we need the American team to lose this last warm-up game? I think it's their last one before the Olympics.
I believe so as well. They're playing Germany, Germany's supposed to be pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't know why do we need them to lose this game? To put a fire under them? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't know. There's an old adage in sports that, if you're too big for your britches, it's always good to lose a couple games late. Didn't play out well for the Nuggets, I guess. But
yeah,
I just think this is an arrogant team.
What makes you say that?
I don't because I cover those guys. I don't know. I don't know. And you could have, there's a lot of faults with all the individuals when you go back to look at the original Dream Team and all that. But, boy, I will say this. For that game right there, they wanted to put the world in their back pocket and step on them. And you had stars, and you had some guys that, Bird was playing hurt and everything else, but they wanted to step on who they played. And it wasn't until they won the gold when all of a sudden, Jordan and his Nike band decided, well, I can't be representing Reebok on my USA warm-up suit. I got to cover it with a flag or a towel. And you're like, okay, really? And so now commercial ace, we finally brought it in. Now, if we're being honest, it probably didn't hurt Jordan in the sense that he's got his own brand since that time and makes hundreds of $1 million a year.
I was going to say,
his brand, right? Yeah. So I guess on one hand, he saw the future a little better maybe than the rest. I don't know. I don't know. I'll give my old guy on the lawn only time today for you, Rob. It just to mean the USA. Remember we used to say, you hear people talk about the name in the front of the jersey meant more than the name on the back.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure with branding and NILs and this and endorsements and blah blah blah. Even in the Olympics, I'm not sure it's pure the name in the front anymore, and I think it's still the name on the back too much of the time, and that bothers me.
Another question, and maybe this has to do partially with that. We like Jrue Holiday on these teams so much because, like you said, he doesn't have to be a featured guy, right?
Perfect role player that can play.
And it kind of leads me to, like, the style of basketball these guys play, too. I've seen a lot about Embiid, maybe just doesn't work as well in the international game. And it's kind of amazing because if you remember, it used to be, all these international players are coming over and flopping. And now they're the ones that are not calling this anymore. These FIBA officials are not calling these baiting fouls anymore.
Not like the NBA does, for sure.
Yeah.
All you got to do is watch an international game over the last 2 or 3 weeks and go watch the Summer League, and they're doing it just as badly in the Summer League. And the NBA makes an announcement, we're going to keep that flopping rule in that we instituted last year and really worked. No, it didn't. You stopped calling it the last third of the season or half of the season.
Yeah.
It didn't work. But you want me to tell you how it works? Tell the whistle to bite his whistle down once in a while.
Right.
When a guy jumps in and then moves to his right into a defender, let him do it. Just don't call a foul if he does it.
Right. And that's what's been happening in this international game. There's been a ton of clips of Embiid trying to, I took a hit. All of a sudden I'm wilting to the ground, and play just keeps going. There's just no whistle. We don't have to call an extra foul. We don't have to stop the flow of the game. That wasn't very smart.
Last year's NBA MVP, the year before, NBA MVP, when he doesn't shoot 14 free throws a game, he's not as productive?
Shocking. Could you imagine what Joker's stats would be if he got 14 free throws a game? I feel like he gets 4 or 5 max.
I think this year he may have averaged more than he's averaged. I think he averaged just right at 6, like 6.1.
That's crazy.
2 years ago when they won it, I think it was 5.8. And Embiid's been over like 12. When he won the MVP, I think he was averaging over 12, double the amount of free throws that Joker was taking.
That's crazy. I mean, it's absolutely. Could you imagine his numbers? If he would, I mean, they would be massive if he went to the line 14
times.
Well,
he's an 80% free throw shooter, and so now he shoots 6 more, so he's shooting 12. So he's making almost 9 free throws a game, and now he's making 4. So there's another 5 points. So
I was going to say an extra
averaging
5 points a game.
Yeah, so now instead of averaging 26 a game, he's averaging 31. Instead of shooting 56% on the season, he's probably shooting 59.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just
right, because
it's crazy.
The shots he misses doesn't count as a field goal attempt. Yeah, listen. I think I enjoy international basketball more because of how they don't call things as much.
But am I remembering that right from when I was
in.
a kid, Scotty, or younger, I guess? Because isn't that what everybody said about the international game? That these guys were going to come over and flop, and Manu Ginobili's of the world and the Tony Parker, like wasn't that the reputation?
Well,
and now it's completely flipped?
The reputation it used to be when the international people came over is that they were too finesse players, that they weren't tough enough, and this was when they were starting to come over. The NBA was still a pretty physical league, and literally every European I knew that you played with, you just banged the hell out of them, and they didn't like that. And something flipped in international play somehow, and they still flop and they try to sell it. They don't, but they put flopping in the rules a bunch of years ago. The take foul they took in the international play a bunch of years ago too, and all these things that we blamed on the Euros have started subsiding in international play, and it's rampant in NBA play.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's the worst it's ever been in NBA play, no doubt. All right,
dude. I watched a game this year. Can't remember what we talked. One team shot 30-some free throws, and the other team shot like 27. You had like 60 free throws in a 2-hour basketball game. How long did that game go if you're shooting 60 free throws between the two teams?
Yeah, and unwatchable.
That's just ridiculous.
Like no flow to the game.
Yeah.
By the way, what do you think about your boy LeBron carrying the flag for all the American Olympians in the opening ceremony? I just wanted to take a moment to get Scotty's thoughts on that, which are non-existent. Hey, listen. Here's one thing I will say. Here's one thing I will say. As far as like recognition around the world, there's no question he's the guy, right? Like,
he's the most recognizable player in the Olympics.
Yeah.
He's the most recognizable athlete in the Olympics.
In the Olympics, yeah.
Yeah, and so it's a way for USA to say, look where our guy comes from. He's the most recognizable athlete in the world.
To be fair, though,
that's playing in the Olympics.
To be fair, though, he has championed USA basketball as being important his entire career, which I think does matter. I mean, you saw these guys, LeBron never taking part in a dunk contest, and guess what? The dunk contest is like almost dead now. Because the superstar LeBron decided he wasn't going to do it, so other superstars followed.
But did he decide not to do it because it was what it was, or because he knew he wouldn't win it?
You don't think he could have won a dunk contest?
No.
Really? Scotty, come on. Like, you can hate him all you want, but you don't think an 18, 20, 22, 24-year-old LeBron could have won a dunk contest?
Maybe, but not necessarily.
Oh my God! I think come on. I think that's your bias.
So tell me the craziest. Tell me the craziest dunk you've ever seen him do.
I mean, listen. He has enough.
He dunks hard.
Yes,
he dunks hard
physically.
Okay.
Yes, and he's got enough athleticism to get up high enough to do things up in the air. It's not like he's barely making it there. He's a high flyer.
He can jump, or used to be able to jump really
good.
He's also very stiff. He's a lot stiffer than people realize. So I don't know if he could have been boom, 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 geez, boom. Go back and watch the 85 or 86 or dunk contest in Chicago in the finals where Michael Jordan and Dominique Wilkins. And go watch that finals and tell me LeBron can beat either one of those two guys.
Oh, I don't know that he could beat those guys, but those are two of the greatest of all time. But I think he could have won a dunk competition. Right, like,
well, if you had Scott and Nikola and Tyler, maybe.
Oh God, I think you're being a little too hard on him. But look what it's done to the dunk contest. Like I mean, I barely want to watch the dunk contest anymore. Now it's G League guys are. It's like a fun little story that the G League guys in the dunk competition now. And
it's turned into the 3-point contest and the skills contest is almost more fun.
Yeah. And so I think it's important that the biggest star in the game has championed USA basketball as being important, because if he hadn't, it could have gone the same way as the dunk contest. You know what I mean?
Well, let me. Can I tell you where I still a line from the old Mike Rose show? I think he said, "Let me tell you where I sit before I tell you where I stand," or vice versa. Let me tell you, I had a buddy of mine coached one of the international games, and it might have been the Olympics where they took a bronze. Melo was on the team. LeBron was on the team. Remember they won, and that's when the USA Basketball said, we got to get this thing back under control.
Yeah.
And blah, blah, blah. I think Larry Brown might have been the head coach at that time. I had a buddy who was on that staff.
That was the FIBA, right? Was that the Olympics?
Well,
I thought
they got I thought they got a bronze in one of the Olympics.
I'll look it up.
Yeah. But anyway, my buddy told me the two biggest buttheads on that team wouldn't listen to anybody, did what they wanted to do, and were so uncoachable. And guess who the two guys he named?
Go on.
Carmelo Anthony and LeBron James.
Yeah.
Now, if you remember the next one, I don't think LeBron was invited to the next one, or he wasn't on the team anyway.
But, I mean, this is, 20-year-old, 22-year-old guys?
I get you. But I'm just telling you where
I'm asking. I'm asking.
So when you hear something bad about a person, don't you always tend to judge that? Especially when you've revered USA Basketball as long as I have, to be honest with you. And now you're hearing a guy went there and he was a total tool. He was a total tool to all the support people, all the coaches, didn't want to do what he wanted to do, did whatever. And I understand youth. I got you. But here's the whole thing. Isn't something bigger than yourself important?
It was 2004, so he was, 19 years old? It was
20
bronze
years ago.
Medalist.
He's 41, so he's 21. Been in the league 2 or 3 years.
Bronze medalist in Greece for the Olympics. You were right, and then that was the last one Larry Brown coached, and then Coach K took over for 2008.
Yeah, they totally revamped. If you go back, they started bringing role guys in, and not necessarily just star guys, because they wanted to build a team. Because the star guys were just running star guy things.
Well, and the star guys were different than the 92 stars, right? The Dream Team stars were a lot less selfish when it came to actually playing.
And they wanted to show the world, you guys think you're catching up. We're going to say, no, you're not.
Yeah.
And so they had a mission, and they were on point on their mission. And then it became a star-studded thing again. But listen, so I am jaded. You're right, I am jaded. But from that team, LeBron was one of the most difficult guys on that team to deal with, and this coach said, man, he didn't want to have nothing to do with him.
Okay, but he has now refocused, right? And you know how much he loved Coach K, and maybe that was part of it too, getting a coach in there that could connect with LeBron himself. But like I said, if LeBron said, I'm not going to these things anymore, don't you think that other stars would have followed?
No. Not for this. I will say this. Here's what they did, and it was Coach K they brought in, but they refocused and revamped their entire upper management selection process, what they were trying to do, what their mission was going to be, and I think pretty much put a foot down and said, no, this is what it's going to be now. Remember, Iguodala made on one of those teams. He wasn't one of the top 20 players in the league, but they needed a role guy on that team that wasn't afraid to go out and play defense and wasn't crying if he didn't get 20 shots in an international game.
100%. 100%. And I think that's been really important, just like Drew Holiday has to have on these teams. Yeah. But at the same time,
But do you think Embiid's that guy? Do you think LeBron is that guy now? Do you think Durant's that guy? Do you think Edwards is that guy? Do you think Booker is that guy now?
Well, but you do need an alpha dog among the alpha dogs, right? Everybody can't be that guy. You do need an alpha. So like Anthony Edwards saying, even though it's not true maybe for this Olympics, going forward, USA men's basketball is Anthony Edwards, right? Like he's the guy. And so I don't mind.
You know what? But you can't just put mantle of leader on a guy. That is earned.
No, but he earned it in the World Championships, didn't he? And then he asserted it himself in press conferences before these Olympics have started. I feel like the future of Team USA, he's the alpha dog, but you still need an alpha dog on that court. You can't have all role guys, right?
No. I understand that, but you still want a leader. Your alpha's your leader, period.
And you don't think LeBron James has been good at that?
The leader, the alpha wolf in a wolf pack, ain't hunting and just making sure he's fed and no one else is getting fed. The alpha's going to do the hunting. He's going to get the food, but guess what he's going to do? The whole pack's going to eat. That's the leader you need.
2008 gold medal, 2012 gold medal, 2016 gold medal, 2020 gold medal. They have been eaten. No?
Yeah.
Oh man, your hatred for LeBron James just oozing through.
No,
his
I don't have hatred, but I don't have blind reverence either.
Reverence, yeah. I think when it comes to international basketball,
well, how many of those teams was he on? He wasn't on all them teams either.
Well, he wasn't on all four of those?
I don't believe so.
Oh, interesting. Okay, well, all right. Derek White just got put in the game too. Same kind of thing, role player that you need. So, all right, coming up next, we got no dumb questions. Start sending them in 303-504-0925. We'll do that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
You know, going on summer adventures like climbing a 14er, Mount Harvard. I did that on my birthday. Running in the Boulder, biking every day, bike every single day, and doing this swimming thing, man. I'm not great at it, but I can get in the pool. I can take my shirt off. I can feel comfortable because of SOTA Weight Loss. SOTA weightloss.com. SOTAweightloss.com. How did I do it? It was easy. I had a nutritionist, Amanda. In fact, if you go to SOTAweightloss.com, click the request a nutritionist callback, you're going to hear with somebody within minutes. But there's no injections. There's no pills. There's no hunger. Get rid of that visceral belly fat for good. It happened for me. And frankly, no joke, if I could do it, why can't you? SOTAweightloss.com. SOTA Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Scotty got the text line fired up. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in. D-Mac Tyler Not suspended, just off for the day. Everybody calm down. They're just taking a
Did
day
you say?
off.
Hey, by the way, you're right. LeBron in 2004 was 19.
Yeah. I mean, I did some dumb things when I was 19.
I get you. But I'm just telling you.
There's a picture somewhere. There's a picture somewhere of me drinking 3 beers out of a coffee pot. You know, like we do some dumb stuff. You know, it gets a little wild. It happens.
I get you. But anyway, LeBron, this is his 4th Olympics. He won a bronze and 2 gold, so he hasn't been on all those.
Yeah, so you were right. He hadn't been on all those teams. I do remember, wasn't there like a security thing with Beijing maybe that they were worried about? A couple other things. I don't know. The look on Scotty's face.
You're the LeBron apologist. You tell me. I'm sure there was.
Why am I an apologist now? Because I
don't know. I didn't know.
I don't hate
I didn't know
him
your
quite
love
as
ran so
much
deep.
as you do. Listen, and you got the text line. I mean, coming in. They have. Somebody says that he could have won a dunk contest last year, much less when he was 20.
Well, that says more of the state of dunkers now than it does.
Right. If he would have entered the dunk contest last year, he would have won it. But that speaks more to the dunk contest.
What's the craziest dunk you've ever seen him do?
I mean, I've seen him throw down pretty hard. I don't remember specific.
Throw down pretty hard don't necessarily win a dunk contest. Otherwise, Dwight Howard would have 2 or 3 championships.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but I don't know.
The dunk he's most remembered for is with the big 3 in Miami. That's the one that comes to mind every single time, and it's just a hard slam, like you say. It's nothing. No windmill, nothing spectacular. It's just it was all-around good play.
It's because it was an oop, though, right?
Yeah,
it's an oop, and then there's that famous picture of D. Wade with his arms out and Braun just flushing it behind him. But yeah, I mean, I can't remember any specific
that wins a dunk contest. Did anybody see Aaron Gordon this year catch the ball like shoulder width off a rebound and slam it back against Boston?
I really wish he would go back to the dunk contest. I know he's jaded, but he could absolutely still win.
Well, he probably should have won that year. LeBron, you ever see LeBron do what Zach LaVine and Aaron Gordon did in that one dunk contest?
I mean, I get you. I get you.
I don't think he could.
I don't know that that's true. Why do you keep doing this?
Because honestly, Rob, I'll tell you why. Because I've never seen it. I've never seen it.
Don't put me in a position where I have to defend LeBron. Like, please.
I'm just saying because I've never seen it. I'm just saying I've seen him rock the baby and do back behind his back. Okay.
I hate that
I've just never seen it.
You and DMAC have done this to me in consecutive weeks here. First, DMAC puts me in the position of railing against analytics, which I never thought I would be the guy who had to do that. I've always had to defend them.
And now against analytics?
I had to.
Wow.
Yeah, I told him Dan Campbell didn't make all of his decisions, 4th down decisions weren't bad ones. Now you're making me defend LeBron. Like, can we not do this, please? I do not want to. I'm not on air enough to be that guy.
No. You don't have to defend. You just need whatever your position is. Fine. I'm just telling mine is based on I've never seen it. Does he dunk hard? Has he been phenomenal? Can he still dunk at 40? Yeah. Great.
He has the athleticism to do it. See, and
I
that's
judge his
where
athleticism differently than you do.
That's where we disagree. I think he is an athletic freak, and especially in his younger days, had the athleticism absolutely to win. Oh, look, I'm watching him do a windmill dunk for Team USA right now. There you
go. And that would win a dunk contest.
All right.
Hey, I watched Vince Carter in it might have been the Olympics. Olympics are an international game. Dunk over the top of a 7-footer. That's athletic.
I mean, the Christmas Day massacre that was AG jumping over, what was that, Shamit?
Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, he murdered the fella. It was incredible. All right, let's fire it up here. No dumb questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
No dumb questions. Going down the same cobblestone potholed lane that Rob has drove us on.
Oh.
If not LeBron,
please don't. They will never forget that I'm like the LeBron guy now. I'm not on air.
You're the LeBron guy.
But no, I'm not the LeBron guy.
All right, then I'm gonna give you a chance. Other than LeBron, who's the other guy you think would be a great dunker that maybe doesn't get the props of being a great dunker?
Like who would I want to see in the dunk contest right now?
Well, I don't know. You know, and I tend to. Here's another thing. Dunk contests are cool. Whatever. I've never thought they were whatever. Because, see, Dr. J winning that first dunk contest in '76 in Denver, I saw Dr. J do stuff like that in the pros.
So you're saying who's the dunker in game?
I saw him do that in game, then I would go, okay.
Yeah, so in game, I'd say Ja Morant.
Oh, he's pretty good.
Yeah, that's probably
Edwards. We all remember that. Do you remember that dunk in Utah this year?
Yeah. And then he didn't have another one in the playoffs. That was pretty savage as well. Yeah, it's interesting because I'm definitely thinking more guards than power forwards or anything like that.
Well, it always looks bigger and better. Listen, when you got guys like Ja Morant and Edwards who are tiny. When I say tiny, I'm saying 6'4" and 6'5". I mean, I'm saying tiny at 6'4", 6'5", 6'3", 6'5", something like that. And they can jump out of the gym.
Yeah.
Ja Morant's good. Edwards is good.
Well, that's why Dominique Wilkins won, right? Like, it was just incredible to see somebody that height get that high.
Well, he was 6'7", 6'8".
I'm not Dominique Wilkins. Who am I thinking of? Come on.
Well, Dwight Howard could get way up, and he was 7 foot.
No, who's
back in his early
the short
day.
guy who won the dunk competition?
Oh, Spud Webb.
Spud Webb.
And he won it because his hometown was Dallas, and the dunk contest was in Dallas. If you go back and if you're being honest and did not know who won that contest, you would say it was no match. And again, Dominique locks Spud Webb in Dallas and Michael Jordan in Chicago. All right, good luck. Good luck.
All right, I got a no dumb question for you. I gotta turn this here because I do need your advice. I gotta ask you about something. I don't play golf. I don't not like golf. I just don't need another expensive hobby, right? Like that's the only reason I haven't picked golf up yet. But I do, like the couple times that I've played, I've enjoyed being out there and playing. My buddy is getting married. He is an avid golfer. He's very good. And he wants I'm in his wedding party, and he wants his bachelor party day thing to be a trip to the golf course and play. So they texted me and they're like, hey man, we know you don't really want to play. You don't really play golf. Do you still want to be in on the foursome? Since there's only 4 of us, do you want to be in on it? And I was like, yeah, I'll take the sticks out and just whack it around a little bit. And then afterwards I thought to myself, I'm going to shoot 150 and these guys are going to hate me by the end of this. Was it a dumb decision, Scotty, for me to tell them that I'm going to go out there and pound some beers and start swinging?
Well, the whole thing, it's a dumb decision if you decide to drive yourself to the place. You ought to figure some way that you guys can meet at some place, and you have a driver come and pick you all up. That should be number one. And then you're with your best friends, and these are guys you love and guys you want to be with. And there's nothing better when there's no pressure to go out and just play golf, have fun, do birdie shots, drink a couple beers, and then you got a way to get home too.
Oh, well,
nothing wrong with that.
We'll definitely do it smart. His fiance is awesome, and I think she's going to take us and then get us afterwards. Because they're kind of trading the bachelorette and bachelor party chauffeurs, if you will. But I thought to myself, I'm just gonna go to Goodwill or something like that and just find as many terrible golf balls as I can. And just
how soon are you gonna play?
It's like next month. It's like the 11th, I think.
Don't buy any balls. I think I've got probably 20. I can dig out of a barrel for you and let you have.
That I could just go lose? Because I'm going to lose all 20 of them.
They're all yours.
Rob, we could get a practice round in over at Family Sports. It's 9 holes. You can be done in an hour and 10 minutes.
Grizz.
Good little practice round.
Grizz, I'm going to be spraying the ball all over the
I don't care. I don't care at all. I think it's fun, man.
And here's the other thing. I don't have clubs. So, I've got a...
Are you a righty or a lefty?
Righty. I could probably
share clubs.
I switch hit, so I could probably hit both ways.
You can share with anybody.
Yeah, listen, when you're talking about a switch hitter, we're not talking golf, okay? It's something whole different.
Whoa. Easy.
Baseball.
Easy.
Baseball.
No, I know.
It's easy to switch hit in baseball.
Is it easy to hold on?
So,
Time out. We gotta address that. Is it easy to switch hit in baseball?
Well, there's no dumb question. If you've done it your whole life, I think it's easier to switch hit in baseball than to switch hit in golf.
I have,
and the ball's moving in baseball.
I have literally no idea. I really don't. So,
all right, here you go. Switch hitting, easier for golf or baseball?
Golf, Scotty. My brother's a lefty, and I just went out last weekend, and I used his lefty clubs, and I made pretty solid contact, and it didn't feel too awkward. I played baseball my whole life. You could not pay me to hit a ball lefty.
You never went to the batting cage and went lefty?
I did. I didn't hit it. Golf is different. Yeah, I didn't hit it.
You guys weren't the athletes we were. I toyed with
it. Oh, Scott.
I toyed with switch hitting
played
for a while,
on the Valor
but
Christian High School football team alongside Christian McCaffrey, okay?
I wouldn't say alongside. I was on the sideline.
Alongside.
I was on the sideline watching
Christian
him play.
McCaffrey.
Yeah. He was along for the ride.
That's true. That's true.
Nobody rides coattails quite like Grizzly.
All right, so big
the rings
question
all shine the same, baby.
bigger question, and we'll think of that. What is the easiest sports to play? Switching hands, switch hitting, or whatever you want to call it. What would be the easiest?
Ping pong.
What is it?
Yeah, I'd switch on that.
I played tennis, and made me think of this. I played in a tournament one time in Winfield, Kansas, and the dude, ground stroke, he never hit a backhand. He would just switch the racket to his opposite hand, and he always had a forehand. And you'd serve it to the backhand side, and next thing you know, he's hitting it back to me left-handed.
And I write with both hands. I'm ambidextrous, so I can write with both my hands. I feel like I would do that if I was playing tennis too. Just everything's a forehand. I don't have to worry about a backhand at all.
So tennis, ping pong.
Did he beat you, Scotty? Or
no?
I would say golf too. There's a lot of the pros that they have to switch hit, if you will, in some weird way where the ball lands, and they can all do it relatively well.
In baseball?
No, in golf.
No, in golf, he's saying.
In golf.
Well, yeah.
Oh, what about frisbee golf? That's a sport, right? That counts.
I think you could get better left-handed quicker with frisbee than you could with golf or tennis or ping.
Devin on the text line says probably pool. I have shot southpaw and pool before when you got like something there, something's in your way or something.
Yeah. When you got the biker dude with the full beard that don't want to move out of your way, you might have to.
I play beer pong with both hands. You know what I mean?
No.
Lefty or righty?
I could, but we used to play, Joe Dumars and I, after every practice, would play left-handed horse.
Oh,
so I used to be able to shoot pretty good left-handed. And
by the way,
left-handed might be easiest, right? You guys should be able to use left or right.
Are you just naturally good at beer pong, Scotty? Like, is that? I mean,
I used to be.
It's at a different level, but I feel like you should be draining that sucker. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I used to be okay.
Oh, now he's humble. Okay.
I used to be okay. I mean, I'd lose, but I'd win. I won my fair share.
Well, I think that's the next thing that we've got to do here is set up a Altitude Sports Radio beer pong competition because that is where I'm going to shine.
Yeah. I stopped drinking.
Well, you don't have to actually drink the beer.
Chris can have my beers.
Yeah, there we go. We'll do it like that.
Yeah, but that's the fun thing is if you can get a team in there to lose. If you lost once usually the team that won one or two games, even then by the third game, you've got an advantage.
Sometimes you loosen up after a couple, Scotty. Some people do better after a beer too.
But drinking in sports, it's like golf. There's a balance. And when that teeter-totter goes the other way, you ain't ever coming back to balance anymore.
Yeah. You got to see how long you can stay in the zone there.
That's right.
Coming up next, it's college football offseason, but that means that there's rumors abound as we go around media days. We'll talk about that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Mac for Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, where Maroney means more during their July Freedom Sale. It's more peace of mind with a money-back guarantee. It's more convenience with free delivery anywhere in Colorado, and it's more value on these remaining 2023 models. Okay, $8,500 off a Ford Edge. How about this? $8,500 off a Ford Mach-E Plus. Get 0% APR, 72-month financing. It gets even better. You can take $18,000 off an F-150 Lightning 4x4. That's $18,000 off. Plus, get 0% APR, 72-month financing. It's Mike Maroney. They're limited supplies, so act fast. For all the details and qualifications, get to Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, proud partner of CU Athletics, 3rd and Alpine in Longmont, or online at MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. That's MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in. Tyler and DMAC have the day off. Scotty hanging with me. Kings of Entertainment, he said, which I like that name. I'm good with it. Let's do that. Let's roll with that.
Well, remember you had the Kings of Comedy,
yeah,
Kings of Country, Kings of Entertainment.
There you go. I like it. Real quick, the a couple answers came in on which is easier to do from both sides in sports. Soccer was a good one that came across. But the most important answer, and Andy's going to be mad because I'm sure he's listening somewhere reeling to come in here, lacrosse. Like, you're not allowed on the field if you can't go with both hands on that one. So, yeah. Did you ever dabble,
my daughter
Scotty?
played lacrosse, and so I played catch with her, like out in the yard around a field.
Yeah.
But I know nothing more. And in fact, Andy, because Andy's our residential lacrosse expert,
yes.
right? I mean, it's not even, there's no question about that. He played in college. When my daughter was in high school and picked up lacrosse, I knew nothing about it. So Andy and I, we worked over at KOA. Andy and I, he would bring 2 sticks, and we'd be out in the parking lot. And he was trying to show me how to catch and flip. He finally had to explain to me the boys' pocket was a lot deeper than the girls' pocket, and so on and so forth. And the girls' pocket, to me, was easier to throw, harder to catch than the boys. The boys was easier to catch, harder to throw.
Yeah. It takes a lot of skill, man. I played for a year, and I liked it, but I wasn't great at it. I was a great defender, but I couldn't. The skill of it is just so hard to pick up. So, all right.
Well, and you know what's the most shocking thing of lacrosse when you first picked it up? I know what mine is.
The fact that you can use the stick as a weapon.
Well, no, I never played, so I don't know nothing about that. You know how hard that ball was.
Oh yeah, it is solid rubber. I mean, it is not hollow. It's not. I mean, it is.
No, it's rubber.
Yeah,
but it's hard rubber, right? Yeah, that was what shocked me the most. I was like, oh my gosh, if I'm trying to catch this right in the middle of my body and I miss it, this is gonna knock me out.
It threw me off that it was legal that I could take my 6-foot-long metal stick and whack people with it. That is what
so you were a defenseman then, right? When you played defense.
I mean, I played middle linebacker for football, and they're like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to give you a 6-foot-long stick and let you just run into people. And it worked out pretty well. It was good. All right, I want to talk about these quotes from Aaron Rodgers. We teased talking about conferences, and we'll do that next. But I got so angry during the break when I saw this quote from Aaron Rodgers that words can be a little bit deceiving. When he was talking about missing mandatory minicamp, he said, I really just missed 2 days of OTAs. Words can be a little bit deceiving. This is from the guy who said that he was immunized against COVID, right? Like, you knew. Stop it. Stop. These were mandatory practices that you were supposed to be at. And for a guy who called out his teammates saying, hey, there's a whole lot of stuff here that doesn't lead to winning going on, for you to continue to make noise like this about it. Like, it's one thing to make a mistake or have a problem or something like that. What really makes me angry, and this is in all walks of life, not just sports, but what really makes me angry is not just owning it. Just be a man. Be like, hey, listen, there was a miscommunication. It was my mistake. I should have been here for mandatory minicamp. And I guarantee you that's it. It might not even make the sports shows today.
Or how about if you say, listen, I'm kind of a big deal, and I had a trip to Egypt planned. And
you know that's what he's thinking.
And we were going to go. So, but honestly, if he said, listen, I came to all the camps before and all the thing to get my work in because I knew I had already planned a trip for Egypt. I got wrong on the calendar, but I was not going to miss my trip to Egypt. It's a once-in-a-lifetime trip. I wasn't going to miss it. That's what happened. And then it would be like, oh, my God, blah, blah, blah. And then you know what? The noise would go, fall off the face of the earth.
But he knew saying this, what he was doing.
Well, I think he likes it. I think now he knows he's got guys like you that are easily triggered, that he can do and say what he wants to say, so he can trigger you guys. And because you know one thing I will say about Aaron Rodgers, he don't care if you like him.
I know, but he is absolutely an internet troll. Like, you're absolutely right. I should not be talking about it right now because this is what he wants. He is getting joy out of the fact that we are all covering it. But I just had to say, like, stand up and be a man. Just be honestly, if he was at the podium today and just said, hey, listen, It was a mistake. It was a miscommunication. My bad. We're moving on. That's it.
Yeah, I had this trip planned. And I thought it was a once-in-a-lifetime trip. Now, as soon as you said that, everybody's going, well, you make $50 million a year. How can it be just once in a lifetime? You get, ooh. But, well, does anybody own anything anymore? No dumb question again. Name a guy in the sports world you heard recently own something.
That's interesting. Just say, hey, it's my bad.
Yeah, I mean, name a guy that you can remember recently that just really, truly owns something.
I mean, quarterbacks do it all the time, but they're also like, that's part of the playbook. You know what I mean? Is that you have to take it all on you.
Well, D-Mac makes fun of Buddy Bell all the time because he just goes, well, the tough off it. Well, that's just baseball.
Yeah.
That ain't owning it. You can throw a guy on the bus but still own your mistake. Listen, I thought he could get out of this inning. It was my mistake. I left him in there. He struggled, and I should have got him out sooner.
Does that really bother you with Bud Black?
Nah, I don't. But if you were to do that, you're still kind of throwing the guy on the bus, but you're saying it's mea culpa because it's still my decision to keep him in there or not keep him in there.
Great point from the.
But seriously, what guy or gal in sports? Like I just listened during that break. I was listening to the lady coach of Team USA, and her thing was, I mean, they got beat by a WNBA All-Star. Well, we knew. Listen, there's women on that other team that are way good enough to be on this team. The WNBA is a deep league. We know there's people that are deserving and good enough, but you can only pick 12. How about just saying, listen, we thought we had the best 12, and guess what? Those guys came in and wanted to prove something, and they did. They kicked our butt today.
Yeah,
no one. When's the last person you've heard own anything in pro sports?
It's interesting.
Or anything in sports, period.
It's interesting because you're so close to it, Scotty, you might not see the forest from the trees. Lovelander makes a great point on our Safeway Twitch chat, which, by the way, download the Safeway Delivery and Deals app and get exclusive grocery offers, Safeway Fresh Foods, local flavors. Lovelander makes the point, it's Jokic. He owns stuff that isn't even his all the time. You might be too close to the forest to even see it from you know what I mean?
Yeah, and listen, I'm not saying that, but I think Joker does more than maybe anybody in town, doesn't he? I think McKinnon, what was it during the one thing when they got down 2-0 or 3-0 to Dallas, where he goes, I was terrible. I got to be better. I was not any good tonight. So he kind of owned it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and there's good examples.
Go ahead.
There's good examples coming in on the text line. McCarr did it when he got a penalty called on him. McCaffrey owned the fumble in the Super Bowl when asked about it. Dan Campbell owned his decisions on the fourth down that were, he stood by him, and he, again, credit to Dan Campbell, right? Just stood up there and said, hey, listen, I knew what I was doing. I made those decisions. They didn't work out. It's on me. I'm the one that made the call. You know what I mean?
Good. So, and that's great. I'm glad and keep texting in these things because seriously, what we're just talking about, if there's been 8,000 games in the last year, we've gotten 4 examples. 0.002%.
No, but you can definitely tell those character guys who are the ones who are going to do it. The McKinnons, the Jokic's, the McCaffreys, right?
McCarr.
Yeah.
The one got text in.
Pony Danza sends in, hey, Nathaniel Hackett is famous for starts with me, right? And there you go. I mean, he was only here for one season, not even a whole season.
But hold on. Okay, so maybe Hackett did it one time, and I'll ask you this. Did the people that hired Hackett ever come out and say, man, we screwed that up? We wasted an entire year, and that's on us.
Of course, they've never said anything like that, but I don't even know if it would make me feel better to hear it from them, as long as they don't go like, hey, this guy wasn't our fault, right? Like, as long as they don't shirk responsibility for it, I don't need them to necessarily go out and own it. But
well, the one thing that I got on Sean Payton that bothered me, because I'm a Bronco fan, just like it would bother you if one of the coaches or whatever in Buffalo, they said, well, this team's never won any Super Bowls. Well, the fans, we don't care about this regime for that regime. We care about the regime. We care about the franchise, right? But when Sean Payton threw out, you guys haven't beaten the Raiders in 14 tries or whatever it was, 9 tries. Well, that's not my hump.
Yeah, that bothered me too.
You own a hump now. No. You got HC by your name when Denver Broncos in front of it. That is your hump now.
And
That is your hump.
That's my argument for why sports fans can use we. That's exactly my argument. Because head coaches change, owners change, players change. You know who's only there for their entire life?
The fans.
The fan. The true fan.
Well said.
And that's why that's why
it.
you're allowed to say we. All right, coming up next, I do want to talk about these rumors floating around college football media days. We'll do that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, it's D-Mac, and you know what's a hoot is hosting the Premier Heating and Air Show every Saturday morning at 7:30 right here on Altitude. If you're in need of heating and air experts, well, this is simple, man. First of all, listen to our show. Second of all, just call 720-547-8009. That's 720-547-8009. Go to premieraircolorado.com. They are the heating and air experts. You don't have to suffer. Come on now. They've got great deals. How about this? Get a free furnace when you buy an AC. Huh? How about an $89 AC tune-up just so that you're going well? 0% financing for 60 months. And let's get that summer cooking and get the big shebang like I did. A free Solo stove or Traeger grill with a system purchase. Call 720-547-8009. What a great deal. Go to premieraircolorado.com to get a free estimate. Premier is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Oh, there we go. Rob, I got some breaking news.
Hit me with it.
At 2:02 here on a beautiful Monday in the Mile High City. If you've been following the NBA and the rights and the money and the being and the bond, the bone, the bang, the bang, and the TNT, which I still think has the best pre-post halftime show in sports. Yes. I think they're better than anybody. They've got a perfect dynamic trio or quadruple, whatever you want to call it. They do a good job. Just came across, I saw this on The Athletic today. TNT Sports forces NBA stare down with plans to match Amazon's media's rights package.
Wow.
The network is targeting the 11-year package signed by Amazon Prime Video, sources briefed on the move today. They have a contractual right to be able to match it.
Right. Right of first
The
refusal.
league's preference is to honor the $1.8 billion per year contract agreed with Amazon. The league wants to move to Amazon, but because TNT has a right to match, they said they're going to match. It's 1.8 billion a year for 11 years.
That's crazy.
Ooh. So now if there's no TNT, we talked about a while ago, like public perception, right, and getting the fans on your side. Say the right thing. Okay, we're on your side. We're talking about the guy from New York, Brunson in New York. Take a little less money, ding, ding, boom. But I'm staying here because I want to win a championship. There's not a New York Knicks fan right now going, Jalen Brunson is the bomb, right? They love this guy right now.
Winning the
and
PR
you know what? They'll love him for a long, long time now because of that too.
100%. 100%.
So TNT just came out and said we're going to match that $1.8 billion for 11 years. What if the NBA doesn't want TNT anymore and they want Amazon?
Well, that's what you made it sound like, Scotty. That's what the NBA wants to do is move to.
Well, it says the league's preference is to honor the $1.8 billion per year contract agreed to with Amazon. The schism is expected to lead to more discussion with the cloud of a legal fight hanging over the future of broadcast and streaming deals.
Wow. Yeah, well, and so part of the reason, and I was going to ask if you thought this played into it. So TNT puts those games streaming on Max, and I actually really appreciated that. That was great for me this year because I do have Max, and it made it really easy for me to get the games. I'm wondering with the, things going on in the TV climate, if they're thinking we're just going to go all streaming. That's why we want to do Amazon, and we can just stream every game that we have, and we don't have to worry about any TV channels. We'll go, exclusively streaming. But I also thought part of that was that with this new deal, there would be quote unquote national games every night. Wasn't that part of it, Scotty?
Well, you get them pretty much now. Anyway, the NBC's involved in this now, and we're going to start after the football season. Amazon, aren't they already on Thursday night? Aren't they the Thursday night game
for football? Yeah,
and I think they're going to start after the football season also, or after that contract ends. NBC will have some regular. I don't know, man. I just think it's going to be interesting. But TNT said no, we'll play.
Yeah.
And what are you going to take away from us? And
the contract part of it is very interesting. If they have right of first refusal, can they get out of that? That's going to be crazy.
That's what I'm saying. If they said no, we'll match, and we have it in our contract that we're allowed to match, what does that mean?
Yeah, a legal battle. A fight's
coming
up.
Well, it's a legal battle if the league doesn't want TNT anymore.
Right.
Now, does the league not want TNT because they say Amazon's got even more money, and so we could even turn this $1.8 billion into something else?
Or is it because
how big Amazon is?
Or is it because it's more accessible? That's kind of what I was getting at. Than maybe TNT.
But do you think it's more accessible?
I mean, yeah, because everybody has to have the internet. Not everybody has to have cable, right? So. But
TNT's on just about anything that you can get on the internet, also, isn't it?
I'm not sure. To be honest,
and all them other stuff or whatever.
But what I do know is Amazon. So the Thursday night Prime football games, they show them for free on Twitch. You can just go to the Amazon Prime channel
last
on
year.
Twitch. Are they not doing that this year?
Like that? You think that's going to be like that forever?
Yes, because I think they're it's the nationally televised game. So yeah, I do think so.
Yeah, I don't. I think eventually everything's going to be bought and paid for somewhere somehow down the line.
Well, so let's keep talking about that. That's what I wanted to talk about with college football is these TV contracts and how much they are changing year to year. And it's leading to conference realignment. The latest rumor is that Florida State, Clemson, and maybe 2 other schools from the ACC, say maybe a Miami and a Virginia Tech, move to the Big 12. We've kind of bastardized all these conferences anyway. So I think actually with teams like, UCF and Cincinnati and West Virginia already in the Big 12, I don't think that's that big of a deal in terms of the geography.
No, but if you're UCF and West Virginia, guess what you want? You want 1 or 2 more East Coast teams, whether it's a Florida State or Virginia Tech, that now your travel isn't all the way out to Ames, Iowa, or Manhattan, Kansas, or Boulder, Colorado, aren't you?
Yeah, I think so. And if they can get a more lucrative TV deal, yeah. I mean, I think that would be something that they would consider. But it makes me think there are these also-rans that are in these mega conferences that we're building right now. And I got to wonder how much longer they're going to keep them around. Like, how long does Indiana and Vanderbilt get to ride coattails here? And also,
well, I will say this: I feel the SEC and the Big Ten are more loyal to original members or members that have been in there for 30, 40, 50 years, are more loyal, even in today's scope of whatever, than, say, a newly formed Big 12 or a newly formed, if the Pac-12 ever comes back, or maybe the Big East. Look at how good Big East basketball was for one time, and they broke all that up, and now they're kind of trying to piece it back together. I think teams like the Big Ten and the SEC ain't worrying about Kentucky not being viable in football or Vanderbilt not being viable in football of the year or Indiana and Purdue and Northwestern not being viable all the time in football. I just feel because of the tradition, I almost think that their tradition still matters to them. And we saw this past year in the Pac-12. Guess what the Pac-12's tradition meant to those schools? Diddly poop.
I don't want to say that, and here's why. Because USC and I mean, one was a public and one was a private university, but USC wasn't going to move to the Big Ten without what? UCLA.
Right.
So tradition means a little bit, right? Like
between those two schools.
They pick and choose, right. And Cal wasn't going somewhere without Stanford, and Oregon wasn't going somewhere without Washington.
And we can say this, too. A lot of people in Oklahoma, where I'm at, would say that OU and OSU is a big deal to this state. But guess what OU said? No, Texas is a bigger deal.
Right, Texas is our rival. Yeah.
Texas is a bigger deal than you guys over in Stillwater. We're gonna stick with them and we're gonna run.
It's just interesting.
Yeah, I think you brought in some rivalries with you, right? USC and UCLA doing that. But let's be honest, well, it doesn't matter. It's going to be about three leagues maybe, and I think.
But that's
Big
why
12,
I'm saying, do teams like so Oregon State got left out, Washington State got left out. At some point, do all these guys band together and make a leftovers conference, right? Because I feel like they're going to get pushed out. And maybe you're right. Maybe the tradition means more to the Big Ten and the SEC than other schools. But I just feel like the leftovers from the ACC, the leftovers from the Big Ten, the leftovers from they're all going to get together and make a conference that is going to be a decent conference. You know what I mean? Like it's going to be still a pretty good conference overall. And it also made me think about the NCAA tournament coming up because Washington State and Oregon State are in a Pac-2. Does one of them just get an automatic bid to the NCAA tournament? How does that work?
Oh, there you go. Well, you got to win your conference tournament. You got to win your conference tournament. Listen, Notre Dame played in a whole lot of NCAA tournaments and a lot of big bowl games, being independent for a whole long time.
But they're not independent. They're in a conference, and the conference had an automatic bid before.
Well, change the conference to the independent conference. The Big Two independent conference. I don't know, something like that.
Yeah,
I don't know. Realignment. And again, we kind of talked about a while ago with the name on the front as opposed to the name on the back. And I think a whole lot of people are running a whole lot of institutions right now that they don't really care what they're representing. Their big thing is how much more money can we make. And I think the greed and a lot of presidents and a lot of people running these organizations, and some stupidity. Let's be honest, the Pac-12 is no longer the Pac-12 because they can negotiate a TV rights deal to pay their schools because they put a moron in charge of the Pac-12 for too many years and dug themselves a hole and allowed that. The Pac-12 is no longer a Pac-12, in my opinion, because the person they put in charge about 5 years ago, and he just buried the lead. I mean, he killed that group.
And conversely, the guy that they've put in charge of the Big 12, whose name is escaping me, is, even though I don't agree with all of them, doing some really innovative things. And all of a sudden, you've got Florida State and Clemson wanting to go to the Big 12. At least rumors are. I mean, that's
let's
kind
be
of
honest. If Florida State and Clemson had a choice and they could get in the SEC, do you think they would do that?
But that's what I'm saying about the leftovers from that conference, because you don't really have. I mean, of course, they'll just keep expanding, but you don't really have room for 2 more teams. And so the thought is, because you keep splitting up that pie. Well, if you can get Vanderbilt out of there, if you can get I don't know, South Carolina out of there, right? If you can get some of those other some of those less money-making schools out of there and replace them with Florida State and Clemson, I just feel like at some point the money is going to win there. You know what I mean?
But I really do, and I could be completely wrong, but I feel that the SEC and the Big Ten are going to appreciate their legacy members, and it'd be interesting to see. You know, I got to believe. It seems like Vanderbilt's been in that league forever, right? In the SEC. I have to go back and look.
I think they're a founding member.
In Indiana and the Big Ten, I mean that's. And here's another thing also. Those, and we don't ever talk about this because football is the king and football makes the money, right? But Big Ten always has great basketball teams, don't they?
Yeah.
The SEC in the last decade has jumped up basketball-wise and got some legit basketball going in there right now.
But that's why
they always dominate in baseball.
That's why I think
the
Kentucky's
women's basketball in the SEC. Yeah. Well, exactly.
Kentucky's safe because their school is the moneymaker when it comes to basketball, right? So I don't think you'd kick out Kentucky, but South Carolina doesn't do anything for you, right?
Except have won two national championships in the last handful of years.
On the women's side.
In women's side, you've got
That's a great point.
Almost all them schools have baseball stadiums that hold 7,000-8,000 people.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
Monetizing women's sports is the next thing I think that's going to create a little bit of a wave. Not in the sense that it's going to, make conference realignment or anything like that, but it's a way for them to generate income they didn't have before.
I read articles years ago when Pat Summitt was still alive and winning championships at Tennessee for the Lady Vols. Their women's team was selling out and making more money per year than the men's team.
I buy it. I believe it.
In basketball.
All right. Well, it's just going to be an interesting story to follow over the next few years. But it is crazy how fast things are moving. All right, your daily dose coming up next. We will do a little NFL news on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, it's D-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Erectile dysfunction. It's a terrible condition. It stinks. And guys, if you're just having average sex or just below average, you don't need to suffer anymore. You really don't. Listen, ED, it's a terrible condition. It causes stress. And we can straighten things out at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Set up your consult. Get going. For more information, just go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It's time to get back in the game. Again, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Summertime is a great time for cars and trucks in Colorado. Top down, four-wheel engaged, blue sky, and a great ride from Phil Long Ford. Does it get any better than that? Tyler Plumpus here, guys. And right now, the inventory over at Phil Long Ford is insane. Cars and trucks as far as you can see. Pickups, vans, SUVs, electric cars, electric pickups, so many choices. And keep in mind that when it's time for service, the award winners in the Phil Long Ford Denver Service Department are constantly trained on the latest and greatest innovations. They know their stuff, and they're going to make it super easy to schedule with service appointments available online. A couple of clicks, and your car is going to be in great shape. The selection of electric vehicles has never been better. From the Mustang Mach-E to the Ford F-150 Lightning, you owe yourself a test drive. It's crazy that you can get fuel savings in a car or truck that can still pin your head to the back of the seat from a stoplight. I love it. There's some great deals on electric vehicles too, so put that money back in your pocket. Check out the incentive deals and interest rates at Phil Long Ford on your favorite car or truck. Tyler Plumpus, check them out at phillongford.com.
So, football.
I appreciate Grizz keeping up with the spirit of that open. I really do. I'm not going to lie to you. Rob Trujillo filling in, TP and DMAC out for today. And we start with the NFL news and notes. What do you got for us, Chris?
Well, I did want to start off with some news from over the weekend. Longtime Bronco for a while, also Tampa Bay Buccaneer, and what would have been a Miami Dolphin. Shaquille Barrett has officially announced his retirement. Now, he is a two-time Super Bowl champion. A little underutilized here with the Broncos. Made a couple plays during his tenure here, especially during the Super Bowl, actually. But, man, he really broke out with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, wins another Super Bowl with Tom Brady. Had a great 9-year career and then calls it quits.
Well, he's one of the guys. Listen, he what is rookie? I don't know if it's his second year or anyway, him and Sean Ray were able to come in and spell Von Miller and D. Ware at times during that Super Bowl run, and were fantastic.
Yeah,
I listen. They were just absolutely fantastic. Maybe didn't get the love or couldn't get the pay or what do we want to do, but going to Tampa Bay and then, like you said, didn't one year had like 17 sacks or something like that and got a monster contract.
He actually had 19.5 in 2019.
Yeah, he was undersized, but boy, he was special. I remember I was doing the show with Sandy, and we were out at Dove Valley at the game, and we were watching him his rookie year, and he was just making noise. And obviously a CSU product, so we were pretty excited about that. So we had him on the show. He was an unbelievable guest on the show. It was great. Been a big fan of him a long time. You know, not many guys are going to be able to say I won 2 Super Bowls, and my starting quarterback was Peyton Manning and Tom Brady.
Actually, that's a great point. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Both with their second team too. That's kind of crazy.
Right. So,
but yeah,
that's
I
kind
mean,
of cool.
A cool career for a CSU Ram. He went through some tragedy with his family, and part of this was him saying he wanted to spend more time with his family still. So I respect that. I respect him leaving the Dolphins high and dry like this right before training camp. I mean, I'm not a Dolphins fan, so I'm totally good with that. That's good for
And let me
Shaquille
just say this. We talked about Todd Helton should have been celebrated and loved on more by the Rockies, and we feel that he was given. CSU ought to be getting in contact with him right now, and his jersey is retired.
Yes, sir.
And they should have a Shaq Barrett Day up at CSU. And they need to get him in as soon as they can. And I don't believe he's already got his number retired up there, but needs to be.
You're right.
Needs to
You're
be
right.
right now.
If it's
right
not,
now.
it needs to be because he had an incredible career, no doubt. All right, Chris, what's next?
All right, guys, this I found pretty interesting because the Broncos were tied to J.J. McCarthy a lot during the pre-draft era. A lot of people thought he might be able to fit what Sean Payton likes in a quarterback. Well, right now, the head coach of the Minnesota Vikings, Kevin O'Connell, said that if they were to start the season right now, Sam Darnold's looking at being the starter for the season. He is taking all of the first-team reps and will be heading into training camp. Are we okay? Are the Vikings okay with that as they, take on J.J. McCarthy and a top 15 pick right there? And now they won't even utilize him for what could be his rookie season?
Well, it's going to be the same thing with Penix, right? Because he's in Atlanta and Kirk Cousins.
I think that's a little bit of a different
there.
story because Cousins was signed there to be the starter.
Yeah.
Darnold, I don't necessarily saw that until they saw that McCarthy was way behind schedule during OTAs.
Well, Scotty, I don't know what your take is on this, but I'm still a believer in if the guy's not ready, don't put him out there because you can ruin a quarterback. If you ruin confidence, you can ruin a quarterback. And I think more so than any other position, it's very easy to take confidence away there, and it's very hard to build it back up once it's gone. So, Scotty, I don't know what your take is on it, but if they don't think he's ready, then, play Sam Darnold. I mean, it's fine. Everything's fine.
I think you paid Sam Darnold at least if you're going to have the guy get in there. Although, listen, I think they're a team that thinks, that they can make a noise and get to the playoffs and everything. Not so much that they were going to take their veteran coach or quarterback and pay him. I wasn't as sold on McCarthy as a lot of people were in this draft. I think he was one of those guys that got a high riser, and maybe it's because he played with a coach that understood the position or put him in positions that I don't know what. But remember, he went from the championship game, and everybody's going, well, there's a third-round pick. To all of a sudden, he's climbing the charts, and some people are throwing, he could be the first quarterback off the board.
Well, Harbaugh did that, and I think he did help his draft stock a little bit with that. But
so I don't think he's ready, and I think it's a smart move by Minnesota. And if they think that he's still viable and that he can be there, don't ruin him by getting him killed right away. What was the older Carr brother, right? When he went to Houston, had all
David
the accolades coming out of David Carr coming out of college and just set a rookie record for most sacks in the first 2 years by any rookie in the history of the NFL, and he was just crushed.
So then
in Houston, and let's be honest, the guy that's starting this time around was crushed getting the start in New York, and to the point where he's going, I'm just seeing ghosts out there right now.
Yep, that's the famous
Could
quote,
you guys
too.
also apply this really quickly to Zach Wilson?
Oh, yes, but I was going to say let's apply this to Bo Nix.
Well, Bo Nix, Zach Wilson also coming from the Jets and now Broncos tie. I think that could be the exact same thing for both of them.
Yeah, Zach Wilson and Sam Darnold both ruined by.
But don't you think here's the
playing
difference
for
for
bad
Bo
teams.
Nix? I think. But maybe you're absolutely, on one hand, I think you're absolutely right, but on the other hand, here's the difference. Sam Darnold was a top 2 or 3 pick, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Allen in New York with the Jets was a second pick in the draft. These guys, when you're drafting for a quarterback and you're drafted first, second, third, fourth, somewhere in there, you can't miss. That's a non-miss type of status. Bo Nix, everybody, if we're being super honest, other than the Broncos, everybody thought Bo Nix at 12 was a big reach, right? So maybe there's not as much pressure on a guy when no one has any expectations on him, as opposed to, Zach Allen being the second pick. You're supposed to be a star right away.
Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson, I mean. What is it? Oh, Zach
You think about Josh Allen.
Who's Zach
Well, Zach Allen's the defensive end as well.
But real quickly, Scotty, because I know you've had this conversation a lot on this program, I don't think that this is as big of a problem with Bo Nix. You're talking about a lot of college experience, right? I think he started the most games for a college quarterback.
61 games.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Right. That's a huge number. So I don't think you're quite in the same spot. But J.J. McCarthy wasn't like a one-year starter. You know what I mean? So it does have to do a little bit with the guy and how far along he is in his development. So, Scotty, I ask you, are you okay with them saying, no, we're going to roll with Stidham or we're going to roll with Wilson instead?
That's a good question.
Because you want him out there, right? You want him out there to get the experience. There's no substitute for that experience, but like we're saying, he's got to be ready because otherwise you can ruin a quarterback.
I would go into the first preseason game as Bo Nix is my starter, and I would Bubby Brister him if in the first 2 starts he is absolutely lost and sucky. Then I would maybe take a U-turn and change that. Stidham can be a guy, but let's be honest. I think if we're being honest, I don't know how many people are. Stidham's a guy.
Yeah.
Right. I don't think he's a guy you're going to hang a franchise hat on, but he can be a guy for you. But I would go into the first exhibition preseason game and say Bo Nix is our starter, and I would give him. If it turned bad, I'd give him the Bubby Brister treatment.
I love that you use that as a verb.
If you look like you ain't going to do anything at all for us, boom, I'm switching up by that third one. And here's Stidham, and we'll go the rest of the way.
Give him the old Bubby Brister.
And I don't. I may be wrong on this, but I don't think, because listen, the New York Jets weren't the only team that thought Zach Wilson was the second player in the draft good, right? I don't think they were the only franchise that thought this guy had a chance to be that good. So if he just got deer in the headlights syndrome in New York, which, let's be honest, we mentioned Sam Darnold a while ago, he ain't the only guy that's gone to a big program and all of a sudden got deers in the headlights taken to him. If they think Zach Wilson, and everybody who went to all the pre-camps and all the different stuff and OTAs and blah, 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 said by far the best athlete and greatest arm of those 3 quarterbacks, Zach Wilson has it by leaps and bounds, like not even close.
Physical talent.
So I told this to D-Mac. D-Mac, well, Bo Nix could be your franchise guy. Yeah, but what if Zach Allen or Zach Wilson is redeemable? And now all of a sudden you've got, as I've been told and what I've read, you've got a head coach that is a quarterback guru, greatest offensive mind in the NFL right now. If you really got that guy, if that's what Sean Payton is, and guess what? Maybe Zach Wilson is redeemable, and you do have a franchise quarterback in the fold if you give him a little time to get his feet back underneath the ground.
I think that's hopeful. Hopeful.
No, I don't disagree.
Yeah.
But Rob, you know this. You follow this. It wasn't just the New York Jets thought Zach Wilson was that good.
100%.
So there's a whole lot of people thought they saw something in Zach Wilson when they drafted him.
That is 100% true. We have said on this show now 3 or 4 times today and several times since I filled in, hope should not be a strategy. Right?
No, but see, I don't think that is within. I don't think you're hoping he is.
No,
I'm thinking
agree.
You're saying, let's see if we can coach this guy into a player.
Yeah, I got you.
And if you can't, guess what? You ain't got so much invested of him. You can't just snap a finger and he's gone.
It'll be an interesting part of Broncos training camp for sure. All right, Grizz, what's next?
All right, I found this to be pretty interesting. This actually was pointed out by you, Rob, a little bit earlier. But this weekend, Saturday, July 27th, and Sunday, July 28th, NFL Network, ABC, and YouTube TV are presenting Training Camp Back Together Weekend. Now, this is where they will actually be going around all training camps live and kind of showing you what's going on. Now, right now, there's not a lot of watchable TV going on. Do we care? Will you guys be tuning in to watching the NFL, the real, actual start of the NFL season?
I mean, this is hilarious, right?
No.
We're putting on primetime television, not even like full practices, but
training camps.
It's red zone. It's red zone for training camp.
I mean, come on. And I'm like, I will probably turn it on because I'm going to be sitting there playing college football 25.
I'm going to be watching it.
And I'll just put it on in the background.
Well, because you're in the marketing department of the radio station, you probably got you a free game, didn't you?
I did not. I wish I did. Are you kidding me? I paid for that sucker. And I didn't pay the extra $50 to get it early either. So I'm going to make sure I get every red cent out of that thing. But I understand there's not a lot going on right now. And that'll probably do similar ratings to a WNBA game, right? It'll probably do similar ratings to.
Unless it's Indiana, Chicago.
Right. Yes. But even that's kind of crazy that we are that football hungry. That it's not even like week 3 of training camp or joint practices. No. We're gonna go prime time for the first weekend of training camp. I don't know. It's just kind of nuts to me, isn't it, Scotty?
Well, listen. If I'm one of those network people that has spent $10 billion, I'm going to find a way to get as much. The thing they sell in sales in radio and television for commercials and live endorsements is called added value.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to pay all this money for that game. Guess what? Here's what we'd also like. We'd also like to put roving reporters on Friday in 10 different camps and on Saturday in 10 different other camps, and we want to go round robin throughout these camps.
Really,
so we're going to do that.
Really, what I'm telling you, Scotty, is I'm mad at myself for watching it. That's what I hate myself that it's going to be on my team.
I don't think I'll watch it.
Well, unless there's a baseball game on.
I probably won't set a timer for it.
Yeah, that's true. That's 100% true. All right, last one.
If it's on and I flip over, maybe.
Last one, Grizz.
All right, guys, this one I just found kind of interesting. So Joe Burrow has finally been cleared for full contact football. Now, 2 years ago, takes the Bengals to the Super Bowl. They do fall short. But last year, he didn't look anything like himself. In fact, he looked like a shell of himself with leg injury, the wrist injury, everything that he had going on. Joe Burrow is one of the top-tier elite quarterbacks in this league right now. Do you guys think that he can kind of come back to any type of form of his elite self?
Scotty?
Yeah, I do. We should have had a red caution flag last year wasn't it like the first week of training camp? He pulled his calf or something like that and basically missed all of training camp.
Yep.
They were really
so
worried about an Achilles, but it was strained calf.
Yeah, all those people saying training camp don't matter. Okay.
Oh, that's
maybe when your quarterback is, it might be. And yeah, I don't know if he ever really truly got healthy. I'm trying to see how many games he actually played.
He played the first 4 or 5 and did start the season, I think. But
he played in. They got him here starting 10 games. They were 5-5, 67% percentage, 15 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. So yeah, it wasn't the stellar.
I didn't think it was that many. That's interesting. But you remember that wrist injury, so it had been bothering him for a couple of weeks. It was the whole scandal that he wasn't on the injury report, but then they saw him wearing a brace. There's camera footage of him wearing a brace or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Right. And I think he played a game or two with it banged up, didn't he?
He tried to play. I remember it was the game versus the Ravens. It was like a night game. And that's when he tried to – that's the footage of him trying to throw the ball on the sideline and it just – tumbling out of his hand. I think it was A.J. Hawk, I'm pretty sure, has had this injury and had this surgery before. And he was talking on the Pat McAfee show one time and just said, my wrist was never the same after that. Now, I play linebacker, so it doesn't matter, right? And he said, I'm sure they've got new ways to PT it and so on and so forth to get you back to where you need to be. But until I'm kind of like you, Scotty, here. Until I see it, I'm just not quite sure if his wrist isn't 100% right that he's going to be back to his former self.
Well, I'll just say this. One, it wasn't like A.J. Hawk played in 16 millimeter era in black and white film, right? I mean, A.J. Hawk isn't this far removed from the NFL, right? We can still remember him playing. So that's one. So technology and what we're talking about less than a decade has changed that much to make a difference. Two, it is more important for a quarterback than a linebacker to have your wrists working, especially on your throwing arm and hand. That is more important at that position than AJ's. That being said, if he may not ever be back to what he once was when he took this team back if that wrist is never right. Because if your wrist ain't right, how are you going to play quarterback?
100%.
We talked about earlier in the show, is he going to have to learn to throw left-handed now?
Well, that was the big question. Will he ever be able to grip the football the same way and have the power that they were accustomed to seeing?
Well, and also when it comes to accuracy, when they say a flick of the wrist, that is what it is. There is that little bit of precision trying to put it just a little bit here, just a little bit there. That is movement in the wrist area. I don't know how any of this is affected. I'm not a doctor.
Well, I was looking at pictures, and now I'm going to go back because now you made me think of this. Peyton Manning had some pretty good success after coming back for that nerve damage in his arm. And you can go back to the Baltimore game where he said when it got super cold, he couldn't even feel the football. But he scrounged out 4 pretty good years, 3 really productive years. And what was the one thing he did to help himself that he hadn't been doing? Put a glove on.
That's interesting.
So I wonder if Joe Burrow, and I'm looking at a picture right here of Joe Burrow when he played, he didn't have no gloves on. Let's see. It'd be interesting to watch the Cincinnati Bengals training camp and first preseason game. Does Joe Burrow's play now with a glove to help with that grip a little bit?
And I hate to drive the point home because I do it to Bronco fans all the time, but if he's in the NFC, he probably has a little bit of time to get right, get a feel for it, all that kind of stuff. Man, AFC is loaded. AFC is absolutely loaded. So even if he's just off for the first couple games trying to get a feel back, that might cost him a playoff spot. You know what I mean? So it'll be interesting to see what happens this season. All right.
And the tough part is that for Bronco fans, Joe Burrow's the one guy you felt like was never intimidated of Patrick Mahomes.
That's true.
Right?
I don't think he's the only guy, but I'm a little biased. but yeah, that's 100% true. The swag he has definitely was something that no other guy brought into Arrowhead quite the way that he did. All right, Scotty. Thank you very much for the Daily Dose. And coming up next, I want to talk about the MLB trade deadline coming up. Rockies had some bad news over the weekend that might affect the trade deadline. Let's talk about that quick on the other side on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
You know, going on summer adventures like climbing a 14er, Mount Harvard. I did that on my birthday. Running in the Boulder. Biking every day. Bike every single day. And doing this swimming thing, man. I'm not great at it, but I can get in the pool. I can take my shirt off. I can feel comfortable because of SOTA Weight Loss. SOTA weightloss.com. SOTAweightloss.com. How did I do it? It was easy. I had a nutritionist, Amanda. In fact, if you go to SOTAweightloss.com, click the request a nutritionist callback, you're going to hear with somebody within minutes. But there's no injections. There's no pills. There's no hunger. Get rid of that visceral belly fat for good. It happened for me. And frankly, no joke, if I could do it, why can't you? SOTAweightloss.com. SOTA Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC. Rob Trujillo filling in. One more break with the Kings of Entertainment, dubbed by Scotty. I didn't do it. Crackman and Lindahl coming
it
up
works
next.
so.
I think
It
it works
works
good.
so.
I'm good with it.
So.
I'm good with it. Wanted to talk about Elias Diaz, who exited the game Saturday with a calf strain. Of course, right before you want your Colorado Rockies to trade him to any kind of contender. It's just a very Rockies type thing to happen. So now there's conversation about if they might trade their other catcher, Jacob Stallings. And I don't know. It felt like he was for the first time in forever, the Rockies were finally willing to move somebody of significance. And they still might. I mean, it's just right now it just says calf strain is all the information that I can find. So not necessarily going to the IL or anything like that, but I don't know. It was just kind of frustrating for me because I've been looking for the Rockies to make a couple deals here, and now McMahon has come out and said he didn't want to be traded, and so the Rockies said, we're not going to trade you. Diaz might not be traded. One of their relief pitchers might get traded, but I don't know, Scotty. It feels like we're going to go another trade deadline and not see the Rockies do a single thing.
I think there's a good possibility, and the one thing you go, well, I wonder if that's one of the it's almost trade deadline. My calf, my back. But if somebody really wants him though, and they'll have their own medical people and say it's not that serious, we can still trade.
All right, pro sports guy,
know.
is that the team that does that or the player that does that?
Well, if the player don't want to move, he's the one that says he's hurt.
Yeah.
Or if the team ain't going to do nothing, Mike goes, oh man, yeah, just a little stiff today. Oh, you got a calf strain 10 days. Maybe the team wasn't going to trade him, didn't want to trade him in reality either. I don't know.
And here's the thing that's frustrating about the Rockies. You can see some of the pieces for the future, right?
Yep.
For
the first time in a few years.
Right. There's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, finally.
Yes.
And to make a couple moves and feel like you're starting to move towards that future, I feel like is what Rockies fans need. And the Daniel Bard last year and Diaz this year, and maybe he does still get traded, but it feels the management has always felt disconnected from its fans and disconnected from smart baseball, to be honest, like what smart baseball teams do. And it just feels like another example of it.
Well, yeah, it's opportunity. And wasn't Bard didn't he make the All-Star team? And then you kind of moved him, an older guy. You could have maybe got something.
As a
Diaz
closer,
won the
you could have gotten a
MVP
ton.
of the All-Star.
Yeah, you could have gotten
Diaz as an All-Star last year. You probably could have done something, or even at the beginning of the season. I don't know, man. I on one hand, I think, okay, they finally must have done something right down the minor league system / drafting or whatever, because they are starting to get younger players that feel like can get up and play. Now, the Condon kid who DMAC just loves, that they drafted and they just paid, right? They just got a nice little hefty payday.
Sure did.
And what, in my opinion, what they've done way too long is hold on to guys, keeping the minor leagues a year or two longer than they should, just so you can have that whatever that 7-year window is to negotiate and whatever screw that. If Condon can play, I'd have brought him up in 1A right away, not the instructional league. Let him get his feet wet, and if he actually hits in single A, I'm a double A at the minimum before the end of the season.
Yeah.
And I want to see if this guy goes, because then if I don't bring him up on the 40-day expansion or the 40-man expansion in September, I'm starting him in double or triple A to start next season and trying to get him up as soon as I can if he's that kind of a player.
Well, and
why wait?
As a college baseball player, he's got a ton more experience than some of these other guys. That's not true for all prospects, but he does. Just like Skeens, last year, I know you guys pointed to him as the NL All-Star starter as an example of college baseball players coming in and being able to play. There's no reason you can't try that with Charlie. So
if he can hit and he shows he can hit, but I think they stuck him in the instructional league once again, and I think they tend to. We went and looked at their thing, and they got dudes, that were drafted in 2000. What is it, 14 or 12 or 13, and they're still down the minors.
Yeah.
Well, come on now.
That's the disconnect, like I said, with like what their fans need to get excited has just always been tough. All right. Well, thanks for having me on today, Scotty. Team USA in a dogfight right now. Are you watching this? Team USA is in a dogfight. Team USA, the men's basketball team, their final tune-up of the year is before the Olympics. That is going on in London right now, and they are tied with Germany 80-80 with about 5 minutes left. And after almost losing to South Sudan, I thought maybe they would come out with a little bit more fire, a little bit more vigor. But here they are in a dogfight with Germany, who's a decent team. There's NBA guys on that team, but
didn't Germany lose to France in the World Cup Finals last year? Was it Germany?
I thought that was the third place. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Did Germany win it?
Did they win
the
World Cup?
Schroeder on it, and Germany might have beat France.
I know Schroeder had a big tournament, but I don't remember the results.
I think Germany might have beat France. Spain?
Didn't he win Player
Cup.
of the Tournament?
Yeah,
Germany.
Yeah,
or Schroeder.
So Germany not a dog. I mean, Germany's a team that wants to medal.
Yeah, but I mean, we talked about it earlier in the show. This team is supposed to be blasting fools.
Hold on now. Here's what people lose sight of. Some of these teams that you're going to be playing these Olympics are teams.
Yeah.
And guys that play every summer together, and they know each other, but they're teams. They're not just flag bearers. They're teams.
And
Denver or USA has flag bearers.
I thought the wake-up call would be South Sudan. I mean, I know Germany's good. I'll take it back a little bit. I'll walk it back a little bit. I know Germany's good. But I just thought you were going to see a little bit of fire from the fellas here. And
why? But it doesn't matter.
It's true. That's true. It's a tune-up game.
And once again, I have no problem if they get. I wouldn't mind them getting beat by 10 or 11. And then if you're Steve Kerr, can put his big boy panties on too and start getting on these guys and go, this what we want. This what you want to represent. This what you want to put out there.
First time head coach of America. Did he do it in the World Cup? He did it in the World Cup too.
He did in the World Cup also. And I think he was assistant before. I'm not as high, and I like Steve. He's a buddy of mine, but I'm not as high as him as a coach as other people.
Well, I think especially when you're transitioning from Coach K, who was as fundamentally sound of a coach as you can have.
He was fundamentally coach. He was respected because of what he done in the college league. And guess what? He doesn't have ties or I owe these guys.
Yeah.
He is not their peer. And Steve Kerr, I think, coaches as if a peer. And that's not what USA team needs. That's not what these guys want.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how it turns out. The guy about a week here before they start in the actual Olympic Games. All right, Scotty, thanks so much for having me. Grizz, excellent job behind the glass today.
Look at his face. Dumb little face.
Kreckman and Lindahl coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
we are here. We are the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. I am Kreckman. He is Lindahl. And we're with you today until 6 p.m. We have so much to do here on the show. Andy, are you furiously watching USA Germany right now as the Americans white-knuckling their way to another finish in Olympic showcase play?
No, what channel's it on?
Fox something or other at the moment.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep it on NFL Live then. You let me know.
I will. If
I need to flip over.
Team USA, a 6-point lead. It got down to a 1-point game, but right now up 6 with about a minute to go against mighty Franz Wagner and the Germans. The Americans narrowly escaping with a victory over the South Sudanese over the weekend, Andy. The world's youngest nation, South Sudan, at a double-digit halftime lead, damn near knocked off the Americans. If not for the heroics of the U.S. flag bearer LeBron James, we would have been talking about one of the biggest upsets ever in the history of international basketball. However, Team USA escaped. Nervous time as they head to Paris for the start of the games. Got to think Nikola Jokic and the Serbians hopefully getting healthier, licking their chops right now, getting ready to take on the Americans in game number 1.
Yeah, I feel like we do this, and now I guess it's going to be time on the U.S. women's side as well after that WNBA All-Star game.
You realize, by the way, they did that in the last games too?
Well, this is what my point is.
Yeah.
They don't care till it's serious.
Right.
They care when they need to.
Yes.
How have we not learned this by now? Now, I don't know. Maybe this will be one of those weird years where they don't quite get it done and we have a big brouhaha about are we sending the real best and da-da-da. But I doubt it, and I'm not going to worry about it till they're actually in Paris.
This year, we're sending the real best. There's no other.
There's no one better to go.
I mean, outside of Aaron Gordon not being on this team, I don't know what else you need.
But, Nate, how have we fallen back into that? Look, the Dream Team knew why they were sent. We all took great offense to the world. What games was it? Was it 88, I guess? Well, who beat us that made us decide, fine, we'll send our pros. You want to be that way? We'll send our pros.
It was the Soviets.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
We can't let them have their do you believe in miracles moment. We decided to hell with you. Jordan and friends, you all better pack your bags. You're going overseas. Wasn't that Barcelona? Was Barcelona where the Dream Team played?
It was indeed. Yes.
So there you go.
Yes.
Yeah.
South Sudan, Wenyan Gabriel and the South Sudan squad. Our dude Cayman Malwatch, who's going to be a freshman at Duke next year, 7'2", 250. That dude was a weapon out there. The Americans didn't show up to play. Shout out to Luol Deng and South Sudan. Andy, I learned about the South Sudanese Basketball Federation over the weekend. Did you know there is not an indoor basketball court in the nation of South Sudan?
Yeah, I'm today years old when I figured that out from you.
Wild about that.
So where do they practice? They travel?
Not in
Hotel
South
ballrooms?
Sudan.
Is there a North Sudan that they go to?
There is not a North Sudan. It's not like the Dakotas. No. But no, they Luol Deng, you remember Luol Deng, Duke, NBA player, a couple of time All-Star. Luol Deng started their basketball federation. He was actually coaching the team for a while, and he that's where he's from initially, and he's gotten this thing going, and damn, they almost pulled off this stunner of stunners. So yes, we're keeping an eye on what Team USA is up to, but 16 seconds to go in a 6-point lead. Looks like, once again, USA will defeat Germany today here.
Yeah, again, I'll get worried when I guess it's and not even. I mean, they can even afford to lose a game in the round robin,
the pool,
team play, the pool play.
Yeah.
So
got to get after
it. I just feel like this is what this has become, where something happens early on. It gives the media something to talk about, and by the end of the tournament, they all got to figure it out. The U.S. team is kind of like any club team you would play on, right? It's the best thing I can relate it to. For me, it was lacrosse, but we all came from different backgrounds. We all had a general idea of basic offense we could play, but everybody came from some different concepts and different philosophies, and that's kind of like this U.S. team. They've had, practice, a couple practices, whatever. And by the end of the tournament, they'll play the good team basketball. All of them know how to play. They'll get open three-point looks for their three-point shooters, as you laid out last week. They've got a plethora of, more than anybody else in the games.
Yeah.
And it'll all be fine. I'm not going to freak out right now. I'm not. Frankly, you know what? If we were to drop one, maybe this would make this interesting again. I don't know.
Andy, you know me. I want him to lose, so I
know you're Mr. Serbia. You want that
Mr.
daunting
Serbia,
anthem of death to
Mr.
be played.
Canada. That's how I get down in these Olympic Games. Nuggets Nation is the only nation when it comes to basketball for me, my friend. So yes, we're getting you all set for the Olympic Games, but we begin today with the Bo Nix. Training camp opens at the end of the week, Andy, and Bo Nix will begin training camp number 1 as a member of the Denver Broncos, as he is on his way to being the starting quarterback, whether it happens in week 1 or week 3 or 4, or whenever it happens. We know it is going to happen. He currently is the future of this franchise. Andy, you and I we've watched this show before. Not a ton, but we've watched this show before where a rookie quarterback comes in, first-round pick, and is the heir apparent, the obvious successor of the mantle of being the quarterback of the Denver Broncos. Of camps that we have covered, Andy, Jay Cutler, 2006, drafted number 11 overall to eventually take over for Jake Plummer. Tim Tebow, Camp McDaniels, 2010, second year of Josh McDaniels. Tim Tebow, the incumbent, obviously, was Kyle Orton. The crowd was sort of more on Tebow's side, I would say.
Even in game 1 against the Raiders on Monday night.
And those particular camps, even though the coaches were all looking at it going, we can't play this dude. But they eventually acquiesced, and hey, it turns out that running a college offense could be effective. And then, of course, who could forget Simeon V. Lynch? Paxton Lynch is the 26th overall selection in the 2016 NFL draft by the Denver Broncos. And at least in terms of first-round rookies, this is our most recent look at it. Bo Nix coming into this camp right here. In terms of, Andy, like adjusting expectation, because that's really what this has to be about. Like, Bo Nix is not going to walk through the door and look like Mahomes, even though Sean Payton wanted to compare him to Patrick Mahomes and wants to compare him to Drew Brees. That's not what he's going to look like just off the jump right here. So you, Andy, veteran eye of training camp watching, what are you looking for when Bo Nix goes out there and starts this camp? What are the steps along the way where you're like, okay, I see where this could happen, where I at least see a competent NFL quarterback in here from a rookie?
Gosh, it's a great question in this vein, Nate, for anybody. You and I being the veterans of camps, we know that, and the fans know. The fans know because they don't even really go. The early days are an extension of OTAs. No one's really in pads. They're wearing those big Guardian helmets. There's not a lot of contact. It's mainly just, guys working, getting the conditioning in, which is, it's fine, whatever. Not here to hash out, is there enough contact in camp? Somehow in a live game situation, what I need to, here's the ringing statement that Jeff Legwold said to us on the air that it just sticks with me. The only guy that threw the passes that really need to be thrown in a game during camp was Zach Wilson. Probably because he's got nothing to lose, and he probably knows that, right? Stidham and Nix were both very conservative. Is that just Nix by nature? Is Nix willing to throw to the tight area? And by the tight area, I'm talking middle of the field, 15 yards, all sorts of traffic around it. Can you fit it in there? Are you willing to throw into the end? He did not throw a lot of balls into the end zone in the red zone period. He kept trying to, and again, I'm sure it's just muscle memory from college, throwing it to a back or a receiver on a crosser. That ain't getting in the Bronco offense. I'm sorry. You had the guys to do it in Oregon. I understand why that was a good option to you. You're going to figure out real quick that ain't an option here, not only because of the speed of the defense, but the Broncos don't have that dude. You know what I mean? Broncos don't have break 3 tackles and get you that touchdown.
They don't have dudes.
Right. So he's going to have to throw the ball into the end zone. Frankly, and it wasn't just him. Stidham was guilty of it too. So both the guys that if you talk to Mike Sanford are probably in line to be the starters, those guys have to start trying to throw. Like, again, did Zach Wilson get some passes picked off? Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
a couple
he did.
times Mike Sanford educated us. It's because the receiver didn't run the route he was supposed to. But it was also because Zach Wilson was throwing what are going to be NFL passes in a game because he's the guy that started the most.
It's also
So
because he's Zach Wilson.
Yeah, but Nate, again, there's that middle of the field hash that you're going to have to make the throw whether you like it or not.
Right.
And it's not going to be college wide open. So how quickly does Nick settle into that, right? Those are mainly, and I don't care if he throws a couple early, keep throwing them and try to show me you can fit them in. Once you've answered the question to me that you do have the arm talent necessary to throw to the outside tight spots, not the deep ball. Let's not all get fired up because inevitably there's going to be blown coverages and wide open deep bombs. He may be lucky to get one of those every 3 games in the NFL. I'm talking about that 15 to 20-yard outside the numbers, safety sitting on the out, the tough throw that you've got to whip in there before coverage collapses. Show me a few of those. Hey, man, I'm on board. Look, you got me going, Nate. I want to go back to 2 of the camps you talked about. And one of them is not the Simeon v. Lynch. You talked about forgetting. They should have forgot about the competition. They should have just whatever. Tim Tebow came out and showed us yet again nothing has changed. He's not ready to lead this team. Jay Cutler did show us, look at that arm.
Talent.
Look at some of those throws.
Capital
Now,
T, yeah.
we underestimated the leadership value. I underestimated the leadership value of Jake Plummer. I've apologized to him in person for some of the takes on the radio because the arm talent of Cutler was on full display. The kid looked special. If Bo Nix could show me that, great. We're all in. But he doesn't have Jay Cutler's arm. All I need to see is you are willing and able to make the throws that keep the sticks moving in the NFL, because that was the question about you during the combine process.
Let me tell you the thing that there's 2 things in particular that I want to see out of Bo Nix. Not necessarily at the start of this training camp. I think we're going to have to kind of ease into this thing like an old man slipping into the bath, because that's just the kind of quarterback talent that we're dealing with right now with the Broncos. But I'll tell you the 2 things that I want to see out of Bo Nix at the start of this training camp. We will do that here on the other side. Hey, Cole Smith is here filling in for Spring. That's Andy. I'm Nate. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, so the final score today was 92-88. The U.S. gets out of there with a 4-point win over Germany. Listen to this. This is LeBron last 2 fourth quarters. Today, 4 for 4, 11 points, 3 rebounds, and an assist. He scored the last 11 for Team USA. In the South Sudan game on Saturday, he had 7 points. He was 3 of 3 from the field, including the game winner with 8 seconds to go in that game. So, yes, LeBron James has not missed a shot on 7 attempts, averaging 9 points per fourth quarter over the last 2 games. So there you go. That's why he gets to carry the flag, Andy. He's picking up a nation on its back right there.
Sure.
Yes. Yes. Way to go,
Good for
LeBron James. It's about time things finally worked out for LeBron James.
So the first basketball player to do it, that kind of surprises me, you know.
First men's player, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they I don't know, you think about all, like, again, the dream team and whatnot, but what's it usually, a track and field athlete that does it for the summer games here for the U.S.? Who has been, do you have a list of flag carriers in the history? Because now I'm kind of curious. My guess is it's usually probably, well, maybe even a swimmer. I bet you, who was our guy? Michael Phelps has probably done it, would be my guess.
I would
Did Amy Van Dyken ever get to do it?
Ooh, good question. I don't know. Let's see. List of flag bearers. Here we go. Let's take a look at it, shall we? Our last summer games, Eddie Alvarez, baseball player, and Sue Bird, basketball player, at our last Olympic Games, because there's always a men's and a women's. Again, going to the summer games, it was Phelps in 2016, Simone Biles carrying the flag on the women's side. Let's see, Summer Games 2008, Lopez Lamong. Cool.
Okay.
I don't even know who that is.
What? Help me out.
I have no idea.
Okay.
Don't know.
You give me a name, let me guess the sport.
Ooh,
not going well.
Dawn Staley, Summer Olympics 2004. Dawn Staley got the nod.
Okay.
You know who Dawn Staley is, right?
Yes.
Yes. South Carolina women's basketball coach, legend in her own right.
Well, I didn't know she was coaching. I'm aware she's of the women's basketball.
Yes. National title winner this year.
Good for her.
They beat Caitlin Clark in the national championship game.
You were more dialed in than I.
Let's see. 2000, Cliff Meidel canoeing.
Okay.
Canoeing.
All right.
Now
I'm glad basketball made it, and if canoeing's done it.
We had a canoeist. Is that what you would call him?
Sure.
A canoe paddler.
Yeah.
Was the flag bearer in 2000 to open up those particular games. Let's see, 96, Bruce Baumgartner, wrestling.
Okay.
All right. So it's all over the athletic spectrum.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
I'm guessing it's someone we expect to win gold, right?
I think they usually, they're going for a good story.
Okay.
I think that's, if you can give Savannah Guthrie and whoever else is hosting, Mike Tirico, whoever's hosting the opening ceremonies, if you can give them a good sob story, they'll get excited about it. And obviously, with LeBron James, you can talk about the overwhelming odds that he overcame to be able to draft his own kid onto his team.
There you go. Look, if Roy Firestone's got the nation reaching for the tissues, the old tearjerker.
That's when you become a real American hero. Nepotism. That's when you get it done, my friend. Okay.
If you have the power, wield it.
Wield away. So Bo Nix. Talking about Bo Nix. What are we looking for in this camp out of Bo Nix? There's 2 things that I want to see out of Bo Nix. In relatively short order. You got to remember, training camp, it doesn't go forever. There's not 2-a-days every single day. You're going to have to figure this out relatively quickly. We're talking about August 11th when you're opening up preseason play against Indianapolis, okay? What I want to see out of Bo Nix is, number 1, Do not take off running during 7-on-7 drills.
Thank you.
And what I mean when I say that is like it's not just to take a dig at Paxton Lynch, although it kind of is, let's be honest. Boisterous snark, Andy. But also it's showing that you have a mastery over what's happening in front of you. You know? Like that's more than anything, that's what I'm looking for out of Bo Nix is like, okay, can you show me you get what's happening right now? That even with the speed and size of NFL defensive backs out of there, and the Broncos actually do have NFL defensive backs. They don't have NFL players at every position, but they certainly do in their secondary. Are you able to get the damn ball out and know where it's supposed to go and not just be confused by the entire thing? Now, I don't know if you've ever heard this or not before, Andy, but Bo Nix played in 61 games in college, and so he's supposed to be bringing that level of experience to the pro game, and it's like, okay, are we going to see some of that carry over? Paxton Lynch was lost the whole time. Tim Tebow never stopped being lost the whole time. Cutler lost, but at least had the cannon. And so he overcame some things, and more than anything, that spiral just wowed all of us and got us excited. That's what I want to see on a Nix. That's number one for me on a Nix is like, is there evidence that you know what the hell you're doing?
Which I think we'll see.
Yes.
But you do want to see it.
Yeah. That's what I want to see. And number two is, and I swear to God, it's going to sound like what I'm saying is contrary to the first thing I said, but it's really not. Are you making mistakes? It's a little bit of what you talked about out there of like, are you making throws that show I don't always just have to dump this off to the back? That's not the simple thing for me to go and do right now. I'm trying to make tougher throws in an effort to loosen up a defense, to keep things honest, knowing that can I try and get the ball there? Okay, that's all right. Safety's going to break on that. Okay, there's going to be a linebacker dropping into coverage right there. Okay, now I know that throw's not necessarily there for me. He's going to see much better defenses than what he saw in his time in the Pac-12 playing at Oregon, and it's like, all right, are you making some of those mistakes? Because I'm telling you, and you made this point in the first segment, and I think you're dead on, okay, is like if Bo Nix is just making a bunch of safe decisions in training camp, that's not a good sign. That just means this offense is going to suck, which it will anyway, but like are we getting seeds planted that maybe something is finally going to be okay eventually?
Yeah, I think here's my thing. I guess here's the question I wanted to ask you even. What does Bo Nix have to do to not be the starter here? Because to me, unless Zach Wilson shows, wow, the offense kicked in this 6 weeks off, and my magic arm is now, my head is going to match my arm, there is no other route other than to start Bo Nix. I don't care if you want to win in Seattle with Stidham. Listen, if you can get Bo Nix to, because he regardless, any rookie quarterback needs a series of games. Jordan Love showed it last year. Every young quarterback needs a series of games to get in there and figure it out and make the throws and see what they're doing them and then show I can adjust. At the end of the year, Jordan Love did that for the Packers. I don't care if Bo Nix can't win him a game in the first 6, quite honestly. You show me growth. You show me a mastery of the offense, because I don't think you got a lot of help coming your way necessarily. You show me, again, you're making the throws and the guys aren't making the catches. I'm not going to hold that against you. That's going on the dude that can't catch the ball. Then we got to talk about who's got to start, you going to get some receivers out here or a tight end or whatever the case may be. But see, for me, there's no reason not to start the kid. You and I have talked about it, and he's not even a kid. I got to get that out of my vocabulary. He's the same age as Zach Wilson, who's got 3 years of starting under his belt.
He's the same age as you, Andy.
Basically, he's got kids too. So Bo, to me, it's almost like, what is he? He has to be real bad, in my opinion, not to be the starter, doesn't he? He either has to be real bad or Zach Wilson has to be incredible. That's it. Those are the only two routes for me.
He has to not look like it's all moving too fast for him. You know?
Yes.
And there's going to be portions of it where it does. All right? He's going to have bad games. All right? He's going to have a game, Andy, where he's going to throw 3 interceptions. He's going to have a game where he gets sacked 5 times. Like, and fumble and turn it over. And the Broncos are just going to probably get smashed. Like, those things are going to happen. You get to skip steps in the NFL. You know, like he's going to go through all of that. All right? It's the decision on the part of the organization of, like, how long can they live with that? And to your point, is there steps going forward? You know, by the time we get to October, all right, you're playing the Raiders in week 4. Look, part of this with the Broncos, schedule did them no favors. 3 of the first 4 on the road. Broncos are usually supposed to kind of make a little bit of hay in September, like early season altitude games in the heat. Like those
tackling isn't great.
Exactly. Those games are sort of supposed to be on the Broncos sort of side of the ledger. And instead what they get is they got to go to Seattle. They got to go to Tampa. They got to go to the Jets. They got to play that Jets defense like in MetLife. It's going to be a tough day. That is going to be a challenging day, and it's going to be on Sean Payton to have the nerve to say, I want to put the kid up against this right now, and not simply just say, well, I know what I got out of Stidham, so I'll just give it to him.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't see Stidham beating that defense for you. Now,
no.
Maybe, you work some magic and Zach Wilson's because
it's the whole, the attraction to Stiddy is just like he won't lose the game for you.
Yeah, but Nate, see, you bring up the perfect
for.
You bring up the perfect reason why you can't start Stidham right there, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean you can, but Stidham to me is a 12-play, 13-play drive quarterback. There ain't going to be a lot of over the top. There's the 50-yard play that, you know what I mean? It's going to be the methodical down. That's kind of what he's built to do. Frankly, that's what Nick's is built to do. You're not going to be doing a bunch of that when you go to Tampa and to the Jets and to Seattle. Those are 3 loud buildings.
Like that's the whole key as an NFL quarterback is like, can you sustain that? And with Stidham and quite frankly with Nick's, and quite frankly, with Zach Wilson, too. With Zach, it's just like, can you do all that without turning it over? With the other two, it's like, can you do all of that without just, like, getting sacked and ending up in a 3rd and 18, and because of what this team is, you're dead, which even the best quarterbacks are dead at 3rd and 18, let's be honest. But is it like, are you avoiding the absolutely drive-killing play that Russell Wilson could never get over as a member of this team?
Yeah, it's, but look, Russ mixed in a few big pop plays. Someone's going to have to do that.
Yeah.
How did they score touchdowns last year? Well, usually it was some play you couldn't explain that ended up on the SportsCenter top 10
Russ
to Cortland Sutton.
Yeah, I was going to say Cortland Sutton made an unbelievable catch, and that was it.
Yeah, you're going to need it, but they're going to need a few of those.
Yeah.
Just bottom line. Every good team needs a few of those anyway.
Mm-hmm.
This team's really going to need a few of those. And, and now, look, maybe Marvin Mims proves to be more the top guy that he couldn't or wouldn't or they wouldn't let him be last year. I hope that's the case. But, you still – the run game's going to be key. This is – when Cutler came in, I'll never forget when Cutler finally did enter the fray back in 2007 after the Thanksgiving game where it was as projected as far out as it could be. Adam Schefter's just breaking it down left and right. If Jake Plummer doesn't play well – it's no more Jake Plummer. It's going to be Jay Cutler. And why did they do that? Well, even though there's still some playoffs to be had, Mike Shanahan knew if I gave Jay Cutler 6 games to look at NFL defenses, we hit the ground running next year. At some point, again, unless in my mind Zach Wilson is the true reclamation project that Sean Payton thought he could pull off, unless that happens, at some point Bo Nix needs to be as ready to run full speed next camp as he can be.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got to play.
And if that means 16 games of getting your butt kicked, look, to me, you brought up about also the kind of mistakes he could make. I don't even necessarily we talk about it all the time. There's a story behind every interception. Wasn't that either Manning or Brady's little words? If balls are bouncing off receivers' hands and getting picked off, that's one thing. That ain't a Bo Nix problem. Catch the dang ball, right? But if Bo Nix is underthrowing something that's constantly getting undercut by a corner, and he threw a couple of those that I hope he learned from camp. He threw a couple that in a live game, that's six the wrong way.
Or just not seeing something.
Yes,
or
not
just
seeing the or not choosing to throw the deeper throw. Or
all of a sudden all of a sudden a safety just appeared that he didn't spot somehow, which that's going to happen.
Sure, but 6 weeks in, you'd hope he'd start to see that safety.
Yeah, he'll have a few of them. That's okay. That's all right, and there can't be a bunch of panic about that. That's a problem if he's throwing that pick in December, not necessarily September, October. Which again, just play the damn dude. I want to read a text here from Cuban Benny. He says, "Why do people keep talking about like Stidham is some decorated, wily old vet who would be the guy if not so old? He has 8 career touchdowns." I don't think that's how anyone's talking about him. But in terms of like wily old vet. They
don't have one.
That's what he is on this team. He is, relatively speaking.
Yeah, but
he was in the room last year with Sean Payton. He has that over the other two, and that was why he was the first guy out there in OTAs and minicamp. Like, that's how sad the Broncos quarterback situation is. Jarrett Stidham is their wily old vet, and he is not that at all.
Yeah, but technically the wily old vet is Zach Wilson because he's the one that started more than any of them. So you got to wrap your mind around that too.
Yeah.
Look, if Stidham had to start as many games as Zach Wilson did because he was the number 2 pick, I wonder what that resume would look like, right? Zach Wilson is a victim of we know way more about him than any of the other guys in camp.
Yeah. And I'll go back to the thing that I said every time that I watched him play. He looks like Zach Wilson. Yeah.
Oh, the decision making has got to get
awful.
Better. There's
it's
no doubt
awful.
about it.
Yeah.
He's got to make better decisions. But what I hope Nick's picked up from Zach in the mini camp,
throw the ball.
You got to throw the throws he's trying. Yeah, Peyton. Now again, he was Peyton Manning, so we never worried about it. Peyton threw plenty of interceptions trying to feel stuff out all the time in camp.
Yeah. And didn't care. And didn't. And guess what? The first few times everybody throws at Surtain, he's going to make picks. That's
Which nobody really has yet.
That's really how that's going to go. There's a great piece in the Post this weekend about veterans on the bubble. Want to dive into that coming up a little bit later here today on the show. But also, Aaron Rodgers has thoughts on the purpose of a miniature camp. Apparently, it's okay to go on vacation if you just want to redefine the thesaurus, so to speak, for NFL off-season stuff. We'll hear what Aaron had to say about that next. We'll talk to Jeff Legwold coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock today here on the show. Looking forward to conversing with our pal ahead of the start of training camp coming up this week. OTAs, those are well in the rear view mirror, but here's the thing about OTAs, Andy. Are they really even OTAs? Like, what's so off-season about the off-season, man? Are you even really training? And are you doing activities while you're doing the activities in the off-season training activities, man?
Are you going to expand on this? Are you going to define what you're talking about, McConaughey, or what are we doing?
So Aaron Rodgers goes on the Pardon My Take podcast. Apparently did this last week. And Aaron Rodgers was asked about his unexcused absence from mandatory minicamp for his trip to Egypt. And apparently Aaron Rodgers is calling into question the definition of what's mandatory, what's miniature, and what's camp. Let's hear from him.
When I was in the NFC North and playing for that team years ago, there used to be a real thing called minicamp, where it was you had one of them usually. Sometimes it was right after the draft, but either way, it was 5 practices in 3 days: Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So 2 practices on Friday, 2 on Saturday, 1 on Sunday. Now it's not minicamp. They can arbitrarily put a tag on whatever week of OTAs they want to say this is the minicamp week, which makes it somehow more mandatory than the other weeks. But it was an OTA schedule. That's how it's, how words can be a little deceiving from time to time. You can make a story out of the fact that I missed a minicamp when it was really 2 OTA days.
Right. Interesting.
I came to the first 10.
So this is a media thing.
No,
it's not.
It's a Robert Saleh thing and an Aaron Rodgers thing.
Now, here's the thing, okay? To be fair to the conversation, he's not wrong as far as I remember the time, and I find it funny. He really does hold a grudge. That team, you can't say the Packers, the team you're going to be known as when you go in with the Hall of Fame. It's not that big a deal. You're probably going to do fine, and they're doing fine without you. Everybody should be happy after the breakup. But to his point, you and I went to a bunch of OTAs this year, and then I went to minicamp, and it really didn't look any different.
Yeah.
Okay? So by definition of what he's saying, by definition of it's not like we broke out the pads and did a red zone period that was, goal line, live, blah, blah. He's right about that.
Yeah, but
the reality is,
this is what this is what football practice looks like in 2024.
Right.
That's just because you're not all giving each other concussions on every single play the way you used to in the good old days of 08 or whatever, that doesn't mean that you just get to decide, shouldn't really have to go. No, this is what football practice looks like today.
Yeah, it's the 2 days, whatever's labeled the mini camp week. And again, the Broncos are an example of this. It usually means that is when guys will show up. They know they have to show up or be fined.
Cortland Sutton.
He's still up. Cortland Sutton's the example. He's still clearly bitter that he lost money on top of taking his vacation. So you can split, you can get as technical about things as you want. The reality is every guy on the team knew they were responsible to show up whatever days were deemed minicamp.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah, that's they said it as the mandatory minicamp. You're supposed to go to the mandatory minicamp.
Now, they did have a couple periods back in the early aughts as you and I really got going covering the Broncos where, they would put on pads and they would hit. They wouldn't go full pads, but they'd do some hitting. It would look like a football game in the spring.
Also,
a spring practice for college. They don't do that anymore.
The Players Association, of which Aaron Rodgers is a dues-paying member, were the ones that said we don't want to do that anymore.
Right.
So you don't get to pick and choose, well, it just looks like OTAs. Yeah. The first 2 weeks of training camp is going to look like that. That's what you guys have angled for this the entire time. Just because the practice has a lesser intensity than it did 16 years ago, that doesn't mean you get to determine whether or not you should have to attend. They say it's mandatory. Everybody else goes. You went to Egypt.
So my question to you is this. I told you. Watched a little trash TV this weekend. That's all I do this time of year anyway, right? What really, if it's not some shark show, I think I've even had my fill of the shark shows. I think the Indiana Jones trilogy was on for the 1,000th time in the last 6 months. Last week it was Jurassic Park. So up early, as we nurse one of our dogs back to health here a little bit. I found Breaking the Band yesterday.
Okay.
And it was Foreigner and it was Journey. And I don't care if it's Foreigner, Journey, they'll do Pantera one. Pick your band, okay? Pick your band.
You didn't see the Skid Row episode?
Yeah, the Skid Row. Any band that's had to go on with that with a different singer or somebody left. Heck, even Aerosmith has had to deal with this. But it's all the same story. Sometimes there's a woman at the core of it. In the case of Journey, Steve Perry had a girlfriend he was tired of being on the road and away from. I guess it turns out Sherry of his solo hit, Oh Sherry, that was her. She was Sherry. And that song's about her and being away from her while he toured. Well, I should have been gone. So, who is Aaron Rodgers going to be the catalyst for breaking the Jets band? Will guys, because a common theme is, why are we putting it up with this from this guy? In Foreigner, one guy got tired of how soft rock they became and wanted to get more cool guitars back in it. So he was like, peace, I'm out for a while, right? But he happened to be one of the co-songwriters. Matter of fact, who's the guitarist with Steven Tyler that he's always kind of beefing with? Isn't that a Perry too?
Joe Perry.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I'm just saying, there's always someone that causes the band to break up. Is Aaron Rodgers going to be the elixir for all that was wrong with the Jets last year? Or is he going to continue to break? Because Robert Saleh's already let you know, hey, we let your goofy friend in as our OC.
Right.
I'm sick of him. We signed all your old friends. Randall Cobb is now coaching instead of playing. I'm just saying, what if you had to guess right now, does Aaron Rodgers fix it all and this is all just some dumb, distant thing that was off-season talk? Or does he break what the Jets are and they're gonna have to scrap it all and start anew?
It doesn't feel like there's a terribly strong foundation on which to hold all of this, right? Like, Saleh's seat is scorching. He doesn't like Rodgers. He
doesn't like Hackett.
Doesn't like Hackett. Doesn't like Rodgers. Really don't think he likes his owner very much. His owner's sitting there going, hey, we paid that guy a lot of money. Talking about Quinnen Williams, like complaining that his best players are actually paid their market value. I don't think Robert Saleh's particularly happy there. And the New York media can't stop kicking him around. Let's see. To your point, Hackett's really only there because his buddy wants him to have that job. They wanted to hire Arthur Smith, hire an actual real offensive coordinator, but they weren't able to do that. He ended up landing there with the Steelers. Woody Johnson is not a good owner. This franchise has not been to the playoffs since 2010. Since they've been in the playoffs, haven't had a winning season since 2015. They've cycled through coaches. Like, here's the wild thing about it. They do have really good players. They have some really good players. You know, Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall and Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams. Like, there's stars that they have on that. Like, legitimately, you would trade the Broncos roster for the Jets roster in an absolute heartbeat. But again, like the foundation that you have to like sort of build a winning culture on a football team, it doesn't seem to exist there.
Yeah, here's my only question. Rodgers seems to thrive with the chip on his shoulder.
Sure.
And this is Elway Reeves territory, it feels like, with Saleh and Rodgers. Rodgers may just go win despite Robert Saleh. Then, if he decides to hang around another year, he may get Saleh fired. Oh, you're going to fire Haxie? Nah, you'll be the one that's gone. I think if they have great success this year, this could all get real interesting for Saleh either way.
I want to read this text from Matt, who texts into the Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Tell me if you agree with this sentiment, Andy. If we had to do it all over again, I'd still take Wilson over Rodgers.
Matt, I can't agree with you. I'd have taken the Rodgers experience here in a heartbeat.
And in the very least, like, we haven't seen Rodgers really play, so there's an air of mystery to it, of like,
right.
he could still be good.
But let's also...
You'll overlook any kind of crap if the guy wins games.
All of this stuff, all of his podcast appearances and McAfee show headliners and all, it all goes away if the Jets are 12-2 in December, winning the division and competing with the Chiefs for home field advantage. Nobody's going to care. Nobody's going to care. No one's going to care you missed minicamp. No one's going to care about anything because the plan that was supposed to happen all along will be in play. And let's not – the other thing I'd say, Matt, the other thing that I would go against that sentiment is when the Broncos acquired Wilson, we thought they were in the mode of go grab a bunch of dudes and put a run together. We're sick of losing. And they had the new owners coming in to be able to pay the freight to do that, right? So I understand that there are a lot of people that don't care at all for what he says on his podcast and his away from the field stuff. The bottom line is if you're winning, fans look the other way, and all you have to do is look to Cleveland and Deshaun Watson when Cleveland thought they had something going beginning of the year with that guy.
Here's what I'm telling you right now, Andy. It is vastly more likely Saleh is fired by December than that team has 12 wins by December.
You could be right. I'm not going to count out Rodgers if he's healthy. Now, Jeff told us both Rodgers and Cousins are going to be real interesting to watch coming back from these Achilles injuries because they usually don't heal as well on the elderly.
Rodgers already didn't look good in OTAs. Already was sitting out reps. So
I know.
Yeah, but to your point on that, the air of mystery around Aaron Rodgers of how he could play this year is the one thing that I would still take over the Russell Wilson experience every single time. We'll take a break. When we come back, Todd Helton. Todsky goes into the Hall of Fame this weekend. I have two Todd Helton factoids that I learned over the weekend that both shocked and amazed me. I'll tell you what those are next.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Those friends, Jerry and Wendy Jones, they've owned this business a long, long time. Colorado business, they know their stuff as far as truck and 4x4 accessories when it comes to what you need to handle the elements well in Colorado. I just got my suspension worked on there by the good folks, by Jerry and the crew, right before I thought I was going to take a vacation. Turns out I didn't end up going on the vacation, but I can tell you this, my truck has never ridden better. It's like riding on a cloud of air. I just told Jerry, hey, I just want some good shocks and struts. Trust your judgment on what the brand is. He put them together. It rides better than when, frankly, I drove it off the lot, and that's not something that's just not BS, I'm telling you. It literally rides smoother than the day I drove it off the lot. So he knows his stuff. Bed covers. He's always talking to folks about bed covers because a lot of people here want them, whether it's to protect your stuff from the rain or just keep it secure. You got kids. They got activities to get to. Bed cover keeps it locked up safely in the back of the bed. Softball, bats, lacrosse sticks, hockey sticks, whatever. Jerry knows his stuff when it comes to the bed covers, whether it's an automatic one, a fold-up one, or just one solid piece. He will help you out. Colorado Off-Road. Find him at cooffroad.com, located 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street.
Yes, it is the second hour of the show. I am Nate Crackman. That is Andy Lindahl. Cole Smith producing the show today, filling in for the radio machine, Mark Springer. We are with you today until 6 o'clock. Hey, yesterday, Andy, I don't know if you caught it, Todd Helton inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Got a chance to give his speech there in Cooperstown. Todsky was he was Todd Helton through and through, but did a great job honoring his family, his father, his mother. Kind words about Clint Hurdle. They did a good job showing Clint on the telecast yesterday. He was a little choked up at Todd right there, and we got a story about Todd Helton's superstitions, which extended all the way to his lead foot. Apparently, this is from yesterday.
Now, some people have told me that my superstitions early in my career were a bit excessive. Same food, same route to field, same routine. It made sense to no one but me. I remember getting a speeding ticket on the way to the field one day in Colorado Springs. I got 3 hits that day. So, I took the same route, went the same speed, and the next day, the same officer gave me another ticket. I didn't care. I got 3 hits that day as well. I asked the officer to meet me the 3rd day, and he indulged me.
So here's the question: more points on the license or on the batting average on those trips down to AAA?
Well, you can do it enough. You're gonna be having a driver.
Yeah, why don't you calm down on that, Todd?
So do you get 1 court appearance or 3 court appearances for all those tickets?
It's a good question. Yeah,
if there's 3 court appearances, does the cop go, all right, I'll show up for 2, but give you the last one. I won't show.
There you
and
go.
It gets waived.
Swing the deal right there. Just autograph a baseball or 2 to throw to the kids. Good story there from Todd Helton. By the way, the Rocks, they did fall yesterday to the Giants. However, they took 2 or 3 over the weekend. Hayden Birdsong, not just a good Grateful Dead tune, Andy. Hayden Birdsong was a problem. Struck out 12 Rocks yesterday. By the way, did you see Bob Melvin got tossed before the first pitch yesterday?
No, what did he do?
Just went out and, like, during the lineup exchange, just got after the umps. It was just like, you guys sucked the last 2 days. They were like, you're done. You didn't have to work. If you're a manager, you could do that literally any time.
Well, all right. Well, I guess if you don't want to take in the 3rd game of a series, who needs to?
Why not?
Arguing balls and strikes before nary one was called.
Go have lunch at a Lodo bar and enjoy yourself. You didn't have to be at the ballpark.
What do you think he said? Was it, hey, you going with the same crap strike zone today, or what?
Right. How irritable are you that you get tossed before the game even starts? And
yesterday was quite the comfortable day.
It was.
That was a good day to be out. It wasn't humid.
Well, lovely day at the yard.
Cool day. I mean, what are you not, now if it's 95 and you're in the stickiness of St. Louis, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be here.
Right.
I don't need my cheeks sticking to the bench. I'm getting out of here. But not yesterday. Yesterday was the little the little sample. You know how you go to ice cream shops, they'll give you a little sample of the flavor on the spoon?
Yeah.
Yesterday was a fall sample spoon of what the weather holds in a couple months.
See, Jorge Soler hit a 476-foot jack yesterday. Poor Ryan Feltner. It's a good snag by the fan out in center field there last night. So some Todd Helton stuff here before the Rocks take on the Red Sox this evening for the first of 3 over there at Coors Field. Patrick Saunders had this in the Denver Post yesterday. During Todd's 17-year career, Todd Helton, this was his career slash line, 316, 414, 539. Pretty good, okay? In Todd Helton's career, he faced 9 Hall of Fame pitchers. Against the 9 Hall of Famers that he went up against in his career, slashed a very nice 369, 425, 503. He hit 369 against 9 Hall of Famers in his career.
Nice.
Unbelievable. Absolutely incredible that he was able to do that. Here's more on that, Andy. All right, Patrick Saunders listed all this, so we got a little granular here. Here are the 9 Hall of Famers: Mike Mussina, Trevor Hoffman, John Smoltz, Tom Glavine, Greg Maddux, Randy Johnson, Roy Halladay, Mariano Rivera, Pedro Martinez. Those are the 9 Hall of Famers that he faced in his career. He was 0 for 1 against Rivera. He was 0 for 1 against Pedro. So kind of throw those out a little bit. Of the other 7 that he faced, struggled the most with Colorado's own Roy Halladay. He was 3 for 4 against Mike Messina, but here's the one that jumped off the page at me, all right? He hit 364 in his career against Greg Maddux. He hit 271 in his career against Randy Johnson. 271 against the most fearsome left-handed pitcher of his generation. Todd was left-handed, and he was 13 of 48 in his career against Randy Johnson.
Yeah, for those that don't remember, one time Larry Walker in an All-Star game famously went up there and switched to the right side.
Yeah.
Because he did not like facing Randy Johnson.
You got the tower
That's how
buzzed.
Fearsome that guy was.
And was just like, this is frightening. Yeah. I mean, Randy Johnson, not only was he a 6'10" left-hander, he also had a sidearm delivery. So if you're a left-handed hitter and you're in the box against the unit, like by the time he releases that thing, it looks like he's throwing it from behind you. Is basically what it looked like against him.
I'm trying to find the quote. They had a great quote on the broadcast yesterday, and I can't find it. But Drew Goodman busted out a quote about Randy Johnson, basically talking about how it's about time Todd got in because he's one of the greatest hitters of all time.
Yeah.
So, and obviously with the stats you read there, you know, Randy wouldn't be talking a lot of smack because Helton did have his success against him, but just great respect for what he was.
I have the quote. So Saunders had it in the Post. He said, Todd hit me pretty well. He was one of the handful of left-handed hitters who were confident in the batter's box against me and saw my pitches pretty well, better than other left-handers did. I faced 26 Hall of Famers in my career. Among left-handers, I would say that Todd was right at the top of the list, he and Larry Walker. That's from the big unit right there.
You know what's crazy? Just, apropos of nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Both those guys were teammates on this very ball club once upon a time.
Sure were.
My, how things have changed.
There was
we
a
got
time.
Hall of Famers passing out feel-goods to each other left and right. And we're just hoping Chris Bryant can get back in the lineup. Anyway, go ahead.
Here's the other the other Todd Helton stat that I saw that amazed me. Jason Stark had this in The Athletic. All right. Helton's 10-year peak, 98 to 07. Over those 10 years, Todd Helton's slash line on the road, not at Coors Field, 296, 395, 504 with an 899 OPS with more walks than strikeouts. You hear that and you're like, what kept Todd Helton out of the Hall of Fame forever? Coors Field.
Coors Field.
Right?
And no humidor.
Yeah, exactly. He was viewed as a Coors Field creation, and yet those were his road strike line, road slash lines right there. Stark writes, if we compare that with everyone in baseball who played in all 10 of those seasons and then disqualify anybody ever linked to PEDs, Barry Bonds, we find only 2 other hitters with a road slash line that good, Chipper Jones and the eternally underrated Lance Berkman. That's it. On the road away from your home park, and that's what Todd did. I mean, if you think about like modern Rockies baseball, this club is defined by their inability to ever score runs or hit or have any consistent offensive production on the road. And what you're learning right there is that's basically all that dude ever did.
Let me ask you this real quick. By the way, oh my gosh, I've got it on MLB Network. Since we're talking Rockies, Marquez already to the IL with inflammation.
Oh, good.
That just came across their ticker. So you and I also, you brought up what took long. It was not just Coors Field. That was a major part of it, Nate. But you can help me out with this. Todd also played in an era, although we found out a lot of that was pharmaceutically induced, of great home run hitters.
Yep.
And I think Todd, when he was younger, had a little more power. And then the power fell off, and those homers became doubles, and everybody held it against him, and some even whispered that there are greater reasons for it. But when you really look at the balance of things, don't you find out Todd Helton wasn't really – he was a good hitter, not necessarily a good slugger. Is that fair to label it? He wasn't the home run masher that I think people were under the impression he was going to be because of his first couple of years or whatever.
His 2000 season, which is it's the best individual season in Rockies history. It is at 8.9 wins above replacement. He should have been the MVP that season over Jeff Kent. But he had 42 home runs that year, and he drove in 147. That was the first of 3 consecutive years, starting in 99, that he was north of 35 home runs. But also he was playing, to your point, in pre-Humidor Coors Field, and also just in an era when 50 home runs was not terribly uncommon. But you're right about that. He was not a prodigious power hitter per se. He's an all-time great gap-to-gap doubles contact hitter. Todd Helton's greatest gift wasn't necessarily hitting the ball hard, although he did a ton of that too. It was that he was like impossible to get out.
Yeah, he would wear pitchers out.
Yes.
I've told you before, and I stand by it. He would start, if he started fouling off 3 or 4, he was going to win that at bat more often than not.
Yep.
I don't know what the numbers would tell you, but my impression of working so many Rockies games in my early career, I just knew it may not, again, like we just talked about, probably wasn't going to be a home run because he was wearing himself out too with all those swings, but he was getting on base, and sometimes he got to walk. But he would wear the arm of your starting. He'd go through 15 pitch at bats sometimes, fouling 9 or 10 off.
There's some good quotes in here from Jeff Hoffman. Trevor Hoffman, not Jeff Hoffman.
Jeff Hoffman, the All-Star?
Not All-Star Jeff Hoffman.
Jeff Hoffman, who was not an All-Star here, but's an All-Star everywhere else? What?
Not BMX legend Matt Hoffman. No, it was Trevor Hoffman.
Not the Condor.
Okay, trying to get my right Hoffman here. But Trevor Hoffman, Hall of Famer, one of the all-time great changeups in baseball history. Trevor Hoffman, who, by the way, 25 ABs against Trevor Hoffman, the legendary Padres closer. Todd Helton hit .520 against him. 13 of 25. Here's a quote from Trevor Hoffman. I did it again. He said, quote, "He did a really good job of wasting some of your better pitches. He would waste your best 2-strike pitch and then have the advantage. He would make these adjustments during an at-bat that most players couldn't." Tom Glavine. If a guy was primarily a home run hitter, you figured he had some holes he could attack and some impatience that you could sometimes attack. An average hitter might be a little more patient, but they didn't hurt you with the big swing very often. But a guy like Todd Helton, who could take you deep, was also patient. Plus, he wasn't going to strike out very often. That made him a unique and difficult threat. Yeah, I think he was just exhausting to pitch to.
Yeah, because you know what? It was so fun. If I'd have thought of it earlier, I'd have got him on. Daniel Schlereth talked about a chance getting to face Todd Helton, and obviously he kind of knew him growing up a bit.
Yeah.
Because Todd was friends with his dad. And Daniel and this is what Daniel said, here's the difference between minor league hitters and major league hitters, and he brought up Todd Helton as the example. You got him down 0-2, whatever. You get to the second strike, and the war that ensues to get strike 3 on a guys like Todd Helton just mentally and physically wears a pitcher out. And if you got to face him 2 or 3 times because you're the starter, depending on how quickly they're getting through the lineup that day, again, a Todd Helton that sees a starting pitcher 3 times, he could wear him out by himself.
I'm looking at his baseball reference page right now, Andy. In his prime, and again, we're talking like 98 to 07, that 10-year stretch right there. He only had 1 season where he struck out more than he walked. It was his only 100 strikeout season. 2001, he struck out 104 times. He walked 98 times that year.
Oh.
He still had 98 walks.
Yeah.
His best years like that, 04, 127 walks to 72 strikeouts. Now, I know he had there was, absolutely nobody protecting him in that lineup, and they would pitch around him, but also like that kind of patience, it doesn't exist for guys that can hit like that. Unreal, man. Jeff Legwold getting you set for Broncos training camp and what we need to see out of Bo Nix. That's next.
Sublime tune as we bring you back. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. It's Monday. It's the week training camp opens, and Jeff Legwold is on our Twitch feed. That means that we are ready to go, and football's really ready to kick off. Leggy, are you ready to kiss your personal life goodbye?
I did that a long time ago.
Well, yeah, this time it's for work reasons, Leggy, not just because you're boring. All right, man. Nate and I were chopping it up, I should say, a little bit earlier.
Chopping, Leggy, chopping.
Give me a reason. What would be the reason? What would you have to see out of Bo Nix for him not to be the starter come game one?
Well, I think more importantly is what I think Sean Payton needs to see out of him. And frankly, I think if he sees, what he saw in the offseason program on the field, and then I think that the sort of last component is, how you handle the huddle. And, we always underrate things like that, but I've seen quarterback competitions where the quarterback can't get the guys to the line of scrimmage and it fouls up practice like to the nth degree because guys are looking back like, okay, when are we snapping the ball on 3, on 2? What was it? I didn't get to play. Just little things like that. I think I personally believe if he sees that or
yeah,
Bo
Jeff,
Nix,
we went to training camp last year too.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that, it really marked the Paxton Lynch competitions where, he simply couldn't get the team in and out of the huddle into the line of scrimmage with any tempo at all. And we don't talk about stuff like that because it's not, Twitter worthy, but that's what a coach needs to see. And I think, leadership stuff, does he have a presence on the field when surrounded by veteran players? When you're a young quarterback, you've almost got to show you're the alpha right away. Like, it's all well and good. You guys have been in the league longer than I have been, but I'm the quarterback type of thing. And I think when he sees that, he'll probably name him the starter unless, we don't know how practices are going to go yet or any of that, but I'm very intrigued to see how the reps get split right out of the gate.
Hey, real quick, to your point, Nate probably hasn't even heard the story, but I remember Jay Cutler telling us in the media assembly one time about Tom Nalen just giving him the death stare in the huddle. He's fumbling the play call, and Nalen's like, get the damn play out, rookie. Let's go. And that was just kind of how it all started. So to your point about something as simple as a play call, that's just not something to ignore.
No, and honestly, veteran players want to see you bow up a little bit. No pun intended, but they want to see you show some backbone. Like, will you take me on type of thing? And they'll even poke at you to see if they can get, especially defensive players. They're going to come at you. They're going to be talking in your ear and all of that. And they want to see if you're really the guy, or if you're at least going to stand up and say you want to be the guy. Because I think we've seen Bronco teams in the past, when the team didn't sort of designate, the quarterback, it's really hard to develop that, I'm the captain, I'm the guy in charge type of presence. So sometimes the players just got to take it. And, if the coaches want to name them, then great.
Leggy, we haven't talked to you since Quinn Miners was rewarded with a fine contract extension, sort of along those lines. Like that group right there, Bowles is a $20 million guy. Miners has gotten paid now. We know Powers and McGlinchey, they were well-compensated free agents that were brought in. Like that really is the heart and soul of that offense. Like, isn't that the group that Nix is going to have to sort of win over if what you're talking about there is to be done? It comes from those 4 players?
It is, Nate. It also tells me that they've been thinking about the quarterback thing for a bit. They've spent the money. 3 starters in the last 2 off seasons now have gotten paid near the top of the pay scale. And Powers, McGlinchey, and now Miners, I think, is tied for 4th or 5th among the guards. And it shows you that they were planning, I think, on playing a young quarterback And, you guys know that the easiest way to wreck a young quarterback is to let him get hit. And that will always be the case. And I don't care what his toughness factor is and all of that. It doesn't matter. But you want to ruin a young quarterback, watch him get hit. And if you don't believe me, just sort of ask David Carr what he thinks of all that. And I will say, in his time with the Saints, guard was a priority position for Peyton. And some of that was Drew Brees was the quarterback, and keeping the middle throwing lanes clear was an important thing because he was not the tallest guy. So guard became a very important position in Sean Payton's realm, and it still is in his offense. So it's not shocking that they have spent prime money at guard because they spent prime draft picks and money in his time with the Saints at the same position.
Jeff, you were telling me once upon a time they went a long time without really rewarding one of their guys, and you'd use the phrase, heck, it might have been even when me and Nate were together and started out, but you had said it's important to sign your guys. Maybe you said this with Justin Simmons, so guys do know they can get a new contract here. They can get paid here. Does Miner's signing fall into that, or have they just been devoid of guys worth re-signing?
No, I think there's something to that. I mean, they've obviously made choices. I mean, Cushenberry got big money to move on, and the Broncos elected to not even swim anywhere close to that pond with him, but dove in, enthusiastically when the player was Miners. So they have made choices, but and I've told GMs this, at some point you have to show your locker room that the progression you're talking about is really a reality, that you believe in your guys, that you will sign your guys, because everybody says it, but at some point you got to show the locker room you're going to do it. And I still say for this locker room, as the Broncos try to turn the corner, they're going to have to pony up to Pat Surtain at some point, or they're going to have to explain privately to guys why they didn't, because I'd sure like to know what box he doesn't check if you're not going to sign him.
Speaking of real quick on Surtain, and I wanted to get into something else here, but real quickly on Surtain, just something Andy and I were throwing back and forth last week. Jair Alexander right now by average annual is the highest paid corner in football at $21 million. What Surtain and his representatives, where do you think they'll start that conversation? Where do you think the Broncos want to start that conversation?
Well, the Broncos better be prepared to make him the highest paid corner at minimum.
Have to.
I think Pat Surtain's representatives are going to be looking at the defensive player list. Ring my chimes there. Like the Broncos had to with Von Miller. When the Broncos re-signed Von Miller, Von was the highest paid defensive player in the league.
So you're talking like a Bosa-esque paycheck.
Well, if you're Pat Surtain's representatives, that's where I'm starting.
Yeah.
But I think at minimum, I don't think you can even start the conversation with him if you're the Broncos, if you're not prepared to make him the highest paid corner in the league, because you've said he's one of the best corners publicly, and it'd be hard for you to argue with anything he's done on the field that says that's not the case.
Yeah, I'm saying 25 is just that's where I'm starting my conversation on.
That's the hello.
Yeah.
You want to get something done, and you're going to have to. You're almost going to have to go to the quarterback level guarantee, which is almost all of it.
I'd like a $25 million hello. I'd take a $5 million hello, to be honest with you.
That'd be a nice thing. But, talent is the great equalizer in negotiations. They could say what they want and pick at anything, but the bottom line is he's the team's most talented player. So you're either going to pay to re-sign him or you're not, but it's going to take a big part of the checkbook, and they're going to have to. I think this year it would be tougher for them because of their cap situation, unless Surtain's willing to do it early and just play on this year's contract and sign it as an extension.
Yeah, guys in this conversation, they'll get $25 hellos. Jeff, who is a veteran that is on the bubble in this training camp?
Oh, I think the running backs are on the bubble.
Yeah.
And I say that because they kept 3 last year. They kept 3 and a fullback, and the fullback's not going anywhere. You know, Burton does too many things on special teams. He's a Peyton favorite. He's got too many roles in the little things we don't talk about. I don't think he's going anywhere. So if you only keep 3 again, and I got to believe Estime wasn't drafted so they could cut him, immediately. And so I think if he shows anything in camp, I think that's an intriguing conversation. And I think a corner who has been here could be on the bubble as well. I mean, it's not hard to quickly get to 5 corners if you're going to keep 10 defensive backs.
All right. We've got Greg Dulcich not beginning the year on the PUP. How big is that?
Well, again, they've said healthy. They just have not shown us that in the practices that have been open. But they need him in the offense. There's no question. And I think they know that. It would not stun me if he was not on some kind of pitch count just to sort of ensure he's ready to go when September rolls around.
Jeff Legwold, everybody. ESPN is where you watch him, where you read him, and Altitude 92.5 is where you listen to him. Jeff Legwold, beautiful work as always, buddy. Thank you.
Yep, and get your $25 million hello.
Going to work on that.
You're going to get one on Friday when I see you. The old 25 mil how do, Leggy.
Bring it on, baby.
It's going to include Andy violating your personal
I'm going
space.
to roll you down that hill, Leggy. You better be ready.
No one, no one gets in the bubble without permission.
Nate is by John Kreese. He's already said sweep the legs, so you better be ready there, LaRusso.
Won't be the first time. Thanks, man.
There he goes, Jeff Legwold, everybody. With us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Andy,
hey, don't sweep Leggy's leg.
No, don't.
A lot of people don't know.
Bad mistake.
He'll reverse that on you so quick.
That'll be a problem for you.
He'll throw you over the allowed boundary, and you will be escorted from camp.
Javonte Williams or Samaje Perine? Who's right now at greater risk going into the start of camp?
I would say here's how I'll handicap it. I think they're even for this reason, Nate. Samaje is a good player. I liked the signing a year ago. Frankly, if they decide they don't need him, I'd offer him back to Cincinnati and see if you couldn't pry a 7th rounder or some away. But if Javonte can show he can handle the pass protections, I think he's fine. How many times, though, did we see? To me, last year, it looked like they brought in Samaje because they didn't think Javonte was as good a pass blocker.
Yep.
So if Javonte can prove to be both a runner and the pass blocker, then I think Samaje is the one you probably move on from, because I still think Javonte is the bigger thumper and he fumbles a hell of a lot less. As much as I like Samaje Perine, he didn't lose them all, and I think it was only 3 or 4, but it felt like he fumbled a lot last year.
Is Javonte capable of averaging over 4 yards a carry? That's the question.
Well, let me ask you this. Will he get a shot? If Audric Estime proves to be healthy, will he even get a shot?
I'm telling you, man, there were days in OTAs where I was like, Javonte still looks rusty. And then there were other days where it was like, okay. It's just recovery from that injury is not linear. It's one of those things you got to remember, and it's just not the same for everybody.
Nate, he looked heavy to me. I hope that was what they like to call camp weight.
Yeah.
I hope Javonte shows up slim and mean.
We will take a break. When we come back, we will go across the pond. I got a sports story, Andy, from one of my favorite genres. Items thrown onto the field. I've never seen this one before. We'll talk about that next.
pretzel.
No, don't do that. You're supposed to be tasting them.
Hall of Famer Whitey Ford now on the field, pleading with the crowd for some kind of sanity. Uh-oh, and a barrage of pretzels now knocking Whitey unconscious. Wow, this is a black day for baseball.
It's a Monday. Andy, you ready for your Rockhead of the Monday? It's presented to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. They're your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. They weren't throwing rocks, but we go to Norway for this particular story. We don't have enough Scandinavian stories on this show, Andy.
Try harder than Nate.
I know, right? I need to pick it up. Reuters has the story here. The match in the Norwegian top flight between Rosenborg BK and Lillestrøm, obviously throw out the records when these two sides get together, Andy, was suspended on Sunday after fans showed their displeasure with the video assistant referee, VAR, by throwing fish cakes onto the field.
Fish cakes.
Fish cakes. Yes.
I'm going to need more information on these fish cakes, but tell us how we got here first.
The protest started from kickoff. After a 2-minute bombardment of fish cakes, the referee stopped the match and sent the players to the dressing room. The match was restarted, but the protest intensified with tennis balls and smoke bombs then being thrown onto the field. The referee abandoned the match around the half-hour mark with the score 0-0. VAR has stirred controversy in the Norwegian Eliteserien, with several clubs' supporter unions claiming that the time referees spend making decisions using the system ruins the match. I think they might be onto something. It has faced criticism in other leagues also, with Sweden's top leagues deciding in April not to implement VAR due to opposition from clubs. I feel like this is something we complain about often here in the States, about spending too much time staring at video review rather than just make up your damn mind and let's get this thing going.
Yeah, and you know, it really can mess up the flow of a game. But
really
especially
can.
A game like soccer where they don't stop.
Let's go.
They don't stop for much. They play the extra time for what you wasted anyway.
Yeah.
Right? So,
yeah,
I can understand why. Now, let's get back to the fish cakes.
Fish cakes.
Now, are we talking like crab cake style fish cakes, or were they actual cakes with fish in them with frosting and the whole deal? Like what kind of? Or are we talking like, you know, the Hostess cakes?
It was
that
not
you get a couple of. What are we talking?
It was not a Fudgy the Whale, Andy. That's not what we're talking about here. No, I think that's what they're going for. Sort of the Scandinavian delicacy of the sort of golden brown fried fish cake sort of item is. I'm assuming that's probably like good stadium fare there in Norway. I would think, right?
I don't know if I don't. Okay. Remember at the Broncos Super Bowl 50 where they won in San Fran, they had the lobster mac and cheese.
Okay.
And some of us were joking, if you don't trust sushi from a gas station, are you going to trust seafood from a stadium? So I guess in Norway, where this is more typically a fare that you eat or whatever, I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know if I want to trust stadium fish cakes is all I'm saying.
I think in Norway, your options are like reindeer hot dogs or fish cakes. I think that's what we're talking about there.
Lutefish, something.
Right. What would be if you're on the field in any sport? What would be the worst food to get pelted with out on the field?
Okay. The worst food of what they sell, or just anything you can come up with?
Honestly, of any item you could even think of, like what is the worst? And you know what? And I'm just thinking in terms of like the sort of distance and velocity that could be gained by throwing food from like from the stands out onto a soccer pitch. But just in general, what is the worst food to just get smacked upside the head with?
I think I'm going to refer back to our thread from Friday.
Okay.
And I think the Rockies may have it. Their new polar pasta. vanilla ice cream with donut holes, strawberry syrup, and mint. And here's why I offer up this brand new item. First off, shout out to our friend Susie Hunter. If you go to her timeline, that's what it's supposed to look like.
Yeah.
I'm showing Twitch. It did not quite make it to the picture, as many food items don't. Big Macs never look like they do on the old placard up there when you're going, that looks
Like
good, I'll have
smashed
that.
together in like a
Smashed
skew.
and the one patty's hanging out and whatever. But yeah, you know, no, I the reason why I offer up the polar pasta is you get smashed with any ice cream or dairy-based delicacy.
Very sticky and smelly.
You're stinking the rest of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that'll be like the old sour milk by the ninth inning, depending on how early you got pelted with that.
We've gotten this suggestion from a number of spots. Hard candy from the upper deck. Yeah, it's you don't want to be taking like a jawbreaker in the eye or something like that. That could blind
man,
you for life.
You're right, but if I had to take my chances with stuff, hey, guy that's enjoying your whatever beer up there, third level, I'll take my chances on you trying to hit me.
It just kind of feels like it's hailing.
Your aim sucks. You ain't getting me. You ain't getting me, third level guy.
I've given this a little bit of thought, and this is what I have determined, okay? Hear me out on this. Any kind of like a puff pastry stuffed with anything.
With a cream.
A calzone, perhaps. Like I'm sort of thinking in that vein, but I'm thinking of an item that like its outer shell means that, you know, it's very throwable. You know,
Okay.
you could really because it's a sturdy option. However, upon impact, whatever is inside, meat, sauce, cheese, especially if it's still hot, that thing hits you. That's like a water balloon. That explodes on you. You could be scalded. That's a disaster.
How thin is the now? See, here's the problem with your argument.
Okay.
Okay, if it's a good calzone that
Uh-huh.
throws well,
Yeah.
that's a thick pastry.
Oh, yeah.
That thing ain't exploding on impact. If it's thin enough that it explodes, I don't think it's going to be very airtight at all.
You think a calzone, like I don't know what kind of calzones you're eating. What calzone could hold up to like coming from the third deck
It may break.
and
See,
raining
what is with
on
you
your
in the
head?
third deck? Why do you think third deck guys throwing anything? I ain't wasting my food. I'm in the third deck. Obviously, I'm not.
Andy, you've never thrown away food in your life.
Not from the third deck. Why do you think? Because the chances of you hucking it from the third deck, that's one of those. It's like the golf, the par 3 that doesn't look too hard to reach. So you club down and then you end up going in the weeds right away, and
See,
you actually needed more club.
A lot of texters are kind of thinking my way, like empanadas.
Empanadas now may explode.
Hot Pockets. Will says Arunza, that weird Nebraskan thing. That's very much along those lines of like something that has integrity, however, will explode on contact.
All right, and again, maybe it's just because I'm square with the blue collar guys.
Mm-hmm.
None of this food you're describing is cheap. So why am I throwing it at you?
You can't reject the premise because you're cheap.
Listen, the fish cakes make sense because it sounds like a crap item to begin with. Didn't they give them the fish cakes? Isn't that why they threw them?
You are angry enough at the VAR that your appetite has now taken a back
My
seat
appetite has left me.
to your rage.
First off, if it's my calzone, it ain't whole. And neither's yours. You're not sitting around with a whole calzone waiting to be outraged there, Kreckman.
What I love about this topic is you can't engage in it because you're hungry.
This waste of food. No, but everything you listed sounds good. I'm not throwing those. Like, I'm throwing what sucks. Okay, fish cakes sound awful. I'll toss we'd all toss the fish cakes. Yeah, it's a fish cake. Gross. Probably got tilapia in there. Not very well cooked tilapia.
The debate was won by Andy's low blood sugar at 5 o'clock.
No, you tell me. You're throwing good food to show your disdain? Why then did you get the food?
For the sake of the radio topic, I will.
I place myself in these situations you concoct for me, and I take it seriously. I don't throw lazy takes out on the radio. Now, if I'm trying to do damage?
No, you send out hungry takes on the
That's
radio.
right. If I'm trying to do damage, though, I'm getting some ice cream in a popcorn bucket, and I'm chucking that.
Ice cream in a popcorn
Yes.
bucket.
Yes. Somehow, or you know what? I'm putting ketchup and mustard on my popcorn strictly for the sake of throwing.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's coming at you,
Yeah.
Kreckman.
No, you want something to gel that together.
Now, hold on. What about the hot, like when that butter at the movies, they got some stadiums have that hot movie butter on the popcorn, right?
Mhm.
That stuff will scald you.
Yeah, that's hot stuff. Helmet.
What about nacho cheese?
Yeah, helmet.
I'd throw a bet. You and
A nice
you and I
helmet
hit it.
nacho?
Just the chips and the nacho, the basic ballpark nacho. Chris Bryant, you get hurt again, that may be coming your way.
A lot of texters have been throwing like a watermelon or a grapefruit. I mean, that would be,
again, are we Gallagher? What are we doing?
that'd be a very odd, like a cantaloupe, a whole cantaloupe is a very odd item to give out inside a stadium.
Seth says corn on the cob. So are you,
I could
are you
take an
going
eye
Johnny
out.
Unitas on somebody with that thing? Ah!
Spiraling that baby.
What if you take a guy's eye out? Then you're up for a lawsuit. See, to me, I'm with you. Here's my problem with Seth's take. Yes, it's coming in hot at the player probably, but I want something that does cause a splatter effect.
Yes.
I mean, you getting beamed with a corn cob and it falling off you, that ain't satisfying. I need to see the product of my work on your jersey and your miserable behind running out to right field or whatever to have to play defense with it still on there.
We got there eventually. That's your Rockhead of the day. It's presented to you by our friends at Rock Heating. Go to rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. We got football news. That's next. It is the third hour of this show, best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. We begin today with football news. We have our friend Cole Smith on the other side of the glass. Go, Cole. With the football news today, we got
it's high five. We like to call it the high five.
Sorry
It's
about
brought to you by some bet something something, and we get back to the. No, that's not what you wanted.
Go ahead, guys. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get the music to play, and my board is not working on me. So let's just get into it. Linebacker Shaquille Barrett, 2-time Super Bowl champion with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Denver Broncos, announced his retirement Saturday. Barrett had signed a 1-year deal with the Miami Dolphins earlier in March, but with his retirement, rookies Chop Robinson and Mo Camara are going to have to step up for the Dolphins.
Yeah, Mo Camara out of CSU sort of followed the Shaq Barrett path, although Camara was a 5th-round pick. We know that Shaq was undrafted. Ooh.
We got a Microsoft patch in there or something?
Ooh,
I mean,
there it is.
Is Microsoft behind all this, too?
He's stranded
Can't get
in
a
a-
flight, can't get the high five. What the?
The high five is stranded in a Delta terminal somewhere right now.
Oh, my gosh. I just saw a tweet from a guy in Atlanta.
Bad
Not good
time.
Times.
Yeah, bad time out there. Did you see the number of dudes that they couldn't make it to Cooperstown this weekend to
Really?
celebrate for the Hall of Fame? Yeah.
Well,
Tulo was supposed to be there. He wasn't able to make it. There were a couple of other Totsky's former teammates weren't able to make it up there. Not good. Not good.
I guess MXPX almost didn't make it to that show Saturday, and then it rained.
No good. No good for anybody.
Anywho, you know what? Shaq Barrett's always going to be one of my favorite players. Loved covering him. You know, if you and I can find a way, we ought to try to get him on the show if he's up for it at some point. He had the terrible tragedy with his daughter. What was that, a year ago, 2 years ago? Yeah. I hope he's healed from that, frankly. And you know what? When you read the statement and he talks about dedicating time to his kids, no more noble reason to retire than that. So good for him. Dude, what a career, too. Nobody saw that coming. Nobody. He was like the nice camp story in 2015 to almost Super Bowl MVP the year that they won it. He could have been up for it. He ended up emulating Von Miller in every way, getting paid. Great ride for Shaq Barrett. Hats off to the former CSU Ram.
Undrafted free agent, Andy, over $78 million in career earnings for Shaquille Barrett. Got a fat deal with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, won himself a Super Bowl while he was a member of that team, had a 19.5 sack season in 2019, led all of the NFL in sacks that season, over double digits in sacks in 2 years for Shaquille Barrett. And like you talked about right there, Andy, a guy that I started covering when he was at Colorado State through his time with the Broncos, just one of the kindest people that you ever dealt with, a guy that worked his way into football stardom, and it didn't change him in the slightest bit. You hear him talking about his family right there. You mentioned the tragedy and the passing of his young daughter a couple of years ago in an accident, but just an all-around great guy, an excellent player, and a really, really good football story is what Shaquille Barrett was.
So I ask you this, because, again, we all wish we could rewrite history. This doesn't mean that they shouldn't have drafted Josh Allen, but there are a lot of people that will write in and say, there's one gentleman in particular that's banged the drum a couple of times to this show, they should have kept Shaq Barrett, paid him, they being the Broncos, and drafted John Elway instead of chasing Bradley Chubb.
Josh Allen.
Do you think, does Shaq Barrett become Shaq Barrett if he doesn't get the slight by the Broncos of letting him go on his way? Sometimes we need that little slight, because Shaq was a really good, productive player. But I also feel like when the Broncos said, we're going to let you go and draft a guy at your position in number 5, man, it looked like Shaq took that personally, like Aaron Rodgers type personally.
He was never viewed as a guy that could be the heir apparent to DeMarcus Ware across from Von Miller. I just don't think the organization ever quite took him that seriously. Tampa did, and he exploded. I mean, he was 4th in Defensive Player of the Year voting and was a second-team All-Pro his first year out of Denver, and his second season in Tampa was the year that with Brady they went and won the Super Bowl. I do think there is something to, and you'll see it in every industry, Andy, there is something to being wanted. I do think that is something that matters to people. And as good a player as Shaq was here, to your point, I think he was always viewed as like a nice story more than he was viewed as, okay, you are a legitimate bookend pass rusher to Von Miller.
Yeah, and whether it's CSU or CU, there's a number of guys, sometimes even Wyoming, that they bring in because there's guys in the scouting department that have connections to the colleges. You know, we could go through a litany of players that got a look because they were up the road, and why not? Shaq really, I mean, what a story. They had to make a movie about it, frankly. What a story.
Excellent NFL career. Played 131 games, finished with 59 career sacks, made himself an excellent living. Best of luck to Shaquille Barrett. Cole.
High five.
Lamar Jackson has faced some criticism this offseason, not for winning the MVP, but for not reaching the Super Bowl. And head coach John Harbaugh has just about had it. He gave a 2-minute, 43-second response on defending Lamar Jackson, but here's just a snippet of why he thinks Lamar has greatness in him.
You see it like it's already happened. You can see it like it's already been done. The victory has already been won when you pour into a vision. And the vision that we have together is that Lamar Jackson is going to become and be known and be recognized as the greatest quarterback ever to play in the history of the National Football League.
I mean, that's generous, but he is a two-time MVP. He's a certified great quarterback. There is no doubt about that. But also, Andy, like, pardon me from taking John Harbaugh all that terribly seriously there. And, hey, good for him. Carry the torch for your player. That's what you should do. But also, like, you're the same organization that fought the guy over a contract extension.
Yeah, so that was a weird cut.
Like, do you really believe that's what he is? I don't buy that for 1 second.
Well, but here's the thing. The first half of that cut that Cole played right there made all the talk show rounds this morning because John Harbaugh seemingly got up to the podium and started blasting everybody. I'm sick of the criticism of my quarterback.
Yeah.
You realize there's a bunch of young quarterbacks that haven't won a Super Bowl. It's not being treated fair and all this other stuff, and it just – everybody on ESPN was trying to figure out, Dan Graziano in particular is like, because he's based in the East, he's like, I don't know anybody that's come hard after Lamar this offseason. Nobody could figure out why Harbaugh even felt the need to go up and have this sort of, coup de grace with everybody there or whatever. So it was very weird, Nate. Look, the reality is when you're a two-time MVP and they've remade the offense for you twice, this is the pressure. You're also one of the highest paid QBs in the game. Josh Allen's going to put up with this. Joe Burrow's going to put up with this. The kid in San Diego's or the Chargers is going to put up with it. It's just what it is. And at the end of the day, they're all having to battle Patrick Mahomes. So, Michael Jordan kept a few people from winning some NBA titles during his time. Everyone's going to be looking. Look, man, if not for Peyton Manning, Brady's keeping, and he still kept a bunch of dudes from, he already kept Mahomes from having 3 in a row, right? It just kind of is what it is. But why John Harbaugh felt the need to come out and just go after everybody today is a little weird.
One quick note here. Do you realize Lamar's only 27?
It's crazy, right?
He's going into his
so much older.
He's going into his age 27 season. He's going into his 7th year in the league. He has 2 MVPs. He's 3 years older than Bo Nix.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
That is crazy. That's another reason why basically you need to just start Bo Nix. You better get this thing going.
We don't have time, man. We don't have time.
Yeah. By the time the first 5 years is up, he'll be near 30.
Cole.
High five.
Some more scrutiny around the league. Aaron Rodgers was criticized for not being at Jets minicamp earlier in the offseason, and when he got to talk on Part of My Take earlier last week, he seemed to downplay the whole situation.
When I was in the NFC North and playing for that team years ago, there used to be a real thing called minicamp where it was you had one of them usually. Sometimes it was right after the draft, but either way, it was 5 practices in 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So 2 practices on Friday, 2 on Saturday, and 1 on Sunday. Now it's not minicamp. They can arbitrarily put a tag on whatever week of OTAs they want. So this is the mini camp week, which makes it somehow more mandatory than the other weeks. But it was an OTA schedule. That's how it's, how words can be a little deceiving from time to time. You can make a story out of the fact that I missed a mini camp when it was really 2 OTA days.
Right. Interesting.
I came to the first 10
So this is a media thing.
According to Aaron Rodgers, UFOs are a real thing, but minicamp is not a real thing.
It's
still a thing, guy.
Let me ask you this. Is this...
You're going to pay a fine.
Is this... I'm just curious how deep and long this thing's going to go. This won't be a story once actual NFL training camp starts anymore.
Right.
But if it looks bad, we could get some real interesting press conferences between Saleh and Rodgers this year.
We're coming off of a year, Andy, where the dude is in a darkness retreat, and he's sipping ayahuasca tea down in Peru, whatever else he's up to there. He comes out, he plays 4 snaps, 5 if you count his Achilles tendon. Then he goes through an entire year of just hanging out with Pat McAfee all the time, trashing Zach Wilson behind the scenes, somehow saving Nathaniel Hackett's job, going to Egypt and skipping minicamp, a dalliance with being a candidate for vice president of the United States. The weird hasn't stopped. And based on the track record, I can't imagine that the beginning of training camp means that it all just goes away. It's only just going to keep being weird with this guy. It's the only way he knows how to live.
It's going to be weird until September when he actually plays.
Yeah.
He's not playing in a preseason game, right? Although Saleh did make him play in one last year.
Oh, you're right about that.
But with the Achilles tendon, I don't think they're risking that, right? Woody Johnson probably goes in the office and says he only steps on the field when I've got a full stadium of paying fans. I don't know. It's not stopping anytime soon.
Really
If
isn't.
he plays well, it all goes away. If he doesn't, buckle up.
Let's keep rolling here, Cole.
High five.
The Packers and Jordan Love may be nearing an agreement on a contract extension, but until it's done, Jordan Love has informed the Packers that he will not participate in practice or any training camp of any kind. Packers general manager Brian Gutekunst spoke earlier today on the matter and if they were any close to a deal being done.
Yeah, I think so. But again, you never know. I mean, we're working really hard to get that done. I think it's really important for us. At the same time, the thing that I have confidence in is that we both want the same thing, right? We want Jordan here for a long time, give him that stability for him, and it gives us some stability for our group as well. So.
The biggest reason why I'm happy we did that story is just so the name Gutekunst is back in our life.
I thought you'd be happy with the way I said that.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Cole.
You just need to see it again, but, it's, yeah. Real quickly, though, if you're the Packers, if you're Jordan Love probably wants to set the bank as the new highest paid guy. If you're the Packers, can you really? I would tell him, we're more than happy to give you a new extension, but it ain't going to be, you don't get to be number one after one season.
Right. It's
really a half of a season.
Yeah, this also, if you're Love, don't you kind of want the in-between? You want security and you want to be paid to your value, but also, if you go out and do the thing and finish top 5 in the MVP and lead the Packers to the playoffs, well, then they have to give you that. Then you get the $200 million guaranteed and that whole thing. Then you go and you get that. But right now, I don't think he's shopping in that aisle right now, right?
No, I would agree. If I were Jordan Love, I'd agree to me. I'd go Kirk Cousins on this, about a 2-year deal, and then let's see where we're at.
Yeah.
Because he shows no sign he won't be improving, but to your point, if you can get through 2 more years, then guess what? You got the 9 homes and a Winnebago type of contract.
And that's not bad. You got to include the Winnebago, though.
You got the $25 million hello, Nate, is what you got.
That's right. You got the indoor toilet and everything. Go ahead there.
High five.
And finally, guys, a contract extension for Cincinnati Bengals wide receiver Jamar Chase may not be imminent. Of course, he is holding out of training camp as well. Bengals president Mike Brown had this to say earlier today on the contract situation.
Tell you that's a hard one too. With the cap and how it works, it's a little different. Things can happen, opportunities can arise unexpectedly even, and you can put deals together. We're not going to say, oh no, we aren't going to do that deal if it's the right deal. But it's not so likely that this is the good time to negotiate.
It ain't getting done, man. Joe Burrow's going to lose all his weapons because they gave him the money, and that's one of the few guys in the world Cincinnati would actually pay. Trey Henderson wants out of there too.
With the cap and how it works.
Yeah. With my bank account and my desire to pay anybody.
With a notoriously tightwad owner right there in Mike Brown who doesn't want to pay anybody. What are you supposed to do? It's a cap, and it works.
I asked you earlier who would be breaking the ban. Mike Brown's going to end up breaking this ban, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Sucks. That sucks. The Bengals are fun.
The thing that is gonna hurt Joe Burrow more than anything else in his career is the fact that he plays for the Cincinnati Bengals.
No doubt.
Yeah.
They're going to have to nail draft picks all the time.
And
if he does what he's going to do, you ain't going to be drafting high enough to do that.
No.
So.
It's not so likely. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, pay Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase is a star.
Come on. Of all the guys?
You gotta pay him.
Of all the guys.
You got to pay him. I got a text from David that says that Mike Brown sounds like 70-year-old Bednar.
Even Bednar would say pay Jamar Chase. And Bednar ain't rich.
I kind of hear it a little bit. I actually do kind of hear that a little bit.
Mike Brown does not have Bednar's hair. Bednar's hair wants a word with both of you.
It is Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, Andy, a shamed broadcaster is back in the biz. However, his legacy will not die anytime soon. In fact, it is stronger than ever. We'll tell you what we're talking about next. Hope you're having a lovely summer Monday afternoon. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rockies Red Sox this evening over there at Coors Field. That is a Tanner Houck start tonight for Boston, taking on Austin Gomber. By the way, the Rockies news of the day is, Andy, that Germán Marquez is going on the 15-day IL because he has inflammation. He's inflamed, apparently, which unfortunately takes him back out of the rotation.
Yeah, while we're doing some injury news, per Mike Kliss,
what else you
Blake
got for me?
Watson has suffered a slight leg muscle tweak.
Undrafted rookie running back Memphis, correct?
Fast one, though.
Yes.
The fast guy that a lot of people liked. Could be, some people think right speed could be the old joker position that Sean Payton talks about. Kliss stresses that it's not anything to worry about, but he is going on the NFI, that's non-football injury list, because it happened during the dead period.
I mean, here's the thing that sucks about that is when you're an undrafted rookie free agent, you can't necessarily afford to miss any practice.
No, especially with, we've already talked about that running back competition. It's going to be healthy, to say the least. So, and he's got a kid that has a shot of extending the streak of undrafted free agents to make the team. They gave him a pretty healthy bonus to sign. I think they were excited about him. So I think he could be battling Jaleel McLaughlin for playing time. So, or McLaughlin. He's McLaughlin. Eli McLaughlin and Jaleel McLaughlin. I got to get those straight again as we're coming around the corner for that.
We'll see.
Yeah, Jaleel. We'll see if Jaleel's on our life. He could be.
It's a big old we'll see. Andy, so we were talking about this the other day. College football is coming to the CW.
Yeah.
Yeah, the CW network. They're going to be broadcasting Pac-12 football this year, which means the Beavs and the Cougs. Their games are going to be on the CW this year. Their first telecast this season, August 31st, when Oregon State hosts Idaho State. They're also going to be airing a slate of ACC games this year on the CW. The CW is going to have Inside the NFL this year. They got Live Golf, so they're trying to make inroads in the sports world. And I can tell you this was a topic of conversation at the various college football media days that I attended last week. Was like, hey, who's going to be calling these games on the CW? Who's going to be the broadcaster? Well, we found out. Are you ready for this? The CW has hired Tom Brenneman.
Nice.
Yes, Tom Brenneman, exiled from broadcasting after getting caught on an open mic using a homophobic slur. The former voice of the Cincinnati Reds, Tom Brenneman, is back. He'll be calling college football for the CW. Andy, congratulations to Tom Brenneman, back in the biz.
He's back. We'll see what the first broadcast holds. That ought to be interesting. Who's with them?
Don't know.
Okay.
I don't know who's going to be on his crew.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I nominate Mike Sanford. But Tom Brenneman, for those that don't remember, I mean, this dude, he was on Fox's like number 2 NFL crew.
He called some big baseball games. I remember that.
Doing national baseball behind Joe Buck. He was the one who called, remember the Derek Jeter, the flip relay against Oakland in 2001? Tom Brenneman was on the call on that one. Of course, he was caught on a hot mic using a homophobic slur that went out over the air. Yeah, you read the reports on it that he befriended the editor of Outsports, that he made his efforts with the LGBTQ community there in Cincinnati, and Tom Brenneman is getting another shot. However, it doesn't change the fact that he will never live down his famous or infamous apology on the day that he got busted and the day that he was fired as the voice of the Cincinnati Reds, and that was all because of what happened while he tried to very gravely express his regret for what he had to say on the air.
I pride myself and think of myself as a man of faith,
as there's a drive in a deep left field by Castellanos. It will be a home run. And so that'll make it a 4-0 ball game. I don't know if I'm going to be putting on this headset again. I don't know if it's going to be for the Reds. I don't know if it's going to be for my bosses at Fox. I want to apologize for the people.
Whoops.
Okay, now.
Nick Castellanos homered during Tom Brennan's apology.
Was that the start of the Castellanos thing?
This was the
or
first
was that
one.
just what brought it to our attention?
This was the first one. Okay.
Because, as Paul Harvey once say, now the rest of the story.
Yes. There's more to this, okay? So, famously or infamously, Nick Castellanos homered while Tom Brennaman was trying to very seriously apologize, and then he had to say that there was a drive to deep left. Which, hey, to his credit, he called the action.
Yeah,
it's your job.
He didn't have to, but he did.
Tell the audience what's happening in the ball game. The saddest home run call in the history of sports. However, Andy, this was the start of a fascinating phenomenon that, by the way, goes beyond Tom Brennaman. Also, really quickly, Tom Brennaman talked to Andrew Marchand of The Athletic, and he got asked about the Castellanos thing, the fact that it became a meme. And this is what Brennaman said. Here's the quote. He said, "Sometimes I'm like, lighten up about it a little bit. If every time something happens with Castellanos, knock yourself out. I've gotten to a point now where I just accept it and just keep going forward because there's nothing I can do to change it," close quote.
Well, but think about it. How many guys in the middle of that apology probably don't really give you the call?
Right.
Because he was going to get out of the way for his partner.
Right.
He just was being allowed to say goodbye.
Right.
So if he doesn't make the call, this doesn't become a thing.
No, he chose to. He chose to call it. Also, it's like, dude, it's objectively funny. Okay?
It is funny.
I know it ruined your life, Tom Brennaman, but also, like, you gotta be able to find a little humor in all this, right? Apparently not. Apparently, if you're Tom Brennaman, it's funny to everybody but Tom Brennaman. All right, let's run through this because, Andy, more happened yesterday. All right, let's go. I tell you what, let's start May 30th of 2022. Memorial Day. It was Memorial Day. Phillies broadcast paying homage to fallen service members. It's just something you do on the broadcast. You show the beautiful red, white, and blue bunting, maybe a shot of a waving flag out there, and it's a nice moment to celebrate those that have given so much in service to our nation, only not if you're Nick Castellanos.
Aiken here at Citizens Bank Park honoring those who paid the ultimate sacrifice. Castellanos rips one to deep left field. It is gone!
I'm sorry.
Solo home run for Castellanos.
I can't even finish this sentence, and the crack of the bat is right on top of him.
The guy can't stop himself, okay? October 11th, 2023. Andy, October 11th, 2023. Phillies in the postseason. TBS, Brian Anderson is taking a moment to update the audience on the condition of former Phillies skipper Charlie Manuel. Charlie Manuel has suffered a stroke, but he's working his way back. He's recovering. Obviously, Phillies fans are watching this telecast. Brian Anderson wants to keep everybody updated as to how Charlie Manuel is doing. In fact, the broadcast has cut away from Nick Castellanos' at bat to show Charlie Manuel taking a few swings while he is in recovery. Roll it, Cole.
Good reports coming in. He's even taken a little batting practice, we understand, lately. So, Charlie, if you're out there, we're thinking of you. This was Thursday. It's a week ago. He can always rake.
Charlie, all he wanted was people to hit bombs.
In the air, deep left center field. Castellanos has another one for Charlie. His son loving it. Multi-homer gains for Harper and Castellanos.
Step aside, Charlie Manuel. Castellanos at the dish.
Don't you have a somber moment during my at-bat, pal? Broadcast execs everywhere. Producers, you better be aware. You got a somber story? Not with Castellanos at the plate, you don't.
On the footage of that, like the crack of the bat happens like they weren't back to the AB yet. They had to like quickly cut out of, we got to stop showing the heartwarming footage of the old man recovering. Get it back
Try and
to
take
Castellanos.
some hacks in the cage. Here's a real one from Castellanos.
So check this one out. March 27th to 22, okay? Toronto and the Phillies spring training, okay? And Blue Jays pitching coach Pete Walker had been arrested during spring training for a DUI, Andy.
Oh, no.
And the Toronto broadcast was discussing the arrest and how Walker had planned to address this and get back in good standing with the organization. How did this one end up, Cole?
Still gathering information out of respect for the process. That's all we're going to say right now. And the Blue Jays, as an organization, have taken the same path. So, unfortunately, a very significant situation with Pete Walker, very highly respected pitching coach. But the Blue Jays and the organization are going to wait until all of the information is gathered. So he is continuing to serve as the pitching coach, and he's been here today watching these Blue Jays pitchers so far. 3 pitchers today, and we're scheduled to see Thomas Hatz, Julian Merriweather, and maybe Anthony Castro throughout the course of this game. Little looper, that's going to drop for a base hit. Castellanos reached out and poked it into right field. He picks up a 2-out base hit. Castellanos has been aboard twice now with a
little Buck Martinez action for you right there.
There it is.
Yeah, Buck was getting real somber on that one. Let's see what else do we got right here. Oh, here we go. Andy, did you realize? Okay, this year, this very season, June 18th of this year, Willie Mays passes away. Less than an hour after the news breaks, Castellanos walk-off double.
Boom.
July 13th, 2024, just last week, an assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump. Castellanos had already homered that day, and his next AB doubled off the wall. Yesterday, President Joe Biden announces he is dropping out of the presidential race. News comes on the same day that Brenneman is back in broadcasting, getting hired by the CW. What did Nick Castellanos do on a newsy day yesterday?
Still up for grabs, but the battle for wild card spots with those teams in the Central. As Castellanos lifts one a deep left field. Going back is Reynolds. It is gone! A long home run for Nick Castellanos. His 14th of the year. 50 RBIs. And it's 6-0 Phillies.
There you go, Andy.
Right.
Joe is gone, and so is that dinger.
14. He's only hit 14. We're not talking about the babe here, all right? But this guy, if it's a big day in history, he's going off at the plate. Go ahead and open those sports betting apps. When we get whoever is the official Democratic nominee, boom. He's going off.
I got one more here for you, okay? I got one more here to display the power of Nick Castellanos, all right? Nick Castellanos doesn't even have to be at the park. He doesn't even have to be at the plate. Sometimes you can just summon his name, all right? This is Frontier League announcer Kyle Dawson. July 31st of 2021. Kyle Dawson has had a difficult week in his personal life, Andy. He's had to spend some time away from the ballpark, but he's managed to show up and do the broadcast. Tri-Cities designated hitter Grant Heyman is at the plate. You tell me where Frontier League play-by-play man Kyle Dawson went wrong on this call. Hang in for this one. Here we go, Cole.
But I say that I got a call from my mom when I was leaving the stadium on Monday when we returned from home and returned from the workday that my uncle Charlie had died unexpectedly. I was racing home, going probably way more than the speed limit, what I should have been doing to go check on the dog and then get over to the family's house real quickly. That kind of news, obviously everybody has probably had to experience that at one point or another. It's definitely shocking. It sends you shocks down the spine. So I've been in and out of work all week. You probably don't know that because I'm still on the headset and have been every night this week. But I've been in and out of work all week. I've been late trying to do stuff at 3 in the morning to get caught up so I could be with family all week. And some may say that I know some people even in this organization have said I probably shouldn't be here at all, especially the last 3 days with the funerals. But I would argue that I need to be here. And this is going to take longer than I intended it to, but that's okay. I'm just going to give you the visuals and hope we don't get Nick Castellanos and somebody hits a home run to tie the game right now. Of course. My goodness. I'm just going to come back to it in a second. Grant Heyman has just tied the ball game. Oh, that's going to put a wrench in my whole thing. But I love it. I needed this. I told the family today when I walked out, I need them to win tonight. So it's kind of a perfect time.
Wrenching my whole thing.
Yeah, they kind of need to win the game, though, Guy. So
don't reference Castellanos in that moment.
Yeah, well, you did it.
Fate.
That's what it's going to be from now on, though, right? That's what it's going to be from now on.
Every time.
And all because Brenneman decided to call that. If Brenneman never lets us know what happens,
lets the picture tell the story. He could have.
Yeah.
Instead, he said, and there's a drive to deep left field.
There's a drive in a deep left field by Castellanos. It will be a home run.
Frankly, I wonder if his bosses would have rather he didn't reference that and just get the thing done and get off the air. But
we're all so lucky that he did. The meme could live on forever.
So there it is. And now we get to watch the legend of Castellanos.
Mm-hmm. Congratulations.
He's Hall of Fame worthy just for all that.
Very much so. An all-time great right there. But he homered yesterday against the Pirates as Joe Biden bows out. There you go. It's all too perfect. Because of course he did. So there you go. Don't tempt fate with Nick Castellanos up there. It is Kreckman at Lindahl.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, let's talk about a not-so-fun topic, erectile dysfunction. Have you been dealing with this? Is it making your weekends a little less exciting? It's Monday. It should have been date night over the weekend if you're in some kind of relationship. And if it wasn't, is it because maybe ED is what, in fact, you are dealing with? If that's the case, and it can cause depression, it can cause you to pull away from loved ones, you don't need to do this. You just need to find the right folks to talk to and get you a solution. Those folks are the good people over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that will work when pills and herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. They have 5 locations to serve you. The first visit's easy. They will go and you'll get your blood tested, and your initial visit's only $99. It does include a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if you're medically advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Give them a call to take advantage of their knowledge. 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yes, you can go our way. We are the Crackman and Lindahl Show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We do have baseball this evening. The Rockies and Red Sox over there for the first of three over at Coors Field. Tanner Houck, Austin Gomber, your Rockies lineup for this evening. Andy going Chuck, Zeke Tovar back in the lineup tonight hitting second. Brenton Doyle in the 3-hole. Michael Tolia over there at first base. Brendan Rodgers, who homered yesterday, is hitting fifth. Jake Cave in right field tonight. Stallings will do the catching. Hilliard in left, and Shunk is at third base tonight. Shunk at third. That's your Rockies lineup for this evening. Still no Chris Bryant back in there, although he's raking down there in the ABQ, Andy. Look out. Chris Bryant's going to come back and crush it for 9 games.
Yeah. And what? And what? You're going to hit vacation a little bit later this week. I bet you, like he did to me a couple years ago, he enjoys his 8-9 days while you're gone. We'll be back together, and that'll be that.
He's going to be crushing it. You can look out for that. So all the Chowderheads will be out at Coors Field tonight. When you think of the Boston Red Sox, who's the first player you think of when you hear Boston Red Sox, Andy?
Man, that's tough. Is there a player I should think of? There's so many. You know what I always thought of? I think of Youkilis and Pedroia.
Okay.
Because they were the dirtiest, like just dirt
Smelly,
and pine tar. And, yeah, they look like they just got off the crab boat at the dock and went and came and played. You know what I mean? You know, but then you think about, is it Pedro Martinez there and him tossing Don Zimmer down by his head when Zimmer was a Yankee, and
Pedro
Johnny
is,
Damon, and
I think Pedro is my favorite Red Sox of Reds. I guess you call it Red Sox. It ends with an X. I don't know what the singular is. Either way, Pedro is probably my favorite of my lifetime. Although the first one that I always will go to, and this is just Red Sox of my childhood, is Wade Boggs. That's always the first Boston Red Sox that I think of.
Not Buckner.
No, it's. I would probably go Wade. Although, yeah, Buckner's kind of right there on that list, isn't he? Calvin Schiraldi would be pretty high on that list as well, right there. Red Sox of the '80s. Suppose you could go Ted Williams there if you wanted to.
Sam Mayday Malone? No,
that's a strong entry right there. Not Trevor Story. He is on the 60-day IL currently because of his shoulder. So. But the Red Sox are right there chasing the wild card in the American League. The Rockies are trying to stay within 30 games of 500. So there you go.
So now are the Rockies? So is that here? Sox are in town
it is here. Yes, okay. Yes. So there will be 30,000 Red Sox fans at Coors Field tonight.
I guess you said that. Chowderheads at Coors Field. My bad. I was still trying to think. The reason why I missed that is you know, it hit me late is like the Chris Bryant deal.
It's a deal.
They don't need him. I mean, not even
right.
They don't need him. Like, look, a guy like that sometimes comes back, and we're going to have to get into the list of great athletes that spend a final year here in the old 303, 720, whatever. But Chris Bryant, they're fine enough. I don't know. They're fine enough with the bats, right? And not that he's bringing much of a bat to the lineup right now anyway. You know?
I don't think you don't want him playing. That's
no, because you got some young guys.
Right.
Let them play.
I don't want anybody blocking Michael Tolia from getting at bats right now. Like I don't any of the corner outfield prospects. I know he's banged up, but get Jordan Beck back in there. I want him playing every single day. You know,
honestly, Jake Cave's kind of fun. You know, I'd be a little.
Producing.
I mean, if I were the Rockies, I'd shop Jake Cave at the deadline. He brings a good attitude.
I know.
To the park.
I know. The Rockies are like Dick Mofford is just like hoping beyond hope that at some point he will get some return on his terrible Chris Bryant investment.
But it isn't going to happen, right?
Doesn't feel. Let's just say like Chris Bryant, aging Chris Bryant. Let's say he plays 130 games next year. He hits 20 home runs. Even feels optimistic, but he hits 20 home runs. He drives in 80, 90, whatever. What's that do for you? Again, it just blocks some dude that needs at bats.
No, I 1,000% agree with you. You know, we got the vibe in spring training from that article that came out that he really should have. He himself admits I should have looked more into what I was signing up for here with their minor league system. Could you even trade him for cash considerations at this point?
No.
And the cash wouldn't even be enough to make a dent in what you're going to owe the guy.
They'd have to just outright him. That they'd have to just eat the cash. That's the only option. That's the other thing. Nobody in baseball wants him. He has no value as a major league player. Like here's the thing. Like maybe if you're a club that is looking for an off the bench pinch hit sort of role player that you could take into the postseason.
That's not him, though. You just described that's not him.
No.
He's not hitting well.
No, he doesn't hit.
Even when he's playing, he's not hitting well.
Nope.
He's getting booed at Coors Field.